Chapter 1, The Emperor's Box. Hello, you have a package. I left it at the supermarket entrance of your residential area. Chen Xi, who received the call, went downstairs grumbling, dissatisfied with the increasingly perfunctory courier service. In the past, they would at least call when they were downstairs, now, they just throw it at the residential area entrance. Home delivery has become an empty promise. Although he understood that the current massive volume of packages nationwide meant there weren't enough couriers, this still wasn't a reason for him not to curse. Understanding was one thing, grumbling and venting his emotions was another. Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, Chen Xi cursed even more, because the package he received was a large, 1-meter square box, the kind that was difficult to move. If he hadn't been somewhat familiar with the supermarket owner and borrowed a small cart, Chen Xi wouldn't have been able to get the item back home. After getting the box home and returning the small cart, Chen Xi finally opened the box. Immediately, he showed an expression of surprise and joy, yet also confusion. Inside the box was another box, but this one was a metal box, full of futuristic design and sharp lines, yet it was also ornately decorated, possessing a rather rugged mechanical feel, and on its front was imprinted a double-headed eagle symbol. By the Emperor's backside. What is this? I don't remember buying any Warhammer merchandise. Chen Xi, puzzled, took the metal box out of the cardboard delivery box. While taking out the box, he surprisingly found that although the box looked 1 meter square, it was unexpectedly light. He easily picked up the metal box. What is it? There's no explanation. How do I open this? Chen Xi fumbled and touched the box, but couldn't find a way to open it for a long time. It wasn't until he touched a skull-shaped decoration on the side of the box that he activated the box. No, it should be said that the skull embedded in the box was activated. Genetic verification failed, unable to activate. Permissions activated. Current permission level, level I available unit points, 0/500. Current mission, not activated. Please complete the beginner's guide as soon as possible, activate the mission. For the Emperor. Listening to the mechanical voices for the Emperor, Chen Xi couldn't hold back and almost knelt down to kowtow to the Emperor. However, he quickly calmed down and began to wonder who had pulled this prank on him. The craftsmanship is quite exquisite. The material is metal. This level of craftsmanship must cost at least several thousand yuan. Chen Xi tapped the box again, fumbling around it. But with such a large box, what's inside? It can't just be a voice recording, can it? Chen Xi touched the skull, tapped it, and found that the texture of this thing was really bone. His expression changed slightly, and he muttered, they wouldn't really spend so much money to give me a real skull, would they? Is this resin cast or 3D printed? How do I activate this thing? Please input genetic sample. The skull's eyes glowed red, and then its lower jaw sprang open, revealing an opening large enough for a finger. Damn it, they're not really going to make me do some cheesy blood recognition plot, are they? Chen Xi looked at the opening in front of him, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stuck his hand in. Ow! Chen Xi cried out, as if his hand had been bitten by something. In fact, it was quite similar. When Chen Xi pulled his hand out, there was a blood collection point on his finger. Clearly, he had been pricked. Damn it, it really is blood recognition. Chen Xi cursed, put his finger in his mouth to suck on it, and then frantically searched for a band-aid. At this moment, the box in front of him had also completed the authentication process. Genetic sample recorded. Genetic verification successful. 100% human genes. No warp contamination detected. No genetic mutations detected. Relevant permissions bound. Current permission level, level I available unit points, 0/500. Permissions activated. Current permission level, level I available unit points, 0/500. Current mission, not activated. Please complete the beginner's guide as soon as possible, activate the mission. For the Emperor. Immediately, the top of the box opened, splitting in half along the golden double-headed eagle emblem and unfolding into a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide rectangular box, almost filling Chen Xi's room. Seeing this, Chen Xi was startled and took a step back. Fortunately, there was a model shelf behind him, preventing him from falling. If it was just a box, it wouldn't have scared him, but then the skull embedded in the box flew up by itself and floated in front of Chen Xi, which truly left him speechless with fright. Oh my omniscia, is this really a servitor skull? Chen Xi cautiously reached out to it, seemingly wanting to touch it. However, the servitor skull merely shot 2 red lights from its eye sockets, sweeping across Chen Xi's body, and then spoke again in a rigid electronic voice, facial and body information recorded. Do you wish to begin the beginner's guide? Wait a minute. What exactly are you? And what's going on here? Chen Xi stopped the servitor skull, trying to ask what was happening. Although as a hammerhead, he had at least 20,000 points worth of Warhammer models on the 2-meter-tall cabinet behind him and often shouted things like by the Emperor's backside, when a real servitor skull floated in front of him, Chen Xi's love for Warhammer was like Lord Yi's love for dragons. Especially for a hammerhead, Warhammer. A world not even a dog would go to. Huang Laohan is a beast among beasts. Anyone who works for him has been blessed by Nurgle. However, Chen Xi couldn't really ignore such a large servitor skull in front of him, and there was also such a large box. He still really wanted to know what was going on. Although a transmigrator would cry like a squashed snotling upon learning they had transmigrated to the Warhammer world, and your system would immediately uninstall itself upon realizing it had arrived in the warmer world. But for a hammerhead, if there was really a chance, who wouldn't want to wear power armor, wield whirring chainswords, and shout for humanity's fight? In response to Chen Xi's question, the servitor skull's eye sockets flickered red, and then it flew back, using the mechanical arm below its skull to retrieve a roll of parchment with a purity seal from the box, handing it to Chen Xi. The craftsmanship. Tisk tisk, if I take a picture and post it in the group, wouldn't those group members be green with envy? Although he said this, Chen Xi immediately tore open the purity seal and unrolled the parchment in front of him. As he unrolled the parchment, a golden light burst forth from it, making Chen Xi cry out again while also cursing angrily, Huang Lao Han, I'll effing. Chapter 2, An Imperial World in a Box. Thanks to that golden light, Chen Xi finally understood what was going on. Simply put, Huang Lao Han had been constipated on his golden commode for a long time, and the filth surging from the warp sewers finally poked his backside, giving him a brilliant idea. He decided to recruit Warhammer fans from the 3K era of Terra to the 40K era, letting these fake banknotes of the Emperor save the Imperium. Of course, Huang Lao Han also knew that just throwing people into the Imperium, this supersized cesspool, would be meaningless except to provide snacks for the warp's 4 little gods. So, after careful consideration, he devised a plan, which materialized as the large box in front of Chen Xi. Explaining it in detail is complex, involving psyker powers, the warp, higher dimensions, and a series of other things. However, to put it simply, this box can connect to the warmer world, and Chen Xi can travel to the warmer world through it. Of course, if that were all, Chen Xi would immediately seal the box and mail it to 14 East Chang'an Avenue, let whoever wants to go to that wretched warmer world go. But Huang Laohan had set up some functions for the box, which made Chen Xi very interested in the matter. Considering the dangers of traversing the warmer world, Huang Laohan did not intend to let Chen Xi directly travel, but rather use a possession technique. Chen Xi could put warmer miniatures into the box to represent himself, either controlling them through the box or directly possessing them with his consciousness to travel to the warmer world. Not only that, there was also a points system on the box, indicating how many points worth of miniatures Chen Xi could deploy. Currently, Chen Xi's authority is only level 1, and the maximum points he can deploy is 500. Although it's a very low points value, according to the rulebook, 500 points is actually enough to throw in Guillemon, the Regent, and the Great Angel Lion L. Johnson, the War Master of the Second Imperium, along with a complementary stretcher team. Of course, if Chen Xi uses a Primarch, it would only be equivalent to a clone Primarch created by Fabius Bile, although their physical attributes are the same as the original. A Primarch without the warp essence would have limited power. Both Fabius Bile and Belisarius Call have created clone Primarches, but their strength, the pointy-headed brother Abaddon even chopped down a clone Horus. However, that was still Primarch level physical prowess. One must know that even Guillemon, who is considered the weakest in combat among the Primarches and is known as a Psyker Dullard, can physically punch a veteran of the Black Legion's long war flying when he gets out of bed. This is clearly reflected in the points value. Even Guillemon, who is at the bottom among the Primarches, costs 300 points, while a Primaris Space Marine only costs 20 points, and a regular Terminator is 33 points. In other words, if Chen Xi is truly willing to exchange his initial 500 points for a clone Primarch and a squad of Space Marines, he can genuinely enjoy the pleasure of using a Primarch to rampage through the warmer world with a stretcher team. And with this function, Chen Xi gained the confidence to go to the warmer world. After all, he is a man with 20,000 points worth of models. Once his authority level increases, borrowing a few 30k Primarches from friends will surely give the pointy-headed Abaddon a pleasant surprise. As for how to increase authority and points, that brings us to the mission system Huang Laohan devised to make his recruited Warhammer fans work. After all, Huang Laohan, having been poked in the backside, knew that if he tried to freeload off the Warhammer fans, they wouldn't work. Moreover, bringing people to the warmer world and projecting usable units from miniatures also consumes a lot of power, so he couldn't just let the Warhammer fans deploy thousands of points worth of units right away. So Huang Laohan came up with this mission system. The recruited Warhammer fans need to complete missions to increase their authority, thereby unlocking higher points limits and deploying more armies. Furthermore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Huang Laohan also tiered the authority levels, meaning different authority levels unlock different tiers of units. For example, Chen Xi's current level I authority limits the usable miniatures to the Astra Militarum, Inquisition, and Adeptus Sororitas factions, and only permits certain infantry units. Vehicles like Valkyries and Rhinos require level 2 authority to unlock, and Space Marines require level 3 authority. As for Gene Seed Primarches, they require level 7. Of course, upon completing missions, in addition to gaining experience to raise authority, one can also earn points to redeem various rewards. These rewards include, but are not limited to, master-crafted power weapons, relic-grade power armor, relic equipment personally forged by Vulcan, Adeptus Mechanicus custom-built Imperial Knights of various models, and even an Emperor-class Titan. These are not models, they are genuine, usable equipment that can be brought back to this world. Not only that, Huang Laohan also offers various types of body enhancements, such as Space Marine, Psyker, and Custodes. Chen Xi even saw the most expensive option listed as Custom Gene Seed Primarch Modification, with Warp Essence version. Damn it, did Huang Laohan sell his golden commode? Is he going all out? Chen Xi grumbled, but it was truly hard not to be tempted. Who among the Warhammer fans could resist genuinely getting a suit of power armor to wear, wielding a crackling power weapon, and slaughtering foes like a true Space Marine? Or even truly becoming a great angel. Forget Chen Xi, even old K couldn't resist the temptation of a great angel. So, what's my first mission? Hurry up and bring it. I can't wait to experience it. Chen Xi looked eagerly at the servitor skull in front of him, waiting for his first mission. Hearing Chen Xi's words, the servitor skull projected a block of text to Chen Xi, explaining the mission. Confirmed completion of Newbie guidance, issuing Newbie mission. Newbie mission, the new governor. Mission content, as the first experiencer of the Emperor's grand plan, the benevolent and generous Emperor has prepared an imperial world for you. You have been appointed as the planetary governor of this world. Please familiarize yourself with what a governor should know and attempt to manage this world. Please note, every decision you make will affect the fate of this planet, and even the future trajectory of the entire Imperium. Please make every choice and decision carefully. The Emperor does not restrict your actions, you can invite others to join this great game. But please note, every decision and choice you make will genuinely affect the entire world. Please take it seriously. The last two lines seem to be particularly emphasized, even changing to red text. However, this didn't particularly concern Chen Xi. Eager to experience the warmer world, he was already rummaging through the shelves for usable miniatures. Chapter 3, Assuming the Governorship. For his first transmigration, Chen Xi carefully selected the pieces he would deploy. First and foremost were the pieces he would possess upon descending. Due to permission restrictions, Chen Xi could not use his favorite Astartes or Custodes, nor could he deploy his second favorite Necrons. This undoubtedly narrowed the range of pieces he could choose from considerably. After all, although he had 20,000 points worth of pieces, 10,000 of them were Space Marines from different chapters, 5,000 were Necrons, and the remaining 5,000 were divided among the Astra Militarum, Battle Sisters, Custodes, Imperial Knights, Inquisition, and Adeptus Mechanicus. When Chen Xi first got into the hobby, he was a painting enthusiast, so he was keen on buying different pieces. At that time, he couldn't find anyone to play against, so he mostly entertained himself, and thus his main energy was spent on collecting various models and painting them. Because of this, he still had Battle Sisters, Inquisition, and Astra Militarum pieces available for selection. Otherwise, if he only had Astartes, he would have had to find a way to borrow a batch of pieces or buy new ones himself. Due to permission and point limitations, the number of pieces Chen Xi could deploy for the first time was naturally limited. After careful consideration, he chose the legendary Inquisitor Eisenhorn from the Inquisition as the piece he would possess, and equipped him with a Kasrkin squad and a Battle Sister squad from the Adeptus Sororitas. Eisenhorn. Kasrkin. Battle Sister squad. It should be noted that although Chen Xi could choose to deploy pieces of certain famous figures, the pieces would not become the individuals themselves, but rather similar to isotopes with identical attributes. For example, the Eisenhorn piece Chen Xi deployed would become an Inquisitor of the Pacification Order upon deployment. Although he would possess the same attributes as Eisenhorn, such as psychic talent and experience and abilities as an Inquisitor, there was nothing else special about him. The same applied to other famous figures. However, this had no impact on Chen Xi, as long as the pieces could function, he wasn't particular about having Huang Lao Han's gold coins work for him. As long as counterfeit money can be spent, isn't it still money? Having selected the pieces, Chen Xi placed them on a floating platform inside the box, as instructed by the servitor skull. Immediately, these pieces were enveloped by a golden power. Chen Xi knew this meant these pieces could now be deployed into that world. And to attach his consciousness to a piece, he only needed to touch one of them with his hand. Chen Xi naturally didn't hesitate and pointed his finger at Eisenhorn. Accompanied by a moment of disorientation, he felt his perspective suddenly change, as if he had become the piece. Immediately after, a layer of golden dust rose from the bottom of the box, forming the appearance of a room within the box. These pieces were also enveloped by the golden dust and transferred into the room. So this is it. I don't feel much. Chen Xi moved his body, feeling the various knowledge being infused into his mind. Although slightly uncomfortable, he indeed had no real sense of transmigration. Aside from the fact that he was now wearing an Inquisitor's uniform, had a bolter on his waist, and a psychic staff in his hand, there didn't seem to be any major changes. Of course, all of this excluded the Kasrkin squad and Battle Sister squad currently standing beside him. They were quietly looking at Chen Xi, seemingly awaiting his further instructions. They are no different from normal humans. You can give them commands freely, the servitor skull floating beside Chen Xi explained to him. I understand. Where am I now? Chen Xi had already gotten into character, straightened his clothes, and asked the servitor skull and the people beside him for information. You are currently on an Imperial Navy Sword-class frigate. You arrived at the target planet by this ship, and now the ship is about to land, the servitor skull explained, then projected information about the planet they were about to arrive at to Chen Xi. The planet you are about to arrive at is named Ristoff II. It is the only Imperial colony world in a subsector under the Mariupol sector, and also the capital of the subsector. However, the Mariupol sector belongs to a new sector recently opened up by the Imperium, so the Imperial colony on Ristoff II has only been established for less than 70 years, and thus all facilities and construction are almost in their initial stages. The current planetary population is 1.2 billion, with the main demographic consisting of ecclesiarchy immigrants and criminals transported from penal worlds. The main political forces on the planet are retired Astra Militarum and the ecclesiarchy. This planet itself was originally allocated to an Astra Militarum regiment that collectively retired. The ecclesiarchy forces began proselytizing on this planet after the ecclesiarchy immigrants arrived. Sounds good. An uncultivated planet, a nascent imperial colony world. The Emperor truly bestows generous grace. At this moment, Chen Xi had adjusted his demeanor to better resemble an Inquisitor, even changing his phrasing. Character import complete. Novice mission activated. Novice mission 1, assume governorship. Mission content, complete the governor inauguration ceremony and become the planetary governor of this planet. Become a planetary governor, hey? It seems it won't be smooth sailing. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes, but then looked at his 2 squads of attendants and gave them orders, check your equipment and prepare for battle. We may encounter various situations. The Kasrikan and Battle Sisters immediately checked their weapons according to Chen Xi's orders, then prepared for battle. While this might seem unnecessary, in the Warhammer world, a world where transmigrators would cry like snot-nosed brats, anything is possible. Especially since the Imperium's attitude towards planetary governor coups has always been to let them be, as long as the tithe is paid and there are no obvious acts of corruption or betrayal of the Imperium. If someone dislikes the new governor and thinks, I can take his place, then that would be quite a pain in the ass. Don't think it's impossible, the first thing a governor does is suppress rebellions, and in the Imperium, this is truly an unavoidable part of being a planetary governor. Too bad I can't use Astartes. Otherwise, with a squad of Terminators, would I still be afraid of not being able to quell a planetary rebellion? Chen Xi sighed, but then his spirits lifted, and he pushed the door open and walked out. Behind him, the Battle Sisters and Kasrikan immediately followed. Chapter 4 Ristoff II. Stepping out of the battleship, Chen Xi led his 2 fully armed teams of retainers to a ship platform in a starport. The person waiting to greet him had been there for a long time, at the forefront was a very capable-looking woman. Chen Xi walked up to her and greeted her, I am Inquisitor Chen Xi of the Pacification Order, appointed by the Great God Emperor to come to this planet as planetary governor. Please tell me your identity, madam. The woman was wearing a dark blue overcoat. Although such an outfit was somewhat masculine for a woman, it perfectly showcased her capable side. However, the way she greeted Chen Xi made his eye twitch involuntarily. She saluted Chen Xi with an Astra Militarum military salute, rather than the Imperial Aquila salute commonly used on such occasions. Greetings, Inquisitor. I am Rachel Olivia, Chamberlain appointed by the previous governor. I once served as a commissar for the Ristoff II Planetary Defense Force. I will assist you in managing this planet in the upcoming work. All for the God Emperor. Rachel introduced herself to Chen Xi, maintaining a standing at attention posture throughout, which immediately showed Chen Xi that she had undergone strict military training. A former commissar of the Planetary Defense Force serving as Chamberlain was somewhat unconventional. But considering that the planet's administrators were primarily an entire retired Astra Militarum regiment, Chen Xi didn't feel there was too much of a problem. It was quite normal for an Astra Militarum regiment to retain a certain level of military proficiency, and this also made Chen Xi have higher expectations for the planet's defense force. One should know that those who could become Astra Militarum were without exception the elite of the mortal elites. If the planetary defense force they trained could inherit a portion of their combat power, they could be submitted as a tithe to the Imperium to become new Astra Militarum. And using the planetary defense force for the tithe also meant that the planet would not have to pay other tithes. This matter was very important, after all, in the Imperium only death and taxes were unavoidable. Even death in this world could be avoided, but paying the tithe could not. For the Emperor. Chen Xi also replied with a standard response and then performed an Aquila salute. This was considered both an expression of politeness and the completion of the introductory pleasantries. Subsequently, under Rachel's guidance, Chen Xi followed her towards the starport, while the PDF she brought followed behind Chen Xi. Tell me about the planet we are on. I don't know much about it yet. I heard it's a newly developed imperial world. Chen Xi asked Rachel, trying to obtain more information and understand the world he was about to govern. At the same time, this was also a test of Rachel's ability and attitude, to see if she could speak substantively, and what attitude she and the forces she represented held towards him as the governor. Ristoff II is a desert world, with only a small number of oases and water sources on the planet. However, according to the Adeptus Mechanicus's survey, the planet's underground water reserves are quite considerable. If exploited systematically, they can meet the planet's most basic water needs. Rachel explained the situation to Chen Xi, providing further details. Currently, there are 2 cities on the planet. One is the planetary capital, and also the city you will be heading to next, which shares the same name as the planet, Ristoff. This city originated from the Astra Militarum and their families who first immigrated to this planet. The other city belongs to the Ecclesiarchy. A group of pilgrims from the Ecclesiarchy chose this planet as the endpoint of their pilgrimage and believed that the mission entrusted to them by the God Emperor was to build this city. Under the governance of the previous governor, the development of both cities is currently quite good, and the relationship between the 2 cities is also good. That sounds pretty good. So, what are the main sources of income for these 2 cities? And what is the planet's food self-sufficiency rate? Did the previous governor have any development plans? Chen Xi was still satisfied with the current state of the planet, at least it wasn't one of those extreme places where various forces were intertwined, all sorts of strange beings ran rampant, and the planet itself had to face various crises. One should know that among the Imperium's million worlds, there truly are places that even the Department of Internal Affairs is too lazy to manage. As long as you pay your tithe, it's okay. There are even some more extreme worlds that existed before the Imperium was established, such as the famous Necromunda. This place alone has 1,000 hive cities, each with a population ranging from 500 million to 1 billion. It had stood in the galaxy for 8 millennia before the Emperor began the Great Crusade. One can imagine how extreme this place is, and how high the demands are on a planetary governor who wishes to govern such a planet well. Fortunately, Huang Laohan did not give Chen Xi such a hell difficulty start, but chose a relatively easy world that was also very suitable as a starting point. Ristoff II currently has no stable source of income. The planetary development and construction costs come from special appropriations by the Department of Internal Affairs. After the ecclesiarchy pilgrims established a city here, some pilgrims did come to worship, and their arrival brought some income. However, because Ristoff II is located remotely, and the entire sector was only developed in the last 2 centuries as a newly expanded area, there aren't many pilgrims. It seems the first problem I need to solve is to find a stable source of income for this planet. Chen Xi said, half jokingly, half seriously. If you could find a stable source of revenue for Ristoff II, that would truly be wonderful. Rachel clearly wasn't very optimistic about this, but she didn't show it too obviously. Chen Xi was not surprised by this. After all, finding a source of income for an entire planet is not an easy task. However, skipping this topic, Chen Xi was more concerned about the planet's food self-sufficiency rate. Although imperial citizens usually don't need to be treated as humans, even if their corpses are made into corpse starch to feed them, or even if promethium extract is used to make corpse starch, food self-sufficiency is still an issue that needs attention. Otherwise, if the food supply is interrupted for some reason one day, it will really cause big problems. It's not that he's afraid of people starving to death, but that he's afraid of people who are about to starve to death attracting Nurgle. Regarding food self-sufficiency, thanks to the help of a biological sage from the Adeptus Mechanicus, it's currently around 40%. As for the deficit, it's supplied by imperial merchant fleets from an agricultural world in another subsector. The Department of Internal Affairs has already paid for 100 years of grain for Ristoff II, and there are about 30 years remaining, so you don't need to worry about food issues for now. Rachel gave Chen Xi news that was neither good nor bad. Chapter 5, A Single Cannon Shot, 10,000 golds. Ristoff II is a desert-ifid planet that was discovered and initially developed by a merchant dynasty over 100 years ago. However, this merchant dynasty did not own Ristoff II for long. About 30 years later, a regiment of the Astra Militarum collectively retired and was settled on this planet. From then on, this planet became an imperial world, and that merchant dynasty also lost this subsector it had developed. What exactly happened in between is unknown, but since then, this planet has broken free from the control of that merchant dynasty and become an imperial world directly administered by the Department of Internal Affairs. It did not, as per usual custom, become the property of the merchant dynasty that developed it. The Department of Internal Affairs invested a large amount of resources into this planet, not only allocating funds for its initial construction but also paying for 100 years of grain procurement for Ristoff II. Although for the Department of Internal Affairs, it only required deducting a portion of the tithe from an agricultural world to meet the needs of Ristoff II, this was still an unimaginable sum. This was enough grain to feed over 1 billion people on a planet for 100 years. Although 70 years' worth had already been consumed, the remaining portion could still ensure Chen Xi wouldn't have to worry about Ristoff II's food supply for 30 years. In other words, we need to achieve food self-sufficiency for Ristoff II within 30 years, or find a source of income sufficient to support grain procurement. Chen Xi summarized the key information, his face showing no signs of worry. At first glance, this seemed like a very difficult task to accomplish, as 30 years could pass in the blink of an eye. But for Chen Xi, this was not an impossible goal. However, he did not rashly offer any opinions at the moment, as he had not yet understood the specific situation of Ristoff II. Blindly offering suggestions would probably only lead to 2 options, blowing up the planet for mining, or selling the population to the Adeptus Mechanicus. This matter is not actually a problem. The previous planetary governor, during his tenure, already reached a cooperation with Sage Avilia of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Sage Avilia agreed to assist Ristoff II in building a protein processing plant large enough to feed everyone, and the construction of the factory is currently halfway complete, Rachel explained to Chen Xi, her face filled with confidence and pride. Hearing Rachel's words, Chen Xi showed a surprised expression and confirmed with her, "You mean a sage is on this planet? And she agreed to help you build a protein factory? Have the tech priests changed their nature? Or is there something on this planet that attracts them? Tech priests are stingy, and not just ordinarily frugal and petty. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has been continuously battered by storms, humanity struggling to survive in a doomsday-like darkness. All citizens of the Imperium have maintained the Imperium's existence and everyone's survival through their sacrifices and devotion. But what about the Adeptus Mechanicus? The Adeptus Mechanicus clung tightly to advanced technology and vast productivity that could save the Imperium, simply standing by and doing nothing. In the eyes of these tech priests, how could the precious technologies and technological creations bestowed by the Omnissiah be used on those primitive, lowly, and worthless ordinary humans? Although not all tech priests were like this, there was no doubt that the higher the position and greater the power of a sage within the Adeptus Mechanicus, the more inhuman they became in this regard. Yet what was Rachel saying now? A biological sage would actually help build a protein factory on this remote, god-forsaken planet? Had tech priests changed their nature and started doing charity? Or was there something on this planet that attracted the tech priests? I'm not entirely sure about that. If you are interested, you can ask Sage Avilia yourself. As Chamberlain, it was hard to say whether Rachel truly knew or not, but clearly, some things, even if known, were best left unsaid. Chen Xi's expression immediately became playful when he heard Rachel's reply. Apparently, facing an Adeptus Mechanicus sage who could solve the planet's food problem, this Miss Chamberlain would keep her mouth shut, even if she knew something. However, considering it was an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, Chen Xi thought that even the original planetary governor would have obediently kept his mouth shut and not inquired into what this big shot was stirring up on this planet. After all, what if something was actually found out? So Chen Xi stopped asking and turned his attention to the planet's military strength. Currently, the Ristoff Planetary Defense Force has 10 regiments, all trained to the standards of the Astrum Militarum. It's just that their weaponry and equipment are lacking. They are only equipped with light weapons and lack heavy equipment such as hydras, basilisks, and lemon rust tanks. Perhaps because this planet had an Astrum Militarum background, Rachel seemed much more excited when talking about this topic. If you plan to expand the Planetary Defense Force or upgrade its equipment level, you could consider starting from this aspect. Perhaps, but currently, there isn't the funding to do that. Chen Xi didn't want to bite off more than he could chew, and these things were too expensive. According to his experience from reading Warhammer official novels and playing tabletop RPGs, a guardsman's salary was about 50 throne gelts per month, and his full set of equipment, including body armor, a lasgun, a combat knife, and other gear, was about 450 throne gelts. A qualified Astrum Militarum soldier also required an additional 1,000 throne gelts for training, and the training fees for officers and administrative command personnel were as high as 2,000 throne gelts. A standard Kadayan infantry regiment has 5,000 men, of whom 3,500 are frontline grunts, and the remaining 1,500 are command staff and logistics. Just training such a standard infantry regiment would cost 6.5 million throne gelts, and at least 300,000 throne gelts in salaries each month. And if such a standard infantry regiment was only equipped with heavy weapons such as heavy bolters, missile launchers, meltaguns, and plasma guns, omitting vehicles like chimeras, toroxes, and lemon rust tanks, it would require an additional 4.1 million throne gelts. This didn't even account for the consumption of such a legion during war. A soldier would consume 30 throne gelts worth of rations and water per day, and ammunition consumption was about 150 throne gelts per day. Just this basic sustenance would be 600,000 throne gelts per day. 10 regiments, approximately 50,000 people, would cost over 100 million throne gelts just to train and arm them, and that's not even counting the military expenditure black hole once they start moving. Chen Xi didn't even know how much money this planet could earn in a year, so how could he consider expanding the military? Chapter 6, Sage Avilia. Chen Xi and Rachel descended to the planetary surface city via the starport's orbital elevator. Because Ristoff II was a newly developed planet, there were no hive cities built on it, so the city looked like a normal city with many tall buildings. The city's inhabitants weren't as pitiable as those in hive cities, who might never see sunlight for generations. Although for most people, due to the works and settings they encountered, they might think that imperial worlds were all hive worlds. In fact, hive cities were not common for imperial worlds. Building a hive city usually takes hundreds or even thousands of years, and requires astronomical resources to complete. Furthermore, the construction of a hive city itself is something a planet needs to spend hundreds of years preparing and applying for. Every hive city has been meticulously designed and planned, not built overnight. Moreover, each hive city is not only a large vertical residential city capable of housing hundreds of millions or even billions of residents, but also a giant factory, stronghold, and fortress. Even when the planet is under attack, the hive city's energy facilities must power a series of equipment such as planetary shields and city-level void shields. Generally speaking, a hive world requires the resources of an entire star system, or even an entire subsector, to sustain itself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to ensure a hive world operates normally. What a beautiful planet! I rarely see green on imperial worlds. Chen Xi sincerely praised the scenery he saw. Although the city below was densely packed with buildings, he could still see green plants between many of them. There was even a huge canal running through the city, which made Chen Xi marvel. Building a canal in a city in the interstellar age? Which little genius came up with that idea? These are all at the request of Sage Avilia. This sage is very fond of plants. Most of the plants in the city were personally requested by her to be planted, and she provided us with a complete set of maintenance technologies and facilities, Rachel explained to Chen Xi, feeling proud of the scenery in the city. But these words made Chen Xi feel even stranger. A tech priest who likes green plants? How did that sound so creepy? Shouldn't tech priests cut off all their bits and pieces and replace them with gears and machinery? What the hell is liking green plants? It seems this sage is quite extraordinary. It's my first time hearing about a tech priest who likes green plants, Chen Xi remarked, then, guided by Rachel, got into a special car and arrived at the governor's palace. Although it should be called a residence, looking at the huge Gothic building in front of him, Chen Xi found it difficult to describe such a super large building, which covered at least 10 football fields and was over 100 meters tall, as merely a residence. Even though it wasn't just the planetary governor's abode, but also served as the planetary government's administrative body, it still seemed a bit too exaggerated. Ristoff II has been under construction for too short a time, and the governor's office is simple. Please don't mind it, sir. However, a hint of shame flashed across Rachel's face, as if she truly thought the governor's office was very simple. Chen Xi could only take a deep breath and say, "It's fine. As children of the emperor, we should abandon all extravagance and indulgence." With that, accompanied by Rachel, he stepped onto the marble stairs carved with exquisite patterns and the emperor's true words, and entered the governor's office. Upon entering the palace, Chen Xi immediately saw a tech priest draped in a red holy robe. However, this tech priest was vastly different from the tech priests he knew. Aside from a bionic eye on her face and the common elixirs and 2 mechanical arms on her back, there were surprisingly few signs of extensive modification. In fact, her face was quite beautiful, and even with the holy robe covering her, her figure still appeared curvaceous, even more so than Rachel, who was beside Chen Xi at the moment. Damn it, is this still a tech priest? I don't remember installing a gender bend mod. Chen Xi muttered to himself, but still politely stepped forward and bowed to the tech priest holding a large forge axe, saying, "This must be Sage Avilia, I presume? Miss Rachel has already introduced you to me. It is indeed better to meet in person than to hear about you. An Inquisitor can become a planetary governor. It seems you are also not simple." Avilia looked at the Inquisition rose on Chen Xi's body, showing a curious expression. "We are all but currency in the Emperor's hands, to be used anywhere in the Imperium," Chen Xi replied with a cliché, revealing nothing, and at the same time asked Avilia, "I am very curious, what attracted an Adeptus Mechanicus sage to such a frontier imperial world? Is it some ancient ruin? As expected of an Inquisitor, your sense of smell is indeed keen. There is indeed an ancient ruin from an Xeno civilization on this planet." Avilia did not hide it, or perhaps she did not think it was something worth hiding. "I was ordered by the Forge World of this sector to mine the black stone contained on this planet. During the mining process, an ancient Xeno ruin was discovered, and preliminary excavation is currently underway. If Governor could assign some manpower to me, it would greatly accelerate the excavation progress, and I will pay sufficient compensation for it. The previous Governor signed a cooperation agreement with me, but I must say that the excavation of the ruin requires more manpower than I expected. I hope Governor can meet my needs." Upon hearing Avilia's words, Chen Xi immediately felt his scalp tingle. He had already guessed what kind of ruin was on this planet. So he asked Avilia, "Sage Avilia, do you know about Necrons? A certain Xeno civilization?" "I'm sorry, I have no research on that." Sage Avilia searched her database but found no corresponding information. Hearing Sage Avilia say that, Chen Xi had an urge to slap himself on the head, and at the same time, he felt a headache about the beginner's mission Huang Laohan had prepared for him. Translate, what the hell is a surprise? The surprise is that a Necron dynasty is buried beneath your ass. Thinking of this, Chen Xi could only show a regretful expression and said to Avilia, "I'm afraid I cannot grant your wish, Sage Avilia." Saying that, Chen Xi picked up his Inquisition rose and solemnly said to Avilia, "In the name of an Inquisitor of the Inquisition's pacification order, I must ask you to suspend the excavation of the Xeno ruin to avoid irreversible consequences." Chapter 7, A Deal with the Sage. Please explain your reasoning, Inquisitor. Though Avilia showed no anger or other emotions at this moment, her noticeably colder tone clearly indicated the sage's current mood. Chen Xi wasn't surprised by this. If you don't let the Adeptus Mechanicus steal from graves, they'll genuinely blow you up. So he merely said to Avilia, "Can we speak privately? This involves classified information of the Inquisition." Hearing Chen Xi say this, Avilia simply glanced at him, then struck her forging axe against the ground, and immediately a force field expanded from her, enveloping both Chen Xi and her. "This is a soundproofing field. Nothing we say will be overheard by anyone." Avilia's tone remained icy, and her eyes conveyed a strong sense of pressure. She was restraining her anger, wanting to see what reasons Chen Xi could possibly offer. Blackstone is not a natural mineral, it originates from an alien civilization 60 million years ago. Chen Xi dropped a bombshell right at the start, then explained, "This alien civilization called themselves the Necrons. According to my investigations, they once engaged in a terrifying war with the Eldar millions of years ago, a war that swept across the entire galaxy, and they ultimately emerged victorious. Blackstone was a material they developed at that time to counter the Eldar, who could utilize the Sea of Souls. This material can isolate the warp, but if its polarity is reversed, it can amplify warp influence. However, for some unknown reason, this alien civilization fell into slumber. They transformed their cities into tombs composed of stasis fields, and thus remained dormant for 60 million years. If the alien civilization ruins you discovered on this planet, Sage Avilia, belong to the Necrons, then excavating their tombs is an extremely dangerous undertaking. Without making thorough preparations, rashly excavating their tombs will only lead to the entire planet being engulfed in war, and I might even have to issue an exterminatus order for the planet I govern." After Chen Xi finished speaking, he looked at Sage Avilia with a sincere gaze, hoping that the sage would be receptive to his advice. Otherwise, his beginner mission would be truly difficult to complete. "Your reasoning has convinced me. I can halt the excavation work." The anger in Avilia's eyes seemed to dissipate, but she clearly wouldn't give up on excavating the ancient alien civilization ruins. After all, an alien tomb from 60 million years ago, preserved by stasis fields until now, was simply too tempting for the tech priests. So she asked Chen Xi, "If I insist on excavating the ruins on this planet, what kind of preparations do you think I need to make?" Avilia believed that since Chen Xi understood this alien civilization, he should know how to deal with them. "It depends on the situation. A weaker Necron dynasty might only have some mechanical Necrons and partial mechanical constructs that have decayed due to time, but a powerful Necron dynasty could even possess the strength to extinguish stars." Chen Xi couldn't assess the level of the Necron dynasty buried on a planet. Although he could be considered a Necron's player, the differences between space Necron dynasties are even greater than the differences between imperial worlds. A weaker Necron dynasty might have already decayed into nothing but ruins waiting to be excavated, but a stronger one could even pull out terrifying things like world engines. The famous collector, Trazen the Infinite, was merely an overlord of his own dynasty, not even a Phaeron. Although he was an exception, it still showed how exaggerated a prosperous Necron dynasty could be. However, if you are determined to excavate, Sage Avilia, then please at least prepare your Adeptus Militaris, invite at least one knight family, and perhaps also require assistance from Astartes monks. Chen Xi thought seriously for a moment and gave his advice based on the standard for going to war with a dynasty. However, upon hearing Chen Xi's suggestion, Sage Avilia's face showed a troubled expression. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "For some reason, I don't have any Adeptus Militaris accompanying me. As for knight families, I can help contact them, but for some reasons, I cannot guarantee that any imperial knights will answer my call. Perhaps you could consider issuing an invitation in the name of the Planetary Governor or the Inquisition. Some imperial knights or freeblades might respond to your invitation. Relatively speaking, I still hope to obtain assistance from the Planetary Defense Force. This was a deal I made with the previous Planetary Governor." After some back and forth, the topic clearly circled back to this matter, which made Chen Xi feel somewhat exasperated. But he still answered seriously, "I am not yet familiar with the current situation on this planet, nor am I clear about the specific equipment and training level of the Planetary Defense Force. However, according to the information Rachel told me, a planetary defense force with only 10 regiments of troops and lacking heavy firepower and vehicles would probably be unable to assist you effectively. If you can provide some assistance, allowing the Planetary Defense Force to acquire sufficient heavy weapons and vehicles, I think they could provide you with some troop support." At this point, Chen Xi remembered the authority he possessed and added, "As for the issue of knights, I will consider your suggestion." "I understand. It seems I need to make an initial investment." Avilia didn't get angry about this. She simply looked deeply at Chen Xi, then asked, "What assistance do you need?" "Equipment procurement and technical support for planetary construction. Opportunities to benefit from the Adeptus Mechanicus are rare." Since the sage offered, Chen Xi naturally wouldn't be polite. "A reasonable request. I will help you contact the Forge World, but don't expect them to give me much face." Avilia agreed to Chen Xi's request, then added, "Regarding planetary construction, I can provide some of the knowledge I possess. This is within the scope of my deal with the previous Planetary Governor, but I hope you can provide me with the necessary personnel and assistance as soon as possible." Chen Xi was satisfied with Avilia's answer, as it was not easy to get help from a mechanical sage. At the same time, he was surprised by how easygoing Sage Avilia was. Compared to typical Adeptus Mechanicus sages, she seemed much more human, even making Chen Xi feel like she wasn't an Adeptus Mechanicus sage. But perhaps it was precisely because of this that she had no Adeptus Militaris by her side? Chen Xi didn't delve deeper, but suddenly remembered something, so he asked Avilia again, "Sage Avilia, I heard you are a biological sage. Do you have any research on plant cultivation? If I provide you with a sample of a certain plant, would you be able to cultivate it on this planet?" Chapter 8, The Easy-to-Handle Sage. Of course, as a biological sage, my primary research project is how to build a complete self-sustaining ecosystem on a planet. Avilia appeared very confident in her professional research. "In fact, I am currently trying to improve this planet's ecology, transforming it from a desert world into a paradise world. Although I do not expect you to understand the greatness of my research, I still hope that you will provide sufficient support for my research, just like the previous governor did in the contract." Transforming a desert world into a paradise world. Chen Xi's face showed surprise when he heard that Avilia was researching this. This technology is not particularly rare in the Warhammer world. To be precise, whether it's the Imperium of Man, the Eldar, or the Young Teo civilization, all factions actually possess similar technologies, differing only in efficiency. Because the Teo have a small territory, they have a genuine need in this area, so they have researched this technology very deeply, thus possessing unique and highly efficient methods for planetary transformation. As for the Eldar, that's purely the heritage of an old galactic overlord. 60 million years of civilization are enough for them to transform a planet from a death world into a paradise world in a short time with just a few individuals and their equipment. And the Imperium of Man, if you ask if the Adeptus Mechanicus has such technology, then of course they do. Large-scale planetary terraforming is not difficult for the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Imperium's agricultural worlds can even adjust a series of data, including illumination, planetary axial tilt, and orbital period. When necessary, the Adeptus Mechanicus can even drag planets to change their orbits, flatten all mountains and rugged terrain on a planet, and then transform the entire planet into an endless plain for large-scale mechanized agricultural cultivation. Operating agricultural machinery larger than a Warhound-class Titan, cultivating land permeated with fertilizer in the air. This is what an imperial agricultural world is like. In fact, the Imperium's reluctance to terraform planets to improve their environments is more because the Adeptus Mechanicus considers it too inefficient. After all, they are a group of religious fanatics who consider radiation a blessing from the Omnissiah and believe that human flesh should be discarded. Expecting them to understand what natural ecology is somewhat difficult for these tech priests. I can understand the greatness of this technology, and I might also understand why Sage Avilia, you have no Adeptus Militaris by your side. I'm afraid you are often called a heretic, aren't you? Chen Xi looked at Sage Avilia, his expression revealing a hint of joy. He didn't expect to encounter a heretical tech priest. This is a very rare find. Although I am skeptical of your words, you are right, I am indeed a heretic, and precisely because of this, I do not have the treatment a sage should have, neither Adeptus Militaris nor a Forge Arc. When Avilia said this, her expression was somewhat downcast, even resentful, but as long as I can complete my research, I will be able to make a comeback. I will show those fools on the Forge world what value my research truly holds. With all due respect, even if you succeed, I'm afraid this technology will not be valued by the Adeptus Mechanicus. This should conflict with the doctrines of the Omnissiah, shouldn't it? Chen Xi bluntly pointed out the biggest predicament Avilia faced. Chen Xi suddenly felt a death glare, as if the gear-shaped power axe was about to chop down on his head the next second. But in the end, Avilia abandoned that impulsive thought and instead said, "You are right, my colleagues, whose minds are clouded by the Omnissiah's doctrines, will not understand how important it is for the Imperium to transform a planet into a paradise world, nor will they understand that there are other ways to practice the Omnissiah's doctrines besides turning flesh into metal and machinery. My mentor once taught me that we should not call ourselves priests, but rather scientists. This is what the pioneers in technology among humanity during the Golden Age called themselves." Hearing Avilia say this, Chen Xi suddenly had a jolt and couldn't help but ask, "Forgive my rudeness, Sage Avilia, your mentor wouldn't happen to be. It seems you've heard of my mentor's name." Avilia showed a surprised look. She hadn't expected Chen Xi to know her mentor. Archmagos Belisarius Call, I've long admired his name, I never expected to meet his disciple. Chen Xi spoke the name he had guessed. "It seems you do know my mentor, but it's a pity I only studied with my mentor for a period of time. Perhaps he no longer remembers that he once had a student like me." Avilia showed a crestfallen expression. Listening to Avilia's words, Chen Xi didn't know what to say. After all, based on his understanding of that great sage, Avilia was probably telling the truth, and she might not even be Call's own student. Because Belisarius Call had replicated himself, there were at least dozens of Call duplicates on his forge arc alone, each bearing different tasks. Avilia quickly adjusted her emotions and said to Chen Xi, "If you are willing to support my research, then I can contribute my knowledge to you, and even sign an agreement to work for you as a consultant. After all, given my current situation, the only thing I can offer for trade is my knowledge." "No need to mind, Sage Avilia, knowledge is the most precious wealth in this universe." Chen Xi did not feel that Avilia's bargaining chip was low, on the contrary, he believed it was exactly what he needed. Huang Laohan really gave him an SSR as a beginner's welfare. A student of Belisarius Call, even if she might only be a student taught by a Call duplicate, she is a genuine Adeptus Mechanicus sage. And she is a sage who is ostracized, without even Adeptus Militaris by her side, making her the easiest target to win over and recruit. Thinking of this, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into Chen Xi's mind. "Sage Avilia, I wonder if you would be able to build your own forge world if I could provide you with sufficient resources and assistance." "Why would you have such an idea? The construction of a forge world is not as simple as you imagine. The output of Ristoff II is not enough to support the construction of a forge world, and there is already one forge world in this sector. The Adeptus Mechanicus will not approve a new forge world to compete for orders." Avilia looked at Chen Xi strangely, not understanding why he had such a notion. Chapter 9, All Walks of Life. Under Sage Avilia's explanation and persuasion, Chen Xi abandoned his idea of establishing his own forge world. However, the idea of setting up a forge and a forge arc for Sage Avilia, allowing her to provide him with various weapons and equipment, still burned brightly. After all, as a traditional Sears person, Chen Xi could not allow his logistics to be controlled by others, nor could he rely solely on purchasing weapons and equipment. Sage Avilia was clearly very interested in having her own forge and forge arc, so the two immediately hit it off, reaching a cooperation agreement. Avilia would first help Chen Xi develop Ristoff II, and then Chen Xi would help Avilia build a forge on Ristoff II's moon and acquire a forge arc for her. After the two parties reached a cooperation agreement, Avilia finally removed the soundproofing field. Although the others waiting around were curious about what the sage and the governor discussed, Inquisitor Chen Xi's identity undoubtedly made everyone abandon any thought of probing. After all, this was just a newly developed, remote imperial world, without any troublesome nobles who would dare to oppose the Inquisition. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Sage Avilia, Chen Xi, as governor, also met the other important figures on the planet. "Governor, this is General Grigory of the Planetary Defense Force. He is responsible for the main command and training of the Planetary Defense Force." Rachel stood beside Chen Xi, dutifully introducing the various people before him. "Greetings, esteemed Inquisitor." General Grigory, dressed in a crisp military uniform, saluted Chen Xi, but his address was not Governor, but Inquisitor. Chen Xi observed him briefly, noticing a mortal Aquila medal pinned to his chest, and smiled as he asked, "Did you serve in the Astra Militarum?" "Yes, I served as a major in the Astra Militarum Valhallan 514th Regiment, though that was 70 years ago." General Grigory replied to Chen Xi, simultaneously puffing out his chest with pride. Although there was only a single mortal Aquila, and despite this medal being jokingly called Boring Hero, it still symbolized courage, honor, and capabilities and qualities beyond the average Astra Militarum soldier. To have earned this medal was sufficient proof that General Grigory was once an excellent Astra Militarum officer. While Chen Xi was very pleased by this, he also noticed a word General Grigory mentioned, Valhalla. "Valhalla? Are you Valhallan ice warriors?" Chen Xi showed a surprised expression, not expecting that the retired Astra Militarum on this planet would come from this unit. "So, this planet and your homeland must be vastly different, right? Do you find it difficult to adjust?" "During our service to the Imperium as Astra Militarum, we visited many worlds. Most of them were vastly different from our homeland, and we have long grown accustomed to this." General Grigory seemed quite calm about this, but Chen Xi still detected a hint of nostalgia for his homeland in his eyes. Typically, an Astra Militarum soldier serves the Imperium for 20 years, during which they rarely have the opportunity to return to their home world. When the 20-year service period is complete, the Department of Military Affairs usually allows them to be collectively discharged on site, transferring them to the imperial world they are in, and directly converting the legion's command hierarchy into the local ruling class. For example, a regimental colonel could obtain the position of Planetary Governor, and officers of all ranks would quickly replace the various important positions on the planet. Of course, to enjoy this treatment, one must first survive the brutal battlefield, where the average survival time is 15 hours. Ristoff II has been the fruit of your many years of hard work. I hope it has become your new home. Chen Xi said no more, simply nodding to General Grigory. Greetings, esteemed governor. I am your court financial officer. You may call me Okshamilov. A plump man, who immediately struck Chen Xi as slick, stood before him, respectfully saluting before Rachel could introduce him. Looking at this stout man, who perfectly fit Chen Xi's stereotype of a financial officer, Chen Xi did not underestimate him. Instead, he nodded slightly in return and said, as court financial officer, I hope you are ready to fulfill your duties. I am not yet familiar with this planet's financial situation. I hope you can quickly compile a concise report on the current planetary financial status and submit it to me, for future financial planning. That is my duty, please rest assured, this report will be on your desk within 3 days. Although Okshamilov seemed slick, he did not appear to be an incompetent good-for-nothing. Chen Xi seemed very satisfied with his attitude, even patting him on the shoulder affectionately, to show trust and closeness. After these two, other influential figures on the planet came to salute Chen Xi, but most of them were not worth remembering separately. At least Rachel did not actively introduce them, which also indicated that they were not important key figures. After these individuals, a priest of the ecclesiarchy approached Chen Xi. After saluting Chen Xi, he spoke, Greetings, esteemed governor. The bishop is advanced in age and unable to come personally. He specifically instructed me to convey his apologies to you and to congratulate you on your honorable appointment as planetary governor. If you are willing to spare the time to visit the ecclesiarchy sanctum, His Grace the Bishop would personally preside over a mass for you. May you receive the Emperor's blessing. Please convey my gratitude to His Grace the Bishop for his blessings. Chen Xi showed a considerable degree of respect and enthusiasm towards the ecclesiarchy. If the ecclesiarchy needs anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Spreading faith for our great Emperor is the responsibility of each and every one of us. Your piety shines like the stars. The priest seemed very pleased that the new governor was a devout person, but he did not say much more, simply expressing his blessings to Chen Xi before stepping aside. However, the priest still emphasized to Chen Xi that he hoped he could visit the ecclesiarchy sanctum when he had time. Chen Xi certainly kept this in mind. After all, in the Warhammer world, believing in the Emperor truly works, and the ecclesiarchy can genuinely expel evil. If he did not want some chaos cult growing on his planet, he had to maintain a good relationship with the ecclesiarchy and strongly support them. Of course, he also had to carefully distinguish between the factions within the ecclesiarchy to avoid mixing with some extremist factions. It should be known that some extreme factions within the ecclesiarchy are even more fanatical than chaos cults, and many of their actions are not much better than those of cults. Chapter 10, Back to the 3K era. Chen Xi pulled himself out of the box, shook his head, and dispelled the discomfort caused by the disparity of crossing two worlds. Successfully completed the governor succession ceremony. Novice quest completed. Received novice quest rewards, 500 experience points, 200 quest points. Current authority, level I, 500/1000. The Emperor is very satisfied with your performance and has gifted you a master-crafted power sword, dueling sword style. The servitor skull timely broadcasted Chen Xi's gains from his first crossing. After greeting the priest of the ecclesiarchy, he had originally planned to stay and thoroughly enjoy the luxurious life of a planetary governor in the 40K era. But upon seeing the somewhat heavy and exotic foods like winter scale creepers, thorn throats, and ant cows served at the table, Chen Xi still chose to withdraw after only a brief taste. Although there were also normal foods, it seemed that to highlight the enthusiastic welcome for the new governor, various exotic ingredients showcasing noble bravery were the main courses of the banquet. Breads and pastries made from natural grains simply weren't presented, and fruits, which were extremely precious for an imperial frontier world, were scarce, so even as governor, he couldn't feast on them. Don't find it strange, in the Warhammer world, sometimes a single alien fruit could buy an entire hive city palace. This is a world whose territory spans the entire galaxy, with extremely poor material circulation and highly unbalanced prices. It's very possible that something commonplace in the 3K era could buy an entire planet in the 40K era. This is precisely the method Chen Xi plans to use to make money next. You should know that in the 40K era, a bottle of wine made from natural grapes is something even common hive city nobles can't get their hands on, and top-grade precious vintages are even more priceless. If he develops related industries and transforms his planet into a paradise world rich in wine, would he still worry about not having money? Of course, all of this is based on whether Sage Avilia can truly complete her research and terraform the planet. However, even if she cannot complete the planetary environmental transformation and turn Ristoff II from a desert world into a paradise world, Chen Xi wouldn't care too much. After all, the extent of cruelty in the Warhammer world is comparable to, if not worse than, not eating beef. Being able to appropriately improve the environment, so that there aren't toxic gases everywhere, would already be a blessing for Chen Xi. Moreover, in his opinion, as a biological sage, as long as Avilia can manage the cultivation of grapes on Ristoff II and ensure their quality, everything else will not be a problem. Warhammer 40K planetary governor? No, he's an interstellar wine magnate. And with the funds brought in by the wine industry, then whether it's purchasing weapons and equipment or developing the planet, none of it will be an issue. In the Warhammer world, development is never constrained by population and resources. As long as there is money, there are plenty of planets willing to sell their surplus population, and penal worlds have countless prisoners that can be utilized. Even technical issues that severely restrict planetary development can be resolved by inviting the Adeptus Mechanicus, provided there is sufficient profit as an exchange. It seems the next priority is to buy some wine grape seedlings, and then have Sage Avilia cultivate them on Ristoff II. Chen Xi made up his mind, then turned to look at the box, where a power sword, shaped like a scimitar, lay on the golden dust. This is the Emperor's gift? Let me take a good look. Chen Xi said, reaching out to take the power sword from the box. Somewhat to Chen Xi's surprise, this sword was not heavy at all, on the contrary, he found it very light and flexible even when wielding it with one hand. Drawing the sword from its sheath and holding it felt as comfortable as if it had been custom-made for him. As expected of a master-crafted weapon, the craftsmanship is simply incredible. Chen Xi examined the power sword, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. This was a single-handed weapon shaped like a scimitar. Its slender blade had a slight curve, making it very suitable for slashing. It not only featured exquisite carvings and patterns but also had the Emperor's motto inscribed on it in High Gothic. The hilt was made of metal, wrapped in gold, and inlaid with gems. It looked incredibly luxurious and was also exquisitely crafted. At the connection between the blade and the hilt, there was a golden square structure with a purity seal attached to it. Chen Xi, who was somewhat familiar with power weapons, knew that this was the force field generator. As long as this device was activated, a layer of blue disintegrating force field would spread across the blade, capable of tearing matter apart at the atomic level, making it as smooth as a hot knife through butter when cutting through any object. Even at the end of the hilt, a small holy icon of the Emperor was attached by a ring. It must be said that, solely based on its exquisite craftsmanship and appearance, it was truly a work of art. I'll take a picture and send it to the group, these guys definitely haven't seen such a beautiful Warhammer merchandise. Chen Xi said, pulling out his phone, taking several photos of himself holding the power sword, and then uploading them to his Warhammer group. Image master-crafted power sword. For the Emperor. Although it was just a simple caption and text, it instantly sparked a strong reaction from the group members. Holy crap! That doggone rich dude, this thing must cost at least tens of thousands, right? This craftsmanship. This material. It clearly looks like the work of a great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Brother, send me your contact info. Your sword has flaws, it's hard to explain in the group. Send it to me, and I'll point them out for you. Omnissiah. Where did you get this? This can't be a real power sword, can it? And a dueling sword style too. Tell me, did you secretly go to become an Emperor's champion? Watching the group members spamming, Chen Xi's face showed a satisfied smile. Wasn't this exactly why he risked exposure to post the photos? Looking at the enthusiastic comments in the group, Chen Xi suddenly remembered that the servitor skull had mentioned he could recruit others to go to the Warhammer world with him. This made him consider whether to bring his group members along. After all, they were all Warhammer fans, if they had the chance to go to the Warhammer world, they definitely wouldn't miss this precious opportunity. The only question might be whether these people were reliable and whether he could tell them this secret. Chen Xi still trusted his group members relatively well. Although they didn't have a deep, real-life understanding of each other, the reliability of his silly group friends was still very high. Especially since all the group members were Warhammer fans, Chen Xi felt that taking them to the Warhammer world should not be a big problem, for Huang Laohan's sake. This matter isn't urgent. I'm still going through the novice quest myself, bringing group members along now would be a bit too hasty. Chen Xi placed the power sword on his model shelf, having already made up his mind, I need to resolve my own safety issues first. At the very least, I need to get myself a psychic talent or Astartes enhancement before anything else. Chapter 11, Future Planning. After sunning his power sword, Chen Xi didn't immediately return to the Warhammer world. The situation on Ristoff II was good, with nothing requiring his immediate attention, and the pieces themselves could be left on autopilot, operating according to Chen Xi's preset instructions, without needing his constant oversight. Moreover, according to the information provided by the servitor skull, Chen Xi's correct use of his authority in the 3K era was to manipulate the pieces remotely through the box. Possessing a piece and traveling to the Warhammer world was more for the convenience of his micromanagement. After all, as his authority increased later on, and the points he could use expanded, Chen Xi might invest in tens of thousands of points worth of pieces. If he had to personally command and micromanage so many pieces, it would undoubtedly be a huge test of his abilities. Relatively speaking, commanding remotely through the box's assistance, like on a sandbox, would undoubtedly be much simpler. However, these were all things Chen Xi could consider later. What he was more concerned about now was whether he could bring things from the 3K era to the 40K era. Can I bring things from this world to that world? Chen Xi asked the servitor skull. According to the Emperor's regulations, you may carry no more than the personal carry-on limit of supplies to the 40K era, and vice versa. The servitor skull's reply was simple and direct. Chen Xi found this answer acceptable. After all, though he didn't know how the Emperor managed to allow him to travel between two worlds and also transfer items, it was clearly not a simple matter. Being able to carry some personal belongings was already quite good in Chen Xi's opinion. He had even prepared for the possibility of not being able to transfer items between the two worlds, so now that he could carry personal belongings, many things became much more convenient and simpler. Putting aside other things, getting various crop seeds from the 3K era to Ristoff II was far easier than getting seeds in the 40K era. Although it was a starfaring age where technology had developed to an incredible extent, their logistics convenience might genuinely not be comparable to Sears in the 3K era. This was truly no exaggeration. In the 3K era, thanks to convenient logistics and online shopping, Chen Xi could easily obtain at least 100 types of crop seeds, and they were cheap and plentiful. As long as he was willing, he could open a shopping website, and they could directly package and send over more than 100 types of crop seeds for just a few dozen yuan. In the 40K era, however, it would be troublesome. Leaving aside other things, just finding sources for crop seeds would be a very difficult matter. The Adeptus Mechanicus did have many high-quality seeds, but first, not every forge world had a complete variety of seeds to choose from, and second, just how to purchase seeds from the Adeptus Mechanicus was a troublesome matter. Although tech priests would often sell things if you paid them, the key was that Chen Xi couldn't afford to buy seeds from tech priests right now. Something that could be obtained for a few dozen yuan in the 3K era? In the 40K era, you might have to empty an entire planet to afford it. Don't find it strange, tech priests are like Pixiu, they only eat and don't excrete. Hoping they would be generous is like hoping the emperor would lift his butt off the golden throne. Although Chen Xi could receive a lot of help from sage Avilia, that was because Avilia was a sage who was ostracized, even persecuted. Which Adeptus Mechanicus sage in the Imperium doesn't have organized Adeptus Militaris by her side? These aren't issued by the Adeptus Mechanicus, but are modified by the sage herself. If a sage doesn't have Adeptus Militaris by her side, there are only two possibilities, either they were all wiped out, or they were confiscated. And Avilia undoubtedly belonged to the latter. She was politically persecuted by her own forge world, not only stripped of the treatment a sage should have, but possibly even exiled. According to Avilia, she had nothing left, besides her knowledge, she had no other bargaining chips. It was precisely because of this that she was so amenable and seemed to have gone all in. If it were any other sage with normal treatment, Chen Xi was certain that even if he sold Ristoff II, he might not be able to exchange it for as much help as Avilia was currently providing. Of course, the Necron's tomb on Ristoff II should be worth a lot of money. If he sold this information to the Adeptus Mechanicus, Chen Xi should still be able to get many things in return. But given the Adeptus Mechanicus's stinginess, it was more likely that he would gain no benefits, and instead, during the Adeptus Mechanicus's excavation of the Necron's tomb, the planet itself would be destroyed by the war between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Necrons. At best, the entire planet's population would be taken by the Adeptus Mechanicus, literally welded to workstations as assembly line parts, serving as free servitors for the Adeptus Mechanicus for hundreds of years. These tech priests are perfectly capable of doing such things, especially with Necron's tombs, which touch upon alien technology and heretical techniques. The Adeptus Mechanicus would not want the Imperium to know they are researching this. Even within the Adeptus Mechanicus, certain factions would not want other factions to know about this. More extremely, some sages might even eliminate everyone on the planet who knew about this. However, none of this had much to do with Chen Xi now. He had already dealt with Avilia, and she clearly wouldn't want others to know about the Necron's tomb on Ristoff II. Provided Chen Xi didn't leak the information, it was highly unlikely to attract the covetous gaze of other tech priests. After all, Ristoff II was a frontier world, which in the 40K era's Imperium was considered a backwater that might go unnoticed for hundreds of years. Since there are no immediate threats for now, development is the focus of attention. At the very least, I need to raise a planetary defense force, so that if the Necron's tomb really explodes, I won't be caught without troops to deal with it. Chen Xi found paper and pen, listed the problems he currently faced and the things that needed to be resolved, and then prioritized them by urgency. Undoubtedly, his highest priority now was to develop Ristoff II and boost the planet's economic level. It's still that saying, money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Speaking of which, I still have 200 points unused. Should I invest in more units? Chen Xi stroked his chin, pondering seriously. There's the ecclesiarchy on the planet, so maybe I can invest in more battle sisters, and then, through the battle sisters in cooperation with the ecclesiarchy, establish a sisters of battle on Ristoff II to train a batch of battle sisters? Training them myself should be more efficient than investing in pieces, right? I only have 500 points now. These few pieces are really only enough for breeding stock. Chapter 12, Stasis Field. Through an online shopping platform, Chen Xi quickly ordered 2 grape seedlings and a packet of grape seeds. The variety he chose was Cabernet Sauvignon grapes, specifically for winemaking, which was also the mainstream winemaking grape in the 3K era. Although there were other better varieties, Cabernet Sauvignon was the most common and mainstream winemaking grape variety, even hailed as the king of red grape varieties. It not only had mature cultivation techniques but also well-developed brewing techniques. Even ordinary people could make decent wine at home by themselves. Chen Xi had tried making wine with purchased grapes before, and the finished product was excellent in color, taste, and mouthfeel. Though not comparable to store-bought wine, it had a unique flavor of its own. These grapes had thick skins and little pulp, so they didn't taste good when eaten, but they were perfect for winemaking and were the main ingredient for making red wine. The seller shipped quickly, and Chen Xi received the grape seedlings, still wrapped in soil, and grape seeds after only 2 days. The reason Chen Xi bought the seeds as well was as a backup plan, in case the grape seedlings had issues during transportation and didn't survive, or if they didn't adapt to the soil and water of the 40K world. Online shopping services were excellent these days. The seller not only sent Chen Xi the goods he wanted but also included a planting guide and a winemaking guide. This would undoubtedly help Chen Xi greatly in cultivating these grapes on Ristoff II and then using the harvested grapes to make wine. As for whether Ristoff II was suitable for grape cultivation, based on Chen Xi's current judgment, it was generally suitable. Grape cultivation requires well-drained sandy loam or gravelly soil, as well as a warm and dry growing environment. Relatively dry terrains like deserts and Gobi are very suitable for cultivation. Of course, if one were to truly cultivate grapes in the Gobi or desert, irrigation and fertilizer issues would also need to be addressed. However, these two issues were not problems in either the 3K era or the 40K era. Oh, no. In the 40K era, it might indeed be a problem, because Ristoff II is a desert planet. Although it had been developed for over 70 years, fertilizer might truly be an issue. Chen Xi thought of this and couldn't help but frown, but then his brows relaxed. It wasn't that he had thought of a solution, but rather that he realized this matter didn't need him to solve it, it could be handed over to Avilia. As a biological sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Chen Xi didn't believe she couldn't solve such a minor problem, especially since her research topic was how to transform desert worlds into paradise worlds. After borrowing a small cart from the supermarket owner again to bring everything home, Chen Xi suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Bringing the items over was simple, the grape seeds and seedlings were things he could carry, so taking them to the 40K world was certainly not a problem. But, how was he going to explain how he got these items? It had been explained before that in the 40K era, even ordinary alien fruits were incredibly expensive, and these fresh grape seedlings and seeds were even more precious, bringing them over like this would surely invite immense suspicion. Although Chen Xi's piece was an Inquisitor of the Inquisition, an Inquisitor doesn't mean no one will be suspicious. After thinking carefully, Chen Xi decided to ask the servitor skull if he could exchange for some useful items. Is there a stasis field container available for exchange in the exchange list? Chen Xi's first thought was this, the invincible stasis field. From Huang Laohan and Guillemon down to yesterday's leftover breakfast, you can put anything into a stasis field to preserve it, and it won't spoil even after 10,000 years. Stasis field box, requires 5 points. Would you like to exchange it? The servitor skull showed Chen Xi the item he wanted to exchange and confirmed with him. Chen Xi measured the size of the box, and after deeming it acceptable, he had the servitor skull proceed with the exchange, and then a large box landed with a wet thud on Chen Xi's floor. Holy crap! My solid wood floor. Damn Huang Laohan, the downstairs neighbor is going to complain. Chen Xi cursed, then quickly knelt down to inspect the floor. Fortunately, although the stasis field box was heavy, it didn't leave too obvious a mark on the wooden floor, only a slight indentation that wasn't noticeable unless one looked closely. Despite the minor hiccup, Chen Xi successfully removed the plastic wrapping from the 2 grape seedlings he had bought and placed them into the stasis field box, also unwrapping the seeds and putting them into a small bottle before placing it inside. Finally, Chen Xi somehow pulled out the planting guide and winemaking guide, handing them to the servitor skull. Translate these into High Gothic and transcribe them onto parchment. Adding transcription module requires 1 point, blessed parchment is 1 point per roll. Hearing the servitor skull's reply, Chen Xi scratched his eyebrow and chose to exchange without hesitation. A transcription component immediately appeared on the servitor skull in front of him, followed by a roll of parchment. Chen Xi glanced at it and saw that it was indeed a large roll, which made him feel that his points weren't wasted. The servitor skull scanned the documents in his hand, then began transcribing, quickly completing both documents and thoughtfully sealing them with sealing wax before handing them to Chen Xi. Taking the transcribed parchment, Chen Xi didn't open it but instead threw it directly into the stasis field box. Then, he picked up the entire stasis field box and placed it into the box he used for crossing over. As the stasis field box sank into the golden dust at the bottom of the crossing box, Chen Xi saw the dust in the box construct the current situation of the piece he had inserted. The Inquisitor's piece was in an office-like place, while the Battle Sister and Kasrikan were in the resting rooms on either side of the office. It seemed the Planetary Governor was working in the office. Chen Xi did not personally possess the piece, but instead projected the stasis field box containing the grape seedlings and seeds next to the Inquisitor piece, then issued the command to hand over the seedlings and seeds inside to Sage Avilia. The piece, having received the command, did not hesitate and summoned a Battle Sister squad, ordering them to escort the stasis field box to Sage Avilia's forge workshop in the city. And the Battle Sister squad, after taking the box, immediately set off. According to the information displayed by the golden dust in the box, the Battle Sister squad would arrive at Sage Avilia's workshop in 2 hours. Having completed all of this, Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction, then went to the shelf where he placed his pieces, beginning to ponder the question he had thought of earlier, whether he should train Battle Sisters on Ristoff II. Chapter 13, Battle Sisters. When Warhammer 40K is mentioned, most casual fans who aren't too familiar with it probably immediately think of Space Marines. After all, Astartes monks are simply too famous, they are indeed the face of Warhammer 40K and a significant source of income for its parent company, GW. However, in the 40K era of the Imperium of Man, Space Marines are not the Imperium's only force. Or rather, Space Marines cannot represent the Imperium, at least not the current Imperium of the 40K era. If one had to generalize, Space Marines perhaps represent the 30K Great Crusade era, a time when the Emperor still walked among men, and the Imperium was flourishing, filled with progress and science. But in the 40K era, with the Emperor seated on the Golden Throne, and the Gene Seed Primarchs having betrayed, died, or gone missing, the entire Imperium has inevitably deviated from the Emperor and the Gene Seed Primarch's plans and expectations for it. In this era, if one were to say who best represents the current state of the Imperium, perhaps the Sisters of Battle are the most representative among the Imperium's many factions. This armed force, nominally under the Ecclesiarchy, is pious and loyal, fighting the Imperium's enemies in the Emperor's name without faltering. However, their fanaticism and extremism are equally striking. Any blasphemy, disloyalty, or betrayal of the Emperor will incur their most extreme targeting and punishment. Being sent off directly by a battle sister's meltagun is considered the easiest way to die among them. Among the punishments used by the Ecclesiarchy to chastise various traitors and heretics, one involves converting various heretics, traitors, or other criminals into penitent servitors, to serve as cannon fodder for the Sisters of Battle. It should be noted that the Adeptus Sororitas not only turn various heretics and traitors into servitors, but these sisters also transform themselves into similar existences. If a sister feels she has blasphemed against her faith in the God Emperor, or believes she has failed in her duty, or has shown hesitation or cowardice on the battlefield, she will request to be scourged and electrocuted by her superiors for atonement and repentance. Repentance sisters will even shed their power armor, then, wrapped only in strips of cloth covered in scriptures, charge onto the battlefield wielding giant chain swords until death or until they believe they have atoned for their sins. This usually requires surviving a brutal close quarters charge on the battlefield, or being blessed by the Emperor and becoming a living saint, to mark the end of their journey of atonement. In a sense, this is also the most concrete manifestation of the current Imperium. In the 40K era, with the rise of the Ecclesiarchy, the Imperium's citizens fanatically worship the Emperor, revering him as a god. Extreme religious fanaticism pervades the entire Imperium. Their faith is so devout that they can burn themselves like candles, enduring the most extreme and harsh treatment for their beliefs. While the Imperium maintains humanity's survival and purity, it also exercises a cruel and bloody rule internally. The Imperium's citizens struggle to survive on the brink of death, with an average lifespan of no more than 40 years, while Imperial nobles can easily live to 200 or 300 through life extension surgeries. Sacrifice is the cornerstone upon which the Imperium is built. From the Emperor himself down to the trash scavengers in the lowest hive city, everyone sacrifices for the Imperium, with rivers of blood flowing. It can be said that the Warhammer 40K world penned by GW is a dark, grim, and tragic dystopian world, by no means a beautiful place. And among the vast number of Warhammer fans worldwide, there are many loyal enthusiasts who love this kind of hardcore setting, bringing in billions of pounds in revenue for its parent company, GW, each year. Of course, liking dark, grim, and tragic settings is completely different from personally experiencing such a hellish cesspit. This is why the famous saying exists, a transmigrator who finds out he has transmigrated to Warhammer cries like a pixie whose toes have been stepped on. Chen Xi, as a Warhammer fan who bought miniatures with real money, naturally loved this hardcore dystopian setting, and the Sisters of Battle were certainly among the miniatures he purchased. However, the Sisters of Battle were not his main faction, and their numbers were not large, only about 1,000 points worth of miniatures. The main reason for considering training Sisters of Battle on Ristoff II was primarily because the Sisters of Battle are currently the high-level combat unit Chen Xi can quickly deploy and train. Space Marines are out of the question, deploying them requires at least level 3 authorization, and Chen Xi is currently only level I, so it's impossible for him to use Space Marines in the short term. While the Astra Militarum are known as elites and are plentiful, and can be recruited and trained on a planet, their role is still that of line fillers and cannon fodder, unable to handle situations requiring high-end combat power. Therefore, the Sisters of Battle, who can handle combat situations requiring high-end combat power and have faith-based buffs to counter chaos, are a very suitable choice. They are generally equipped with power armor, although it's not as thick as a Space Marines, it's at least much stronger than the carapace armor-wearing Astra Militarum. Power weapons, bolters, and meltaguns can also be equipped, and the Sisters of Battle also have living saints, who are like greater demons. If a fight breaks out, they are much more useful than the Astra Militarum. And there's another crucial factor, cost-effectiveness. Both are 10-person squads costing 100 points each. The Sisters of Battle have full power armor, bolters, meltaguns, and power swords. The Kasrakan, on the other hand, have full carapace armor and are equipped with lasguns, which are jokingly called flashlights. In tabletop wargaming, due to game rules balancing, there isn't a significant difference between the two, but in the real 40K world, a Battle Sister's full gear costs nearly 20,000 throne gelts, while an Astra Militarum's full gear costs 400 throne gelts. One sister can be exchanged for 40 grunts, so the choice is obvious. If Chen Xi's usable score were higher, he could directly use his miniatures and wouldn't need to consider training them himself on Ristoff II. But since the score is limited, he can only consider training them himself. Fortunately, training sisters is much simpler than training Space Marines and doesn't require gene seed or anything like that. As long as he maintains good relations with the Ecclesiarchy, builds a monastery, and invites the Sisters of Battle to reside there, he can begin mass-producing sisters. The only potential issue is the Sisters of Battle's equipment, but as long as relations with the Ecclesiarchy are good, the Sisters of Battle's equipment can still be purchased with money. Even with good luck, the Ecclesiarchy might even sponsor them. After all, since the Age of Apostasy, the Ecclesiarchy has been forbidden from possessing armed forces. Although the Adeptus Sororitas are nominally under the Ecclesiarchy, in a sense, they are actually the Ecclesiarchy's overseers. While incinerating heretics for the Emperor, if the Ecclesiarchy engages in any corruption or depravity, the Sisters will also purify everything with meltaguns. Just as the Sisters of Battle cut off Goj Van Dyer's head with their power swords during the Age of Apostasy. Chapter 14, Sacred Rose Convent. By the way, how exactly do you train Battle Sisters? Chen Xi stroked his chin, suddenly finding himself in a predicament. Although he played the Adeptus Sororitas faction and had Battle Sister miniatures, his understanding of Battle Sisters was not particularly deep. He hadn't read much official Battle Sister fiction, nor had he even read the Battle Sister Codex, only having looked at the index when playing on the table and writing army lists. So, he truly didn't know how to train an Adeptus Sororitas unit in the 40K era. However, he wasn't particularly troubled. Instead, he pulled out his phone and contacted a friend in his Warhammer group who primarily played Adeptus Sororitas. Easy, do you know how Battle Sisters are recruited and trained in 40K? Chen Xi asked her. This was a rare female Warhammer enthusiast in Chen Xi's Warhammer group, a veteran player with approximately 4,000 points worth of Battle Sister miniatures. Recruit and train Battle Sisters? You just need to build a convent. Once the convent is built, just apply to the Sisters of Battle in the sector to establish a presence, and the Sisters of Battle usually won't refuse. Easy quickly sent Chen Xi a reply, and curiously asked, why are you asking this? I saw the pictures you posted in the group earlier. You're not planning something big, are you? If it's something good, count me in. It's not really anything big, just trying to understand. Chen Xi didn't reveal much, only speaking a few simple sentences. Now was not the time to reveal to his friends that he could traverse, and he also lacked sufficient foundation. However, Chen Xi still asked Easy, by the way, if you could cross into the Warhammer world, what would you want to do? Cross into the Warhammer world? Easy wants to be a super big guy with nothing but muscles in her head. I want to try what it feels like to punch a bad space marine's head into his chest. Easy sent a reply that completely contradicted her image. Chen Xi looked at Easy's response, feeling his brain tie itself in knots, but still replied, a Goliath gangers from Necromunda? Then you'd have to kidnap a few fitness coaches from the Escher gangers to inject you with some growth hormones. Yes, yes. Those super big guys with pointy heads and nothing but muscles in their brains. Easy responded excitedly, with a strong urge to go waaaaaaik with the two big mechs. Chen Xi truly didn't know what to say about this, only asking, aren't you a Battle Sister player? Yes, but the bolter babes aren't strong enough, not waaaaik enough. But I don't really want to play orcs. Easy's answer had a very orc-like style. Chen Xi couldn't help but wonder if she would become a warboss on Par with Gash Gulthrika if she crossed into the Warhammer world as an orc. However, this wasn't the end. After Chen Xi had a clear understanding from Easy about how to recruit and train Battle Sisters, he ended the conversation with Easy. Turning his gaze back to his model shelf, Chen Xi picked and chose from a host of Battle Sister miniatures, preparing to select the appropriate miniatures to deploy to Ristoff II. He currently had approximately 200 more points that could be used. If he deployed combat squads, about 2 units would fill these points. But if he deployed special units, Chen Xi estimated that he could probably deploy 4 to 5. After thinking for a moment, he took down the Battle Sister Great Sister, 50 points, Palatine, 50 points, Dialogus, 45 points, and Dogmata, 40 points, from the shelf, estimated the points, and regretfully put down the Hospitaller, 50 points. Great Sister. Palatine. Dialogus. Dogmata. Hospitaller. Currently, he had invested Eisenhorn, 65 points, a Battle Sister squad, 100 points, and a Kasrikan, 100 points. If he added these 4 miniatures now, he would have exactly used up his 500 points. Although it was a bit regrettable to omit a Hospitaller, he had managed to assemble the Battle Sister miniatures he needed. The Great Sister is the highest leader of a Sisters of Battle, equivalent to a Space Marine Chapter Master. The Palatine, on the other hand, is similar to a Space Marine Captain's Combat Unit Commander, while the Dialogus and Dogmata are their corresponding auxiliary personnel. It can be said that they just formed the main leadership, decision-making, and command group of a Sisters of Battle. With some additional support personnel, they could support the basic operations of a Sisters of Battle. According to Easy, Chen Xi only needed to build a convent on Ristoff II to accommodate the Sisters of Battle, and then apply to the local sector's ecclesiarchy and Sisters of Battle to obtain a Sisters of Battle presence. But Chen Xi did not intend to do this. Instead, he planned to use his own miniatures to complete the Sisters of Battle's establishment. After all, if he applied to the local sector's ecclesiarchy and Sisters of Battle, the Battle Sisters who arrived would not be under Chen Xi's control, which would somewhat be an unstable factor. It had already been mentioned that Battle Sisters are fanatical believers. While they are very effective at purging heretics on a planet and can effectively prevent the spread of chaos corruption on a planet, these muscular madwomen are not that easy to control. Once problems arise, they will become as difficult to rein in as runaway wild horses, and may even turn into a pack of mad dogs. Here, one cannot help but mention the Bloody Rose Convent, one of the 6 major factions of the Adeptus Sororitas. They wear red armor, and just by their name, you know they are galactic sisters who chop people more fiercely than Kern bloodletters. They believe that every breath of air heretics take in the world is a blasphemy against the God Emperor, and they can be extremely fanatical when encountering heretics on the battlefield. Chen Xi was not confident he could control such a group of fanatics. So he decided to use his own miniatures to establish a Sisters of Battle. This way, he wouldn't have to worry too much about problems during combat command and daily life. Contact the sector ecclesiarchy through Ristoff II's local ecclesiarchy, then apply for a Sisters of Battle establishment. Once the establishment is secured, the remaining personnel recruitment and training will be simple. Chen Xi mentally reviewed the entire plan, and after confirming there were no issues, he placed the 4 miniatures into the box, deploying them next to the Inquisitor Governor. After the deployment was complete, Chen Xi then issued new orders to the miniatures, instructing the Inquisitor Governor and the Great Sister to contact Ristoff II's ecclesiarchy bishop and propose the construction of a convent and the establishment of a Sisters of Battle. Speaking of which, my miniatures are all from the Sacred Rose Convent. What are the characteristics of this convent again? It seems to be strict discipline, calmness, and perfect tactical coordination, Chen Xi muttered to himself. Although Battle Sister miniatures are generic, they can still be distinguished into the 6 major convents by their paint schemes. Although the Sacred Rose is rarely used on the tabletop, in reality, they are undoubtedly much more useful than the other madwomen. Chapter 15 Main Quest. After placing the Sisters of Battle chess piece, Chen Xi did not project his consciousness into the box as he had before. He wanted to try the effect of another control mode. Following his thoughts, the servitor skull quickly projected lines of text, explaining the changes in the commands he had issued. Sage Avilia obtained grape seedlings and seeds. According to the accompanying planting method, she quickly completed seedling cultivation and built the first grape plantation in a suitable valley on the planet. The Planetary Governor visited the ecclesiarchy. The ecclesiarchy bishop was very pleased with the governor's visit, earning the bishop's goodwill. The arrival of the Sisters of Battle of the Holy Rose made the bishop exceptionally happy and expressed support for the Sisters of Battle's presence, proactively offering to apply to the sector bishop on behalf of the Sisters of Battle for the construction of a monastery. Under the bishop's mediation, the sector bishop did not object to the Sisters of Battle establishing themselves on Ristoff II. Not only did he approve the Sisters of Battle's presence, but he also proactively provided 50 sets of weapons and equipment and a penitent engine. With the permission of the sector bishop and the support of the local ecclesiarchy, preparations for the monastery's construction were successfully completed. However, the various factions could not agree on the construction site. Should the governor choose the construction site? Looking at the choices that suddenly appeared below the lines of text, Chen Xi was stunned for a moment, but then asked, is there any difference or particularity to this? The ecclesiarchy's suggestion is to build the monastery within the city to display the ecclesiarchy's majesty and sanctity to the faithful, and also to better spread the emperor's faith and doctrine, allowing more people to devoutly believe in the emperor. Chamberlain Rachel suggested building the monastery outside the city. She believes that the Battle Sisters are a military organization and need to conduct daily military training, so placing it outside the city would be more appropriate. Financier Oksha reminded the governor that the planet's financial situation is not too good, and Ristoff II is currently insufficient to support the construction of an overly ornate or large-scale monastery, suggesting the use of existing ecclesiarchy buildings. Please note, Oksha suggestion may anger the ecclesiarchy and affect the governor's relationship with the ecclesiarchy. Please choose carefully. Upon seeing the reminder from the servitor skull, Chen Xi immediately recalled the prompt he received when he first activated the box. His decisions and choices would genuinely affect the entire world. So, this means if I choose incorrectly, it will lead to serious consequences. Chen Xi stroked his chin, then remembered that he had asked the financier to submit a financial report for the planet. Less than a day has passed on my side. Is the time flow rate on Ristoff II different? In global mode, the current time flow rate ratio is 1:100. You can freely adjust it between 1:1 and 1:1000. What about the time flow rate in possession mode? Also, what is the current time on Ristoff II? If the Great Rift hasn't opened yet, can I interfere with the Battle of Cadia? Chen Xi immediately asked his most pressing questions upon hearing about time. Ristoff II is located in the solar system, and even if the Great Rift opens, it belongs to the Empire Holy Land, which is not heavily affected. If he couldn't make it to the Battle of Cadia, then so be it, but if he could, Chen Xi was very much hoping to try and see if he could summon a circle of Primarchs to gang up on Abaddon. The current time on Ristoff II is 970.m41, which is 30 years before the 13th Black Crusade. Damn it, why is it this time point? Chen Xi immediately felt a headache. He only then realized that the beginner task given by Huang Laohan was not simple at all. 999.m41 was the time of Cadia's fall. In this year, Abaddon launched the 13th Crusade, destroying Cadia, the critical fortress world of the Empire, blocking the Eye of Terror, causing warp energy to pour out from the Eye of Terror, forming a warp rift that tore through the entire galaxy. The entire Empire territory was split into two by this rift. The part still able to see the Astronomican's light and under the control of Holy Terra was called the Empire Holy Land, while the part separated from Holy Terra by the Great Rift was the Imperial Dark Side. And the only passage between the two was the location of the famous Vigilance Star. Similarly, in this year, the Gene Seed Primarch Rabut Gilimon returned, successfully preventing the collapse of the Empire, and launched a grand crusade called the Indemitus Crusade, reconquering Imperial territory and saving the Empire and humanity. Now, there are 30 years left until that crucial year, which is exactly the time Ristoff II can still receive free food from agricultural worlds. In other words, if Chen Xi cannot develop Ristoff II within the 30 years when he doesn't need to worry about food, then he shouldn't even talk about grand goals like influencing the galactic situation or changing the current state of the Empire. He should first survive the various turbulences caused by the opening of the Great Rift. Knowing this information, Chen Xi couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed his task was very arduous. 30 years might seem like a long time from the perspective of the 3K era, but in the Warhammer 40K era, it is very short. It's not even enough time for a batch of Space Marines to grow up and complete their recruit training. In other words, if I want to interfere with the Battle of Cadia in 999.m41, I must at least train a usable army within 30 years, or raise my authority level to at least tier 4 or higher. Otherwise, my power won't be able to interfere with the Battle of Cadia at all, and I might not even be able to save Ristoff II. Chen Xi did not believe that the current military strength on Ristoff II could cope with the crises that would strike after the Great Rift opened. Unless the Emperor could somehow drop a certain great lion who had slept for 10,000 years onto Ristoff II, or pull out a certain fierce male who had gone missing in the webway, Chen Xi did not believe he could withstand it after the Great Rift opened. One must know that it was a great rift that tore the entire galaxy, visible just by looking up at night. Staring at it for too long, even a gene seed primarch would experience hallucinations and an uncontrollable surge of evil thoughts and extreme emotions. Not to mention the chaos demons and cultists that would spawn across the galaxy along the Great Rift. That was definitely not something that a mere 10 regiments of the Planetary Defense Force could stop. Main quest activated, develop and expand Ristoff II as much as possible within 30 years. Current quest objective, enhance Ristoff II's military strength to cope with the threat after the Great Rift opens. You are now aware of the current time and understand that crisis is approaching. Please make as many preparations as possible within 30 years. If you fail to complete the quest, you will lose the opportunity to transmigrate again. The dangers of the Great Rift opening need no emphasis. If you fail, Ristoff II will cease to exist. Chapter 16 Financial Problems. With only 30 years, developing military armaments became a very urgent matter. But Chen Xi couldn't speed up, at least for now, he could only be patient and wait for things to proceed step by step. After all, even if Avilia was a biological sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, she couldn't instantly ripen grapes, turn them all into wine, and then immediately convert them into money. At least within a year, Chen Xi shouldn't expect any income from the wine industry. It would already be incredibly efficient if Avilia could cultivate enough grapevines within a year and produce the first batch of wine in the first year. Moreover, new wine usually cannot be drunk directly, it needs to be aged in oak barrels for at least 9 months. So, if Chen Xi wanted to make money from wine, he would need at least 2 years for initial preparation and construction, and considering various potential problems, it would be best to extend this period to 3 years. The same applied to the battle sisters, building convents, recruiting sisters, training personnel, all the preliminary work needed to be completed, and it would take at least 3 years for the Sisters of Battle to consistently produce battle sisters. As for the Planetary Defense Force, they could be trained openly, provided Chen Xi could supply sufficient military funds. However, currently, he truly didn't have the money. He had already reviewed the financial report submitted by the treasurer. Overall, Ristoff II's economic situation was good, provided he didn't stir things up. 10 regiments of the Planetary Defense Force, totaling nearly 70,000 troops, would cost close to 5 million throne gelts annually just for salaries, which was enough to buy a Moon-class cruiser. Fortunately, currently, they had no combat missions, and overall expenses were mainly for daily training, attrition and food costs, which, including salaries, could be controlled within 10 million throne gelts annually. That was the cost of 2 Moon-class cruisers. But this money had to be spent, not to mention the agreement reached between the previous governor and Sage Avilia. The planet's defense itself required Chen Xi to maintain such an army, and even expand its scale if necessary. Fortunately, Ristoff II's current annual fiscal revenue is about 20 million throne gelts, which is sufficient to cover military expenses. Although the remaining money has various uses, there is still a surplus of nearly 2 million throne gelts annually. However, Chen Xi couldn't use this money, at least not for several years. The previous governor had already used this surplus to acquire a protein factory on a 10-year installment plan to solve the planet's food problem. Currently, the project is more than halfway complete, and the previous governor has already paid for 6 years, so Chen Xi still needs to continue paying for at least 4 more years. In other words, for these 4 years, Chen Xi could only plan and wait for the vineyards to produce, then sell the wine for money to see if he could improve the planet's economic situation. If a stable source of income could be secured, bringing in no less than 2 million throne gelts annually, Chen Xi would be able to expand the scale of the Planetary Defense Force or train more battle sisters. It should be noted that a battle sister's equipment costs 16,000 throne gelts, and a slight upgrade would push it to 20,000. 2 million a year would barely equip 100 bolter babes, not including training costs. Damn it, when others transmigrate into Warhammer, they either slaughter on the battlefield or have a grand time in their harem. Why is it that when it comes to me, the scene changes to reviewing financial reports first? The Inquisitor, whose consciousness possessed the body, annoyedly threw the financial report onto the desk in front of him, but then he showed a helpless expression. These were all urgent problems. The Great Rift, which would open in 30 years, hung over his head like a sword of Damocles. Although Ristoff II was a frontier world and located in the solar system, it could be said to be peaceful before the Great Rift opened. But once the Great Rift opened, they would also suffer from chaos. Chen Xi had to find a way to raise the planet's military readiness and complete the planet's defensive construction to resist any potential problems. There were no hive cities on Ristoff II. If anything truly happened, the current state of the city meant it didn't even have defensive walls. So, I also need to plan a fund for city defense construction. Money is needed everywhere. If only I could instantly conjure 1 million or so throne gelts now. Chen Xi couldn't help but frantically scratch his head. Fortunately, he was scratching the puppet's head, so his own hair wouldn't fall out. Currently, Ristoff II had no significant income-generating output. All revenue primarily came from taxes paid by the 2 cities over 1 billion inhabitants, as well as a small amount of income brought by ecclesiarchy pilgrims after arriving on the planet. The former accounted for the bulk of the fiscal revenue, while the latter was a negligible fraction. If there was anything valuable on Ristoff II, the Blackstone resources, which had already been privatized by the Adeptus Mechanicus, would be one. However, This part was claimed by the sector's Forge World. The reason Avilia was on this planet, at least officially, was that the Forge World sent her to supervise blackstone mining. All these blackstones belonged to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and only the tech priests and the Inquisition wanted them. Even if Chen Xi secretly organized people to mine them, these blackstones would eventually have to be sold to the Adeptus Mechanicus. It would be like walking straight into a trap. And usually, beneath blackstone lay Necron tombs. If they dug too aggressively and woke up those Necrons, Ristoff II's current military strength probably couldn't even defeat the lowest grade miner lords. Wait. Necron tomb. Chen Xi suddenly had an idea. Other things might not be reliable for a while, but what if a small team went into a Necron tomb to loot? As long as they were careful not to wake up the Necrons in the tomb, and just took a few things from the periphery, even if it was just a stasis field coffin, they could exchange it for something with the local Adeptus Mechanicus. Moreover, this would also serve as preliminary reconnaissance of this Necron's tomb. Chen Xi needed to investigate the tomb scale so that he wouldn't be caught off guard when dealing with it later. However, Chen Xi was very resistant and wary of exploring Necron tombs themselves, as it was not uncommon for anything to emerge from a complete Necron tomb. A weaker one might only have a Necron tomb technician with a few Necron warriors, perhaps even unable to awaken, having simply died in their 60 million year slumber. A stronger one could even unearth a star god shard, emphasizing that there's no most absurd, only more absurd. Forget it, I'll discuss it with Sage Avilia first to see how much she knows about that Necron tomb. Chen Xi was indecisive for a moment and decided to communicate with Avilia first to see what clues and information she had. Chapter 17, The Girl Who Treads Grapes. Chen Xi controlled the Inquisitor piece and moved it to the foundry where Sage Avilia was located. The scale here was not large, it was just a very small foundry, with equipment capable of processing and producing some small devices, and also simple individual weapons. However, if the parts were slightly larger, or if heavy firepower was needed, it would exceed the capacity of this foundry. Moreover, relatively speaking, Avilia, as a biological sage, was more engaged in biological experiments rather than cooped up in a foundry tightening screws. When Chen Xi arrived at her laboratory within the workshop, he saw cultivation tanks, each as tall as a person, containing various grapevines in different stages of growth. Evidently, Avilia was cultivating these grape seedlings for Chen Xi. If you are here to check my work progress, I have so far completed the cultivation of 50 grapevines, which can now be transplanted into the vineyard for planting. Provided their growth conditions are met, they are expected to yield their first fruit in 9 months. Although Avilia was displeased that Chen Xi's arrival interrupted her work, she patiently introduced her current progress to Chen Xi. Additionally, there are 200 seedlings currently being cultivated, which will mature successively within the next 3 months. Considering potential losses during the cultivation process, the final output is estimated to have a plus or minus 10% margin of error. At this point, Avilia paused and used the mechanical arm on her back to retrieve the parchment scroll on which the planting and brewing guides were transcribed. Then she continued, according to the accompanying data, a single grapevine yields 10 to 15 kilograms. 250 grapevines can produce 2500 to 3750 kilograms of grapes. Every 1000 kilograms of grapes can be pressed to extract 700 kilograms of grape juice for brewing, ultimately yielding 400 to 600 liters of wine. I have initially completed the analysis of the brewing recipe, and the relevant brewing equipment is currently being manufactured, but a crucial step is missing, which requires your assistance. What's missing? Chen Xi heard Avilia say a crucial step was missing and quickly inquired with concern. This was related to the future financial resources of Ristoff II, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. It's the girls who tread the grapes. According to the annotations in the brewing recipe, the grape brewing process requires young, pure girls to barefoot crush all the grapes to produce wine with the best flavor. As Avilia spoke, she pointed out the relevant passage on the parchment to Chen Xi. This section is highlighted with special golden text. Although I cannot understand why this would produce the best flavored wine, in a practical spirit, I still hope you can provide relevant personnel to complete this step for comparative verification. Seeing the text specifically highlighted in bold golden font on the parchment, Chen Xi felt a rush of blood to his head, almost making him faint from a cerebral hemorrhage. Undoubtedly, this section was not something that would be written in the brewing guide he received from the merchant. Even if it were, he would not have specifically requested this section to be bolded and in golden font when he had the servitor skull transcribe and translate it. This could only be the good deed of some old psychic jerky constipated on a golden toilet. As expected, he truly has seen and experienced things in the Kamarak Eldar brothels. Huang Lao Han, you play it really wild. Chen Xi suppressed his urge to complain with astonishing willpower. After calming himself down, he said, regarding this matter, you can contact the Sisters of Battle who will be stationed on the planet later. All the sisters are pure girls and possess devout faith. Having them recite ecclesiarchy scriptures while completing the winemaking process, I think, is very suitable. Chen Xi did not omit this step. Since Huang Laohan had specifically marked this section, Chen Xi dared not disobey. This is the warmer world, and Huang Laohan can genuinely slap you with 2 psychic big slaps. And who can guarantee that Huang Laohan doesn't want to drink JK foot-trodden wine? The old man has this one hobby, can't it be fulfilled? This is an old Terra tradition. They brewed wine like this in the 1K era. The authentic taste enjoyed by the true imperial flag bearers of old Terra. Have the ecclesiarchy sisters participate in the brewing process? Information recorded. Avilia nodded, recording Chen Xi's order. It was only then that Chen Xi could discuss serious matters with Avilia. Sage Avilia, regarding that Xeno's ruin, have you explored it? Could you please provide me with some relevant information? I plan to organize a reconnaissance team in the near future to conduct an initial exploration of this Xeno's ruin, in preparation for large-scale excavation and exploration work. Sending a reconnaissance team for preliminary investigation? That's an excellent suggestion. Avilia's eyes lit up when she heard Chen Xi intended to explore the Xeno's ruin. It was literally lit up. Although this mechanical sage appeared not to have undergone extensive mechanical modification, how could a biological sage's body not have some tricks? Looking at Avilia, whose eyes were glowing, Chen Xi swallowed, realizing he had underestimated this mechanical sage's fanaticism in this regard. Please follow me. All the artifacts unearthed from the ruin have been preserved by me. Avilia said to Chen Xi, then turned and walked towards the workshop's warehouse. Chen Xi quickly followed, and the two soon arrived at the warehouse door. After Avilia opened the warehouse door using a complex procedure, she granted Chen Xi additional temporary authorization before leading him inside. All the Xeno's artifacts unearthed from the ruin are here. Due to a lack of adeptus militaris and manpower, I did not delve deeply into the excavation of the ruin, so I obtained very few items. Avilia showed Chen Xi what she had dug up, her tone full of regret. According to my analysis, this is a race that has completed metallic transformation. Their bodies are composed of a special self-regenerating metallic material, and they possess highly advanced technology. However, currently, too few Xeno's artifacts have been unearthed from this ruin, so I cannot analyze their technology. By the Omniscia. If possible, please expedite the investigation and excavation of the ruin. Please allow me to study this carefully before giving you an answer. Chen Xi did not commit himself, merely walking up to these Xeno's artifacts and observing them closely. Chapter 18, Star God Shard. The items unearthed from the Xeno ruins were indeed few. Chen Xi only had 7 items in front of him, enveloped by a stasis field. 3 of them were clearly Necron's body parts, 1 head, 1 arm, and half a ribcage. Oh no, I mean ribs. Judging by the degree of weathering, they must have decayed due to the passage of a very long time. However, what surprised Chen Xi was that he found marks on that half ribcage resembling a blade slash, indicating that this part had been cut or sliced by something. And judging by the appearance of the marks, it must have happened recently, as the cut surfaces of the marks still looked very new, at least newer than the other breaks. This made Chen Xi curious and he couldn't help but ask, are these marks on it made by Sage Avilia? No, this thing was found like this, and I'm not sure what caused it. Sage Avilia had obviously studied this remnant as well and provided a relevant explanation. This remnant was in this state when it was discovered. I modeled and simulated the marks, deducing that they were caused by a weapon similar to a claw, roughly like this. As Avilia spoke, one of her mechanical arms rotated behind her and projected the shape of a curved blade claw, about a foot long, in front of Chen Xi. Looking at the shape Avilia projected, Chen Xi felt a headache coming on. *Q and @ Flare curse. Chen Xi cursed a very vulgar phrase. He had already determined what this thing was. Avilia naturally heard Chen Xi's curse. She automatically ignored the vulgarity and directly asked him, Flare curse? What is that? A psyker spell. In the Warhammer world, curses, witchcraft, and all sorts of other strange and chaotic things exist, and they are highly likely to be deeply related to the warp. Typically, when psykers are born among intelligent species on primitive planets, they lack systematic research and relevant knowledge, and thus treat this innate power as witchcraft or other nonsensical things. If someone among them is exceptionally talented and hears too much garbage from the warp, they might even awaken as a chaos worshipper, treating their psyker abilities as a divine blessing. Naturally, some people among them developed the use of psyker for curses, but the flare curse is not such a thing, it is a much more terrifying existence. No, this is not psyker, it is something far more terrifying than psyker. Chen Xi picked up the ribcage, carefully examined the marks on it, and then asked Avilia, can you determine how long ago these marks were made? Approximately 80 years ago, before Ristoff II was transferred from a rogue trader's possession to the Department of Internal Affairs jurisdiction. Avilia gave an answer that made Chen Xi feel uneasy. It seems I know why the rogue trader sold this planet. Chen Xi put down the ribcage in his hand, rubbed his head, and thought to himself, maybe I should call for reinforcements instead, it's not shameful to lose to a ribcage. But Avilia clearly didn't understand what Chen Xi was saying, so she directly asked him, please explain. I do not understand what you are saying. Oh, my mistake. I forgot you don't know about Necrons. Chen Xi apologized and then explained, 60 million years ago, the Necrons race was enslaved by beings called star gods. Their transformation from biological beings to mechanical ones was the work of the star gods. Later, the Necrons broke free from the star gods' enslavement and physically tore these beings apart. However, star gods are not beings that can be killed so easily. The Necrons could only split the star gods into countless fragments and imprison them. However, the technology of these Necrons was too powerful, and they had even managed to kill one of the star gods. When this star god died, it cast a curse upon the Necrons. This curse was the Flare curse, which twisted the Necrons' mechanical bodies and their minds, giving them an extreme craving for blood. These twisted and mutated mechanical Necrons would tear apart their victims' bodies and drape their skin over themselves, letting blood flow over their metallic bodies. Only by devouring the victim's flesh and blood would their inner craving for blood be temporarily appeased. This curse is so peculiar that it can even contaminate Necrons out of thin air and spread among mechanical bodies even when enveloped by a stasis field. A curse that can infect mechanical bodies? That sounds incredible. Avilia showed an interested expression, or rather, for any Adeptus Mechanicus priest, this was very attractive information. Avilia felt her thought circuits overheating, as if countless papers and academic achievements were beckoning to her. However, Chen Xi interrupted her fantasy and bluntly stated, while this is very attractive from a scientific research perspective, I must remind you that star gods are extremely dangerous. They are called gods not because of religious worship, but because they are the physical manifestation of physical laws in the real universe. Twisting reality, altering physical constants, and even overturning everything you know are all things that star gods can accomplish. Moreover, they possess almost limitless energy. Star god shards are used by the Necrons to power entire Necron tombs, and when necessary, these Necrons will also release the imprisoned star god shards to destroy an entire battlefield, or even tear apart an entire planet. At this point, Chen Xi glanced at Avilia and said to her in a warning tone, this is also why I forbade Sage Avilia from continuing the exploration, because no one can guarantee that a star god shard isn't sleeping beneath our feet. If a star god shard is found, can it be given to me for research? Avilia seemed not to have heard what Chen Xi said. Instead, she looked at him with burning eyes, wishing Chen Xi would pull out a star god shard right now for her to study. Then you'll probably have to convince the Emperor first, and we'll also have to win the battle first. Chen Xi made a helpless expression, but he didn't tell Avilia that a star god shard was sealed beneath the Mars Mechanicus headquarters. In fact, in the ancient GW official lore, that was a complete star god. The Void Dragon, the star god who wielded the authority of technology, the source of the Necron's powerful technology, and also the true form of the god of machines that the Adeptus Mechanicus had always worshipped. When the Mars Mechanicus first emerged, a group of Adeptus Mechanicus followers were influenced by the Void Dragon and worshipped it as a god, which is one of the reasons why the Adeptus Mechanicus's style is so strange. Although Chen Xi decided to conduct an initial exploration of the Necron tomb, or to put it more bluntly, to loot the tomb of the Necrons, this was not an activity that could be done on a whim. At the very least, Chen Xi needed some time to assemble a small team for the tomb raiding and to prepare his own weapons and equipment. A Necron tomb was not like the mazes found in 3K-era tomb raiding novels, which would never appear in reality, unless the tomb owner had some peculiar fetish. No normal person would ever build a tomb like that. A tomb is a place for the deceased to rest in peace, emphasizing treating death as life, and all tools and utensils should be no different from those used by the living. If it's difficult for a living person to enter, how can you expect the tomb owner to live comfortably inside? And seriously, such a huge tomb, have you considered the amount of engineering work? People can hang from wires in a tomb, and a few people can spend hours wandering through a tomb passage. What you're digging up is probably not an ancient tomb, but a Necron tomb world. Necron tombs are indeed that exaggerated. Their predecessors, the Necron tier, due to their short lifespan, truly built their cities into tombs, with the entire race living in graveyards. The structure of a Necron tomb is also very intricate, as it is a super large tomb capable of accommodating an entire dynasty's army and populace, as well as various vehicles. For more powerful Necrons, their tombs might even be a tomb ship tens of kilometers long, comparable to an imperial battleship. It's conceivable that if it were such a Necron tomb, attempting to steal from it, loot it, or raid it would be impossible without thorough preparation. You might not even get through the door. After Chen Xi assessed the forces at his disposal, he realized that he didn't have enough personnel to go tomb raiding. Currently, the personnel he could deploy, besides himself, an Inquisitor Psyker, were only his Kasrikan Guard and Battle Sister Squad, plus 4 special sister units. In addition, Sage Avilia herself could be considered a combatant. If she was willing to take some time to prepare, she could conjure up a few combat servitors to make up the numbers and bolster their presence. They could handle general situations without much trouble, but going to a Necron tomb to loot it. One could only say, dream on. Even professional Adeptus Militarum wouldn't last long. The Planetary Defense Force would fare even worse. Astrum Militarum's endurance against Necrons can only be measured in minutes, let alone the ordinary Planetary Defense Force, which is inferior in equipment and training. To rely on these conventional forces to resist the Necron army, there is only a glimmer of hope by sacrificing lives or deploying various heavy weapons and armored vehicles. Necron gauze weapons can tear matter apart at the microscopic level. Even powerful Primaris Space Marines, when hit, would be slowly torn apart, along with their power armor, into their most basic atoms. However, the Battle Sisters, especially a certain Battle Sister in official animations who could resist gauze weapons through prayer, were truly formidable, making people exclaim that Huang Laohan had shown his divine power. So, if they were truly going to loot the tomb, considering that Chen Xi did not intend to alarm the entire tomb, he could probably only bring his Battle Sisters and Sage Avilia. At most, he could have Rachel and General Grigory select a few good reconnaissance specialists from the Planetary Defense Force. As for anything else, any more people would alert the owner of this tomb. Although from the items Avilia had provided so far, it seemed this tomb had suffered erosion from time over the long years and had begun to decay. But considering that flares were active here more than 80 years ago, Chen Xi was very concerned that there might still be active Necrons in this tomb. If it were just an ordinary Necron lord, Chen Xi could just deploy the army and roll over them, filling this tomb world with lives. But if the one sleeping in the tomb was a Necron tomb technician, or a Necron overlord level figure, then what Chen Xi could do was quickly call for reinforcements. After all, organized Necrons were not something he could deal with. Without deploying a million or so Astrum Militarum, it would be difficult to move against a Necron overlord. It should be known that Necrons are called Necrons not just because of their metallic skeleton appearance, but also because their living metal is a special material that can self-repair, or even regenerate, as long as it has enough energy. Any Necron, if not completely destroyed, can repair itself by lying on the ground for enough time and receiving sufficient energy supply. And when you finally manage to completely destroy a Necron after much effort, rebirth protocol activated. This is a special technology developed by the Necrons, specifically used to upload their consciousness data when a Necron is destroyed. These are robots, blowing one up only makes it upload its program, and 18 minutes later, it's a good man again. There are only two ways to completely deal with Necrons. First, destroy its rebirth protocol, send elite decapitation units to teleport into the core of the enemy tomb, and destroy the data storage core of the rebirth protocol, preventing all Necrons from uploading and regenerating themselves. Although this sounds simple, the rebirth protocol is the most crucial part of a tomb world, and it is inevitable that the enemy will heavily guard it. And there is a crucial point: humanity does not have much research on Necrons, so precisely destroying the rebirth protocol is a very difficult task. It's even questionable whether the elite forces teleport there would recognize it. Additionally, Necron territories are usually very vast. A Necron dynasty, as long as it's not too weak, usually controls at least several tomb worlds, and the rebirth protocol. It might not be on the planet you are attacking, but on the crown world of this Necron dynasty, which is its main base. Don't find it strange, for Necrons, this is perfectly normal. With their technology, they can easily establish a warp gate between two planets and send regenerated Necrons from the crown world to the tomb world. So, trying to defeat Necrons this way? It's not impossible, but it's truly difficult. The other method is relatively easier to achieve, but it's not an easy solution. Because it requires you to abandon all fancy tactics and simply solve the problem with the most direct violence, directly destroy all Necrons and kill them multiple times in a short period, preventing them from having the energy to complete their rebirth. This has a relatively good effect on some small-scale Necron tombs or dynasties, as the Imperium has always been militarily robust in this regard. However, this is insufficient when facing some powerful Necron dynasties, because these dynasties possess star god shards that provide virtually infinite energy. Chapter 20, Fully Equipped. Since Chen Xi had decided to raid a dungeon for treasure, he naturally had to equip his controlled character with some decent gear. Although his Inquisitor piece was based on the legendary Inquisitor Eisenhorn, it didn't come with much equipment. A bolt pistol and a psyker staff were all the equipment this piece had. Even though Chen Xi had also sent over the power sword gifted by the Emperor, hanging it at the Inquisitor Governor's waist, it couldn't hide how sparsely equipped the Governor was. This outfit would be fine for fighting cultists, and even if he encountered rebels, he could still cut through them 7 times, back and forth, because psykers were undeniably powerhouses in the Warhammer world. If it was an alpha-level psyker, they could truly show you how to tear a planet apart with their bare hands. However, this Inquisitor piece was not that overpowered, it was just a regular combat psyker, as Inquisitor Eisenhorn himself wasn't some great psychic power. Moreover, using psychic abilities comes at a cost. If one truly believes themselves invincible after awakening psychic powers and then abuses them without restraint, the result will only be to explode into a warp portal, becoming a gateway for chaos demons to invade the real world. Although the death of this piece in the Warhammer world would not affect Chen Xi, it would mean that all his investment and effort in this identity would be wasted. So, for safety's sake, Chen Xi still used points to buy several new pieces of equipment, fully arming the Inquisitor from head to toe. Although the 200 points given by the novice mission were not many, fortunately, the Emperor's prices for single-person equipment were not expensive, basically similar to the point values in the tabletop rules. For example, a power sword costs 5 points, can be upgraded to Artificer for an additional 5 points, then to Master Crafted for another 5 points, and if you are willing to spend another 10 points, it can even become a relic. So Chen Xi got his Inquisitor a Master Crafted Relic Artificer Power Great Sword worth 25 points, a Master Crafted Relic Artificer Plasma Pistol worth 25 points, plus a Master Crafted Relic Artificer Power Armor Set worth 50 points. With 100 points spent, the Inquisitor's equipment immediately saw a qualitative leap. In addition, Chen Xi also spent 10 points to buy 2 servitor skulls, asking Sage Avilia to help him install small shields and plasma weapons, intending to use them as reconnaissance drones and auxiliary equipment. Servitor skulls come in a variety of models. Of the 2 Chen Xi exchanged for, one was a reconnaissance type, which could be used to scan unknown environments and did not require an Imperial Head 4 to hold it to work. The other could be connected to power armor, serving as a fire control computer and battlefield situational awareness module, transmitting all tactical information to the wearer. Both the power armor and servitor skulls are directly connected to the nervous system. In fact, if necessary, servitor skulls can even directly control the wearer's limbs to react to dangers that the wearer hasn't noticed. In addition, Chen Xi specifically exchanged for a rosarius and hung it on his wrist. Although it sounds similar to the inquisitorial rosette, and even their shapes are similar, the rosette is merely proof of an inquisitor's identity, while the rosarius is a personal shield. While the Warhammer 40k world might seem crude, even primitive, at first glance, its technology is actually terrifyingly advanced. Personal shields, which are high-tech in many sci-fi novels, are common items in the Warhammer world that can even be made into decorations like medals. Although this common is relative, for someone like a marshal who wears so many medals that they can serve as lamellar armor, each medal on him could be a personal shield, literally allowing him to drink tea while bullets rain down. Goj Van Dyer once used such a medal to deceive the original Battle Sisters, turning these country bumpkins into his most obedient enforcers. Although personal energy shields have limited defense against Gauss rays and are not as absurd as void shields, they are at least better than taking the hit with one's body. On the wilderness, 2 Chimera troop carriers were advancing. Their destination was a mining station of the Adeptus Mechanicus on Ristoff II. The existence of this mining station was a not-so-small secret because the ore mined here was called blackstone. Blackstone itself is not a particularly mysterious mineral. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot understand its physical properties and the rationality of its existence, its special property of being able to isolate the warp still gives the Inquisition and the Adeptus Mechanicus themselves a high demand for it. Even though they don't understand how to use it at all, the tech priests still know how to mine natural minerals and then use these stones to build structures. However, usually, underneath blackstone, one occasionally digs up specialties such as Necrons, or Necrons. Sage Avilia, I reiterate once again, this time we are only entering this Xeno's ruin for a simple reconnaissance, not for large-scale excavation. Once detected by the tomb's defense mechanisms, we must retreat immediately. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Xi was sternly reiterating his stance to Sage Avilia, who was in the same vehicle as him. For this tomb expedition, he only brought his battle sister squad, not even the Kasrikan, in order to minimize the size of the team and avoid waking up the skeletons in the underground tomb. Naturally, Chen Xi also had to ensure that Avilia wouldn't mess things up. After all, everyone knows what the tech priest aesthetic is like. Upon seeing Xeno's technology, they might not even be able to walk straight. However, Avilia also understood the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded, "Please rest assured, Governor. I understand the priorities and will not act recklessly during this exploration. Although I very much want to excavate this ruin as soon as possible, in order to facilitate a smoother excavation of this ruin, I am willing to temporarily endure and restrain my urge to dig it up." As they spoke, the Chimera had already arrived at the mining station. There were not many people here, only a few low-ranking priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus operating a large number of servitors, mining blackstone. Although I have suspended the excavation of the underground ruins as per your instructions, Governor, this mining station still belongs to the Forge World of the sector. I cannot order them to stop mining blackstone, that would alert the Forge World to something being amiss. Avilia briefly explained why the station was still operating, then led Chen Xi into the mining station and descended deep into the mine shaft via an elevator. I hope this exploration goes smoothly. Chen Xi drew his weapon, adjusted his stance, and prepared for battle. Chapter 21, Entering the Tomb. As the elevator came to a halt and Chen Xi and Avilia stepped into the mine shaft, a series of messages appeared in his ear, with several lines of text projected into his vision. Stepping into Xeno's ruins, series missions activated. Mission 1, Explore current ruins. Mission content, Xeno's ruins contain both danger and rewards. Please explore and ascertain the situation of the current ruins. Mission 2, Clear Xenos from ruins. Mission content, traces of Xenos still remain within the ancient Xenos ruins. Cleanse them to prevent them from threatening the Imperium of Man. Mission 3, Destroy current Xenos ruins, optional. Mission content, the existence of Xenos ruins threatens the stability of this planet. You may choose to completely destroy it. Mission 4, Unknown. Mission content, explore the ruins to obtain more information and unlock this mission. Seeing the series of mission information that popped up, Chen Xi nodded in understanding. He had been wondering how to trigger more missions, as before there was only a novice mission and a main mission, leaving him unsure how to even approach doing missions. Now that a string of missions had appeared, he finally had a direction for how to raise his authorization level and gain more points. The points provided by Huang Laohan could be exchanged for many good things, and Chen Xi hoped to get more points to exchange for more items. He had already set his sights on the Psyker talent exchange option, intending to exchange for a Theta level Psyker. This level of Psyker talent is considered moderate, not particularly powerful, but individuals with this level of talent can perceive the existence of psychic energy and control it through their own efforts. Relatively speaking, this is a more stable and less prone to losing control level of Psyker, and most Psykers of the Inquisition and Astropathic Choir are of this level. If the talent were higher, it would be more dangerous and fall into the category requiring supervision. And don't underestimate Psykers of this level, they are already considered true Psykers and can exert their formidable strength on the battlefield. Taking the Inquisitor piece controlled by Chen Xi as an example, his Psyker level is only an Eta level, one level higher than Theta, but he can already, with just one movement, crumple a Space Marine in power armor into a Ceramite meatball. As for higher level Psyker talents, it's not that Chen Xi doesn't want them, but rather that Psykers of this level can no longer control themselves and require specialized supervision and control to restrain their untrained Psyker talent. Moreover, the higher the Psyker talent level, the greater the danger. An untrained Delta or Gamma level Psyker, unless they can receive training and control very quickly after their psychic awakening, will only face death brought on by their talent running wild. And an Alpha level, that would literally tear apart an entire planet, or even rip open the barrier between reality and the warp, causing the destruction of a planet. And according to the Imperium of Man's research, human genes are insufficient to control this level of psychic energy, unless they are a gene seed primarch or an immortal. However, if Chen Xi had alpha level psychic energy now, he wouldn't need to personally descend into the mine with Avilia. Whether it's using psychic energy for precognition or simply pulling the entire ruin out from underground, it would be an easy feat for an alpha level psyker. Are these black stones natural minerals or Xenos constructs? Walking through the tunnels at the bottom of the mine, Avilia curiously asked Chen Xi, looking at the obsidian-like deposits around them. The Imperium of Man's research on blackstone is still very rudimentary, and even the Adeptus Mechanicus only recently learned of the existence of this miraculous mineral. Having finally encountered someone who seemed to have extensive knowledge of this material, Avilia naturally wanted to delve deeper. The specific origin is hard to say. At least, the information I've gathered doesn't specify whether this material is naturally formed or originated from the creation of a certain Xenos race, Chen Xi said, reaching out to touch the cut black deposit beside him. But the black stone we see now all comes from the constructs of the Necrons. These ancient Xenos once built a large number of black stone constructs throughout the universe. These black stones were also their primary material for building their tombs or spacecraft. Currently, all black stone discovered by the Imperium of Man are basically various architectural ruins built by the Necrons. So, we're tearing down their houses. Avilia summarized with a more vivid analogy. I'd rather call it digging up their graves, Chen Xi said, then suddenly pointed ahead and asked Avilia, is this the entrance to the ruins you discovered? In front of him and Avilia, there was a breach in the wall that looked like it had collapsed, with some strange inscribed symbols nearby. At the entrance to the tunnel, several automated defense turrets sealed off the area. Yes, this is the entrance to the ruins. Avilia stepped forward, controlling several armed servitors she brought to enter the breach first. For various reasons, I haven't explored it until now. Caution is wise. Perhaps you should be glad you didn't explore rashly. Chen Xi came to the breach, looking at the strange inscriptions around him. These inscriptions are the script of the Necrons. Although we still cannot translate them, at least seeing them tells us that Necrons must be buried below. As Chen Xi spoke, he had his servitor skull record them. Although these Necrons inscriptions were mysterious and the Imperium of Man had not yet deciphered them, Chen Xi believed that with enough samples, they could still be analyzed. Seeing this, Avilia naturally did the same. After both of them recorded the inscriptions, they then squeezed into the breach together, arriving in what was called the Xenos ruins. Upon entering the ruins, the first thing that came into view was a somewhat dilapidated stone chamber, with traces of battle everywhere and many scratches on the walls. The servitors Avilia brought guarded the entrance to the room, while several damaged metal beetles lay scattered on the floor of the stone chamber. Chen Xi squatted down, picked up one of the beetles, examined it, and then handed it to Avilia. These are Necron scarabs, a type of mechanical construct used by the Necrons to maintain their tombs. Did you see these beetles when you came last time? No, I didn't see these beetles here when I came last time, Avilia affirmed after checking her records from her previous visit. Chapter 22 Kanopitak Tomb Stalker. The last time Avilia came in was when she first discovered this ruin, which was about 5 years ago. At that time, she had just been assigned here to supervise the black stone mining, due to the accidental discovery of this ruin. 5 years is neither long nor short, and in these 5 years, it is not particularly strange for something to have destroyed the Necron scarabs that maintained the tomb. Especially when Chen Xi speculated that flares might exist in this tomb. But from the current situation, things might be worse than expected. Because outside this stone chamber is the mine shaft, if flares really destroyed the Necron scarabs here, then it is very likely they left the tomb. Chen Xi did not dare to neglect. After picking up a destroyed Necron scarabs from the ground, he tried to mobilize his psychic power and cast a psychic spell, yesterday once more. This spell can reproduce the scenes experienced by objects or people, and the content scene will vary depending on the strength of the psychic power. It may show decades ago, or even thousands of years ago. However, this chess piece's psychic power was not too strong, and he was currently in a Necron tomb, where the surrounding black stones had a strong suppressive effect on his psychic power, resulting in very little that could be seen with this spell. Fortunately, what Chen Xi wanted to see was not something that happened in the distant past, but something that happened in recent years, so he successfully saw what he wanted to see. Just as he had speculated, these Necron scarabs were destroyed by flares, and it wasn't just these few Necron scarabs that were destroyed, there was also a destroyed Kanopitak tomb stalker outside the stone chamber. Kanopitak tomb stalker is a higher level construct than Necron scarabs, and its main job is to repair and maintain the Necron tomb. Necron scarabs are responsible for gnawing on trash or damaged tombs and converting them back into energy, while Kanopitak tomb stalker can use this energy to repair damaged areas, and when necessary, it can even produce new Necron scarabs. It is through such a mechanism that the Necron's tombs have been able to operate normally for tens of millions of years, and those stasis fields have been able to maintain themselves for tens of millions of years. If it weren't for the flares, one Kanopitak tomb stalker and a few Necron scarabs would already be a very good haul for Chen Xi. He only needed to sell these things to the Adeptus Mechanicus through Avilia. He couldn't say much, but dozens of sets of battle sister equipment could certainly be exchanged. But now, in the scene he saw through psychic power, the expressions on his face were very ugly as he saw several figures leaving the tomb through a breach. What did you find? Avilia noticed the psychic spell Chen Xi used, so she asked curiously. Bad news. Chen Xi did not explain much, directly transmitting the scene he had just seen to Avilia with his psychic power. After Avilia received the transmitted information, her face also changed. How did they get out? There was no sign of the automatic turrets at the entrance being activated. I don't know, but it's clear that the guys who left here had some means to bypass the automatic turrets you set up at the entrance. Chen Xi stood up and took out his communication bead to contact Rachel. Although those flares had already escaped, it was not too late to mend the situation. Timely action could prevent a worse outcome. Governor. Rachel's voice came from the communication bead. Rachel, have there been any mysterious murders on Ristoff II in recent years? The victims' characteristics are that their entire bodies were skinned. Chen Xi did not directly give orders, but instead asked Rachel about the situation. Hearing Chen Xi's inquiry, Rachel did not dare to neglect, and after recalling carefully, she said, in the A7-012 area of the Outer District, a murder case as you described occurred not long ago. The previous governor had sent people to investigate, but no clues were found. The conclusion at the time was that it was the work of a cult organization. The previous governor organized a cleanup of cults in that area, but it did not have a very good effect, and similar murder cases still occurred frequently in that area. The previous governor had intended to take further serious action, but his accidental death led to the shelving of this matter. Now that you mention this, is there a problem behind this matter? If you need it, I can send people to the A7-012 area at any time to carry out related tasks. I understand. Then send people to investigate the A7-012 area. Those are not cultists, but Xenos, and very dangerous Xenos. Chen Xi did not explain too much to Rachel, only ordering her to send people to find the flares, remind the soldiers that these Xenos are extremely aggressive and have powerful combat capabilities. During the search for them, be sure not to be isolated or act alone. If anyone can kill such a Xeno monster, then I will give a generous reward, but remember to remind that ordinary civilians are helpless against this kind of monster and should not throw away their lives in vain. This matter is not urgent, but it must be fast. Once Xenos are found, deal with them on the spot. Yes, Governor. Rachel quickly agreed, then hung up the communication and went to handle Chen Xi's orders. And Chen Xi himself said to Avilia, now that something like this has happened, what do you plan to do? Continue exploring, or try to deal with the few flayers that escaped first. By the way, there should be a Xeno construct outside the stone chamber that was destroyed by the flayers, that thing is very valuable. Although flayers had escaped, for Chen Xi and Avilia, there was no immediate rush to go out and deal with them. Since he had come, Chen Xi felt that he should not return empty-handed, at the very least, he should retrieve that Canopitak Tomb Stalker. The Canopitak Tomb Stalker is a large Necron's construct that flies using anti-gravity engines. Its abdomen has a production system that can produce Necron scarabs, and with enough energy, they can produce a large number of Canopitak scarabs. For the Necrons, who have already solved the problem of energy and matter conversion, as long as there is enough energy, they can build and repair anything. Even if 60 million years of time have eroded mountains and rivers, and extinguished suns, moons, and stars, it is not insurmountable for the Necrons. By the way, there should be a stasis tomb nearby. I think you should be very interested in a stasis field device that can operate for 60 million years. Chen Xi looked at Avilia and threw her an irresistible bait. Please lead the way. Avilia lit up her forjax, her face filled with the sanctity of wanting to rescue the poor Xeno construct back to the Omniscia's righteous path. Chapter 23, Hunting the Flares. Everyone, move quickly. Block off this block. Rachel shouted loudly, as a group of Planetary Defense Force soldiers in bulletproof vests set up barricades and heavy firepower at the intersection. After receiving Chen Xi's command, Rachel did not dare to delay. She immediately found General Grigory of the Planetary Defense Force and had him mobilize the Planetary Defense Force to blockade the A7-012 area. She, herself, personally led a team of elites, intending to delve deep into the A7-012 area to search for the Xenos Chen Xi had mentioned. Although she held the esteemed position of Chamberlain, Rachel still retained the habits she had developed as a commissar in the Defense Force, always leading from the front in combat missions. For this, she even put on her commissar's greatcoat and carapace armor, and took up her las pistol and chain swords. These two pieces of equipment were heirlooms of Rachel's family, having belonged to her father when he served as an Astra Militarum commissar. When that Astra Militarum unit collectively retired on this planet years ago, Rachel's father, as the commissar, also stayed behind and later became the first commissar of the Planetary Defense Force. Not only that, he also trained his daughter to be a qualified commissar, and had her take over his position and weapons. For Rachel, these two pieces of equipment were not just a legacy, but also a symbol of honor and responsibility. It was precisely because of this that when she donned these two weapons, it also meant she was staking her and her family's honor, allowing no room for failure. Lady Rachel, the 6 surrounding blocks have been sealed off. Please instruct us on the next course of action. A Defense Force Second Lieutenant ran up to Rachel and reported the current situation of his team. Conduct a carpet search of all blocks. Everyone must operate in squads. Your objective is to search for Xenos. All targets that are not human are to be killed without mercy. Rachel issued her iron-blooded command. For a commissar of the Imperium of Man, there were only two kinds of enemies, those who were dead and those who were not yet dead. Since the enemy had been clearly identified, there was naturally no possibility of holding back. Moreover, the heinous murders that occurred in this area had caused a very negative impact on the region since the previous governor's tenure. At that time, Rachel had been ordered by the previous governor to conduct a sweep of the area, but that time her target was cultists, and she did not realize that the incidents were actually the work of Xenos. This meant that her operation at that time did not achieve much. Although she did indeed clear out cultists in the area and rooted out a small gang with heretical activities, using the blood of some people to bring temporary peace to the entire area. But that could hardly be called an achievement. Or, to put it less kindly, it was just using that small gang as a scapegoat to suppress the matter. Originally, Rachel thought this was an unsolved cold case. Although such matters could damage one's honor, they were unavoidable. After all, although Ristoff II was just an ordinary imperial colony world, with over 1 billion people living in its 2 cities, if cultists truly tried to hide themselves, it would be very difficult to find them. Perhaps professional inquisitors could find them through various other means, but ordinary people like Rachel did not possess such abilities. However, now, she understood that all of this was her misjudgment. The murders that occurred at the time were the work of Xenos, which undoubtedly brought her immense shame, because she not only failed to capture the culprit and solve the problem, but even misidentified the true perpetrator. This made Rachel feel that her family's honor had been defiled. It was precisely because of this that after receiving Chen Xi's command, she personally led her people here, eagerly hoping to wash away this shame. The Planetary Defense Force began searching the blocks in the A7-012 area according to Rachel's orders. Although it was unlikely to catch Xenos on the streets, the Planetary Defense Force soldiers meticulously searched every place where Xenos might be hidden. Rachel herself led a team of elite guards to the city's sewers. While in some sense this was a common practice, the sewers of a city capable of housing hundreds of millions of people were indeed an excellent place for filth and villainy to accumulate. After all, in order for the sewers to meet the needs of hundreds of millions of people, they had to be built wide enough, which undoubtedly provided fertile ground for certain illicit activities. Besides these reasons, Rachel's focus on this location was also due to a very important factor. In the reports she had received earlier, almost all the discovered bodies appeared in or near the sewer entrances. Therefore, last time Rachel had mistakenly judged this to be the work of cultists. Cultists and sewers, this could be considered a bound CP. Entering the sewers through an open maintenance passage, the foul stench that greeted them almost made Rachel recoil, but fortunately, she quickly took out her respirator and put it on her face. Everyone put on your respirators, operate in squads, no stragglers. All squads must maintain strict communication, check communication every 15 minutes. Keep your eyes wide open and search carefully for me, we must find the Xenos. Rachel's voice was muffled by the respirator, but it was still clearly conveyed to the soldiers she had brought. After the soldiers put on their respirators, they began their operation, and Rachel also led a team of elite guards to search deeper into the sewers. Such a large-scale operation had the air of beating the bushes to startle the snake, and this naturally alarmed certain presences deep within the sewers. Pairs of crimson eyes opened, and side-like claws opened and closed. Damaged human skin draped over metallic bodies, with putrid fat and dried blood adhering these tattered skins to the metallic surfaces, looking cruel and bloody. These were the Flayers, a cursed race of soulless machines. They were once devoured of their flesh and souls by the Cetan, and their lingering shadows became mechanical Necrons. And now, cursed by the Cetan and forever unable to suppress their insatiable hunger, they had twisted and mutated, having long lost even their last vestiges of self. Landagore. These Flayers murmured a name, their perpetual hunger for flesh driving them to action. They moved in groups of 2 or 3, traversing the shadows of the sewers with an eerie speed. In this sewer, originally a den of filth, the Flayers and the defense force, like hunters and prey, began to hunt each other. As for who was the hunter and who was the prey, perhaps only when one side fell could it be truly known. Chapter 24 Two Heads, Different Wills. While Rachel was in action, Chen Xi and Avilia continued to explore the Necron tomb. The Kinopitak tomb stalker destroyed by the Flayers had become Avilia's spoils of war, and she was very satisfied with this gain. However, precisely because of this, her attitude towards this operation became somewhat aggressive, as if she wanted to obtain more gains. But Chen Xi remained calm. He clearly knew that with the limited armed forces they had brought, if they were to wake up the Necrons in the tomb, they would likely be wiped out. It wasn't that he was timid, but they had already discovered a complete stasis crypt, where over 50 Necron warriors were slumbering. Just these Necron warriors alone would be enough to kill Chen Xi and Avilia, as well as the squad of battle sisters Chen Xi had brought. Even if Chen Xi was a psyker, capable of fighting 100 with one using psychic powers, it would be the same. As a race that had once fought against the Eldar and the Old Ones, the Necrons had too many ways to deal with psykers. Not to mention that the Necron tomb they were currently in was built with black stone, which could suppress psychic powers, making it almost impossible for Chen Xi to use powerful psychic abilities here. So, when Avilia excitedly tried to do something to the stasis crypt, Chen Xi pulled her back and had 2 battle sisters point their bolters at her head. Mechanical Sage, I hope you can remain calm and remember what I told you before. Chen Xi's expression was cold. He didn't show any politeness to Avilia, nor did he hold back just because she was the only mechanical sage he could currently contact and cooperate with. Facing 2 bolters pointed at her head, Avilia showed no tension. She simply raised a plasma rifle with her mechanical arm and aimed it back at Chen Xi's head. Governor, you are violating our agreement. You should assist me in excavating this relic. No, we agreed that this time was only for preliminary reconnaissance. Chen Xi didn't react to being held at gunpoint. Although the tense atmosphere made him a little nervous, the Inquisitor's composure, as the possessed piece, allowed him to remain calm, and knowing it would awaken the tomb's defenses, yet still attempting to act recklessly, it is you, mechanical sage, who is tearing up the agreement. Chen Xi could understand Avilia's thoughts. After all, a room full of alien machinery and stasis fields that had functioned perfectly for 60 million years were a huge temptation for tech priests. Even if Avilia was a biological sage, it was the same. But understanding and supporting were 2 entirely different matters. Chen Xi could not allow Avilia to act recklessly, to the point of awakening the Necrons in this tomb, or even plunging the entire planet into war. Don't think it's impossible. Tech priests never consider the consequences when they are digging up tombs, they only care if they can get what they want. As for what price the Imperium would pay for it, that was never within the tech priests' consideration. After all, the 2 heads of the Imperial Aquila have never been of one will. In the Great Crusade era, the Emperor could subdue Mars, and the Gene Seed Primarchs could also gain the upper hand in dialogues with Mars. But the High Lords of Terra did not have that ability. The Adeptus Mechanicus now functions more like a partner independent of the Imperium, on equal footing, rather than a part of the Imperial forces. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus has long been inseparable from the Imperium, just as the imperial Aquila is one body with two heads, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Imperium have never been of one mind. So, for the Adeptus Mechanicus, they never consider what losses the Imperium might suffer due to their recklessness when they act. Precisely because of this, Chen Xi had always been wary of Avilia's potential recklessness, stopping her the moment she showed impulsiveness. Facing Chen Xi's accusation, Avilia did not explain or defend herself. She simply began charging her plasma rifle. Seeing this, Chen Xi also drew his plasma pistol and began charging it. And the battle sisters Chen Xi had brought also aimed their respective weapons at Avilia, poised to focus fire and take her down if she dared to act recklessly. Just as both sides were stretched to their limits, yet neither was willing to back down, a rustling sound suddenly came from a nearby passage. Chen Xi and Avilia, with astonishing synchronicity, both pointed their weapons in the direction of the sound and simultaneously pulled their triggers. Two glowing pale blue plasma bolts shot forward, illuminating the passage and allowing them to see what was making the sound. It was a swarm of metal beetles, about the size of a palm, with a green glowing orb on their backs. The continuous green light looked like a shimmering carpet of stars, rapidly covering the ground towards Chen Xi and his group. Form up, engage the enemy. Chen Xi quickly gave the order, continuously pulling the trigger, and then glanced at Avilia. We should go, mechanical sage. Watching the metal beetles covering the passage before her, a strong sense of unwillingness appeared on Avilia's face, but she ultimately did not persist. While controlling her equipped weapons to fire, she said to Chen Xi, I brought thermal meltdown bombs. We can blow up the crypt and take what we can. Hearing Avilia say this, Chen Xi gritted his teeth and finally agreed, move fast. He didn't continue to insist, as the main reason he had volunteered to explore the tomb was to retrieve something from the Necron tomb that could be exchanged for money. Although they already had a Kanopitak tomb stalker as a fallback in this situation, Chen Xi also hoped for more gains. Seeing Chen Xi agree, Avilia quickly had the servitors she brought enter the stasis crypt to install the thermal meltdown bombs. Although using such powerful explosives designed for anti-armor vehicles would melt most of the items, there was no time to worry about that now. Because in the passage, in addition to the surging Kanopitak scarabs, two large Kanopitak tomb stalkers also appeared. These massive constructs, besides possessing terrifying combat power, were also equipped with fabrication claw arrays that could repair damaged Necron units. As these two Kanopitak tomb stalkers approached Chen Xi and his group, he noticed that as these two large spiders advanced, the Necron scarabs on the ground that had been destroyed were being repaired. Not only that, their abdomens were continuously deploying newly produced Necron scarabs. This made Chen Xi have to shout to Avilia, Mechanical Sage, we're out of time. And Chen Xi's response was a massive explosion. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle in the Tomb. A massive explosion shook the entire tomb. Looking at the falling debris and dust from above, Chen Xi wasn't worried about the tomb collapsing, but rather about Avilia waking up more Necrons. He hadn't fully explored how large this tomb was, but the mere discovery of 50 Necron warriors in just this one stasis crypt made Chen Xi very concerned about the danger level of this tomb. After all, if these 50 Necron warriors were awakened, the people he currently had wouldn't be able to stop them. Neither the gauze weapons they were equipped with nor their regenerating bodies made of living metal were something Chen Xi's battle sister squad could handle. Facing them head on here would only lead to a complete annihilation of forces. So, even though the battle sister squad had destroyed two Kanopitak tomb stalkers, Chen Xi still urged Avilia, pack anything important you can take, we need to leave. Although from the current situation, their actions shouldn't have awakened the Necrons in this tomb, he still decided to evacuate to avoid any prolonged complications. No. Give me a little more time. Avilia wailed. The sage was currently sprawled on the ground, completely unconcerned about her image, gazing obsessively at the precise mechanical structures beneath the exploded floor of the stasis crypt, trying to figure out how they had operated for 60 million years. But Chen Xi didn't indulge her at all. While preparing the battle sisters for retreat, he coldly stated, if you don't withdraw, I'll have no choice but to leave you here. 1 hour. Give me 1 more hour. I've already sent the servitors from the mining site down, they can carry away more things. Avilia, at this point, couldn't care less about anything else. She even forcibly controlled the mining servitors from the mine above through viruses and commands, regardless of whether they were suitable, and had them come down to transport everything that could be moved. I'm afraid there isn't an hour. I'll give you 5 minutes at most. Chen Xi urged, constantly looking towards both ends of the passage, wary of Necrons that could appear at any moment. No, how can 5 minutes be enough to empty this place? I need at least 50 minutes. Avilia continued to haggle with Chen Xi while using her mechanical arm to assist her in disassembling the things she deemed important. However, Chen Xi didn't argue with her, only continuing to urge, we must go. The explosion just now might have activated this tomb's defense system. I don't want to be overwhelmed by countless undead machines. No, no, no. Just give me half an hour, and I can completely dismantle this stasis crypt. With this, I can replicate this stasis technology. It's even enough to support a forge world. You must help me. Avilia pleaded like a weeping cuckoo, without a shred of pride befitting a mechanical sage. Avilia felt as if she had fallen into a treasure trove piled high with gold mountains but was told she could only take 1 gold coin. The technology contained within this Necron tomb simply exceeded her imagination. Just this exploded stasis crypt alone was enough for her to study for 100 years, and even earn the title of saint and become a great sage. If she could obtain the title of saint and become a great sage, she would be able to return to the forge world and, based on this, take revenge on the forging supervisor who had exiled her, reclaiming everything that was hers. We don't have half an hour, we must evacuate now. Although Avilia's appearance was very pitiful, and Chen Xi also hoped to give her more time to scavenge here, as the runes on the tomb walls gradually lit up, Chen Xi knew they really had to go. The tomb's defense mechanism has been awakened. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here. With that, Chen Xi reached out, wanting to pull Avilia away. He truly didn't have the luxury of waiting for Avilia to get up and leave on her own. As for waiting for a tech priest to give up alien technology within reach and wisely retreat? Give up, it's impossible. At this moment, the servitors she had summoned also arrived, wielding the mining equipment originally used to extract blackstone to cut and dismantle the stasis crypt. It seemed they truly intended to take the entire crypt apart. The arrival of these servitors immediately eliminated the possibility of Chen Xi forcibly taking Avilia away. Seeing this, Chen Xi could only take a step back and say, Sage Avilia, you have 15 minutes to disassemble what you deem important. We cannot take everything. You need to face reality. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. This is my absolute bottom line. Avilia shouted, then promised Chen Xi, as long as you buy me 20 minutes, afterwards I can provide you with equipment for an Astra Militarum light infantry regiment. 1,000 sets of battle sister equipment. Chen Xi decisively bargained. Deal. Avilia readily accepted Chen Xi's price. When Chen Xi heard her so decisive, he immediately gritted his teeth, realizing he had set the price too low. However, being able to get 1,000 sets of battle sister equipment was worth the price for him, so he could only say with a slight hint of helplessness, 20 minutes, I won't wait a second longer. Also, have your combat servitors come and assist with defense. With that, he divided the battle sister squad into two 5-person groups, positioning them on both sides of the passage to defend against any potential enemies. Avilia didn't say much at this point. While having the servitors speed up the disassembly and transport of various items, she also handed all the combat servitors she had brought over to Chen Xi. 20 minutes passed in a flash. The Necron tomb's defense mechanism reacted to Chen Xi and their destructive actions. A sneak attack by 3 tomb specters resulted in one battle sister being killed on the spot, and the combat servitors Avilia brought were almost completely lost. These Canopitech constructs, capable of phase shifting through walls, launched sneak attacks directly from the walls and underground, making them truly hard to guard against. Chen Xi himself almost took a hit from a hyperdimensional beam cannon. If the Rosarias hadn't activated its shield in time to block the blow, Chen Xi felt he would have lost at least one arm. However, after he swung his sword and severed the tail of one tomb spectre, and used his plasma pistol to blow off the head of another, Avilia finally completed her work and promptly supported Chen Xi, shooting down the other tomb spectre inside the wall. Watching the tomb spectre with its tail severed being blown apart by the bolter fire of 2 battle sisters, Chen Xi finally looked at Avilia, you'd better be ready to go. Of course, but I suggest we take these 2 constructs with us. Avilia looked at the 2 destroyed tomb spectres, not wanting to miss out on this gain. Chapter 26, Successful Retreat. The retreat process went relatively smoothly. After blocking the pursuing Canopitech scarab swarm with a few fragmentation grenades and a thermal meltdown bomb, Chen Xi and Avilia successfully returned to the mine with their gains. Blow this place up. We can't let those Xenos pursue us through the tunnels. Chen Xi immediately requested Avilia to seal the breach as soon as he emerged. Avilia hesitated for a moment but eventually gritted her teeth and agreed. The last thermal meltdown bomb they brought was placed at the breach. After an explosion, the collapsing rubble blocked the passage leading to the Necron tomb. It would be impossible to use this passage again until it was cleared. However, even so, Chen Xi did not relax his guard. He said to Avilia, these Xenos possess phase-shifting technology. They can pass through structures or solid objects. Simply blocking the passage may not prevent their infiltration. I will dispatch a regiment to be stationed outside the mine to prevent these Xenos from invading this planet. I understand. I will deploy more automated turrets and servitors here. Avilia was not interested in discussing these matters at the moment, all her attention was drawn to the gains they had brought out. Under Avilia's insistence and efforts, the mining servitors dismantled the critical equipment of the stasis crypt and a portion of the stasis sarcophagi, bringing back over 10 Necron warriors' bodies. In addition, there were 3 Canopitech tomb stalkers and 2 tomb specters. Although these bodies were battered, they appeared relatively complete overall, sufficient for analyzing various key data. At this point, Avilia no longer cared whether the Necrons in the tomb would crawl out and cause trouble. She only wanted to return to her workshop and laboratory to research these valuable gains. However, Chen Xi now stood in front of her and said to Avilia, Sage Avilia, what are your plans for this harvest? I know you are eager to research these things, but I must ask, do you have the ability to research these things independently? As an exiled biological sage, you don't even have an apprentice to work for you, nor do you have decent servitors or slave laborers. Do you truly have the ability to research them? Chen Xi's words were somewhat exposing Avilia's shortcomings. Indeed, as a sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, she now had no apprentices working under her, which made it difficult not to doubt her capabilities. Even if she herself was indeed a sage, without the corresponding treatment, the value of this sage. However, Chen Xi bringing this up at this time was not to provoke Avilia, but to try and extract some spoils of war from her. After all, given the Adeptus Mechanicus's nature, Avilia would certainly want to monopolize these spoils of war and not share a single bit with Chen Xi. If he couldn't extort a hefty sum now, this trip would be a huge loss. Although Avilia promised Chen Xi 1,000 sets of battle sister equipment, Chen Xi highly doubted whether she had the ability to pay. Moreover, if these things weren't settled now, Chen Xi highly doubted whether Avilia would still acknowledge them later. While the tech priest's credibility wasn't as non-existent as the De people's secrets, or as eccentric as the white dwarves, at least in some aspects, it was very difficult to trust them. Facing Chen Xi's questioning, Avilia deliberated for a long time, but finally tapped her forge axe, activated a silence field, and said to Chen Xi, although I have indeed been stripped of everything, that doesn't mean I have nothing left. So? Do you have a secret laboratory? Or a hidden forge arc? Chen Xi wasn't surprised that Avilia had a backup plan, he was just curious what backup plan Avilia had prepared for herself. Since you know who my teacher is, you should know that it's not unusual for someone of his status to have a furnace on a forge world in the Mariupol sector, Avilia began with a slightly ashamed tone, mentioning her teacher, Belisarius Call. Archmagos Call has a furnace on a forge world in the sector. Chen Xi showed a surprised expression, but then immediately felt that it was actually very reasonable. 10,000 years ago, Belisarius Call was entrusted by the Gene Seed Primarch Robot Guillemon to carry out a plan to improve the Space Marines. Over 10,000 years, Archmagos Call not only perfectly completed his work but also buried nearly 1 million Primaris Space Marines, wrapped in stasis fields, along with their supporting facilities equipment, in many places across the galaxy. And these, after Guillemon's return to the Imperium, became the main force for him to launch the Indomitus Crusade. On Mars alone, Call hid at least hundreds of thousands of Primaris Space Marines. When Guillemon launched the Indomitus Crusade, Call even produced the forces of 80 fully equipped and staffed Space Marine chapters at once. This made Chen Xi recall a widely circulated, very humorous yet very practical question in the Warhammer community: what should I do if the High Lords of Terra/Emperor finds out I'm raising hundreds of thousands of Space Marines? Chen Xi didn't know how others answered this question, but Call, who actually raised hundreds of thousands of Space Marines, said he didn't want to be the Forge General of Mars. According to Avilia's explanation, Belisarius Call had once stayed on a forge world in the Mariupol sector for a very long time, and presided over the construction of a furnace belonging to him, also leaving behind a student and a team to maintain the furnace. The student was naturally Avilia, who had been exiled, while that furnace and the team maintaining it were still there. Not only that, but now that furnace had fallen into the hands of Avilia's competitor. The furnace has fallen into the hands of your competitor. You're telling me this, hoping I'll help you reclaim the furnace. Chen Xi stroked his chin. If he could really help Avilia reclaim the furnace, he would be very interested in searching whether there were any Primaris Space Marines buried under the furnace. Given Doracor's habits, it's quite possible that tens of thousands of Primaris Space Marines, wrapped in oilskin, were indeed buried here. However, just as Chen Xi was thinking about how to help Avilia reclaim the furnace, she shook her head and said, "No, I will reclaim my teacher's furnace with my own abilities. I'm telling you this because my competitor can actually be cooperated with. The other party is your competitor, and she took your teacher's furnace, and then you say you can cooperate." Chen Xi showed a confused expression, not quite understanding what exactly was going on. "Actually, it's nothing. She and I were forge apprentices from the same industrial world. We used to be the best partners, but I was lucky enough to become my teacher's apprentice, while she could only become the disciple of an ordinary sage on the forge world." Avilia told Chen Xi a story that sounded somewhat melodramatic. Chapter 27 Sisters. A pair of young sisters from an ordinary industrial world, dreaming of providing a better life for their families, became Adeptus Mechanicus apprentices through their diligent efforts, thus changing their own and their families' destinies. This sounds like a very inspiring story. If one only looks at the first half of the story, then it certainly is. When young Avilia and her good sister left their hometown with dreams in their hearts, they never would have imagined that one day they would stand on opposing sides. At that time, they were just two new apprentices who had just passed the examination at their hometown's mechanical temple and were selected to study at a forge world in the sector. Through diligent study, they successfully achieved a class leap from children of ordinary working class families, becoming Adeptus Mechanicus apprentices. Although they were only the lowest level apprentices, their status underwent a drastic change once they passed the examination. Their parents immediately jumped from ordinary workers to minor nobles of the industrial world. Their lives, income, everything became unimaginably good. Avilia's parents not only became minor supervisors in the factory but also received an opportunity for life extension surgery. Although it was only the most basic life extension surgery, and Avilia exchanged her reward for passing the apprentice examination for it, it was still life extension surgery, surgery that could allow ordinary people to live 10 more years. Originally, Avilia merely hoped to let her parents live a few more years, allowing them to enjoy the good life brought about by her efforts. However, it was this seemingly insignificant choice that earned her the favor of Belisarius Call, making her an apprentice to this famous great sage. At first glance, it seems a bit incredible. Why would Archmagos Call value such a young girl? Was it just because she was filial to her parents? From a certain perspective, it really was. Belisarius Call, this great sage, is very different from ordinary Adeptus Mechanicus priests. The most significant point is that he is already 10,000 years old. This is an incredibly absurd number, because so far, no other mechanical sage, besides Call himself, has lived past 1,000 years. They either died or went insane. Therefore, Call's very existence is an incredible miracle. This great sage, who came from the Great Crusade era and even personally experienced the Great Rebellion, despite undergoing many modifications to extend his life, even becoming non-human, was once a human sacred dist who rejected most tech priests' preferred, more outwardly transformative mechanical neural enhancers. Even though Call had already tampered with his own brain at the time to make himself smarter. Belisarius Call, as a person, has been an unconventional tech heretic for 10,000 years. His unconventionality is such that if anything he has done were exposed, both Chaos and the Imperium would frantically hunt him down. It is also for this reason that he actually greatly disdains his Adeptus Mechanicus colleagues, believing them to be mere slaves of the god of machines, only capable of following predetermined rituals and lacking any capacity for technological innovation. He prefers those who can break the mold. And so, a new junior apprentice who seemed to be unconventional thus serendipitously became the great sage's apprentice. Although Avilia may not have studied under Call himself, but rather his clone, even a clone of Call possesses enough knowledge to educate a new sage. But Avilia's sister was not so lucky. While Avilia had already completed her sage thesis and was just waiting to pass the Forge World's assessment to become a true sage, her sister was still struggling in the position of an artificer. She even fell so low that she might have been assigned to the Astra Militarum as an attached priest. In the end, it was Avilia who secretly extended a helping hand, transferring one of her academic projects to her, with her mentor's tacit approval, which allowed her to also gain the opportunity for promotion to sage. Although Avilia helped her friend, and the other party was grateful for the help, from another perspective, Avilia's help could also be considered a kind of humiliation. A humiliation of the other party's ability. It was precisely because of this that their relationship broke down, eventually turning into bitter enemies and competitors. After Call left the Mariupol sector, Avilia suffered political persecution from certain factions on the Forge World, who wanted to seize the furnaces Call left behind to steal the great sage's knowledge. Avilia consequently lost everything she had and was almost stripped of all her implants and placed in a stasis field to be made into a living statue. And the one orchestrating all of this was Avilia's former sister, her competitor. However, although on the surface it seemed that Avilia's sister was persecuting her and taking everything from her, Avilia clearly knew that this was a form of protection from her. Because if Avilia's sister had not acted preemptively, after aligning with the forging supervisor of this Forge World, and completed the purge of Avilia in advance, Avilia would certainly not have survived. Avilia was well aware of this and knew that she absolutely could not go back to her sister and clarify these matters. But now, she had an opportunity to reclaim everything that belonged to her, which made Avilia decide to take a gamble. As long as you take my token to her, she will provide you with help. Of course, you cannot reveal that I sent you to her. After Avilia explained the situation to Chen Xi, she also revealed her plan. As long as you can get in touch with her and sell these Xenos creations to her, you will be able to get enough resources for me to make a comeback. You're willing to sell all these Xenos creations to her? Chen Xi looked at Avilia, seemingly surprised by her generosity. Of course not all of them, just a part of them, to make her interested in you and then invest in you. Avilia certainly couldn't give up all the Xenos creations, she only intended to sell a portion of them to her sister. Alright, that sounds feasible. But how much are you planning to give up? And what do you want in return for these things? How much benefit can I get from this? Chen Xi looked at Avilia, asking the most crucial questions. 1 Kinopitak Tomb Stalker, 1 Tomb Spectres, plus a few Kinopitak Scarab and the remains of a few Necron warriors. At most, 2 more gauze flares. Avilia listed the inventory with a pained expression. These should be enough for you to exchange for a small forging furnace and a standard biological research lab, plus some Astra Militarum equipment. What you can specifically acquire depends on your ability and whether you can attract the attention of that forging supervisor and get him to invest in you. Chapter 28 After the battle. When Chen Xi and Avilia returned to the city, Rachel was in a fierce battle with flayers in the sewers. Although she had taken the enemies she encountered very seriously as Chen Xi had advised, it was regrettable that, let alone the Planetary Defense Force, even the Astra Militarum would find it difficult to confront flayers head-on in a dark, confined environment. After suffering casualties of 3 squads, Rachel had no choice but to withdraw the remaining Defense Force soldiers from the sewers, instead setting up defenses at key locations to prevent these Xenos from rushing out of the sewers. Relying on the armored defense and fire support provided by the Chimera armored vehicles, as well as the pre-arranged barricade fire positions, the Planetary Defense Force soldiers managed to difficultly block the flayers' assault, forcing them back into the sewers. Seeing this situation, Rachel decisively ordered the destruction of the sewer connections between the A7-012 area and other areas, completely sealing off the sewers in the entire region. This way, as long as the ground defenses were not breached, these Xenos would be confined to the sewers of the A7-012 area. After being repelled by the Planetary Defense Force, the flayers did not continue to assault the Defense Force's lines but retreated directly to their lair in the sewers. With the situation temporarily stabilized, Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. The first mission given to her by the new governor had turned out like this, which made Rachel feel quite embarrassed. However, she was not the kind of commander who would send soldiers to their deaths for the sake of appearances, so after adjusting her emotions, she still contacted Chen Xi via her communication bead. Governor, bad news, the Xenos you asked me to clear are entrenched in the city's sewers, and the Defense Force soldiers find it very difficult to engage them in confined environments. We may need help. Rachel reported the combat situation to Chen Xi, implicitly indicating the need for support. Chen Xi was not surprised by this answer. If the flayers were that easy to deal with, the Necrons would not have dominated the galaxy back then. Normally, to confront the Necrons head-on, individual strength must at least be at the level of a Battle Sister or Astartes, or at the very least, top-tier mortal combatants like Stormtroopers elites. After all, a squad of 10 Stormtroopers is 120 points, while an ordinary Astra Militarum infantry squad of 20 is only 110 points, and a squad of 10 flayers is 120 points. This is still a comparison of points in a tabletop game, where rules have balance adjustments. In a real battlefield environment, it would be all too easy for a squad of flayers to assault an Astra Militarum infantry squad. Unless the infantry squad has the Emperor's blessing with every attack, capable of taking down a flayer with a single volley of lasgun fire. Even within the Astra Militarum, there are very few units of this caliber, apart from the Kadayan shock troops, Mordian Iron Guard, and a few other armies renowned for their discipline and elite status. Other Astra Militarum units find it difficult to achieve a lasgun volley with every shot. As for the Valhallan Ice Warriors, to which the retired Astra Militarum unit on Ristoff II belonged, they are known for their tenacious combat will and special effectiveness against orcs. And it's perfectly normal that their weaker version, the Planetary Defense Force, couldn't defeat the flayers. No surprise, those Xenos are very difficult to deal with. My retinue also lost a battle sister. Do not directly confront them, just suppress them and ensure they don't pose a threat to the city for now. I will handle the rest. Chen Xi issued an order, telling Rachel to first blockade the A7-012 area. Rachel, first blockade this area, evacuate as many civilians as possible from the area, and try to minimize casualties and losses first. Additionally, dispatch another regiment to the mine here. The Xeno ruins beneath the mine are a bit dangerous. Have this regiment seal off the mine. I have already communicated with Sage Avilia regarding the Adeptus Mechanicus. Yes, Governor. Rachel also breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least Chen Xi was not a cruel governor who would allow the flayers to continue their rampage. Although she would have carried out such an order if Chen Xi had given it, there was no doubt that her evaluation of Chen Xi would have dropped several levels. After sighing in relief, Rachel quickly composed herself and carried out Chen Xi's orders. She could feel that the tranquility of Ristoff II had been broken, and it was likely that this planet would be quite lively for a while. While Rachel was sealing off the A7-012 area, Chen Xi and Avilia returned to her forge workshop. Since the distribution of spoils had already been discussed and agreed upon, Chen Xi did not stop Avilia from putting all the retrieved items into her own warehouse. After Avilia had put all the spoils away, Chen Xi suddenly spoke to her. Sage Avilia, could you make me a small knife with a disintegration field? A decorative one, small enough to fit in a pocket, about the size of a letter opener would suffice. Such a small power weapon is not easy to make. Do you have any special need for it? Avilia looked at Chen Xi strangely, very puzzled as to why he wanted such a thing. A power weapon of this size could be said to have no practical combat value whatsoever, only serving as a toy in the hands of nobles, as even for self-defense in the Warhammer world, such a short weapon is unnecessary. Typically, this could only be considered a gift exchanged between nobles. A gift for someone. I might need this to help us enlist some reinforcements. Chen Xi already had a plan in mind, but for now, he needed something to add a bit of persuasiveness to this plan. Although it wasn't impossible to exchange points for it, precious points were not meant for this. Hearing Chen Xi's explanation, Avilia, though not entirely understanding, still nodded and said, "All right, come get it in a couple of days." "Okay, if it's convenient, make a few more, so I don't have to bother you again next time." Chen Xi casually added, he thought this item would make a very nice gift. After all, it was personally made by an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, and could be considered a masterwork power weapon. Avilia did not refuse this, merely nodding irritably to acknowledge it, and stating that she would give the small knife a fittingly ornate design. It must be said that when it didn't involve excavating ruins or matters related to her revenge, Sage Avilia was still a very agreeable person. This made Chen Xi wonder if he needed to adjust his attitude towards her in some respects. However, after thinking about it carefully, Chen Xi felt there was no great need to do so, simply treating Avilia normally would suffice. After all, she was a tech priest no matter what, and she still had a vendetta to exact. Given Chen Xi's current strength, it was better not to get too deeply involved with her. Moreover, this ancient tomb expedition, though not yielding too many tangible items, was already a huge gain for Avilia. Chen Xi felt he had done right by her. So Chen Xi said no more, politely took his leave, and withdrew his consciousness from the Warhammer world. Chapter 29, Relic Blessing. Withdrew his consciousness from the Warhammer world, Chen Xi slowly cleared his head before looking at the servitor skull and asking it about his gains this time. Partially completed Mission 1, Explore current ruins. Current mission progress, 5%. Partially completed Mission 2, Clear xenomorphs within the ruins. Current mission progress, 1%. Partially completed Mission 4, Collect xenotechnology. Current mission progress, 10%. After comprehensive evaluation, you gain 200 experience points and 100 points. The Emperor approved of your work and encouraged you to continue your efforts. Looking at his gains this time, Chen Xi stroked his chin indifferently. Since I didn't completely finish the missions, I only received Huang Lao Han's approval this time. Chen Xi wasn't particularly concerned about this result. Currently, his sole focus was on increasing his authorization level, as this determined how many pieces he could deploy into the Warhammer world and how much help he could gain. As for weapons and equipment, Chen Xi, who was already clad in Holy Relic equipment, didn't care much about them. Oh, I almost forgot. Have the governor send that set of Holy Relic power armor and the Holy Relic sword to the Ecclesiarchy Cathedral, to be overseen by the Sisters of Battle and blessed by the bishop. Chen Xi remembered the set of Holy Relic equipment he had exchanged for and quickly issued a new command to the servitor skull. While Holy Relic equipment was powerful, its use required extra care, and daily maintenance was essential. Among these, blessings could be said to be an indispensable procedure. In fact, to some extent, holy relics were holy relics precisely because the prayers and worship of believers endowed them with powerful strength. To put it simply, after equipment is blessed, it gains additional attributes and special properties. Daily offerings and blessings help maintain these attributes and preserve the equipment. After all, holy relic equipment typically had a considerably long history. If not carefully maintained, not to mention malfunctions or damage, just a displeased machine spirit would be enough to cause trouble. Although Chen Xi didn't know the exact nature of the two pieces of equipment he had exchanged for, since they were holy relics, sending them for a blessing was certainly the right choice. As for why they had to be sent to the Ecclesiarchy Cathedral, it was mainly because the Sisters of Battle's convent had not yet begun construction. Once the Sisters of Battle's convent was built, Chen Xi would definitely send his equipment to the convent, placing it within his controllable range. Having resolved these issues, Chen Xi then remembered the battle sister who had died and asked the servitor skull, "A battle sister of mine died in battle. How do I replenish my forces?" You can choose to train a new sister locally, allowing her to inherit the weapons and equipment of the fallen sister. Alternatively, you can wait for this piece to cool down before redeploying it. Currently, the cooldown time for this piece is 1 cycle, which is 1 standard Holy Terra day. You can also spend 1 point to forcibly end the cooldown and redeploy the piece. Note, depending on the piece and the manner of death, the cooldown time and the points required to remove the cooldown will vary. Seeing this series of messages, Chen Xi nodded in understanding. Now that he knew he could replenish this piece tomorrow, he no longer focused on the issue. As long as he confirmed that his pieces could return to normal use, he would quickly be able to replace the battle sisters he lacked, and losses would no longer be so important. In fact, if he could exploit a bug, Chen Xi could even use this method to farm equipment for the battle sisters. Of course, Huang Laohan directly prevented this from the source. Replenished pieces used the equipment of the previous piece, and unless the equipment was completely lost or damaged, it would always be inherited, not refreshed. However, Huang Laohan did not deliberately make things difficult for Chen Xi. If he was willing to spend points, he could also buy equipment from Huang Laohan. It's just that the prices of these equipment, well, just look. The point-based equipment sold by Huang Laohan was more for exchanging holy relic equipment for Chen Xi's own use, whether exchanging it into the 3K world or giving it to his pieces in the 40K world, both were excellent choices. As for ordinary equipment that was plentiful and satisfying, it was better to go through the Empire's regular procurement channels. By the way, I remember you said I could invite others to participate in this game and cross into the Warhammer world with me, right? Chen Xi organized his thoughts and asked the servitor skull. Yes, you can invite like-minded individuals to go to the Warhammer world together and fight for the Emperor. The Emperor will not be stingy with his rewards. That sounds almost like a chaos god luring ignorant youths to work for him. Chen Xi complained, but then asked the more crucial question, so after I invite them, how will these people cross into the Warhammer world? Will they get a military chest like me and cross, or do they need to cross through me? What are the differences in the permissions, experience, and points they gain after crossing compared to me? Or are they exactly the same? Chen Xi asked a string of questions, but what he really wanted to know was the last one. If the invited others shared the same permissions, experience, and points as him, with no differences, then this would essentially be an online game, and he would just be the first beta tester. In such a situation, Chen Xi might adjust his plan to invite others and instead choose to solve the problem by himself. But if there were differences in permissions between him and others, then Chen Xi felt that he could do much more, at least he could be bolder in inviting others. Currently, the crossing channel is limited to your military chest. The Emperor has not deployed more crossing channels. Your authorization level is higher than other invited individuals, and you can independently decide whether the invited individuals cross in Commander mode or Adventure mode. In Commander mode, invited individuals can only deploy their troops and control them through the military chest. In this mode, invited individuals can gain experience and points by performing combat missions, and there is no difference in the permission to exchange items. In Adventure mode, the invited individual chooses a piece for consciousness projection and can project their consciousness into the Warhammer world. In this mode, invited individuals can gain experience and points by completing various adventure missions, but cannot deploy troop pieces. Hearing the servitor skull's explanation, a smile immediately appeared on Chen Xi's face. If this was the case, then his plan had great potential, and he could even go big. However, after calming himself down slightly, Chen Xi still suppressed the tempting idea of doing something big and decided to proceed everything according to his original plan. Chapter 30, Loyal Friends. Several days later, Chen Xi, carrying his miniatures, arrived at a wine shop. Yo, 17, what are you planning to use today? Still your favorite cans? The shop owner was also a Warhammer fan, wearing a red t-shirt with the Chaos 8-pointed star printed on it and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very loyal. No, I'll use sisters today. I plan to change things up recently, Chen Xi replied to his question, then asked, how many people are playing Warhammer today? Not many people today. Hai Tu has a surgery at the hospital, A Ling is proctoring at school, A Lian has a deadline work overtime at his company, and Dog 76 said he needs to prepare quarterly financial reports. The shop owner explained the situation to Chen Xi, then curiously asked, by the way, 17, where did you get that power sword you posted in the group before? Are you considering selling it? I'm not selling it. Even if you had one, you wouldn't sell it. Chen Xi directly refused his probing, but he didn't completely shut down the conversation. however, if you're asking about the source, it's not impossible to introduce you. I'll tell you more after we finish playing. Hearing Chen Xi say that, the shop owner didn't show much disappointment. He just nodded and didn't ask anything more. Instead, Chen Xi looked around and asked, "Where's Yuri? Not coming today?" "He's on a date with a loli, you know how it is," the shop owner shrugged, with an expression that implied Chen Xi knew what was going on. However, Chen Xi frowned and said, "Wasn't he dumped? She already said so much." "Ah, if he could let go that easily, he wouldn't be him," the shop owner sighed. Emotional problems are not easy for anyone to face. Hearing him say that, Chen Xi didn't say much more and carried his case upstairs. Although this shop sold red wine downstairs, the owner had converted the upstairs into a lounge similar to a salon, setting up a large table big enough for 8 people to lie side by side, specifically for group members' tabletop battles and role-playing games. This was also the main gathering place for Chen Xi and his group members. After all, playing Warhammer tabletop battles, especially large-scale ones, requires a lot of space for terrain, miniatures, and various tokens. Moreover, if Warhammer miniatures are unpainted, it's fine, but if they are painted and coated, transportation and carrying them can easily cause damage. Especially large toys like Imperial Knight, Dreadnoughts, Land Speeders, and Titan, even without considering bumps, their sheer size makes them difficult to carry. So, unless you have a specially prepared army case, a better option is to leave them directly at the place where you play battles, ready for use. Chen Xi had a cabinet here, where he kept some of his 1000-point army list miniatures that he frequently used. Putting down the army case he brought, Chen Xi saw that 2 other group members were already playing, so he stood aside to watch. They weren't playing a large-scale battle, but rather using the recently released kill team from GW. One side was using Navy Breachers, and the other was using Rogue Trader Retinue. This type of squad battle emphasizes speed and efficiency. Typically, a winner can be decided within 3 to 5 turns, and each turn doesn't take long. Compared to large army list battles of thousands or even thousands of points, where a single turn can take more than 10 minutes, these small-scale battles are undoubtedly more suitable for gatherings or casual fun during leisure time. Watching the 2 sides quickly determine a winner, Chen Xi then greeted them, My, Twilight, is it just the 2 of you today?" "Yes, the others didn't come." "It looks like it's just us today," My greeted Chen Xi, then asked, "By the way, 17, where did you get that power sword? Can I borrow it for cosplay at the Comic-Con next time? What character are you planning to cosplay?" "A commissar?" Chen Xi asked curiously when he heard she wanted to use it at a Comic-Con. "I want to cosplay a rogue trader, but I don't have suitable clothes," My shrugged, looking a bit helpless. "Rogue trader doesn't have a fixed style of clothing, right? How about considering collecting some Baroque-style vintage clothes?" Chen Xi offered My advice, although he had a simpler solution. "Collecting vintage clothes is too expensive, let's talk about it later." My seemed to have only briefly considered it and didn't delve too deeply into the matter. The 3 cleared the remaining miniatures from the table, then set up a new game. The shop owner also seemed to have finished his work, carrying a bottle of decanted red wine and a few wine glasses up to the lounge upstairs. "Come on, drink and play. I opened a good bottle today." The shop owner, looking generous and unreserved, filled everyone's glasses. Chen Xi took a sip, savored the taste of the wine, and then suddenly asked the shop owner, "By the way, if I had a winery and was about to start making wine, how would I sell it?" "Winery? Selling wine? Is it an old winery or a new one?" "If it's an old winery, you don't need to worry about any of this, just sell it through the winery's original channels." The shop owner seemed a bit confused by Chen Xi's question, but after raising his eyebrows, he still gave an answer, "But if it's a new winery, it's more troublesome. You need to find a professional evaluation agency to score it, and you need to get as high a score as possible. After getting a good score, you can start promoting it, inviting social celebrities and the like to taste the wine. After that, you can try giving some away, or sending them to specialized auctions and so on. In short, don't expect to make money from the first batch of wine, building a reputation is the most important thing. Once you have a bit of a reputation, you can basically try contacting some high-end catering industries or hotels to sell your wine. However, this is playing the high-end route, which requires controlling the annual production volume. Typically, a high-end winery produces only a few thousand bottles a year, and you'll basically maintain this output until your brand is established. You'll stock up while creating a sense of scarcity. However, this is all about high-end brands. If you want to distribute widely and sell in volume, it's simpler. It's very easy to operate now. Find a non-top influencer with decent traffic, ask them to help you promote and sell your products, and then the family in the live stream will help you boost sales. Of course, in that case, don't expect your brand to have a good reputation. High-end catering will basically be out of your reach, unless you become big and then rebrand yourself as high-end. Listening to his eloquent speech, Chen Xi stroked his army case and then said, "What if I'm selling wine in the Warhammer world?" "Warhammer world? Why would you have such a thought?" All three showed surprised expressions, but the shop owner seemed to have thought of something, looking at Chen Xi with uncertainty and asking, "You kid, you weren't really conscripted by the Emperor, were you?" Chapter 31, Invitation to Join. Chen Xi pulled out a letter opener with the Imperial Aquila emblem from his military trunk and placed it on the table. He said nothing, only gesturing for the three of them to look. Looking at the letter opener, the shop owner was the first to pick it up. The knife was exquisite and small, with the handle just right for an adult to grip, sheathed in a scabbard bearing the Adeptus Mechanicus cogwheel emblem. When drawn, the blade was only slightly longer than a hand, and its single finger-width surface had a circular dot resembling a force field generator, making it appear very slender. The hilt was decorated with an imperial aquila emblem, very much in the style of the Imperium of Man in the Warhammer world. It couldn't be real, could it? The shop owner tested the blade, felt it wasn't very sharp, and then looked at Chen Xi with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. There's a button on the handle, why not try it? Chen Xi looked at the shop owner, seemingly hinting at something. However, faced with Chen Xi's persuasion, the shop owner hesitated. He put down the letter opener, picked up his wine glass, and with a slight tremble, downed the entire glass of red wine. Chen Xi and the shop owner's cryptic exchange made Mai and Twilight guess what was going on. Twilight directly picked up the letter opener and, as Chen Xi had said, pressed the cleverly designed button on the handle. A blue electric light unfolded on the blade, as if coating the entire knife with a light blue film. This was the standard manifestation of a power weapon. Twilight's face showed an expression of disbelief, and she immediately swung the knife towards the wine glass next to her. As if it hadn't cut through anything at all, the wine glass was effortlessly split in two, without the slightest sense of resistance. This is real. Twilight looked shocked, then abruptly looked up at Chen Xi. Damn, I knew you went to work for Huang Lao Han. Why didn't you bring your brothers along? Do you really want to go? That's the Warhammer world, a place where transmigrators will cry like a sissy whose toes have been stepped on, you know. Chen Xi was unhurt and showed no special reaction to Twilight's questioning. However, though he said nothing, he said everything. Facing Chen Xi's deliberately mysterious attitude, the three of them didn't condemn him. After all, transmigration isn't something everyone is willing to share with friends, even if it's going to a notorious cesspit like the Warhammer world. Moreover, facing Chen Xi's almost explicit invitation, all three showed hesitation. After all, putting aside transmigrating to the Warhammer world, transmigration itself is a matter that requires careful consideration. They hadn't hit the jackpot, weren't graduates of a starting point orphanage who had lost their parents, nor did they have suicidal tendencies wanting to understand the true meaning of life and truly live. There was no real need to abandon their homes and careers to transmigrate. However, Mai at this point seemed to notice something and asked Chen Xi, if it's transmigration, do you have a return ticket? It's not one way. If it were one way, I wouldn't be here, would I? Chen Xi smiled. Then why tell us? Aren't you afraid we'll talk? Twilight asked again. To this, Chen Xi merely shrugged. Do you think you can escape assassination by a Vindicare assassin, or decapitation by a space marine? Chen Xi certainly couldn't deploy such powerful units in the 3K era, but the exchanges offered by Huang Laohan included corresponding enhancements. Chen Xi could enhance himself into an assassin or a space marine. So, in a sense, his words weren't a complete lie designed to deceive. After all, he didn't say whether Huang Laohan would send people to hunt them down, or if he would do it himself. The three of them indeed understood Chen Xi's meaning, and they had no intention of pressing further. Finally, after being handled by the three, the letter opener was placed back on the table, and the three looked at Chen Xi with burning eyes. So just tell us directly, what exactly is going on? Did the Emperor conscript soldiers? The shop owner simply cut to the chase, directly asking Chen Xi the question they were concerned about. Something like that. I do have slots for transmigrating to the Warhammer world. Chen Xi slightly blurred the issue of transmigration. While he was willing to share the opportunity to transmigrate, he didn't want the invited individuals to lose control. What kind of slots? With their guess confirmed, Mai also showed excitement. But he still tried his best to control his emotions, to avoid making any impulsive moves due to excessive excitement. Simply put, it's the four great gods, but you can choose the pieces you use, which are the identities of the corresponding characters. Chen Xi briefly introduced the transmigration mechanism and explained, of course, there's also the Cursed High Lord's mode to choose from, but this mode can only deploy pieces, much like a tabletop wargame. Furthermore, only your consciousness transmigrates, your body will remain in the 3K era, so you don't have to worry about being captured by Slaanesh for pleasure or being fed soup by Father Nurgle after a physical transmigration. What if Xianj causes trouble? Twilight interjected. Xianj causing trouble is unavoidable. It is the Warhammer world, after all. Expecting the four Chaos Gods not to cause you trouble is simply a pipe dream. However, you can rest assured that Huang Laohan guarantees our spirits and consciousness will not be affected by the dirty things of that world. As long as you don't fall, everything will be fine and won't be brought back to this world. Chen Xi assured everyone. This point was arguably the most crucial aspect of transmigrating to the Warhammer world. As long as this point was guaranteed, everyone was no longer so resistant to transmigrating to the Warhammer world. Last question, how do we get there? The shop owner asked again. Huang Laohan gave me a box. You can transmigrate through that box, and exchanges and such are also done through that box. Chen Xi introduced the more specific situation to the three. He wasn't worried about the three leaking secrets, as from every angle, they didn't seem like people who would refuse. Here, Chen Xi also used a not-so-small rhetorical trick, which was to make the three believe that the box was under Chen Xi's control. Although the box was indeed under Chen Xi's control, this rhetoric still allowed him to maintain a dominant position. Then what are we waiting for? Where's the box? I can't wait. My finally couldn't hold back and started rubbing his hands together like a fly. There's no rush for transmigration. I should first introduce you to the situation over there. Chen Xi felt it was necessary to give the three a simple introduction, so they could understand the situation in 40K. And, Chen Xi hoped that the characters they chose would align with the current situation on Ristoff II and his subsequent development plans. Chapter 32, Arranging Identities. So, you're a planetary governor and an Inquisitor, but there's a Necron's tomb buried under the planet, and the only usable forces are 10 planetary defense force regiments. As the three listened to Chen Xi's introduction, Twilight's face, looking constipated, confirmed with him. 10 PDF regiments might sound like a lot, but to fight Necrons? Sorry, they probably wouldn't last 3 days before being wiped out. Note, it's not 10 PDF regiments being wiped out, but the entire planet being wiped out by the Necrons within 3 days. In the official lore, after the Great Rift opened, these metal skeletons deployed an energy field called the soul-reaping necrosphere in the Imperium's Nephilim sector. Within the area enveloped by this negatively polarized blackstone energy field, all souls would be torn apart. The malevolent energy radiated from the soul-reaping necrosphere would gradually transmit through a network of blackstone obelisks, eventually enveloping the entire galaxy in soul-shattering energy. In short, these metal skeletons initiated a plan to slaughter all life with souls in the entire galaxy. And for the Necrons, this was just a grand plan that would take some time to execute. Compared to the brutal acts the Necrons had committed in the past, this was even considered minor. After all, the Kadian Gate, which the Imperium relied on to block the Great Rift, was actually part of the Blackstone Obelisk array left behind by the Necrons in the past. It was by the power of the Blackstone Obelisks that Cadia was able to act like a floodgate, holding back the warp energy pouring out from the Eye of Terror. And the Necrons, by simply activating the Blackstone Obelisk array that once spanned the galaxy and initiating one of its true purposes, would be able to kill all life with souls within the galaxy. If Cadia had not been destroyed by Abaddon, and many of the Blackstone Obelisk arrays with it, the Imperium might have struggled to withstand the Necron's soul-reaping necrosphere plan. Although it's not certain that what's buried beneath Ristoff II is such a dangerous entity, it's still not something 10 PDF infantry regiments can handle. This is an enemy that Space Marines, Battle Sisters, and Knight families can confront head-on. At the very least, it requires the Adeptus Militaris and Astra Militarum. The planetary defense force is truly insufficient. Currently, that's the situation. However, I've already started forming Battle Sisters, and I expect to complete the monastery and mass-train bolter babes within 3 to 5 years. Chen Xi didn't feel anything about the current situation, he just shrugged and said, I've already gone down to confirm, the skeletons are still sleeping. Although I gave them a little shake, they probably weren't woken up. The main problem now is dealing with the flayers that have infiltrated the city's sewers. Everyone knows how dangerous those things can be. By the way, there aren't any servitors in your sewers, are there? The shop owner asked Chen Xi, his expression very serious. Don't worry, I had the Chamberlain confirm it. There are no servitors or robots in the sewers. Chen Xi understood what the shop owner was referring to. The Flayer curse wasn't just spread among the Necrons. In officially published novels, there are clear records of servitors being infected with the Flayer curse. However, because the Flayers had already invaded the city before I transmigrated, I'm not sure how many there are now. And they've already killed quite a few people. I also have no information on whether these killed individuals were taken for biological conversion. Then have you called the Space Marines? My asked, a little nervously. He didn't want to be thrown into the meat grinder right after transmigrating to the warmer world. Not yet, after all, I've only just discovered this, and according to the Chamberlain's report, the situation is still within controllable limits. Chen Xi, of course, also wanted to call the Space Marines to solve the problem, but the Imperium's vast territory and the limited number of Space Marines before the Great Rift opened meant that even if he called for aid, it would likely take decades or even centuries for anyone to arrive. And for the Imperium, that's already considered very efficient. Normally, it might take hundreds of years for anyone to respond. As you said, the situation is indeed within controllable limits, so the Necron's problem, while important, is not an immediate priority. The 4 people involved in the discussion all had sufficient knowledge of the warmer world, so they quickly reached a conclusion. The first priority now is actually to strengthen our forces. As long as we have soldiers and generals, everything will be fine. However, that mechanical sage of yours, her problem is huge. While we all understand that's how the Adeptus Mechanicus operates, if your interactions with the Adeptus Mechanicus are influenced or monopolized by her, it will be a major issue. This is also my current concern. Avilia is Dora Corps' student, and that forge left behind by Dora Corps must be retrieved. Who knows, there might be a group of Primaris Space Marines buried under it. But we also need a way to counterbalance her, otherwise, once she recovers, it will be difficult for us to control her. Chen Xi candidly expressed his greatest current worry. Currently, Avilia's help to Ristoff II is indeed significant, and she will even play an important role in the future. However, the inherent problems of the Adeptus Mechanicus faction itself make it difficult for Chen Xi to have sufficient trust in Avilia. After all, even exploring a tomb can cause a lot of trouble, and Chen Xi finds it hard to believe she won't cause other problems. Although this is a common trait of tech priests, and working with them often requires enduring their various quirks. But Chen Xi is a transmigrator, and one who can call upon friends, so he naturally wants to find a way to restrain Avilia. So, we need to introduce a force that can counterbalance her, such as the Space Marines, the Ecclesiarchy, or other factions that can contend with the Adeptus Mechanicus. The shop owner summarized Chen Xi's meaning, then stated, the native forces of 40K might not overly restrain the Adeptus Mechanicus due to the larger picture, but we are different. If we can transmigrate as a mechanical sage, or a chapter forge master, or even a forge master, then an exiled heretic sage would be easy to restrain. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Since transmigration allows us to choose an identity, we should naturally choose one that maximizes our benefits. Chen Xi looked at the three with a hint of expectation and asked them, so, what identities do you plan to use? I wanted to choose a rogue trader. Someone needs to do the grunt work for the territory, right? Mai was the first to state his preference. He wasn't very familiar with the Adeptus Mechanicus, nor did he have any Adeptus Mechanicus related pieces. 17. You know me, I've wanted to command a warship for a long time. Twilight also looked troubled. While he wasn't completely unfamiliar with the Adeptus Mechanicus, he didn't have any related pieces either. Meanwhile, the shop owner spoke up, I have a custom-made dead clock forge master. I wonder if that would work. Chapter 33, Forge Master. A Forge Master is a space marine who, after studying on Mars and accumulating extensive experience as a tech marine, possesses knowledge and abilities comparable to an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, thus qualifying them to become the chapter's Forge Master. The reason for sending individuals to study abroad is primarily due to the massive loss of human technology since the Dark Age of Technology, which was caused by the Old Night. Even after the Great Crusade and 10 millennia of imperial collection efforts, humanity has yet to restore its former glory. This means that for many technological creations, modern humans only know how to use them. Not to mention production and manufacturing, even mere maintenance is specialized knowledge, firmly controlled and monopolized by the Adeptus Mechanicus. All imperial weaponry and equipment are produced and maintained by the Adeptus Mechanicus, stemming from an agreement personally signed by the Emperor with Mars, with no exceptions throughout the entire Imperium. Although in the early days of the Imperium, various legions maintained certain equipment research and production capabilities, and the status of the Adeptus Mechanicus declined somewhat after the Great Rebellion due to the Martian Civil War, the Adeptus Mechanicus's monopoly on technology is now stronger than it was 10,000 years ago. Some people might think that if they transmigrated to the warmer world, they could produce their own weapons and equipment to break the Adeptus Mechanicus's monopoly. However, the truth is that no one would buy the equipment they produced without the Adeptus Mechanicus's permission. In fact, the Adeptus Mechanicus could declare them a tech heretic and send a Titan Legion to send them to their demise one by one. Don't be surprised, the Adeptus Mechanicus can indeed do such things, and the Imperium might even have to assist by issuing an exterminatus. Under these circumstances, the maintenance and manufacturing of a Space Marine chapter's technological equipment also had to rely on the Adeptus Mechanicus. More capable chapters, such as the Ultramarines with deep backgrounds, could host several Adeptus Mechanicus sages within their chapter to help manage and maintain various weapons and equipment. The tech priest teams led by the sages could also serve the chapter very well. But even so, the Ultramarines still maintained a considerable number of tech marines and forge masters. As for the First Legion, which has no secrets, the Iron Hands, who have undergone mechanical ascension, and the Black Templars, who have a knack for forging, each have their own unique skills. However, even they still need to send individuals to Mars to study if they wish to train tech marines and forge masters. This also means that, in a sense, tech marines are the most alienated figures in a chapter, as their long study on Mars often weakens their emotional ties with their chapter brothers. Moreover, the worship of the Omnissiah and the God of Machines inevitably clashes somewhat with the widespread worship of the Emperor in chapters, even though both are officially sanctioned imperial faiths. As for a forge master, while he is a highly experienced, important, and respected figure within the chapter, he is also arguably the high-ranking chapter member furthest from the chapter's center of power. Aside from the Iron Hands chapter and the Salamanders chapter, it is rare for a forge master to hold an important position within a chapter, let alone become a chapter master. And for the current Ristoff II, a forge master holds absolutely extraordinary significance. This is not just about being able to counter Avilia, a forge master represents an entire Space Marine chapter. The power that a Space Marine chapter can wield is far greater than that of an exiled tech heretic, even if that heretic is a sage. What a mechanical sage can provide is often not intuitive, especially in terms of combat power increase, as not all sages are named Belisarius Call, capable of producing 10 chapters at will. But a Space Marine chapter, no matter how impoverished or tragic its circumstances, can still deploy a squad of Astartes. And a 5-man squad of ordinary Space Marines is officially described as sufficient to quell a planetary rebellion. Therefore, when a Forge Master from the Deathwatch chapter appeared at Ristoff II's starport, all the nobles on the entire planet were alarmed, and the treatment and attitude they extended were even more grand than when Chen Xi assumed his post. Chen Xi didn't pay much attention to this, as an Inquisitor Planetary Governor could never compare to a Forge Master from a specialized chapter like the Deathwatch. After a brief welcoming ceremony, Chen Xi led the shop owner, who had taken the alias Farlan Gutierrez, and Mai, who had taken the alias Malin, onto the orbital elevator. Gutierrez's identity is a Deathwatch Black Shield Forge Master, and your original chapter is the Imperial Fists. Chen Xi was reconfirming their identities to avoid any oversights. And Mai, you are a rogue trader named Malin, my Inquisition acolyte, with a warrant of trade issued by Gene Seed Primarch Ferris, but you are currently using an ordinary warrant issued by the High Lords. You can fill in the name of your merchant dynasty yourself. Additionally, Twilight, as a naval captain, is responsible for commanding the sword class we exchanged for and will not be landing on the surface for now. Have you both understood this information? Understood, but my Folkite pistol and Forge Master's axe are currently unusable, they're just for decoration, and a prompt says they require points to unlock. Gutierrez explained his situation to Chen Xi. Although he successfully activated this self-designed piece by using adventure mode, allowing him to use a space marine character, his relic equipment and special weapons were restricted and temporarily unusable. Who told you to add so many things to yourself? But it's not a big problem for now. As long as you go down and kill a few flayers to solve this problem, your points should be enough. Chen Xi glanced at the relic Fulkite pistol on Gutierrez and the Forge Master's axe modified from a Necron's phase blade, shaking his head involuntarily. Originally, according to the servitor skull responsible for the transmigration, in adventure mode, each of them had 100 points to equip their pieces. After all, command mode allowed for an entire squad, so it made no sense for adventure mode to only allow for blank characters. But after discussing it with his 3 friends, Chen Xi decided to pool all 4 of their points to exchange for a sword-class frigate. The total of 300 points for the exchange almost emptied all 4 of their savings. Mai and Twilight were currently blank characters, using blank weapons. Fortunately, a rogue trader and a naval captain do not need to be heavily involved in combat, and there is no danger while staying on the ship. After all, although a sword-class frigate is called a frigate, it is 1.6 kilometers long and carries over 26,000 personnel. The main reason for acquiring this ship was to facilitate future operations. After all, a warship, even if it's just a frigate, can perform orbital bombardments and warp travel, which is very helpful for expanding their range of activities and improving their ability to handle various problems. The arrival of the Forge Master undoubtedly made Avilia feel a sense of crisis. She proactively approached Chen Xi, indicating that she could now set off to discuss cooperation with her sister. Previously, there was no void ship to take you to the Forge world, but now that your flagship has arrived, you can naturally go to the Forge world to seek cooperation. Avilia handed a cogwheel insignia of the Adeptus Mechanicus to Chen Xi, urging him, "This insignia is the symbol of the industrial world I come from. Just take it to my sister, and she will know you are connected to me, no need to explain further. She is now allied with the forging supervisor. You can try to contact the forging supervisor through her. If he is interested in the Xenos ruins on this world, then he should provide you with some investment to facilitate the excavation of these Xenos ruins." Listening to Avilia's words, Chen Xi was non-committal, merely asking her, if that forging supervisor learns of the existence of these Xenos ruins, he might not leave you any scraps. Have you thought this through? All tech priests shared the same nature, they couldn't walk past Xenos ruins and desired to possess ancient technology. These guys were often like a band of brigands and bandits, and very short-sighted, more like misers hoarding a large amount of advanced technology and ancient artifacts, treating them as treasures to be worshipped rather than using these technologies and ancient relics to improve the current state of the Imperium. Chen Xi had already experienced Avilia's temperament, and by extension, he could imagine what kind of person a forging supervisor would be. Although there were some more human-like tech priests, most were like humanoids among the stars. Facing Chen Xi's question, Avilia was silent for a moment, but she still explained, "A forging supervisor wouldn't be interested in the little bit you've presented. He focuses on things at a higher level. This might pique his interest, but it would mostly be assigned as a project to his subordinates, the priests. After all, a forging supervisor has many responsibilities and is unlikely to handle everything personally, instead delegating tasks to his trusted associates. My sister, as the one interacting with you and being the forging supervisor's person, will be the first choice for liaison. So, although some profit must be conceded, overall, cooperating with them will not result in any loss for me. I can even use this to align myself with the forging supervisor and return to the Forge world. And you, Planetary Governor?" Avilia looked at Chen Xi, her eyes holding an indescribable complexity with dissatisfaction and disdain, but more so a sense of melancholy and helplessness. Her tone showed no fluctuation, but Chen Xi could discern her mood at that moment. "You can obtain everything you need from it. I believe that forging supervisor will not be stingy with the resources merely to develop a planet. Whether you want to develop this planet into an agricultural world, an industrial world, or even a garden world, I believe that forging supervisor will not mind covering your expenses. But the premise is that he can obtain sufficient returns from this planet." Chen Xi was not swayed by Avilia's rather unsophisticated attempt at painting a grand picture. Although what Avilia said was true, cooperating with the Adeptus Mechanicus was never a good choice. The Adeptus Mechanicus was indeed wealthy, even to the point of being described as rolling in wealth. But the stinginess of these tech priests was also galaxy-renowned and universally acknowledged. Expecting to gain any benefits from them? Look at their Adeptus Militaris, everyone. Tech priests could equip the Adeptus Militaris with the most advanced weapons and bionics in the Imperium, but were so stingy that they would only provide a leather pouch as the Adeptus Militaris's stomach. This is a tech priest, he can spend a fortune when he needs to, but when he doesn't, he is as stingy as a Venetian merchant, unwilling to even cut off a pound of flesh. As long as the ruins are fully excavated, the gains from that ancient tomb will be enough to satisfy all our needs, won't they? Avilia tried to persuade Chen Xi further. Chen Xi did not deny this statement. But he still retorted to Avilia, "Why don't I use the power of the Inquisition and the Death Watch? My relationship with Master Gutierrez is very good, and I imagine the Death Watch wouldn't mind building a new watch fortress on this planet, would they? At the very least, by cooperating with the Forge world through Master Gutierrez, I should be able to secure more benefits, right?" The so-called Watch Fortress was a fortress built by the Death Watch on various Imperial worlds, usually garrisoned by at least one kill team of Space Marines, responsible for protecting the safety of the Imperial worlds around the fortress. This special chapter, jointly created by the Inquisition and the Adeptus Astartes, differed greatly in number from regular chapters, and its recruitment was not like ordinary chapters, but rather selected from various chapters. This also led to the Death Watch having Space Marines from various chapters, with even a squad of 10 Astartes potentially coming directly from 10 different chapters. Theoretically, if needed, a large number of chapters could be brought in through the Death Watch. Especially the Inquisition itself, which was also very interested in such Xenos ruins. Avilia fell silent. Inquisitor Chen Xi's identity set him apart from ordinary planetary governors, and this identity also gave him more initiative in his cooperation with Avilia. I can contact my mentor for you, and I myself can work for you for 10 years. Avilia raised the stakes. The bargaining chips she could offer were truly too few, and working for Chen Xi was arguably the most valuable part of what she could offer. However, this was nothing unusual, as it was not uncommon for Adeptus Mechanicus priests to work for Inquisitors, becoming Inquisitor acolytes. Many tech priests who had not yet obtained the title of priest would choose to do so in exchange for the Inquisitor's help and support. However, typically, a priest's status was no less than that of an Inquisitor. Usually, the relationship between the two was more cooperative rather than one working for the other. 10 years is too short, 30 years. Chen Xi stated his price and cut off Avilia's bargaining. You work for me for 30 years, complete the ecological transformation of this planet, and I will help you return to the Forge world and reclaim your teacher's forge. 30 years. Alright, it's a deal. After considering it, Avilia agreed without much hesitation. 30 years was not too long for Avilia, and if it could earn Chen Xi's help and support, it was a worthwhile transaction. Chapter 35, Re-entering the Sewers. Avilia's allegiance was a slightly unexpected surprise for Chen Xi. However, the gains from this event itself were not significant. Aside from a prompt that popped up for Chen Xi saying, gained the allegiance of an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, experience plus 100, there wasn't even any credit. Furthermore, Avilia herself could only provide limited help to Chen Xi, or rather, everything she could do, she was already doing. As for the rest, it was merely Avilia herself acting as a combatant on the battlefield, or her ability to craft certain items for Chen Xi. While the latter could be considered a decent benefit, after Gutierrez joined, it wasn't a huge draw, as Gutierrez could essentially make most of what Avilia could. The difference between the two was like that between a blacksmith skilled in making plate armor and one skilled in making lamellar armor. Though there was a difference, it wasn't too significant. However, gaining Avilia's service at least eliminated the future problem of her not following orders for Chen Xi, which was worth the price. Moreover, Chen Xi had originally only thought of using Gutierrez to counterbalance Avilia, he hadn't considered having her serve him, so this smooth resolution was an unexpected boon. With Avilia's matter settled, Chen Xi's focus shifted to addressing the threat posed by the Necron tomb. This part presented a very direct threat to Chen Xi. So, after receiving the token from Avilia, he handed it, along with the spoils he had previously agreed upon with Avilia, to Mai, the rogue trader, instructing him to take a ship to the Forge world and contact Avilia's sisters. After all, Chen Xi himself was the planetary governor and was not suited to casually leaving the planet he governed. Furthermore, Chen Xi still needed to deal with the flayers and was indeed not suitable to leave Ristoff II. If he had been alone before, there would naturally have been no other option but to go himself. But now, with the addition of Mai, Twilight and Gutierrez, he was able to free up his hands and tackle more problems on two fronts. Mai and Twilight are going to handle the Forge world mission. Will it be enough if it's just the two of us going into the combat instance? Gutierrez asked Chen Xi with some apprehension, as he prepared his power armor and weapons. Although in tabletop role-playing, a Forge Master is enough to kill a squad of flayers, actual combat and rolling dice on a table are clearly not the same thing. It was perfectly normal for Gutierrez to worry about things going wrong. What are you thinking? You're an Astartes Forge Master, and I'm an Inquisitor equipped with relics, and we're bringing a squad of battle sisters. We're just clearing out some flayers, this combat power is already sufficient, Chen Xi retorted to Gutierrez. Unless there are other Necrons, or the number of flayers is too high, it's unlikely to go wrong. The planet's PDF has been blockading the sewers. If there were many flayers, they would have started breaking through the blockade long ago, and the PDF couldn't stop them. It's just that I haven't done this kind of thing before, so I'm a bit unsure. Gutierrez gave an awkward laugh, but then quickly composed himself and said, leaning on his Forge Master's axe, I'm ready. Although his self-designed phase blade modified Forge Master's axe was sealed, he wasn't without weapons. This Forge Master's axe could still unleash the normal power of a Forge Master's axe. Coupled with the bolter mounted on his power backpack, while it couldn't unleash the full strength of a Forge Master, it still possessed the combat power of a regular Astartes. With Chen Xi and the Battle Sisters, as long as they didn't step into a trap or get surrounded by a large number of flayers, there would generally be no major problems. With preparations complete, the two then took a Chimera transport to the A7-012 area. This area had been completely cleared, and the residents who originally lived there had been relocated to other surrounding areas. All that could be seen on the roads were Planetary Defense Force personnel. Rachel had set up numerous barricades here and deployed heavy firepower, making the A7-012 area look like a war zone. Along the way, the presence of more than a dozen defensive checkpoints made the area appear heavily guarded. However, to Chen Xi and Gutierrez, it seemed rather ordinary. It wasn't that there were any flaws in the defense, but rather that the PDF's defenses were indeed very easy for Space Marines and Battle Sisters to breach. Simply put, it was just a matter of insufficient defensive strength. If it were the Astra Militarum, they might be able to withstand a frontal assault from Astartes and Battle Sisters, but they would still suffer heavy casualties. 5 Astartes wiping out several hundred Astra Militarum on a single defense line was basically like child's play. While Battle Sisters were slightly inferior, they were not far off. However, this planet only had the PDF, so Chen Xi naturally wouldn't demand anything more. After arriving at the sewer entrance, he simply greeted the defense force major in charge of the defense, and then they all entered the sewers together. Because everyone who went down was wearing power armor and their helmets were fully enclosed, they naturally couldn't smell the stench in the sewers. However, the analytical instruments on the servitor skulls floating around them began analyzing the air composition as soon as they entered the sewers. There are basically no toxic or harmful substances in the air. It seems this planet's environment is indeed very good. Since everyone in the team was on their side, Gutierrez and Chen Xi chatted casually through their helmet communications. Rather than saying the environment is good, it's more accurate to say it hasn't been developed. This planet only became an imperial colony 70 years ago, and many things are new, so naturally there isn't the garbage and exhaust fumes found in hive cities that have been established for hundreds or thousands of years. Chen Xi responded to Gutierrez, but his gaze remained vigilant of his surroundings. While the Necron's flares weren't very strong, they weren't easy opponents either. If they underestimated them just because their team was strong and became careless, they could truly be overturned. And as they chatted, the servitor skull had already detected something approaching. Attention, contact. Right passage. Chen Xi quickly relayed the information to Gutierrez and the Battle Sisters, and he himself raised his plasma pistol, ready for combat. Hearing Chen Xi's warning, Gutierrez and the Battle Sisters instantly adjusted their stances, each raising their weapons and aiming in the direction Chen Xi had indicated. The enemy didn't keep them waiting. In just a moment, 2 metallic skeletons, wrapped in ragged leather, burst from the shadows and lunged at them. Boom boom boom. The sound of bolter fire instantly echoed throughout the entire sewer. Chapter 36, Everything will be fine as long as 13th Prince launches the crusade. 10 claws, like steel knives, and a metallic skeleton wrapped in tattered human skin with a pair of scarlet, ghostly eyes, lunged forward, bringing with them dried bloodstains and a foul stench. If this scene were from a horror movie, it would surely become a childhood nightmare for many, an instant classic in film history. But for Chen Xi at this moment, he merely raised his power armor without a ripple in his heart, using the blade to block the flayer's sharp claws. Then, accompanied by the incantation, Emperor, grant me the holy flame sword, the disintegration field on the blade lit up. With blue electric sparks flashing, Chen Xi merely twisted the blade, and the flayer's claws were instantly severed. The second incantation, blaze the rebels, execute the heretics, was chanted, and golden flames ignited on the blade of the holy relic power sword, which was adorned with purity seals. Chen Xi simply leveled the blade, then, gripping the hilt with both hands, executed a smooth horizontal slash, sending a sword chi composed of flames flying out, which, in just a single breath, cut the flayer in front of Chen Xi into 2 halves. The flying flame sword chi then affected 2 other flayers, incinerating their bodies while also igniting the tattered human skin on them. At this moment, Gutierrez also used his arm, encased in a ceramite gauntlet, to directly rip off a flayer's head, crushing it into a ball before tossing it aside. Is that a holy relic sword? Gutierrez looked at the power armor in Chen Xi's hand, a look of considerable envy on his face. Although it was a question, Gutierrez was very certain of his judgment. After all, for something to have such a special effect, other than a holy relic, there was no other explanation. As he asked this, Gutierrez's forge axe in his hand smoothly cleaved the skull of a flayer, shattering it along with a human skull fixed to it. It's a holy relic master-crafted power greatsword, named Oath of Holy Flame. Its effect is that it can unleash sword chi composed of holy flames when swung, which is exceptionally effective against any non-human targets, heretics, and traitors. It deals double damage to chaos and double damage to fallen space marines. Chen Xi briefly introduced the holy relic in his hand. Although it couldn't compare to the holy sword 13th Prince had, which the Emperor himself had used, it was still a very powerful weapon. As he spoke, Chen Xi assumed a sword-wielding stance, and the holy flames on the blade burned fiercely under the psychic energy he infused into it. Then, Chen Xi launched it with a wave of his hand, striking a distant flare. This was a technique Chen Xi had developed by combining psychic energy with the holy relic sword, using psychic energy to adjust the shape and firing method of the holy flame sword chi. From the current results, this move was quite effective, turning what was originally area of effect damage into single target damage. Hearing Chen Xi's introduction, Gutierrez's envy grew even stronger, though his helmet concealed his expression. While controlling the bolter with the mechanical arm mounted on his backpack, he also said with admiration, "Holy relics are indeed extraordinary. If you wanted to obtain equipment like this normally, I'm afraid only special individuals like chapter champions could get one, and it wouldn't even be as good as yours." To put it without exaggeration, if I told any chapter that I was willing to exchange a holy relic sword for their help, I'm afraid that chapter would directly send a company to permanently station on this planet. Holy relic grade weaponry and equipment are extremely rare, especially master-crafted weapons. In terms of value alone, Chen Xi could even trade the holy relic sword in his hand for a cruiser. That's true, but for something like a holy relic, even if you wanted to trade it, no one would dare to take it. Chen Xi extinguished the flames on the holy sword, resting it on his shoulder as he spoke. How could he not know the preciousness of holy relics in the Imperium? But precisely because of their preciousness, almost every holy relic in the Imperium is registered. Any loss, damage, or change of ownership is well documented. Thinking of using a holy relic for trade? You'd probably just meet the client, and then the Inquisition's anathema would arrive right after. That's also true. Forget holy relics, even master-crafted weapons and power armor are rare. And yours is a set of holy relics. If word got out, I'm afraid even Abaddon would pay attention. Gutierrez also nodded. Although the Chaos War Master wouldn't lack holy relics, he wouldn't mind having another one. It wasn't impossible for him to send a Chaos War band from the Black Legion to snatch it. Although it was highly likely to be just some unknown minor Chaos War band coveting the holy relic to desecrate it and thus gain the blessings of the Chaos Gods. By the way, won't there be a problem leaving your set of holy relics in the Ecclesiarchy's church? The Ecclesiarchy on this planet shouldn't have the ability to guard holy relics, right? Gutierrez pulled his forge axe out of a flayer's sunken chest, his tone showing a hint of concern and curiosity. Because of the rarity of holy relics, usually, a planet might only have 1 or 2 holy relics enshrined in the largest local church. This serves both to receive the prayers and worship of the faithful and as a form of protection for the holy relic. However, Ristoff II is relatively lacking in this regard and does not have sufficient strength to guard holy relics. Regarding this question, while the Sisters of Battle were using their bolters to deal with the remaining flayers, Chen Xi said to Gutierrez, "This problem isn't urgent for now. It will be fine once the Sisters of Battle's convent is established. With the Sisters of Battle convent, the defense of this planet will be on the right track. At that time, as long as we raise the training level of the PDF, self-preservation before the Great Rift opens will not be a problem." Although only 30 years remained until the Great Rift opened, for mortals, this was still a considerably long period, enough to span 2 entire generations in both the 3K era and 40K era. Of course, if the time scale is stretched to the entire galaxy and Imperium of Man, then a mere 30 years is truly just the blink of an eye. Chen Xi focused on self-preservation before the Great Rift opened, and Gutierrez saw no problem with that. He merely asked Chen Xi, "What about after the Great Rift opens? Although we have 30 years and might have developed by then, there should still be long-term plans, right? Developing the planet is one thing. Ristoff II is the capital of our current subsector. Although this subsector is almost undeveloped, it also means that this subsector is ours for the taking." Chen Xi had, of course, considered how to deal with the opening of the Great Rift, a galaxy-level super disaster, in the future. This time, Mai is going to discuss cooperation with the Forge World, and I've asked her to find a way to get a forge back. Once it arrives, you and Sage Avilia will oversee the forge. Although it might not produce many things, it should be enough to support our initial development of the current star system within 30 years. Coupled with the improvement of our own strength, we should be able to establish a preliminary scale for the entire subsector within 30 years. At that time, as long as we endure the period when the Great Rift opens and wait for 13th Prince's Indomitus Crusade to arrive, the rest will not be a problem. Chapter 37, Let the Lads See Some Blood. After eliminating at least 20 flayers, Chen Xi and Gutierrez retreated from the sewers to the surface to catch their breath. Although, given the attributes of the Inquisitor and Forge Master pieces they were using, staying in these almost harmless sewers for a month would not be an issue. However, for Chen Xi and Gutierrez, who were originally just ordinary people, the sewer environment was still dark and cramped. The high-intensity nervous tension and the battles with the flayers left both of them feeling somewhat mentally exhausted. So, they returned to the surface to rest. Back on the surface, the two put away their casual demeanor and each entered their respective roles. Planetary Governor. Rachel hurried over when she saw Chen Xi emerge from the sewer entrance. This Chamberlain, formerly a commissar, had been extremely busy during this period, not only handling the planet's daily affairs but also overseeing the lockdown of relevant areas, which left her with almost no time to rest. This made Chen Xi notice the deep dark circles under the Chamberlain's eyes. However, for the Warhammer world, not sleeping for a few days was not a serious problem. In 2077, various drugs could stimulate workers to work continuously for 72 hours without rest. In the Warhammer world, it would only be more exaggerated. Of course, the Chamberlain was not yet at the point where she needed drugs to stay awake and complete various tasks, she just hadn't rested enough. Master Gutierrez and I have cleared a portion of the flayers. Send people down to transport the alien remains up, the Battle Sister Squad will assist you. Chen Xi did not show any signs of pity or tenderness, simply assigning Rachel a new task. The Chamberlain naturally said nothing more, nodded, and turned to arrange for personnel to carry out Chen Xi's orders. We have cleared about 1/3 of the area. From the current situation, the number of aliens is higher than expected, Gutierrez and Chen Xi said, feigning seriousness about the flayers. I think the number of aliens has dropped to an acceptable level. Let the defense force clear the remaining parts, they also need some training. Beside them, General Grigory of the defense force, wearing a carapace armor, listened intently to their conversation. As one of the few defense force veterans who had retired from the Astra Militarum, General Grigory was no stranger to various aliens and knew how to fight them. However, the defense force lads were not the elite Astra Militarum of yesteryear. The same tactics that the Astra Militarum executed flawlessly would be full of holes when performed by the defense force. General Grigory naturally knew of such problems, as he was a battle-hardened Astra Militarum veteran. Those who could survive to retirement in the Astra Militarum, where the average survival time was no more than 15 hours, were certainly not easy to deal with. So, facing Chen Xi's decision, the old general simply stated, the lads really need to see some blood. Although the initial immigrants on Ristoff II were all retired Astra Militarum veterans, the defense force, trained by them, were a bunch of green recruits who had never experienced real combat. Ristoff is a sparsely populated, barren planet. In the decades we old ghosts have been here, let alone war, there have been almost no riots. These lads have only fought against low-level opponents like rioting prisoners, so it's really hard for them to accumulate combat experience, General Grigory said with some helplessness. You sending them into the sewers to fight aliens will indeed result in some casualties, but it's much better than throwing them directly onto a battlefield to die. We all know how many enemies the Imperium faces. The peace on Ristoff II is just a beautiful illusion. If they cannot defend their home, then war will soon ignite on this planet, and by then, they will only learn how to be qualified soldiers through more blood and the destruction of their homeland. General Grigory was a standard Valhallan. Valhalla was once picturesque, beautiful, and rich, but a meteor impact pushed it out of orbit, causing a global ice age, and an orc invasion almost destroyed the planet. The resilient Valhallans defended their home through unwavering will and bloody sacrifice. So, for General Grigory, letting the Planetary Defense Force recruits see some blood was not a bad thing. To measure whether a unit is capable of fighting, training level and weapon equipment are certainly important, but beyond that, whether they have rich combat experience is also a crucial standard. After all, soldiers who have never been on a battlefield might perform very well in training and show excellent skill, but when facing death on the battlefield, they might be terrified and at a loss, not knowing what to do. Therefore, how to enable a unit to accumulate sufficient practical combat experience became an important issue for the unit's leaders. In the Warhammer world, this is usually not a problem, as there are always endless enemies of the Imperium, there are plenty of enemies to gain experience from. Commissar RIfxFe was able to lead a group of Hive City workers and gangsters to resist the orc horde of the Bonebreaker, also by relying on massive sacrifices and continuous practical combat to accumulate rich combat experience. However, the PDF on Ristoff II, despite having training from the Valhallan Ice Warriors, had never experienced real combat. Their training level was indeed sufficient, but no one could guarantee how they would perform in a real fight. Although the former Astra Militarum veterans on Ristoff II really wanted to find some real combat for these PDF, given the remote and isolated nature of the Ristoff system, there really wasn't any combat that could be called real combat. Although going into the sewers and facing flayers face-to-face was a very dangerous thing, in General Grigory's view, these lads who had never seen blood truly needed the tempering of war. Since that is the case, then the remaining two-thirds of the area will be handed over to the defense force. I hope you, General, can deliver a satisfactory report. Chen Xi did not object when General Grigory spoke this way. After all, to be honest, by Warhammer world standards, his actions of personally going down with elites to deal with the flayers were actually incorrect. The proper action for a planetary governor should be to fill the entire sewer with the flesh and blood of the Planetary Defense Force, and then solve the alien problem through massive sacrifice and effort. This was also the Imperium's long-standing strategy, rather than using sufficient elite troops to reduce casualties. But Chen Xi clearly was still not accustomed to this high-cost approach, so while agreeing to let General Grigory take over the upcoming battle, he also dispatched battle sisters. However, it was not the squad of 10 battle sisters by his side, but the first batch of battle sisters who had already begun receiving battle sister training. Chapter 38, Sisters and Grapes. After Chen Xi invested the Great Sister and Palatine into Ristoff II, the formation of the Sisters of Battle had already begun. Through the ecclesiarchy, Chen Xi's Great Sister obtained the Sisters of Battle's construction quota and some weaponry, and she had already begun recruiting suitable young women in the ecclesiarchy cities on Ristoff II. The ecclesiarchy forces on Ristoff II provided strong support for this, and some of the Sisters of Battle were from the local ecclesiarchy. These young Sisters of Battle were not battle sisters, although they had received some combat training before, it was only general training for ordinary Sisters of Battle. Therefore, after being selected as apprentice sisters for the Sisters of Battle, they still required extensive training to become qualified battle sisters. Due to the Sacred Rose Convent's unique customs, these ecclesiarchy sisters and other selected trainees, in addition to various military and willpower training, also needed to learn the skill of singing hymns. After all, the Sisters of Battle of the Sacred Rose Convent were known for singing hymns while slaying enemies on the battlefield. While observing the training of the apprentice sisters, Chen Xi suddenly had an idea. He asked the Sisters of Battle to sing hymns in the vineyards, which had already begun cultivation. The Great Sister carried out this order, and at Gutierrez's suggestion, she also had the apprentice sisters take charge of all the labor in the vineyard, learning how to personally care for the grapevines and make wine. Grapes that grow while listening to hymns, cared for and made into wine by devout ecclesiarchy Sisters of Battle even without any special bonuses, this is a great selling point and gimmick, effectively boosting the wine sales and reputation. Gutierrez, displaying his professional acumen as a wine merchant, said to Chen Xi, moreover, this is the Warhammer world, and the Sacred Rose Convent's hymns possess various special abilities, even being called miracle spells. Who knows if these grapes, after hearing so many hymns, will develop some special properties. If the wine produced has any special properties, you'll hit the jackpot. You mean Huang Laohan's insistence on having young women stomp grapes and adhering to ancient methods of winemaking might also have this consideration. Chen Xi recalled the winemaking recipe and couldn't help but suspect Huang Laohan's calculations were involved. Who knows? Having young women stomp grapes to make wine is indeed an ancient method, and having the Sisters of Battle be responsible for winemaking is also an ancient method. Recreating the ancient winemaking methods of the 3K era, the method of winemaking personally bestowed by the Emperor. Do you believe there's nothing special about it? Gutierrez looked at the vineyard in the valley, took off his helmet, revealing a look of profound longing. Gutierrez loved wine, and his greatest dream was to earn enough money to buy a winery for his retirement. Seeing this vineyard now, he naturally felt a deep longing. Looking at his face, Chen Xi shook his head and said, never mind, at least Huang Laohan wouldn't harm us. Even if he has some calculations, they won't be detrimental to us, right? Chen Xi and Gutierrez were both veteran Warhammer fans, having witnessed at least 4 versions of official rule updates and seen how many books GW had consumed. It was precisely for this reason that they had a thorough understanding of what kind of figure the Emperor truly was. To say that there were no calculations by the Emperor behind their transmigration to this world? They wouldn't dare to say it, nor would they believe it. However, for them, some things didn't need to be so clear. Loyalty to Huang Lao Han, at least we are still human. If you were to believe in those 4 lumps of chaos, you probably wouldn't even be able to remain human, Gutierrez sighed. Just as that Warhammer dark joke goes, for humans, there are 4 chaos gods, but for this galaxy, there have always been 5 chaos gods. Their human identity naturally positioned them on the Emperor's side. The Imperium of Man may indeed be a mess, but at least you can exist as a human. If you believe in those 4 lumps of chaos, you won't even be able to be a beast. Chen Xi also shook his head, sighing similarly. As Warhammer fans, in the 3K era, they might indeed say, I want to be Nekron and chop people, or believe in Slaanesh and do a lot of things, or even think that believing in Father Nurgle was the only way out when they came to the Warhammer world. But once they truly transmigrated, if they dared to believe in those 4 lumps of chaos, all that awaited them was a fate worse than death. As for the TO are so strong hyped up by some armchair Warhammer fans? Does anyone truly think the TO Empire's caste system is a good thing? Although the TO Empire indeed treats its lower-class citizens better than the Imperium of Man, and from the perspective of an ordinary person, joining the TO Empire could indeed lead to a very happy life compared to the citizens of the Imperium of Man. But the prerequisite is that you can tolerate the TO Empire's strict hierarchy. The fire caste can only be warriors, the earth caste can only be scientists, and the water caste are naturally diplomats. The core TO Empire and the Ethereals are superior to other vassal races, although they will work with you, a human commanding a TO Empire. That is impossible. All of this can be seen as a spacefaring version of the caste system. Although compared to the Imperium of Man's cruelty, they can still be called benevolent, all of this is predicated on the TO Empire not yet having witnessed the true cruelty of this galaxy. They have not used all their resources for excessive militarization, nor have they been forced to take various extreme measures to resist chaos corruption. Oh, no, the Ethereals have, for example, the famous Farsight Enclave incident, which was caused by the TO Empire finally witnessing the betrayal of a TO Empire hero brought about by chaos demons. To some extent, all the good things about the TO Empire are merely because they are still in a stage of pioneering and ascent, capable of having enough resources and benefits to meet everyone's needs. Moreover, their territory is truly too small, so small that even without faster-than-light travel, they can maintain their development. In fact, before the Third Sphere expansion in 997.m41, the TO Empire's territory was only about a dozen subsectors, roughly equivalent to 1.7 imperial sectors when put together. Such a small area naturally doesn't need to consider the various problems caused by overexpansion of territory, and it can more conveniently mobilize resources for development. If it were the Imperium of Man, let alone 1.5 sectors, even if it were only the scale of Macridge's 500 worlds, the Imperium of Man's situation would be infinitely better than it is now. After all, the straight line distance from Holy Terra to Macridge is truly tens of thousands of light years, requiring a traverse of the entire galaxy. The regular hexagon at the bottom right end of the Great Rift is the TO Empire. However, none of this holds much significance for Chen Xi right now. His main task is to develop his own planet well, and incidentally, develop the subsector he is in before the Great Rift opens, turning it into his own backyard. Chapter 39, Glimpse of the Subsector. In terms of scale, a subsector might not sound large. After all, the Imperium has over 100 named sectors, and countless more unnamed ones. However, the actual territorial area of a subsector is not small. Typically, a sector is a massive cube-shaped space with sides 200 light-years long, divided into several subordinate units like port districts and subsectors. A subsector usually includes several stars, as well as the planets and other celestial bodies orbiting these stars. Before Guilliman's return, the Ultramarines, who had the largest territory among all Space Marine chapters in the Imperium, only controlled 8 star systems, which together amounted to roughly 1 subsector. Although Macridge once ruled 500 worlds, it had already been dismembered by the time Guilliman wrote that famous piece of toilet paper. Yet, even so, the Ultramarines were still closely watched by the Inquisition, who suspected them of potential rebellion. If Chen Xi could truly bring the subsector where Ristoff II is located under his control and manage it well, he would be considered a significant figure in the Imperium. However, for the Imperium, normally developing such an area might take hundreds, or even thousands of years. After all, whether it's planetary development or hive city construction, such massive projects require centuries, or even millennia, to complete. At the same time, it requires the investment of massive resources and astronomical amounts of throne gelds. And to develop a subsector within 30 years? Without cheating, this is almost impossible. Unless the Emperor manifests, and the Department of Internal Affairs invests money without regard for cost, it's pretty much impossible. But in Chen Xi's view, this is not entirely impossible. Firstly, the population needed for the development and expansion of the subsector is not an obstacle. Between the Ecclesiarchy's pilgrims, the surplus population of various hive worlds, even the convicts from penal worlds, and the Adeptus Mechanicus's clones, there are always ways to obtain enough population to fill an entire subsector. As long as one is willing to pay or engage in beneficial exchanges, obtaining enough population to develop a subsector is not difficult. Although the transportation of billions of people might be a very troublesome matter, tens of millions of people might only require hiring a merchant dynasty for a single trip for the Imperium. Never underestimate how much the Imperium's void ships can carry, they don't have the concept of overloading. As for building factories and mining resources on planets, while these aspects require specialized technology and equipment, the same applies. As long as there is money, the Adeptus Mechanicus will sell anything. As long as one can afford to pay, even a space shipyard capable of constructing void ships is just a delivery service for the Adeptus Mechanicus. And a series of matters such as planetary terraforming, weapon and equipment procurement, and hive city construction can all be handed over to the Adeptus Mechanicus to solve. As long as one can afford to pay. Yes, as long as one can afford to pay. What, you say you have no money? Then I apologize, it's not the Adeptus Mechanicus's fault you have no money, it's yours. For Chen Xi currently, money is the biggest problem restricting his development. Although if he was willing to, he could transform this planet into a mining world, draining its resources to obtain a huge sum of money, or even build a hive city on the planet, transforming Ristoff II into a hive world, and then develop all surrounding star systems to provide resources for the hive city while building it. Doing so would be too much like draining the pond to catch all the fish. Of course, if he was willing to completely dig up the Necron's tomb underground and exchange the unearthed items with the Adeptus Mechanicus, he could also obtain at least enough resources to develop Ristoff II. The premise is that this is just an ordinary Necron's tomb, and not one where suddenly a larger tomb appears on an adjacent planet halfway through excavation, revealing it to be a Necron dynasty occupying several star systems. Such occurrences are not uncommon. The territories of some powerful Necron dynasties can even cover several imperial sectors. So, for safety's sake, cooperation with the Adeptus Mechanicus and attracting investment from the forging supervisor is inevitable. This is currently Chen Xi's main development plan. As for planting grapes and brewing wine, this is actually only considered the development of planetary specialties, ensuring a stable income source for the planet after it develops, so as not to have to drain the pond to catch all the fish due to subsequent development plans. After all, for a planet still suitable for agricultural cultivation, the Imperium's development typically involves first transforming it into an agricultural world to drain all the fertility from the planet's soil, and then emptying all its mineral resources for industrial production. The remaining ravaged planet will also not be wasted. Towering hive cities can be built upon the gigantic remnants of agricultural and industrial equipment, allowing this planet to provide another resource for the Imperium population. The entire development plan can last for thousands of years, with every step meticulously designed. It can be said that as long as a planet meets the requirements, the Imperium can utilize it to its fullest potential, making the most of every resource. However, Chen Xi does not wish for his planet to be developed in this manner. After all, a person from the 3K era and a person from the 40K era still have different ways of thinking. And the development methods between traditional Seers people and Anglo-Saxon gangs are vastly different. Chen Xi hopes the planet can maintain a relatively good natural environment, at least so that local residents don't have to wear respirators when they go out, and the rain on the planet isn't highly corrosive acid rain. At the same time, industrial development and agricultural production on the planet should be maintained in a relatively sustainable state, allowing for longer-term resource output. After all, not every planet can have all its mountains and plateaus leveled, all its oceans and lakes filled, fertilizer spread throughout the air, and then be tilled by Warhound-class Titan-sized agricultural machinery on a plain as large as Eurasia. According to Chen Xi's idea, building a ring around the planet and then constructing space hydroponic farms on the ring to provide food for the planet's surface population is the most suitable choice. Don't be surprised, the Imperium does have this technology, and the Adeptus Mechanicus can also do these things, but typically neither the Imperium nor the Adeptus Mechanicus has the motivation or necessity to do so. After all, the Imperium has a million worlds, it truly doesn't need to scrimp on the negligible amount of resources relative to the entire Imperium. Conversely, how to extract the most resources in the shortest amount of time is what the Department of Internal Affairs considers. And this kind of draining the pond to catch all the fish development model is something Chen Xi absolutely cannot accept. Chapter 40. The Imperium's development of planets could be described as draining the pond to catch all the fish, because for the Imperium, resources were never enough. Although on the surface the Imperium boasted millions of worlds, and while not every world represented a single planet, this still amounted to at least hundreds of thousands of planets. Imperial space stations are also considered imperial worlds. However, such a vast number scattered across the entire galaxy was as sparse as a large splash in the ocean. It couldn't be said to have no effect, but it was basically unnoticeable. Moreover, because these worlds were spread throughout the galaxy, it was difficult for the Department of Internal Affairs to ensure that the tithe and supplies they collected could be timely allocated to where they were most needed. After all, the imperial territory, measured in tens of thousands of light-years, made logistics and transportation a despair-inducing endeavor. Warp engines were the only technology capable of intersector material transfer, but this was not safe. The dangers of warp navigation often caused an entire sector's valuable tithe, painstakingly accumulated over centuries, to vanish into thin air. Therefore, for the Imperium, they often had to use safer methods to transport precious tithe supplies, which meant imperial merchant fleets slowly crawling through real space. While traveling through real space was indeed safe, with no major troubles other than pirate attacks, it usually took decades or even centuries to deliver supplies to their destination. This speed was acceptable for transporting materials within a sector, but for the Imperium as a whole, it was unimaginably slow. After all, if Guilliman were to travel from Macridge to Holy Terra at this speed to provide support, he would have departed during the Great Rebellion and arrived at Terra after the Age of Apostasy had already ended. It was precisely for this reason that, for the Imperium, controlled areas capable of ensuring a stable output of resources undoubtedly had to be exploited to their maximum potential. This led to a tendency throughout the Imperium, from top to bottom, towards a kind of sustainable overexploitation, without considering more reasonable development methods that would ease the burden on Imperial citizens. After all, for the Imperium, the most practical and necessary thing was for a star system to be drained dry within a millennium, extracting enough resources to support wars in surrounding star sectors. As for extracting a little less resource to allow it to operate for another 1,000 years, or to sustainably produce resources for 10,000 years, it was not practical for the Imperium. While it sounded appealing, how could one guarantee that without that bit of resource, the front line wouldn't collapse? How could one guarantee that the slight reduction in tithe wouldn't lead to the fall of dozens of Imperial worlds? So, even though the Department of Internal Affairs knew that extracting resources in a more reasonable way could yield more, they still had to exploit the Imperial worlds to their absolute limit, making them provide resources for the Imperium's continued existence. This undoubtedly brought profound suffering to the Imperial citizens, but it was also a necessary sacrifice. And, ironically, it was precisely because of more suffering that the Imperial citizens became more devout in their faith in the ecclesiarchy and the Emperor. This is also why governors who seemed utterly worthless from a 3K era perspective were considered exemplary by the Imperial Department of Internal Affairs. You can efficiently collect tithe for the Imperium, the citizens under your rule are exceptionally devout, and some of those with good physical qualities can even be conscripted into the Astra Militarum, or even the Astartes. If you're not a model, who is? As for the average life expectancy of Imperial citizens being less than 40 years, with most having no access to education and dying from overwork, what does that have to do with you? You are a planetary governor. In a hive city, only Imperial citizens from the middle nest upwards are considered people, and even then, they are still just a burden to the Imperium. Even among Imperial citizens who can live in the upper nest, if they cannot become members of the Astra Militarum or other Imperial institutions, then most of them are still just a burden to the Imperium. This includes the so-called planetary nobility, and even the planetary governor himself. Chen Xi certainly had no intention of becoming such a worthless governor, nor did he wish to become a so-called burden to the Emperor. To avoid becoming a burden to the Emperor, we must at least develop this planet. Setting aside other things, at least the PDF must be able to convert into the Astra Militarum. At a gathering after leaving the Warhammer world, Gutierrez expressed his opinion. Currently, the PDF on this planet has worrying combat effectiveness. The training level is acceptable, but their weaponry, combat will, and combat experience are truly not up to par. At this time, the four people were still in Gutierrez's shop. After opening a bottle of wine, they sat together, discussing plans for future development. The financial situation of Ristoff II is very ordinary. Currently, it's almost impossible to upgrade the PDF's armaments. Chen Xi placed the financial report compiled by Oksha on the table. The numbers on it were not optimistic. The four people present were clearly aware of this and did not dwell on the topic. Chen Xi and Gutierrez merely turned their gaze to Mai and Twilight. When they had divided tasks earlier, besides building connections at the Star Sector capital, they were also responsible for conducting a survey of the entire subsector, at least to ascertain how many planets were in this subsector and what types of planets they were. And most importantly, whether these planets had resources that could be converted into throne gelts. According to the scans from the ship's auger array, our subsector has 13 suns, with distances between them varying from 3 to 5 light-years, making it a relatively dense stellar region. Mai produced a record transcribed on blessed parchment. Chen Xi could tell it was written by a servitor skull or an automated servitors. Each sun has at least 3 to 5 planets orbiting it, with some star systems having over 10 planets, and some having only one sun. Overall, all the suns are unremarkable, nothing special. Apart from Ristoff II, there are no other Imperial worlds in the entire subsector. This planet is the only one that has been developed. Excluding our planet, there are 33 planets in the entire subsector. 3 are classified as death worlds due to their extremely harsh environments, 6 are barren worlds with atmospheres suitable for colonization, 7 have rich mineral deposits for mining, 8 are just ordinary rocky planets, and there are also 9 gas giants. Hearing these numbers, Chen Xi felt his face turn green. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13 Is this place so blessed with outstanding people and spirits? Blessed with outstanding people and spirits was, of course, sarcastic, because 3 and 7 are Nurgle's sacred numbers, 6 is Slaanisha's sacred number, 8 is Gurn's sacred number, and 9 is Tsiancha's sacred number. As for 13, although it is rumored to be the Emperor's sacred number, the Emperor actually has no sacred number, it's just that for some unknown reason, this number has indeed become associated with the Emperor. Ahem, that's true, but it shouldn't have anything to do with those 4, right? Mai knew what Chen Xi was talking about, but he still felt it might just be a psychological factor. But Chen Xi shook his head and said, even if that's not the case, we can't be careless. Who knows if something might actually pop up? With the Great Rift open, anything is possible, isn't it? That's true, then what should we do? Everyone present was a Warhammer player, and they knew a bit about numerology, so they naturally took this issue quite seriously. After all, the Warhammer world is a place where you can even worship a certain political system into an warp entity. It's best to believe in things like chaos sacred numbers. Blow up a mining planet and turn it directly into ore. Gutierrez proposed a rather radical strategy. I'm afraid we can't blow it up. When we scanned the Ristoff system, we saw a black stone obelisk array on one of the planets, and also this. Twilight placed a projection device on the table, which then projected 2 patterns made of circles and lines. The 2 patterns were one large and one small, and it was clear that the smaller one was subordinate to the larger one. By the Emperor's basket. Is this the Necron dynasty? Chen Xi felt like he had hit the jackpot. I'm not familiar with Necrons. Which dynasty's emblem is this pattern? Mai looked at the emblem and asked Chen Xi and Gutierrez curiously. Among the four, both of them played Necrons and were relatively more familiar with this aspect. The large one is the Necron dynasty, the foremost great dynasty among the Necrons. If we really unearth this dynasty, Chen Xi chose his words carefully, but in the end, he said helplessly, let me put it this way, although the Necrons are composed of thousands of dynasties of various sizes, they have an organization that leads all dynasties called the Triarch Council, composed of 3 Faerin from 3 dynasties. The 3 are not equal, one's status is higher than the other 2, and he is called the Silent King. And in the past years of the Necrons, the Faerin of the Necron dynasty has always served as the Silent King, including the last Silent King Saruk, who is that thing that costs 420 points on the table and is larger than an Imperial Knight. The humanoid figure hanging on the rack behind is a Star God shard, and the Silent King's cloak is made of Star God's skin. Doesn't that mean we're sitting on a powder keg? Hearing Chen Xi say that, Twilight suddenly felt her scalp tingle. Not necessarily. Do you see this small emblem? This indicates that we are only facing a minor dynasty subordinate to the Necron dynasty, so unearthing their tomb won't necessarily summon the Silent King. Gutierrez comforted Twilight, but still said very seriously, however, our excavation of the Necron tomb may need to be more careful. It's best to bring in an expeditionary force, otherwise the problem could be very serious. Are Necrons really that dangerous? I saw your win rate with Necrons on the table wasn't that great, 17. Mai was a bit confused and asked Chen Xi curiously. In response, Chen Xi just spread his hands, motioning for Gutierrez beside him to answer the question. The gap between tabletop combat and actual combat power is huge. According to the rules, a grot can kill a custodian, but in reality, even a warboss would find it difficult to defeat a custodian. Gutierrez didn't explain much about this, just saying to Mai and Twilight, regarding the strength of the Necrons, I'll just say one thing, the only time Kane ever got into trouble was when he and some Adeptus Mechanicus sage who didn't know what he was doing went tomb raiding, and that time he lost 2 fingers. Commissar Chifaz Kane, one of the Imperium's 3 chosen commissars, had defeated an orc warboss in a single battle and then confronted 2 Chaos Space Marines. After that, he faced a hive tyrant, 2 of them. He even wounded them before reinforcements arrived. His other achievements include, with Jurgen's help, blowing up a Daemon Prince, a female Daemon Prince, defeating Gene Stealers in close combat, one of whom could kill 2 word bearers and severely wound a third in seconds, fighting a Gene Stealer Patriarch, and so on. Brother Yunlong is also one of the characters with the most romantic luck in the entire 40K series, with dating partners including a well-endowed Inquisitor, the broad-minded daughter of a Star District Governor, a stunningly beautiful female tech priest, and so on. However, even someone as lucky as Kane suffered a great loss when he followed a certain Adeptus Mechanicus sage to disturb a Necron tomb, sustaining the most severe injury of his life and losing 2 fingers. From this, it can be seen that disturbing a Necron tomb is never a good idea. If it's a small dynasty, that's fine. Find the local Forge World, bring in some Adeptus Militaris from the main branch, call in the Titan Legion and Knight family, and pull out all the tech priests' hidden treasures, then obliterating a small dynasty is indeed not a big problem. But if they stumble upon a major dynasty, an entire strike force of the Indomitus Crusade might not be able to defeat a Necron dynasty. After all, if they could, the Imperium wouldn't have suffered such a huge defeat in the Pariah Nexus. It seems we must be more cautious about this tomb raiding. Chen Xi looked at Gutierrez and asked him, can you apply to establish a new watch fortress as a forge master? I can, yes. The identities the Emperor gave us are all officially endorsed and legitimate. It's just, Gutierrez seemed a bit hesitant about this request, applying to build a watch fortress is no small matter. Even if we can get approval to build a watch fortress, it won't be built quickly. Relatively speaking, I suggest applying for a kill team. Having a kill team from the Death Watch would provide immense help for the situation we are currently facing. The kill team Gutierrez referred to was not the kill team for tabletop gaming, but a type of Death Watch formation, which is also the origin of the term kill team. After Robert Guilliman split the legions after the Great Rebellion, Space Marines operated in the Imperium in 1,000-man chapters, but they usually had many responsibilities and could no longer deploy large numbers of Space Marines as they did during the Great Crusade. So, typically, Space Marines would carry out various missions in 5 to 10-man squads, and the Death Watch's kill team is just such a mission squad. From the current situation, if a Space Marine squad were deployed to Ristoff II, it could indeed solve most of the problems Chen Xi and his team are facing. However, given the current situation on Ristoff II, deploying a Space Marine squad would be an extreme waste. Although it sounds cruel, Ristoff II is not worth deploying Space Marines until the Necron tomb beneath their feet is completely awakened. Chapter 42, Seeking Sponsorship. It's probably difficult for us to get help from the Space Marines. Chen Xi didn't have much hope for applying for Death Watch to be stationed. His original idea was to use Gutierrez's identity to apply for the establishment of a watch fortress, allowing Death Watch to be permanently stationed in this subsector where Xenos exist. This would be easier to get approved than directly applying for a Space Marine squad to Ristoff II. After all, if he only needed a Space Marine squad, Chen Xi could completely wait until his authority was upgraded and then use his own pieces directly. Indeed, the Imperium needs Space Marines everywhere, and frontier worlds like ours will likely find it difficult for Space Marines to arrive. Even Deathwatch probably won't waste valuable manpower on a world of such little value to the Imperium. Gutierrez did not express opposition to this, despite it being his suggestion, but I think we should still apply. What if? You know Captain Titus should be with Deathwatch right now. It's worth a try. If a kill team can come, that would be great. If not, we'll just have to wait until the Battle Sisters are trained. Chen Xi rubbed his chin and then looked at the other two. My, Twilight, what are your thoughts? I think we could get some sponsorship. My seemed to adopt a more profit-oriented way of thinking due to her rogue trader role. The subsector we are in is barren. Developing this subsector will bring enormous profits, which is very attractive to many people or factions. If we can get a sponsorship from the sector, all the current problems will no longer be problems. After all, as long as there is money, the Adeptus Mechanicus can solve most of our needs, right? For the Adeptus Mechanicus, whether you want to build a planet-sized forge, a super hive city, a giant spaceport, or adjust a planet's tilt angle, modify its orbit, or simply dislike a certain planet and want to blow it up for minerals, as long as you can afford it, the Adeptus Mechanicus can do it for you. This is indeed an option, but considering various circumstances, we may need to be very cautious in selecting investors. Chen Xi did not object to Mai's suggestion, but he also put forward his own requirements. We can appropriately win over sector nobles to invest, and we must maintain good relations with the ecclesiarchy. As for the Adeptus Mechanicus, my, what are your thoughts? I don't think we need to tell them about the Great Tomb here. After all, 17, you also said that the Sirik dynasty is not to be trifled with. If the Adeptus Mechanicus knows there's a Great Tomb here, I think they'll fight a big war here. My thought for a moment and stated her idea. We'll just tell them about the Necron tomb on Ristoff II, and then use that to get sponsorship. I believe the Adeptus Mechanicus should be very happy to invest money to sponsor us, right? The Adeptus Mechanicus is more likely to organize their own expedition to excavate the entire Necron tomb, then take everything away, leaving us with only scraps. Chen Xi shook his head. The Adeptus Mechanicus is not that easy to get sponsorship from. But Mai seemed very confident about this. She guaranteed, I'm confident about this. Don't forget I'm a rogue trader now. Even the Adeptus Mechanicus won't easily cause trouble on a rogue trader's territory, right? Not to mention this is the core world of a merchant dynasty. Using a tiger's skin as a banner? The power of a rogue trader depends on the strength of their merchant dynasty. Are you planning to claim this subsector as your merchant dynasty? Chen Xi looked at Mai, surprised that she intended to play it this way. Rogue traders enjoy special privileges in the Imperium. Usually, a powerful merchant dynasty can even control a dozen imperial worlds. In a sense, they are the 40K version of the East India Company. And whether a rogue trader is powerful or not depends not on who signed their letter of marque or what powers it granted them, but on how much wealth and power they possess as a rogue trader. In this regard, Mai, as a rogue trader, was practically a novice, possessing nothing but a single frigate. However, Chen Xi was not worried about whether Mai could achieve what she wanted, as the pieces they deployed into the warmer world all had corresponding identities, backgrounds, and abilities. If a rogue trader was willing, even if they had nothing, they could still generate an immense amount of wealth with just that letter of marque, and it would be enough to persuade others to invest in them. Just as Chen Xi, despite having no administrative talent, could still competently serve as governor after arriving in the warmer world. However, he still reminded Mai, your letter of marque should be able to persuade various factions to invest in you. As long as you can secure enough sponsorship, we can order all the things we need from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't intend to claim this subsector as a dynasty territory. Instead, I plan to use legitimate means to acquire the development rights for the entire subsector, and then approach the Adeptus Mechanicus for sponsorship. Mai appeared very confident about this. As an ancient tech religion originating from humanity's dark age of technology, accompanying the Emperor across the galaxy during the Great Crusade era, the Adeptus Mechanicus had collected a massive amount of human technology from before the Old Night over 10 millennia, and then spent another 10 millennia in secluded research and development. The good things the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed were beyond ordinary imagination. Contrary to many misconceptions, the Adeptus Mechanicus indeed relies on archaeology for technology and rituals for repairs, and it is indeed a religious organization. However, this does not mean that the Adeptus Mechanicus does not conduct research and relies solely on archaeology for all progress. Although technological progress has been very slow, and even arguably regressing, due to various reasons, the Adeptus Mechanicus has indeed researched many things and invented many things over the years. Dora Corps alone updated the entire space marine armament system and even rediscovered incendiary weapons from old archives. These were achieved through research, not archaeology. The reason for this misconception is primarily that humanity developed too rapidly during the dark age of technology, reaching a height that the current Imperium of man can hardly aspire to. Coupled with the collapse of humanity's original civilization during the Old Night, with colonies scattered across the galaxy, severe technological regression and decay, and the loss of a large amount of technology, the overall technological system has collapsed, which is why the Imperium of man's technology relies on archaeology. After all, what is excavated through archaeology is truly useful. The Astronomicon, the Golden Throne, these are all ancient creations from the dark age of technology. It is precisely because of this that many people consider the Adeptus Mechanicus barbaric and primitive, but in reality, the technology of these tech priests and cogboys is astonishingly profound. Chapter 43, Recruit Trials. Because Chen Xi accelerated the flow of time, after the four of them returned to the 3K era and rested for 2 days, a year had already passed on Ristoff II. Many things happened in that year, but overall, there wasn't too much change. The battle in the A7-012 area had evolved into a trial ground. General Grigory found that directly deploying battle squads was tantamount to suicide, so he changed his strategy to lure out the flayers with fresh meat, then focus fire with heavy weapons. However, as the Sisters of Battle completed their training, this trial quickly turned into the Sisters of Battle directly fighting the Lord Flayers, with Defense Force soldiers providing assistance. Furthermore, General Grigory, with cold ruthlessness, selected the elites among the Defense Force soldiers who passed the first trial to form battle squads, cooperating with the Sisters of Battle to enter the sewers for cleanup, preventing the flayers from proliferating excessively. Although only 5 out of 10 Defense Force squads returned from the sewers, after such a trial, the Defense Force soldiers, who originally looked like a bunch of green recruits, clearly exuded an aura of elite and ferocity, appearing like battle-hardened veterans. This was not surprising to Chen Xi, as they were flayers after all. He and Gutierrez had personally dealt with these things and knew how difficult these entities, with their innate fear aura and dimensional space, were to handle. Even the Astartes used by Gutierrez would experience a momentary daze and stupor when facing the flayers. Mortals who could withstand the fear aura and fight the flayers were already considered the elite of the elite. If the Department of Military Affairs were to conscript soldiers, the defense force on Ristoff II was now qualified to become Astra Militarum, and they would be elite Astra Militarum with special attacks against the flayers. The performance of the first batch of Sisters of Battle who completed their training also satisfied Chen Xi. Although they still had a long way to go to become qualified battle sisters, at least as combatants, they were competent. Even though they were all still apprentice sisters, because they had to face the flayers, they received their power armor and issued bolters, melta weapons, and other equipment ahead of schedule. Although they had equipment far superior to the Planetary Defense Force, the Sisters of Battle also suffered considerable casualties. Over 10% casualties was no small burden for this newly established Sisters of Battle. However, overall, both the Sisters of Battle and the Planetary Defense Force were thoroughly tempered in their battles with the flayers, and they also realized what kind of monstrous entities they would have to face in this infernal galaxy. Those who perished were properly buried. Defense Force soldiers were interred in the cemetery near the monastery, while battle sisters were buried in the crypt beneath the monastery, which was also used as a wine cellar. The disabled sisters were not abandoned, they underwent bionic limb implantation. While they could no longer fulfill the responsibilities of a battle sister, at least they could still manage the vineyard. A year was enough for the first batch of grapes to mature and be made into wine. Avilia's abilities as a biological sage allowed these grapevines to bear fruit in their first year after planting. This technology, if placed in the 3K era, would have epoch-making significance. However, the various knowledge involved in this was probably beyond what 3K era scientists could comprehend, unless they could come to this world and, after receiving a full education from the Adeptus Mechanicus, become a qualified geneticist. Only then might they understand how Avilia accomplished it. This was not merely accelerated ripening, but a genetic modification and adjustment of these grape seedlings, causing them to grow rapidly once planted and reach the stage of bearing fruit in the first year. Originally, Avilia also planned to modify the taste of this grape, making it sweeter, but Chen Xi stopped her idea and instead had her maintain the original sweetness of Cabernet Sauvignon, only increasing the flavor compounds within it. When Chen Xi and Gutierrez re-entered this world, they happened to taste the first batch of successfully brewed new wine. How is it? Chen Xi asked Gutierrez. Although in the governor's court, everyone else raved about the new wine, Chen Xi still wanted to hear Gutierrez's evaluation. After all, compared to the people of the Warhammer world, Gutierrez could better discern the quality of this wine. This was not only because he had tasted various red wines in the 3K era, enabling him to better appreciate their quality than people in the 40K era, but also because he was a space marine, and his superhuman senses allowed him to taste the wine's flavor more subtly. Very good. The fruit aroma is very rich, a very typical Cabernet Sauvignon taste. The tannins are firm and delicate, and the finish is long and layered. If it could be aged, the taste would be even more enticing. Gutierrez gave a very high valuation. Do you think it can fetch a good price? Chen Xi was more concerned about whether this wine could bring sufficient income to the planet. As for the taste? Chen Xi's best evaluation of red wine was that it was smooth and not intoxicating. Beyond that, his most common comment was that it was not as good as mixing with Sprite. It should be able to. While it might not reach the exaggerated price of Catalina white wine, I imagine selling it for 1 or 2,000 throne gilts a bottle shouldn't be a problem. Gutierrez gave a rather satisfactory price based on his judgment. After all, this is new wine and has no reputation. If you are willing to promote it to a certain extent through the ecclesiarchy, it might sell for even more. If only it could have some special attributes. It seems that Sisters stomping grapes doesn't add any special bonuses. Chen Xi sighed with a hint of helplessness. If Sisters brewing wine could add 1 or 2 special effects to this wine, then even if this wine sold for 10,000 throne gilts a bottle, it wouldn't be expensive. After all, the most expensive Catalina white wine in the Imperium was only 10,000 throne gilts a bottle, and that was purely for satisfying one's palate. Regarding this, I think we'll only be able to draw a conclusion after aging it. What we're drinking now is just new wine, lacking the changes brought about by aging. Gutierrez seemed unconcerned about this. After all, even as it was now, it could still be sold at a high price, just not as high. Perhaps, I think. Chen Xi was about to say something more to Gutierrez when he suddenly noticed that in a corner of the banquet hall, a nobleman was behaving somewhat strangely. He had completely caught fire, literally caught fire. Golden flames erupted from his mouth and eyes, and in just a moment, he was completely charred. Chapter 44, For Her Majesty the Saint, please drink this cup to the fullest. What's going on? What happened? Someone combusting at the governor's banquet was by no means a small matter. The elite of the defense force quickly appeared, immediately cordoning off the scene. Governor, we also don't know what happened. Baron Zukov was just inviting me to his estate to admire the paintings he had just bought. After taking a sip of wine, he felt unwell, and then he caught fire. Golden flames erupted from his mouth and body. A noble who had been in contact with the self-combusting person was brought before Chen Xi. Although he seemed frightened, he still clearly described what he saw to Chen Xi. Listening to the noble's explanation, Chen Xi frowned, walked over to the self-combusting noble, checked his condition and the wine glass that had rolled to the side, feeling that something was very wrong. He picked up the wine glass, which still contained some wine, seemingly the new wine from this event. Chen Xi looked at Rachel beside him and said to her, "Please invite Sage Avilia over. I need her help." The scene before him made it difficult for Chen Xi to make an effective judgment. After all, burning a person to ashes while leaving their clothes intact was something he had only heard of in urban legends during the 3K era. But it was basically related to urban legends like spontaneous human combustion and ball lightning, rarely used as an assassination method like this. If it was poison, this was clearly too toxic, directly charring an entire person. If the goal was just to kill, there was no need to go to such an extent. This was less like poisoning and more like splashing with promethium. Moreover, the golden flames made Chen Xi unable to help but make some associations. Because she was also invited to the banquet, Avilia was quickly invited over. Chen Xi explained the situation and handed her the wine glass, asking her to test it. "It's not poison. I didn't detect any other substance residue in the wine glass, it's just wine." Avilia also became interested in this matter and carefully examined the wine glass and the remaining wine, concluding that everything was normal. Then, Sage Avilia, did you detect any psyker residue? Chen Xi began to suspect if this was the effect of a psyker spell. This was not a wild guess, after all, psykers could indeed do such things. However, Avilia just looked at Chen Xi with a strange expression, asking him in confusion, "You yourself are a psyker. Can't you feel if someone used psyker here? Why don't you divine it instead of asking me?" Hearing this, Chen Xi realized he had thought wrong, but since this guess was also ruled out, the possible range became very small. "Are there any ecclesiarchy priests present?" Chen Xi looked at the crowd. Although he had sent people to invite ecclesiarchy clergy, it seemed there were no ecclesiarchy members in his sight. But soon, an ecclesiarchy priest appeared before Chen Xi. "My apologies, Governor. His Lordship the Bishop has a mass to preside over today and specifically ordered me to come on his behalf." The other party explained to Chen Xi, then asked what Chen Xi needed him to do. "This poor noble has already returned to the Golden Throne. May I ask if you could pray to the Emperor for him?" Chen Xi did not explain what he wanted to do, only invited the priest to pray for the deceased noble. This was beyond reproach and seemed like a very normal request to everyone. Only Gutierrez, standing beside Chen Xi, seemed to understand, but he said nothing, just watched the priest approach the pile of clothes and pray to the Emperor. However, with the chanting of the Emperor's true word, something soon began to emit a faint golden light, and the golden flames on the self-combusting noble reappeared, attracting everyone's attention. Chen Xi did not pay attention to the charred corpse that had caught fire again, but instead focused on the wine glass in his hand. In the wine glass he specifically used for observation, the crimson wine was emitting a faint golden light, appearing full of sacred aura. "It seems your conjecture is correct. So what's going on with this guy?" Gutierrez also noticed the change in the wine glass in Chen Xi's hand and asked him. "To be burned like this, it's most likely some heretical thing. Let's strip his clothes and check, see if we can find any evidence." Chen Xi said, then poured the golden glowing wine from the glass into his mouth. "Sir, what's happening?" Rachel, as the chamberlain, naturally wanted to understand what exactly had occurred to soothe the panicked nobles. "The new wine is personally brewed by Her Majesty the Saint's devout nuns. From the planting, growth, and harvesting of the grapes to the entire winemaking process, the maidens from the Sacred Rose Convent sing hymns while they work, and being bathed in hymns imbues the wine made from these grapes with the power of Her Majesty the Saint." Chen Xi said, then demonstratively raised his wine glass, letting those around him see the golden light in his glass. Although it was only a faint glow, it was very conspicuous under everyone's gaze, especially since their own wine glasses also had golden light shimmering within them. Then this self-combusting noble is, everyone clearly guessed a few things. A blasphemous heretic, merely ignited by the power of Her Majesty the Saint. Chen Xi said disdainfully, then ordered Rachel beside him, "My chamberlain, send people to search his family's estate. I think there will be additional gains." "Yes, Governor." Rachel quickly called the defense force soldiers and sent them to search the self-combusting noble's home. With such an incident at the banquet, everyone clearly had no mood to continue, but since Chen Xi had not spoken, these nobles naturally could not leave. They could only remain in the banquet hall, gathering in small groups and whispering. At this time, the priest, who had already understood the whole story, walked up to Chen Xi, performed an aquila salute, and asked, "Respected Governor, is this wine truly the cause of this noble's spontaneous combustion, as you said?" "The wine isn't the key, the power of Her Majesty the Saint within the wine is the key." Chen Xi looked at the priest, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "The power of Her Majesty the Saint envelopes each of us, and you have gathered this power into the new wine, and any heretic will probably be unable to drink this fine wine blessed by Her Majesty." The priest said, took another glass of wine from a nearby attendant, paid his respects to Chen Xi, then raised his glass and proposed to everyone, "For Her Majesty the Saint, please drink this cup to the fullest." Saying that, the priest drained the wine in his glass, then looked at all the nobles present. Chapter 45 Heretics Must Die. The Planetary Governor's order was executed immediately. A platoon of PDF received instructions to take a transport vehicle with weapons and arrive at the noble's manor. Dmitri, corporal, jumped out of the transport vehicle and adjusted a metal badge on his chest before whistling to gather his squad. The soldiers noticed Dmitri, corporal's movements, but their eyes were filled with envy. Because that meant Dmitri, corporal, had killed at least one alien. All Defense Force soldiers knew about the aliens in the city's sewers. After all, General Grigory was not a merciful man. He really pulled 10 regiments of PDF to the front line, and then took turns to see how terrifying those terrible metal aliens were. The Defense Force paid a heavy price for this. But this also allowed the survivors to quickly grow into qualified soldiers. Among them, those like Dmitri, corporal, who were able to successfully enter the sewers to hunt aliens were the elite of the elite. Such excellent soldiers often earned a considerable degree of respect among the guardsmen, because their commissar had told them that only the bravest and most outstanding guardsmen could have the honor of hunting aliens in the sewers. Although many of them never returned, those who came back alive like Dmitri, corporal, would soon receive the honor of promotion in the envious eyes of countless people. Feeling this envious gaze, Dmitri, corporal, straightened his chest even higher, causing the bulletproof armor on his chest to bulge. He did have enough reason to be proud. Although he and his teammates paid a considerable price to kill that terrifying alien, he even lost an eye for it, but the glory of this battle made him and his teammates feel that all the sacrifices and efforts were worth it. Because of this achievement, they were no longer called the Emperor's burden by the commissar, but were qualified to call themselves his brave warriors. It was also because of this that Dmitri was very angry when he heard that what they needed to search was the manner of a heretical noble. How dare they abandon the grace of the Emperor? As nobles, instead of being loyal to the Emperor and dying for the Empire, they actually believed in heretical beliefs. What blasphemy and unforgivable act is this? Dmitri had not read many books, or rather, most civilian children on Ristoff II did not have the opportunity to be educated. But when they were young, they could usually come into contact with some ecclesiarchy priests. These friendly clergy would teach the children some low Gothic literacy so that they could understand the ecclesiarchy scriptures and understand Her Majesty the Saint's holiness and greatness. For the purpose of evangelism, these priests usually used the ecclesiarchy classics as teaching materials when teaching children to read and write. This allowed Dmitri to clearly understand the greatness of Her Majesty the Saint since he was a child, and that all the citizens of the Empire depended on the Emperor's great grace to live in this galaxy. Any act of abandoning the Emperor's belief is shameful and extremely blasphemous. When he was a child, Dmitri was fortunate enough to witness a white phosphorus execution. The heretic who was being executed begged for mercy and screamed in pain, which really scared him for a long time, and it became the material for nightmares every night for a long time. But now, Dmitri felt that white phosphorus execution was a bit too kind to heretics. Their guilt of blaspheming the Emperor cannot be washed away by a white phosphorus execution. Move fast. Search carefully for me. Don't let go of any clues. They are all heretics who have abandoned the Emperor, and they must not be let go. They are not innocent, they are sinners who blaspheme the Emperor. Dmitri shouted loudly at his subordinates. The platoon leader leading the team did not stop him, because the platoon leader himself was leading people to arrest the noble's family members. Although they were all female relatives, and noble female relatives whom they would not even look at on weekdays, they were heretics, at least heretics' family members. So their arms or hair were rudely pulled, and they were dragged into the yard. Some people rudely beat them, and some people spit on them. A lady who looked very delicate was knocked to the ground, with terrible bruises on her face, crying with pear blossoms and rain, which made people feel pity. If it were normal times, this would definitely attract a large number of young men with a sense of justice to stand up for her, and even Dmitri himself would feel that these people were being too cruel. But as soon as he thought that this was a heretic who blasphemed the Emperor, Dmitri couldn't help but spit a mouthful of phlegm directly onto the noble girl's gorgeous clothes. Although he wanted to spit on her face, he didn't know why he suddenly had a flash of compassion. However, soon, the various blasphemous things searched out from the manor completely dispelled the trace of compassion in Dmitri's heart. This noble lady maintained her youth and beauty by bathing in the blood of living people. In the basement of her manor, imprisoned girls and other innocent people were found, most of whom were tortured to the point of being dying. Especially the imprisoned girl, almost all the blood from her body had been drained, and her skin was as pale as a corpse. As for the others, most of them had suffered cruel torture. The cruelty of these tortures was appalling. Most of them had lost their complete limbs, and the remaining body parts of some people were less than 1/3 of the original, and the whole person had been made into some kind of dark art decoration. The most blasphemous creation searched out from the manor was a painting, a living painting. These blasphemous things made Dmitri feel cold all over. Even when facing the fear aura of the Flayer's alien, Dmitri was able to bravely shout the Emperor's name and face the terror, but everything in front of him made him dare not look at it again. Because he was afraid that he would not be able to help but kill these heretics directly. That would be too cheap for them. They must pay the most cruel price for their blasphemous crimes. At the same time, Dmitri was also very ashamed that he would have compassion for a heretic just now, which made him want to treat these blasphemous heretics in the most cruel way. And white phosphorus execution is still too kind for these heretics who blaspheme the Emperor. Chapter 46. Of course, there was more than just this one noble family of heretics on Ristoff II. A total of 16 noble families were excommunicated, and 27 nobles were instantly incinerated upon drinking the Sanctus wine, while their families were dragged to the Ecclesiarchy Holy Temple Square to endure a 13-hour white phosphorus execution. Normally, the Empire's white phosphorus execution wouldn't burn for such a long time, it usually concluded in about 4 or 5 hours. But at Chen Xi's suggestion, the duration was extended to 13 hours. It should be noted that the white phosphorus execution doesn't kill the condemned heretic instantly, but rather the heretic endures the pain for as long as the execution lasts. So that day, in the square of the Ecclesiarchy Holy Temple, the wails and curses of the heretics continued for a full 13 hours. No one expressed sympathy, or rather, no one dared to express sympathy. Everyone was doing their utmost to distance themselves from any suspicion or connection with the heretics, even if they were close friends or relatives before. They immediately cut ties and did everything possible to prove they were not heretics and had no relation to them. After all, everyone knew that this governor, who had caused so much upheaval since taking office, was an inquisitor from the Inquisition. If an ordinary governor might still be open to negotiation on such matters, a governor from the Inquisition always had only one way of dealing with heretics. Getting involved with heretics? They certainly didn't want to be the next unlucky souls burned for 13 hours in the square. And the Ecclesiarchy, which presided over all of this, was quite pleased. For the Ecclesiarchy, their goal was to propagate the Emperor's faith and ensure that every person devoutly believed in the Emperor. From the perspective of the 3K era, this was absolutely insane. The entire Ecclesiarchy was filled with religious fanatics and zealots. But from the perspective of the 40K era, if you don't believe in something in this cesspit, have you heard of the atheist plague? In this hellish galaxy, like swimming in a cesspit, one needs to believe in something, and maintain as much piety as possible, because when necessary, the Emperor can truly manifest and pull you out. So when a wine capable of identifying whether a person was a heretic was brewed, several Ecclesiarchy priests had already gone delirious with joy. The old bishop, who was so old he relied on an anti-gravity platform to move, almost died from excitement, if not for the timely rescue by a hospitaller. And after his vital signs stabilized, this old bishop, reportedly 300 years old, directly stood up from his anti-gravity platform, then knelt before the Emperor's holy statue in the holy temple and prayed devoutly, thanking the Emperor for bestowing miracles and blessings upon his people. The bishop wished to name this heretic-identifying wine Sanctus wine and, on behalf of the Ecclesiarchy, procure it in large quantities. He also reported this matter to the Ecclesiarchy headquarters of the sector via astropathic communication. Chen Xi had no strong preference for the wine's name, simply indicating to the bishop that he hoped it would be named Loyalty, and then stated that the winery's current production capacity was very limited, requiring support from the Ecclesiarchy to better develop this planet and expand production. Regarding Chen Xi's behavior, which bordered on extortion, the old bishop didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, simply ordering his deacon to prepare 1.8 million throne gilts for Chen Xi, and stating that he was only a planetary bishop, with limited funds at his disposal, believing that the sector ecclesiastical headquarters would provide Chen Xi with greater support. In response, Chen Xi merely knelt devoutly on one knee before the Emperor's holy statue, declaring himself a pious believer in the Emperor, with the Inquisitor's rosette as proof. At this moment, in the Mariupol sector capital, Mai was in a villa calculating her gains from this venture. The character she controlled, during the year of hosting, successfully established contact with the sector nobles and, through the Star District Governor, obtained the development rights for the subsector where Ristoff II is located. For the Star District Governor, granting the development rights of an entire subsector to a rogue trader was somewhat extravagant, but considering the potential increase in the sector's tithe once this subsector was developed, the Star District Governor was willing to take a small risk. Especially since this rogue trader also served an Inquisitor, which further alleviated the Star District Governor's concerns. Of course, this was not free. The subsector where Ristoff II is located comprises 13 star systems, and while the specific development plan is yet to be determined, even developing just one of these planets could bring immense wealth. As a Star District Governor, he no longer had a need for money, but the governor's family still hoped to gain more benefits within the sector. Therefore, Mai secured the development rights for the entire subsector from the governor by promising to cede 10% of the profits to the Star District Governor's family, and ensuring that at least 3 planetary governors for the planets would be recommended by the Star District Governor. Such a price was undoubtedly steep, as it represented the profits from an entire subsector. However, overall, securing the development rights for the entire subsector for a mere 10% of the profits still constituted a profitable deal. Of course, this does not mean that the remaining 90% would fall into the hands of Mai and Chen Xi's group. Firstly, for at least the next few decades, possibly even a century, at least half of the profits generated from developing the subsector will need to be reinvested into subsector development to continue expanding reproduction. The actual distributable profit is approximately 45%, with the remaining 0.5% accounting for various potential losses and miscellaneous expenses incurred during the subsector's development that cannot be included in the main ledger. Of these 45% of profits, the Star District Governor took 10%. The Ecclesiarchy side has almost finalized discussions and will also take 10%. As for the Adeptus Mechanicus, Mai was helpless. The Adeptus Mechanicus was the party she spent the most time on and promised numerous benefits, yet they consistently failed to make a decision. Even though Mai had already promised to allocate 10% of the profits, pledged that all procurements during the subsector's development would go through the Adeptus Mechanicus, and committed to building at least one Forge World to supply talent to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and so on. But the Adeptus Mechanicus simply refused to give a direct response. Upon arriving at the Star Sector capital, Mai immediately contacted the sage Danya mentioned by Avilia. Indeed, after seeing the items Mai brought, she agreed to help. In fact, the sage Danya was the one who later helped Mai arrange a meeting with the forging supervisor of the sector's forge world. The forging supervisor himself had little interest in excavating Xeno's tombs, although he was indeed very interested in the Xeno's technological artifacts Mai brought. Unfortunately, the items Mai brought were not sufficiently appealing. Chapter 47 Additional Investment. Despite Mai's successful persuasion, the Adeptus Mechanicus forging supervisor only agreed to sponsor some minor Astra Militarum equipment and dispatch a Goliath-class forge ship to temporarily station at Ristoff II. It would depart after the Necron tomb was excavated. As for the Adeptus Militaris? Sorry, the Adeptus Militaris of the Mariupol forge world are not large in scale and are currently on missions, so they cannot be redeployed for a while. Regarding the Knight family, the forging supervisor did not agree to mobilize Knight families loyal to the Adeptus Mechanicus in the name of the forge world. He merely stated that Mai could contact Knight families willing to deploy, and the Adeptus Mechanicus would not obstruct it. Sage Danya did help contact several Knight families, but the number of Knights who could come was not many. Most only had 1 or 2 Knights express willingness to come, but they required Mai to send a ship to pick them up. This outcome was not unacceptable for Mai, but it was still somewhat unsatisfactory. According to the original plan he and Chen Xi had discussed, they should at least be able to borrow at least 1 macro branch of the Adeptus Militaris from the Adeptus Mechanicus, or a complete Knight family. The current military strength, while not useless, wasn't of great use either. It might be enough for tomb exploration, but a small-scale battle would likely be a struggle. How can I convince those tech priests? I can't really tell them there's a big tomb, can I? Mai scratched his head. Although he had already gained the support of the Star District Governor and the Ecclesiarchy, Mai's gains from this trip were considered to have met expectations, but if he could secure the Adeptus Mechanicus, it would undoubtedly be better. As someone who enjoys completing all collections and achieving perfect endings in games, Mai still hoped to do his best, at least to secure the Adeptus Mechanicus's aid. However, just as he was pondering how to gain the Adeptus Mechanicus's support, servitors suddenly announced that an Ecclesiarchy priest and a battle sister were at the door. Mai was a bit surprised. Cooperation with the Ecclesiarchy had already been settled. As for the Sisters of Battle, because the Mariupol sector's battle sisters primarily belonged to the Order of the Ebon Chalice, which was not the same faction as the Sacred Rose Convent used by Inquisitor Chen Xi, Mai had not had much contact with them. Now that both parties were visiting together, had something happened? Regardless, Mai still received them very seriously, ushering both the Ecclesiarchy priest and the battle sister inside. Malin, is Ristoff II cultivating grapes and fermenting them into wine? Does this wine have the ability to purify heretics? The Ecclesiarchy priest did not exchange pleasantries with Mai, directly asking the question he was most concerned about. Hey! Mai felt utterly confused, not knowing what the priest was talking about. However, before Mai could react, the battle sister from the Order of the Ebon Chalice beside him also asked, can grapes cultivated by the Sisters of Battle themselves achieve the same effect as the Sanctus wine grapes on Ristoff II? Or have you mastered some special technology, or have these grapes received the blessing of His Imperial Majesty? What is all this? Ladies, can you tell me what exactly happened? Mai felt his head full of question marks, so he wanted to understand what was going on. He knew that Inquisitor Chen Xi was growing grapes on Ristoff II, but what was this about purifying heretics? And what was Sanctus wine grape? Mai felt as if he knew nothing. Hearing Mai say this, and seeing his apparent ignorance, the priest and the battle sister exchanged glances before explaining the whole story to him. You're saying that the grapes grown on Ristoff II received the Emperor's blessing, and after being made into wine, anyone who drinks it can identify heretics, and the fallen nobles on Ristoff II were directly burned to death. Mai finally understood what was going on, but he truly knew nothing about this matter. There is a distance of approximately over 100 light-years between the Mariupol sector capital and Ristoff II. If it were in the 3K era, humanity would not even be able to observe in real time, let alone communicate. And in the 40K era, star language reader communication is not something just anyone can afford. Although void ships of Rogue Trader are equipped with star language reader quires for instant star language reader communication, this is actually similar to sending a telegram in the 2K era, requiring the content to be encrypted first, then sent out using psychic powers. Note that the sending and receiving of star language reader messages also rely on the power of the warp, and only trained and sufficiently powerful psychers can accurately send star language reader communications to the designated target. As for ordinary star language readers, they are more like public announcements, broadcasting to the entire galaxy. Therefore, to prevent important information from being intercepted by enemies, encryption becomes paramount. And with encryption, there is naturally decryption, but decryption takes time. Under normal circumstances, without urgent star language reader messages, star language readers only passively receive broadcasted star language reader messages. It is precisely because of this that unless there is something particularly important, the star language reader on the void ship would not contact Mai to tell him what new messages had been received recently. However, even though he wasn't getting the latest first-hand news, Mai keenly sensed the immense amount of information and opportunity within it. So he spoke, I am indeed not very clear about this matter. When I left Ristoff II, Inquisitor Chen Xi was trying to grow grapes on that planet. According to the time calculation, the current harvest should be the first batch of grapes, and the wine produced should also be the first batch. These grapes, according to Inquisitor Chen Xi's arrangements, are cared for by the apprentice sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent, and all subsequent winemaking procedures should also be completed by their own hands. Hearing Mai say this, the battle sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice's eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly wrote down this information with a pen. From her appearance, it seemed she had the idea of recreating this process. Because the grapes are cared for by the sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent, they sing hymns during their labor, and these grapes likely gained their special properties due to the influence of the hymns. Mai did not pay attention to what the sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice recorded, he merely provided supplementary information. After the battle sister recorded everything Mai said, she looked at the priest, signaling him to continue. The priest nodded, then continued to speak to Mai, Malin, the ecclesiarchy attaches great importance to the matter of the Sanctus wine. If possible, we will send a delegation to Ristoff II to verify the authenticity of this matter. Once verified as true, then Ristoff II will undoubtedly become an important holy site for the ecclesiarchy. The development and construction projects you previously discussed with us will need to be adjusted, the ecclesiarchy does not wish for any accidents to occur at a holy site. Chapter 48, The Inquisition's Orders. The existence of Sanctus wine capable of identifying heretics not only drew the attention of the ecclesiarchy, but the Inquisition also showed immense interest immediately upon receiving the news. Inside a prominent palace in the spired hive city of Mariupol's capital sector, several inquisitors gathered to discuss the matter. If it's just Sanctus wine, we only need to confirm the truth of the matter and whether it constitutes heresy to handle it, an inquisitor with a cybernetic eye for one of his own began, a hint of distress on his face. But the Planetary Governor of Ristoff II is an inquisitor of the Pacification Order. Tech priest inquisitors, though rare, do exist. The inquisitor spoke, then looked at another inquisitor seated at the table. This inquisitor wore power armor as crimson as fresh blood, and a large, vivid Inquisition symbol was strikingly visible on the back of his neck. An inquisitor in Terminator armor. Inquisitor Chen Xi's loyalty is trustworthy. Although he uncharacteristically assumed the role of Planetary Governor for a colony world, he is loyal, there is no doubt about that, said a Lord Inquisitor, who was also an inquisitor of the Pacification Order. Until there is clear evidence of his disloyalty, we have no reason to doubt his loyalty. After all, his gubernatorial appointment came from the Imperial Palace on Holy Terra, and you and I both understand what that implies. At this point, a third inquisitor at the table spoke, asking in a curious tone, so the rumor is true. The Pacification Order inquisitor remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. If that's the case, then the matter of the Sanctus wine is probably deeper than we imagined. The inquisitor who spoke first reached up to touch the implants on his face, a feeling of inexpressible frustration. He was an inquisitor of the Pursuit Ordo, his name alone hinted at his function. The Pursuit Ordo suspects everything, monitoring all potential traitors within the Imperium. Because of this, everyone is subject to their suspicion, even the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes and a Gene Seed Primarch. And the Inquisition, as commonly referred to, largely refers to these inquisitors of the Pursuit Ordo, who are also the inquisitors most frequently encountered by the Imperium's citizens. If the Sanctus wine can truly identify heretics, then the Hammer Ordo will spare no expense to ensure its production and acquire it. A fourth inquisitor at the table spoke. She was a female inquisitor, her seemingly slender body encased in well-tailored noble attire, and a very prominent brand of the Inquisition's symbol was on her forehead. Female inquisitors were not uncommon in the Inquisition, but the others seemed wary of this particular inquisitor. This was an inquisitor of the Hammer Ordo. Typically, they confronted demons and heretics, and knowing such chaotic knowledge carried the risk of corruption and damnation. Therefore, inquisitors of the Hammer Ordo usually adopted absolutely safe measures to resolve the potential troubles arising from these issues. And this choice usually involved large-scale purges, potentially even exterminatus. It was precisely because of their long-standing dealings with chaotic heretics that the Hammer Ordo would never let go of such a potent tool for identifying heresy. If the matter of the Sanctus wine is true, then the Pursuit Ordo also hopes to obtain its share. After some hesitation, the Pursuit Ordo Inquisitor still requested to secure the interests of his faction. Although the Pursuit Ordo primarily targeted traitors, often the attributes of traitor and heretic overlapped. Therefore, for the Pursuit Ordo, a drink that could easily identify a heretic was undoubtedly a valuable tool that could save them a significant amount of time in their work. While we all desire this Sanctus wine, which Inquisitor Chen Xi has named loyalty, the premise is that it is genuinely real, the last Inquisitor spoke. He was also the initiator of this meeting, the Inquisitor Grand Master of the Mariupol sector, the highest representative of the Inquisition in this sector. And more importantly, if it is indeed real, how do we ensure its smooth production to serve the Imperium? Confirming the truth of this matter is not difficult, the ecclesiarchy will certainly confirm its authenticity immediately, as it concerns whether the Emperor has truly manifested, the Pursuit Ordo Inquisitor continued, seemingly particularly interested in the matter. We only need to send a spy to infiltrate the ecclesiarchy's ranks, and we can use the ecclesiarchy's power to verify the truth of this matter, even though we all know it's highly likely to be true. As for after it's confirmed, perhaps I should apply to the Black Templars Space Marine chapter to station a kill team on Ristoff II? He already has the help of the Sacred Rose Convent, he probably doesn't need much in terms of battle sisters. Although the Inquisition has many different types of orders, the main ones are the three major orders, Pursuit, Pacification, and Hammer. Each of these three major orders has a Space Marine chapter as a collaborator. The Pacification Order's collaborator is the Death Watch, the two usually cooperate in combating Xenos. The Pursuit Ordo, on the other hand, has a very good relationship with the Black Templars and the Adeptus Sororitas. Typically, Inquisitors of the Pursuit Ordo are accompanied by Black Templars Space Marines and Battle Sisters. As for the Hammer Ordo, the existence of the chapter that collaborates with them is an absolute secret of the Imperium, even other Inquisitors only know a 666 designation. If it's Astartes monks, Inquisitor Chen Xi already has a Forge Master from the Death Watch assisting him. I think a kill team and a watch fortress would be more suitable for him, given how severe the Xenos activity is on Ristoff II, and Inquisitor Chen Xi is also sending the rogue traitor in his service to seek help from various factions. The Pacification Order Inquisitor was more biased towards his own, offering terms that, while not extravagant, were certainly practical. Perhaps his flagship should also be upgraded. I think a strike cruiser should allow him to serve the Imperium better than the sword-class frigate he currently uses. Furthermore, the PDF of Ristoff II has accumulated considerable combat experience after fighting the Xenos, so perhaps the Imperium can now recruit Astra Militarum from this planet. However, compared to the terms offered by the Pursuit Ordo and the Pacification Order, the Hammer Ordo's conditions were somewhat peculiar. The 666th chapter will dispatch a librarian to assist Inquisitor Chen Xi, to protect him from the threat of chaos corruption. Chapter 49, The Ecclesiarchy's Extravagance. Chen Xi's cleanup of the planet lasted for about half a month. For an Inquisitor, this was part of his duty, even if he was an Inquisitor of the Pacification Order. Don't think the Pacification Order doesn't investigate corruption. The temptations and infiltration of Imperial citizens by Xenos are diverse. Aside from the Tao's water caste using their glib tongues to persuade, there are also things like genetic modification, mind control, identity substitution, and so on. There are all sorts of methods, and it can only be said that there's nothing they haven't thought of, only things they haven't done. Therefore, this also makes Inquisitors of the Pacification Order, like those from the other two orders, very skilled at tracking down their targets based on various clues. It was precisely because of this that, under the leadership of this Inquisitor Governor, traces of corruption on Ristoff II were almost impossible to conceal. Nobles suspected of corruption were found one by one. Aside from the true heretics who were executed by white phosphorus, these nobles, relatively speaking, were not corrupted, but their corrupt actions were no less. They were not chaos heretics, but they had also deviated from the God Emperor's faith and betrayed humanity and the Imperium. It was just that, compared to heretics who had turned to chaos, they were still human. But precisely because of this, these people's crimes felt even more outrageous. After all, corrupted chaos heretics could still claim they were invaded by chaos demons, while these degenerates, showing no signs of warped corruption, could only be driven by greed and ambition, betraying the Imperium for their own gain. Although many noble families on this planet were descendants of Astra Militarum veterans who had retired on this planet, this did not mean they all possessed unwavering loyalty. In fact, apart from the death corps of Krieg, every Astra Militarum unit in the Imperium has had cases of wavering loyalty. It is precisely because of this that the position of Commissar exists in the Astra Militarum, to maintain the high morale and loyalty of the Astra Militarum. So, it wasn't strange for some people to fall. However, punishing these individuals was a bit more troublesome. They couldn't simply be burned to death with white phosphorus. After fully considering the introductions and suggestions from Rachel and General Grigory, the local residents, Chen Xi decided to impose an anathema on these traitors and degenerates in the name of the Inquisitor. The principal offenders were, without exception, all executed, but the method of execution chosen was beheading, a rather classical approach. Their families or other implicated individuals were designated as slave laborers, sentenced to work as miners in the planetary mines until they atoned for their sins. However, generally speaking, betraying the God Emperor is an unforgivable crime, and they and any potential descendants will never escape this status. To some extent, Chen Xi was still too merciful. According to an Inquisitor's own experience, these people should all have been slaughtered or turned into penitent servitors. It was just that servitors didn't quite fit Chen Xi's aesthetic, so he didn't do that. Although doing so might leave some hidden dangers, Chen Xi felt that this small price was acceptable. After dealing with these despicable individuals, he received a star message from the Star Sector capital. An investigation team initiated by the Ecclesiarchy would arrive at Ristoff II shortly to verify the authenticity of the Sanctus wine. Chen Xi was not surprised that the Ecclesiarchy would come to verify the authenticity of loyalty. Or rather, if the Ecclesiarchy had simply accepted the authenticity of this item without investigation, that would have been truly bizarre. Although the Ecclesiarchy canonizes nameless saints as if mass-producing them, the authentication of genuine imperial manifestations is a very rigorous process for the Ecclesiarchy, with a complete set of procedures. After all, in the Warhammer world, it's far too easy to fake a miracle with various psychic powers, or other technological sorcery. In fact, if someone with malicious intent really wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't be impossible to create genuine miracles and disguise them as miracles. Therefore, the caution with which both the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy approach such matters is understandable. However, Chen Xi felt no tension or worry about this. The authenticity of loyalty was undeniable. If anyone claimed it wasn't real, then that person was undoubtedly a heretic or a traitor. Of course, those who would do this are mostly nobles or other forces. The Ecclesiarchy, in this regard, is very trustworthy. For their faith, these religious fanatics are truly capable of anything, but as long as it is proven that you are loyal, then everything is not a problem. Although the Ecclesiarchy is fanatical, when it comes to pledging allegiance to the Emperor, the Ecclesiarchy truly spares no effort. Chen Xi informed Rachel about this matter, instructing the Chamberlain to arrange all related affairs, while Chen Xi himself took the opportunity to leave the 40K era and send a package in the 3K era. At Ristoff II's starport, a void ship with a massive, hundreds of meters tall statue of the God Emperor erected outside its bridge docked at a starport berth. Looking at this massive light cruiser class vessel and the enormous, purely decorative statue of the god emperor on its hull, a marvel in the 3K era. Chen Xi's expression was indescribably peculiar. Religious decoration, in Chen Xi's view, was normal, and a few exaggerated decorations on a huge void ship were not a big problem. After all, the ecclesiarchy has practical propaganda needs. A ship filled with a sacred aura can often bring immense spiritual deterrence to the Imperium's rather ignorant citizens. But a statue of the god emperor made of adamantium, that was a bit too extravagant. One should know that the adamantium used to forge this purely decorative statue could even be used to build an adamantium ram for this ship. This hardest substance in the entire universe is extremely difficult to destroy. It is widely used in the Imperium's military industry. The keels, rams, and frontal armor of void ships often require large amounts of adamantium to be manufactured. Even the power armor of space marines has an adamantium frame. This ensures that even if an Imperial void ship is destroyed, its adamantium keel often remains intact and can be salvaged for reconstruction. And a space marine's power armor is even more so. The armor outlives the man, passed down for 3 generations. It is imaginable what a luxurious act it is to use so much adamantium just to build a statue. If this adamantium were used to forge power armor for space marines, it would be enough to equip at least an entire chapter. As Chen Xi entertained these somewhat blasphemous thoughts, the void ship opened its boarding ramp, and several ecclesiarchy priests, accompanied by crusaders and battle sisters, descended from the void ship. Welcome, devout servants of the Emperor. Chen Xi stepped forward to greet the arriving ecclesiarchy priests. Chapter 50, Airship. Governor Chen Xi, greetings. A priest in a white robe performed an Aquila salute towards Chen Xi, then introduced himself. I am Executive Director Pavel Osipovic of the Ecclesiarchy's branch in the Mariupol sector. I have been sent by the sector Archcardinal to verify the matter of the Sanctus wine. Governor, you may simply call me Pavel. Hello, Executive Director Pavel. On behalf of all Imperial citizens and devout followers of the Emperor on Ristoff II, I welcome your arrival. Chen Xi politely returned the Aquila salute to the priest and offered a customary welcome. His identity as an Inquisitor priest and Planetary Governor required him to show devotion to the Ecclesiarchy, but not excessive enthusiasm. And in Chen Xi's opinion, there was indeed no need to be overly enthusiastic towards the person before him. Even if he was an executive director, normal hospitality was sufficient. The other party did not seem to show any emotion regarding Chen Xi's attitude. After politely nodding in acknowledgement again, he boarded the orbital elevator with Chen Xi, guided by Rachel. The elevator descended quickly. Chen Xi gestured for Rachel to inform Executive Director Pavel that a welcome banquet had been prepared and invited him to attend. However, Pavel replied, No, Governor. I am here on this planet for only one purpose, and that is to verify the authenticity of the Sanctus wine. Besides that, nothing else matters. We are merely servants of the God Emperor. Banquets and pleasures only lead to the growth of corrupt thoughts. While I understand that ordinary people need some entertainment to fill spiritual emptiness, as servants of the God Emperor, we should serve him wholeheartedly, not focus on personal enjoyment. Hearing Pavel say this, Chen Xi was noncommittal and didn't find anything wrong with it. He simply nodded and had Rachel modify the upcoming schedule. Since this executive director felt that seeing the grapes first was important, Chen Xi naturally wouldn't stop him. Even before this executive director arrived, Rachel had already made all sorts of preparations for the reception, and the contingency plans were already in place, so there would be no problems. Since they were receiving a high-ranking ecclesiarchy cleric, it was naturally impossible to prepare vehicles like a chimera troop carrier as transport. Although the Imperium was overflowing with martial prowess and doing so wouldn't be a big issue, Rachel still diligently prepared an airship that could be used as transport, or even a parade float. To be honest, when Rachel pulled this thing out, Chen Xi was a bit surprised. It was truly incredible that such a thing existed on a colonial world that had been settled for less than 100 years. After all, this item generally wouldn't appear on ordinary Imperial worlds. It had no weaponry, and although it could indeed carry a void shield or even large-caliber artillery like a basilisk's, it was usually unarmed and only used as a parade float or similar vehicle. Of course, it did have basic self-defense armaments. Dealing with a few hive gangs was as easy as playing a game. After all, while a length of over 200 meters was nothing compared to a void ship, this thing still had a strong deterrent on a planetary surface. Even the well-traveled executive director showed surprise at such an airship, as he had understood the situation of Ristoff II and Chen Xi before arriving. He had originally thought that everything on a newly settled colonial planet like Ristoff II, which was less than 100 years old, would be very rudimentary. But now it seemed this planet was developing quite well. This undoubtedly improved the executive director's mood. After boarding the airship, he not only initiated conversation with Chen Xi but also made the atmosphere of their chat a bit more intimate. Mr. Chen Xi, please don't think I'm a difficult person to approach. Executive Director Pavel leaned back on the soft sofa inside the airship's lounge and said to Chen Xi with a hint of familiarity, as a supervisor who manages the operations of Creed Temporal, the Church's financial and logistical institution, on behalf of the Cardinal Archbishop, I often have to appear aloof to avoid unnecessary trouble. But that certainly doesn't mean I'm a difficult person to get along with. Once they get to know me, my friends all say I'm very easy to deal with. At this point, Executive Director Pavel seemed to want to bridge the gap and even made a small joke, of course, provided the other party isn't a heretic. To this, Chen Xi responded, and one more thing, not in Xenos. No, Inquisitor, you and I both know that as long as they are willing to believe in the Emperor and pay the tithe to the Imperium, even Xenos can be friends, can't they? Executive Director Pavel was indeed, as he said, not a difficult person to deal with, and could even make some slightly heretical jokes. However, what he said was also true. After all, standard xenos like feline folk and mantis folk could become legally recognized abhumans in the Imperium, so befriending xenos wasn't really a particularly serious problem. Rat folk with not so clean hands. Ape folk with not so good brains. Beastmen, now illegal, they believe in the Emperor. Furry fanatics delight, feline folk. Alligator folk in the sewers. For example, Gilliman's Eildari Consort.jpg. Executive Director, I am an Inquisitor of the Pacification Order. Chen Xi did not comment on Pavel's remarks, only reminding him that he was at least an Inquisitor of the Pacification Order. Yes, yes. Let's skip this somewhat dangerous topic and talk about the Sanctus wine. Pavel seemed to realize that discussing this in front of an Inquisitor was somewhat inappropriate, even if the other party was currently a planetary governor. So he quickly changed the subject and asked Chen Xi, Mr. Chen Xi, how did you brew the Sanctus wine? I heard that both the seedlings and the brewing method were provided by you, and during that time, Sage Avilia only provided you with related services, while the Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent merely acted on your orders. The Ecclesiarchy has investigated thoroughly, and there was no special operation involved. How exactly did you do it? Was it truly the Emperor's favor? That is something even I find difficult to explain. I can only say that the grape seedlings and brewing method were obtained by me during an adventure, and they were originally placed in a stasis field. I don't know how many years they existed or who placed them in the stasis field. Chen Xi decided to obscure the origin of the grapes and brewing method. Anyway, with Huang Laohan's endorsement, he wasn't worried about being suspected of heresy. Illegal mutants of the Imperium, these are to be shot on sight. Chapter 51, Simple Piety. The airship quickly arrived at the convent and landed in an open space. Thanks to the desolate environment on Ristoff II, there were simply too many open spaces around the convent. This not only provided space for the cultivation of vineyards but also suitable areas for battle sister training. There was just one minor shortcoming, the convent was not grand enough, and there were no other supporting buildings nearby. Due to the vineyard's location in the valley, the convent felt quite isolated. Your Excellency the Governor, your piety is evident. To have built a sanctuary of this scale in just 1 year of your tenure is truly admirable. However, the size of this convent is truly, Pavel deliberated, trying to find a less impolite word to describe it, but in the end, he just said, perhaps I should discuss with those of the secular creed about providing a donation to the pious sisters on Ristoff II. Pavel truly did not want to be impolite, but the Sisters of Battle convent before him was indeed the smallest and most unadorned convent he had ever seen in his life. Faith in the God Emperor requires piety, not extravagance. A simple convent is more conducive to the sisters refining their minds, bodies, and souls. The more difficult the environment, the more it can temper the most devout faith and the most unyielding will. However, at this moment, the battle sister accompanying Pavel suddenly spoke, seemingly refuting Pavel's words. Who is this? Although Chen Xi knew the sister before him was from the Order of the Ebon Chalice, Pavel had not introduced her before, so he had not asked further. Now it seemed this sister was not merely Pavel's attendant. I am Jean d'Arc of the Order of the Ebon Chalice. My apologies, I seem to have interjected. The seemingly young sister lowered her head, sincerely apologizing to Chen Xi and Pavel. It's all right. I believe neither I nor Executive Director Pavel are the kind of people who would blame someone for such a discussion about faith. Chen Xi appeared very magnanimous, and he was also wary of Jean's name. It wasn't that there was anything strange about her, or that she would fall in the future, rather, the more common translation of her name was Joan of Arc. So, Huang Laohan, are you implying something? However, Chen Xi did not say much. After all, this was already the 40K era. Mentioning a figure from the 1K era, it was likely that Miss Jean herself did not know the origin of her name. As for whether Huang Laohan was implying anything, Chen Xi thought it best to wait until she showed some special performance. Pavel, on the other hand, showed great agreement with Chen Xi's words. He was indeed not someone who would offend a battle sister over a few remarks. Although his ecclesiastical rank was higher than a battle sisters held a somewhat special significance within the ecclesiarchy, so even high-ranking clergy like Pavel did not wish to offend a battle sister. The three said nothing more, simply walking together into the convent before them. Inside the convent, the Great Sister and the Sisters of Battle's disciplinary officers, having already received the news, were all awaiting the arrival of Chen Xi and Pavel. Although they were merely Chen Xi's pawns, under the Emperor's mighty influence, they were no different from real people. Pavel and Jean exchanged pleasantries with the Great Sister, then proposed to visit the vineyard and winery to understand the brewing process of the Sanctus wine, ensuring the entire process complied with ecclesiarchy doctrine. Though it might be impolite, I am very curious to know which faction the ecclesiarchy in the Mariupol sector belongs to. Chen Xi suddenly spoke, looking at Pavel. Pavel was somewhat caught off guard by Chen Xi's sudden question, but he quickly realized why Chen Xi was asking this. Please rest assured, the ecclesiarchy in the Mariupol sector adheres to Orthodox true faith, not the beliefs of any other faction. Pavel gave Chen Xi a smile, indicating that they had no special faith requirements. Although the ecclesiarchy was a unified religion, just like how Christianity in the 3K era had many branches, the ecclesiarchy itself was actually divided into various chaotic factions. Factions like the Death Worshippers, who offered blood sacrifices to the God Emperor, were still relatively anthropomorphic among them. One should know that some ecclesiarchy factions were no different from chaos cults, even chaos would admit that the ecclesiarchy knew how to have fun. For example, some sects would place a brazier on their heads and burn themselves as firewood, Others would be indistinguishable from Kern followers, constantly shouting things like skulls for the Skull Throne, blood for the God Emperor. There were even those who planned large-scale sacrifices to revive the Emperor, or who believed that pain was the way to demonstrate piety and tormented themselves relentlessly. This fully explained why, to other races in the galaxy, there were 5 chaos gods. In short, it highlighted how each was abstract in its own way. If he really encountered some abstract faction, while Chen Xi wouldn't be as miserable as a pigeon sect member calling Yui Aragaki his wife, he would still feel as disheartened as a dead mouse being ignored. Fortunately, most mainstream ecclesiarchy factions were relatively normal in their style. Although they could only be considered relatively normal. However, in the warped Warhammer world, relatively normal was already very good. After all, even in the 3K era, religious fanatics were abundant, let alone a world where true gods existed and prayers could genuinely receive responses. Pavel's demeanor was already very normal. He simply visited the vineyard very seriously and piously, understanding in detail the cultivation of the grapes and personally witnessing the entire process of how the Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent worked and brewed wine while chanting hymns. It's truly unimaginable, such simple and unadorned actions. Pavel exclaimed in disbelief. The situation before him truly exceeded his comprehension. There were no grand or complex rituals, no magnificent or solemn masses. These young sisters simply wore simple linen clothes, working in the vineyard with the most basic tools, looking no different from ordinary farmers. Aside from chanting hymns, Pavel saw nothing related to faith, nor anything special. Yet, such simple labor brewed the sanctus wine that could make heretics spontaneously combust, which was truly difficult to comprehend. However, matters of faith never needed to be understood, or rather, in a bizarre place like the Warhammer world, often people only needed to understand how to do something, not why to do it. Perhaps this is the wonder of faith. The Emperor does not need complex things, he only needs our devout faith in him. Jean looked at the working young sisters, also sighing with emotion. The first round of recommendation PK failed, how miserable. Please continue reading, recommend, and support. As long as there's support, whether it's cross-dressing or selling his butt, Huang Laohan will do anything. Chapter 52 Certification passed. The certification of the Sanctus wine was quickly approved. Although this matter was very serious for the ecclesiarchy, and the entire certification process was very cumbersome, in the face of undeniable facts, the authenticity of the Sanctus wine was beyond doubt. Precisely because of this, the entire review and certification process went very smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. After drinking the Sanctus wine, Pavel sincerely praised it as the best gift the Emperor had bestowed upon his believers. Not only that, but Pavel also immediately had the star language reader he brought with him send the news back to the capital of Mariupol, informing the Cardinal Bishop of the news. For the ecclesiarchy, while the appearance of the Sanctus wine was indeed impactful, it was still just a miracle. What it could bring to the entire ecclesiarchy might only be a new shrine world, or perhaps one more effective tool for identifying heretics. After all, the galaxy is vast, and the Imperium has 1,000,000 worlds. Even if Chen Xi could plant grapes all over the surface of Ristoff II, the output would not be enough. In fact, both the ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition have multiple methods for identifying heretics. Using Sanctus wine is merely convenient and quick, not unique. In a sense, its religious symbolic meaning far outweighs its practical use value. And most crucially, the Mariupol sector is a frontier sector. Even if reported to the ecclesiarchy headquarters on Holy Terra, it would take years for Holy Terra to respond. Getting results within 10 years would already be a result of Holy Terra's administrative efficiency being off the charts. But for the Cardinal Bishop of the sector, the meaning was entirely different. A miracle occurring in his diocese meant he had an opportunity to advance further, to set foot on Holy Terra and contend for the supreme position of Pope within the ecclesiarchy. At the level of Cardinal Bishop, one already has the opportunity to contend for that supreme position. However, generally speaking, Cardinal Bishops from frontier sectors cannot compete with those Cardinal Bishops who were born on Holy Terra. In fact, even if the Sanctus wine was recognized as a miracle, it only meant that the sector bishop of Mariupol had an opportunity to advance further. It's just that this opportunity, for him, was almost non-existent before the miracle of the Sanctus wine. Precisely because of this, upon receiving Pavel's star message, the Cardinal Bishop of the Mariupol sector almost spared no effort in promoting the matter of the Sanctus wine, striving to mold it into a great miracle. At the same time, a large amount of resources and money were mobilized by the ecclesiarchy, and with the Cardinal Bishop personally stepping forward, a patrol fleet from the Imperial Navy was borrowed to escort the goods to Ristoff II. For the ecclesiarchy, money is secondary, faith in the Emperor is primary. If spending money can propagate the Emperor's faith, then the ecclesiarchy is truly willing to spend. Erecting a several hundred-meter-tall adamantium Emperor statue on the bridge is nothing, a physically sky-high cathedral is what's truly exaggerated. For the ecclesiarchy, as long as you can prove your piety, the ecclesiarchy genuinely doesn't mind spending a little small change for you. Does the ecclesiarchy call this small change? Chen Xi looked at the fleet whose shadows obscured the sky, feeling for the first time what it truly meant to be wealthy. In the low orbit of Ristoff II, 4 Imperial Navy dreadnought-class light cruisers were moored around the starport, fully loaded with throne gelts and various supplies transported from the capital of Mariupol. The equipment for the battle sister alone was enough to arm at least one convent, which is equivalent to the number of an Astartes chapter, and it included a complete set of equipment with various vehicles. Believe me, this really is just small change. A mere 10 million throne gelts in cash and equivalent materials really isn't a large sum, Pavel said with a very sincere tone. He told Chen Xi, as long as the production of the Sanctus wine can be guaranteed, the Ecclesiarchy wouldn't mind building a cathedral of adamantium on this planet. Adamantium? In that case, you might as well send me a Moon-class cruiser. Chen Xi joked. Although the items sent by the Ecclesiarchy were far more valuable than a Moon-class, having money and being able to buy a Moon-class are two different concepts. There were plenty of wealthy parvenus in the 3K era, but none of them could buy their own warships. Moon-class? How many do you want? Pavel, however, did not take it as a joke, but seriously calculated, if you want immediate delivery, I can discuss it with the Imperial Navy, and the Ecclesiarchy can order a heavy cruiser to replace their existing Moon-class. If you can wait, I can place an order with the Mariupol Forge World, a few should be completed within 10 years. The maintenance costs will be covered by the Ecclesiarchy, and you don't have to worry about the relevant personnel, I can handle all of that for you. In Pavel's view, Chen Xi wanting a Moon-class was truly not a big deal. Moreover, having a defensive fleet composed of Moon-class ships would also better protect this blessed planet. If it weren't for the fact that the Ecclesiarchy cannot currently control armed forces, what arrived with the ship would probably not be equipment, but the Ecclesiarchy's armed forces. But even so, more than 100 battle sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice still arrived with the ship and directly airdropped a mobile cathedral from orbit. Yes, they directly dropped a 100-meter-tall metal cathedral from low orbit, landing right next to the Holy Rose Convent. Although the Imperium's technology in this regard is indeed not an issue, Imperial Knight, those massive machines, can even perform orbital landings by riding in airdropped fortress bunkers. Watching a massive cathedral playing holy hymns crash down from the sky was still shocking and shattered one's worldview. Incidentally, this thing can be recycled and reused. For Moon-class, 3 new ships, please. I hope they can be delivered as soon as possible. Chen Xi thought for a moment, considering that he needed to develop the subsector, he still needed some truth in his hands. Alright, I'll contact them for you when I get back. If it's fast, they should be delivered in 5 years. Do you have any special requirements for the Void ship? Pavel spoke as if he wasn't giving away 3 5-kilometer-long warships, but rather 3 models, so casually. No special requirements, just that the lower decks must have clean water and food, and regular genetic testing. As for the reason, Chen Xi thought of some guys with heavenly patterns and curled his lips, saying, there's a type of alien, although they also believe in the Emperor, they think the Emperor has 4 arms. 4-armed Emperor cultists. Pavel was clearly not someone who hadn't seen the world, he quickly understood what Chen Xi was referring to. Generally, I prefer to call them gene stealer. Chen Xi shrugged, appearing indifferent, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Chapter 53, Night Family. With money, Chen Xi could finally act without restraint in many matters. Although 10 million throne gilts wouldn't last long, at least Chen Xi could have Avilia finish building the protein processing plant, solving the planet's food problem. As an added bonus, he could even build an ecological dome to grow some grains and vegetables. Of course, there was no hope for the yield of these items, it would be the absolute limit to satisfy the needs of the noble class. Typically, some hive worlds use such ecological domes to cultivate rare flowers and precious medicinal herbs. It wasn't unheard of to use them for growing food, but considering the cost, it was rare to do so. Besides solving the food problem, Chen Xi also used Pavel's connections to order a batch of Astra Militarum heavy equipment from a forge world, including enough Lemonruss and Macarius tanks of various models to form an armored regiment, enough Hydras and Basilisks to equip an artillery regiment, and a large number of Valkyrie gunships. Chen Xi only realized when deploying the defense force previously that the Planetary Defense Force of Ristoff II only had Chimeras and Bison armored vehicles, besides the Toroks. It was ridiculous that they didn't even have Valkyries. The former governor wasn't unwilling to give them good equipment, but he simply didn't have the money. The Planetary Defense Force had to be funded by the governor himself. If he could afford it, everyone could be equipped with power armor, but if he couldn't, he shouldn't blame the high cost of corpse starch. Although corpse starch was cheap, it still cost money. Only the Astra Militarum, funded by the Department of Military Affairs, could be fully equipped with various luxurious armaments, although the Department of Military Affairs focused more on arming elite units, while ordinary cannon fodder only had basic equipment, not much different from some better equipped defense force units. However, with the Ecclesiarchy as a super benefactor, Chen Xi could afford to be a bit more generous and procure some good things for his own defense force. Incidentally, he could reorganize the current defense force based on this equipment, streamlining and adjusting the 10 light infantry regiments to see if they could be formed into a heavy combined arms brigade-like unit. After all, although it was the sci-fi 40K era, due to GW's books being written too early, the Astra Militarum's fighting style basically remained in the WWI and World War II era, emphasizing hitting each other with high-tech weapons. Although the Astra Militarum's tactics were constantly changing as various monsters appeared in the Dark Millennium, actually, GW realized it was stupid to retcon, the overall style was still a mix of WWI and some World War II tactics. Chen Xi was naturally very dissatisfied with this, so he planned to copy existing strategies and transform Ristoff II's defense force into a heavy combined arms brigade style. Although many things couldn't be rigidly applied, and Chen Xi himself had never seen a heavy combined arms brigade, Chen Xi felt that the tactical ideas could still be borrowed. At least, infantry tank coordination, armored assault, and air-ground integration were all feasible, and even unmanned combat wasn't out of the question. Although Imperial equipment appeared crude and clumsy, one must understand that its foundation was always the golden technology left over from humanity's dark age of technology. The Imperium actually had no shortage of automatic weapons, from servitor skulls that could replace drones to automated turrets that could replace small combat robots. If the Imperium were to truly unleash the power of the things they possessed, instead of fighting WWI with high-tech equipment, the combat power of the Imperial forces would be unimaginable. And with an army possessing sufficient combat power, Chen Xi felt he could seriously consider desecrating Necron's tombs. Twilight controlled the massive void ship as it entered the starport. Although the Ecclesiarchy's ships crowded the berths, it was still possible to moor the bow vertically at the dock. However, this required high skill from the helmsman. He had to personally take charge, manually maneuver the ship into the port, and then expend considerable effort to appease the machine spirit after docking. As the captain of a void ship, Twilight could connect with the entire ship through implants and communicate directly with the machine spirit. While this gave her extremely high freedom of control, she also had to face the occasional displeasure of the machine spirit, even though this ship's machine spirit was already quite agreeable. But for Twilight, being able to pilot a void ship was already wonderful. The feeling of personally soaring through the universe was simply too beautiful. It was as if she had become the ship itself. Perhaps this was also why many Imperial Navy void ship captains chose to merge their souls and memories into the machine spirit when they grew old and died. The two had already become one through countless connections in the past. If there was any minor flaw, perhaps it was that the ship wasn't big enough. Detaching herself from the captain's throne, Twilight felt as if the ship's machine spirit had given her a huge slap. It must have been her desire to pilot a larger ship that displeased the machine spirit. Fortunately, the machine spirit wasn't too upset by this, and a little more appeasement from the engine seer later would suffice. Can we go now? I'm waiting for you. My asked Twilight, who was still sitting on the captain's throne. Yes, I just need to recover a bit. The sensory switch is a little disorienting for a while, Twilight explained, then stood up and left the bridge with My. This was like those Titan pilots. After piloting Titans for too long, they were unwilling to leave their mechanical thrones. After all, sitting on it, the world was yours; leaving it, you were the world's. The feeling of being one with a Titan was simply too wonderful, and piloting a void ship was even more exhilarating. The two disembarked, and Chen Xi was waiting for them at the starport. Welcome. You two have done a great service this time. You've worked hard. Chen Xi enthusiastically welcomed his two friends, greeting them. I see you've brought back a transport ship. How many good things do you need a special ship to transport? Chen Xi was very emotional at this moment. After all, around Ristoff II's starport, besides 4 Imperial Navy light cruisers, there was also a large transport ship, all moored in the void because the starport had no available berths. These ships were loaded with the resources and funds needed for the development and construction of Ristoff II. The transport ship contains the small forge you asked me to buy. With this, we can produce equipment ourselves, My explained to Chen Xi with a joyful expression, and then excitedly added, but the forge isn't the main thing. Sage Danya, whom Avilia asked us to find, helped us a great deal by bringing in a dispossessed knight family. I've already spoken with them. As long as you are willing to provide them with land to settle their people, they can fight for you. Chapter 54, The Ling Guang Family of the Long Night. Chen Xi originally wanted to go directly to the transport ship to meet the people of this knight family, but after remembering some settings about knight families, Chen Xi dismissed the idea. Instead, he had Rachel formally contact them, and after a series of questions and answers that strictly adhered to noble etiquette, he politely extended an invitation to the supreme king of this knight family. The other party responded in a manner equally compliant with noble etiquette, and after agreeing on a time and place, they dispatched a shuttle carrying the family's supreme king and several key members to the starport. After being received by Rachel, they took the orbital elevator to the governor's mansion on Ristoff. Inside the governor's mansion, a welcoming banquet had already been prepared. The situation with this knight family is quite peculiar. They were imperial knights during the Great Crusade era, but their family split during the Great Rebellion. One branch followed the Adeptus Mechanicus into civil war, while the other followed the Imperium against the rebels, forming two distinct factions. Inside the governor's mansion, My, who was waiting for the knight family to arrive, was explaining the situation to Chen Xi. Because both sides placed their bets correctly, both branches of this family survived for the next 10,000 years, with one following the Imperium and the other following the Adeptus Mechanicus. However, not long ago, their family territory was attacked by a tyrannid swarm, and their entire territory was devoured. A Space Marine chapter that received their distress call rescued them. Although most of their commoners and a few of the family's knights were saved, their territory and most of the family's knights were lost. They originally intended to seek refuge with the Adeptus Mechanicus or some imperial faction and act as free blades for a time, but they couldn't do that with their commoners, so they had to find a place to settle down first. After Sage Danya contacted them, their condition was to resettle their commoners and provide them with treatment befitting their knight status. Listening to Mai's introduction, Chen Xi couldn't help but feel that this knight family was somewhat unlucky. After all, it was quite rare for a knight family to have their home devoured by tyrannids. Although many knights lost their territories for various reasons, this was the first time Chen Xi had heard of such a thing. How many knights do they have? Chen Xi wasn't concerned with how they came to be, he was more concerned with how much strength this family could provide. Wanting territory was not a problem. Not to mention that Mai had already obtained the development rights for an entire subsector and could completely create a knight world. There was plenty of undeveloped land on Ristoff II alone. Settling a knight family was certainly not an issue. One gallant Dominus knight, one preceptor errant knight, one paladin errant knight, and one case Taurus lancer knight. Mai counted them, then made a shrugging gesture. I told you, they have two branches, so they have both imperial models and Adeptus Mechanicus models. Their family originally had over a dozen knights and was a thriving family, but in the end, they all died in battle to resist the Tyranid swarm's attack and buy time for their commoners to evacuate. Gallant Dominus Knight. Preceptor Errant Knight. Paladin Errant Knight. Case Taurus Lancer Knight. Quite a knightly act. What is their family called? Chen Xi nodded slightly. Knight families indeed would do such things, where all knights die protecting their commoners, which made him want to know the family's name. Ling Guang. My spoke a name that somewhat broke Chen Xi's composure. What is Huang Lao Han stirring up? Chen Xi suddenly turned his head and saw the suppressed smile on Mai's face. However, before he could ask more, the knights of the Ling Guang family had already arrived at the governor's mansion. Leading them was a golden-haired noble wearing a black cloak, appearing tall and upright. However, what was surprising was that his head had a pair of rather heretical-looking upright ears, making him not appear human. Not only him, but the other 3 female knights following behind him also had the same upright ears on their heads, looking like some kind of mutation. That's bio-enhancement, not a mutation. It's certified by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Mai quickly explained. He had also been startled the first time he met someone from the Ling Guang family. Although the Imperium had legitimate abhumans, such obvious Xenos features, if not properly vouched for, would truly attract the Inquisition to issue an exterminatus. Bio-enhancement? Is there anything special about their family? Chen Xi asked Mai while rising to greet them. It's extraordinary hearing. The knights of the Ling Guang family possess hearing comparable to that of Astartes monks. The male noble came before Chen Xi, saluted him, and then explained, I did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation, but the modifications the Ling Guang family underwent grant us superhuman physical abilities and extraordinary hearing. I truly could not pretend not to hear your conversation. I should be the one to apologize. As an Inquisitor of the Pacification Order, seeing Xenos features, I inevitably need to be suspicious. This is my professional instinct. Chen Xi also returned the salute and apologized, then asked, I have not yet asked for your name. Are you the Supreme King of the Ling Guang family in person? Knight families usually held dominion over their own territories, establishing their own feudal kingdoms, and their family heads were generally referred to as the Supreme King. The Long Rider of the Ling Guang family is my elder brother, I am merely temporarily acting in this position. Once my niece, Margaret, grows into a qualified knight, this responsibility will be handed over to her. The male knight responded solemnly, then introduced himself to Chen Xi, I am Manor Ling Guang, the acting Long Rider of the Ling Guang family. I salute you, esteemed Governor. And I salute you, Long Rider of the Ling Guang family. I am Chen Xi, Planetary Governor of Ristoff II and Inquisitor of the Pacification Order. Welcome to my planet. Chen Xi also performed a noble salute to Manor, while inwardly complaining that his uncle was still pulled in for overtime. After the complex noble etiquette, Manor finally introduced the 3 female knights beside him to Chen Xi, who, as expected, were Margaret, Maria, and Sophia. In response, Chen Xi could only inwardly grumble about Huang Lao Han's antics while maintaining the complex noble etiquette and exchanging pleasantries with Manor. There was no other way, knight families were just that troublesome. And this was even after they had become free blades, so there weren't as many rules. Otherwise, knight families had an entire set of formal ritual procedures just for social interactions, and going through all of them could take several hours. One should know that knight families had as many as 64 non-repeating daily rituals recorded in the mechanical sacred texts alone. Chapter 55 Infantry Cavalry Coordination. Through his conversation with Manor, Chen Xi learned that the Ling Guang family had some unique characteristics. Just as Mai had told him, the Ling Guang family was divided into 2 branches, one existed as imperial knights, while the other served the Adeptus Mechanicus as mechanical knights. The Ling Guang family is not based on lineage and bloodline, but rather on the preferences of family members and the selection of the mechanical throne itself. Manor explained the Ling Guang family's special tradition to Chen Xi. Because they belonged to 2 major factions, the Ling Guang family's mechanical thrones included those loyal to the Imperium and those loyal to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Family members would join whichever faction favored them. It is precisely for this reason that Maria followed the family's holy relic maintainer to study the knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus, while Margaret once achieved excellent results at the Imperial Military Academy. Speaking of his 2 nieces, Manor couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, these 2 sisters would become the respective heads of the Ling Guang family's 2 major branches in the future, with Margaret, as the elder sister, inheriting the title of Long Rider and becoming the supreme king of the family. However, the invasion of the Tyranid swarm destroyed the Ling Guang family's territory. If it weren't for a passing Astartes chapter extending a helping hand, the Ling Guang family would have perished along with their territory. Governor, your timely assistance to the Ling Guang family in this critical moment is truly invaluable. The Ling Guang family will remember this kindness and fight for you, provided it does not violate the Knight's Creed. Manor did not have much aversion to pledging allegiance to a planetary governor, as the Ling Guang family currently had no power to be choosy. Their knightly honor prevented them from abandoning their people, and the family's honor also awaited their restoration. All of this required a stable territory for the family to recover, so they truly had no choice. There were not many places that could provide a large area of land for them to resettle their people. Especially since Manor did not wish to turn the family's people into serfs of the Adeptus Mechanicus. You can rest assured and settle down on this planet for now. Once everything is settled, we can discuss other matters. Chen Xi was very generous in this regard, appearing open to negotiation. In fact, for Chen Xi, as long as the other party settled their people on Ristoff II, the entire Lin Guang family would fall into his pocket. Of course, he didn't need to rush to gain their allegiance, nor did he need to rush to send them to the battlefield. Although knight family units were not as numerous as other imperial military forces, knight armor was a very powerful armored unit on the battlefield. After all, armored units on the same level as knights in the armories of the Astrum Militarum and Astartes generally did not have shields, whereas knights did. Coupled with the knight's own formidable armaments and mobility, any single knight appearing on the battlefield could exert combat power no less than that of an Astrum Militarum super heavy tank. Some powerful knight armor could even contend with titans. Such powerful and valuable combat units should certainly not be wasted. Instead, they should be allowed to recover their strength and then be used as an armed force when they had surplus capacity. Pushing them onto the battlefield now would be too wasteful. To accommodate the Lin Guang family, Chen Xi allocated a large tract of land to them, including precious natural lakes and oases, which were very valuable arable lands on Ristoff II. The Lin Guang family was naturally very grateful for this. Although the family had not yet recovered from the catastrophe of near extermination, Manor still had Margaret pilot her Paladin Crusader Knight, accompanied by 4 squires, to provide services to Chen Xi. Such a knight team would, of course, have little effect in a high-intensity battlefield, not even making a splash. But in small-scale armed conflicts, such a knight team would undoubtedly play a crucial role in determining the outcome of the battle. However, Chen Xi currently had no combat missions that required Margaret, so after careful consideration, he sent Margaret to the A7-012 area where the defense force was fighting the flayers, allowing her and her squires to participate in the battle against the flayers. This level of combat was certainly nothing for knights. No matter how fierce the flayers were, they couldn't scratch the armor and shields of knight armor, or even mar the paint of the squires' defenses. But fighting Xenos could allow Margaret and the Lin Guang family's squires to adapt well to the feeling of fighting Necrons, preparing for potential future battles with the Necrons. After all, skeletons like these were really not effective against ordinary Astrum Militarum, only Astartes could withstand them. As for knight armor, the role played by these beast-level armored units on the battlefield was often more effective than a squad of Astartes. They could attack and defend, were covered in firepower, could engage in both melee and ranged combat, and when deployed, acted as a natural firing bunker. Crucially, this bunker could also move on its own. Coupled with some elite troops, Chen Xi thought his conceived infantry-tank coordination might be better as infantry-cavalry coordination. However, knights were difficult to cultivate. Although there were terrifying entities like the Thousand Machine family, the Lin Guang family now only had a few members left, and their knight armor was almost completely lost. It was unknown when they would recover their strength, so expecting them to engage in infantry-cavalry coordination with the defense force was perhaps wishful thinking. Unless Chen Xi could now replenish the Lin Guang family's knight armor, it might take several generations to cultivate dozens of knights. Then, perhaps, small-scale infantry-cavalry coordination could be attempted. Of course, if Chen Xi could develop the entire subsector, he might not be able to afford the 1,000 machine family, but a 100 machine maneuver could still be carried out. And the premise, or rather the foundation, for all of this was the small forge already placed in the starport. Although called a forge, a 40K era forge was completely different from a 3K era forge. It was more akin to a 3K era 3D printer, capable of producing various equipment based on different STC templates. With the corresponding STC template, a forge could produce a wide variety of equipment. While its output couldn't compare to a professional foundry's assembly line, its advantage lay in its rich product line for small-scale production. Currently, Gutierrez and Avilia had taken over this forge and were experimentally producing some Astrum Militarum equipment to test if the forge was operating normally. On the other hand, whether the forge's fire was strong also depended on whether enough ore was fed into it. This task was naturally entrusted to Mai. Among the supplies he brought back from the capital of Mariupol earlier were mining equipment, which had now been deployed to the asteroid belt of the star system. Chapter 56, The Forging Furnace. Minerals extracted from the asteroid belt are transported to the starport, and after preliminary processing, they are fed into the ore refining equipment of the forge, transforming into molten slag that flows into the furnace. This molten metal will flow into different processes according to the forge's production needs, eventually becoming complete products off the production line. Although it is only a small forge, it can still complete the entire production process from ore to final product. Note, it is the entire production process. In other words, this is an industrial mother machine, something that can even self-replicate with some effort. Of course, using one forging furnace to produce another forging furnace is still a bit difficult, at least Avilia and Gutierrez currently do not have that capability. Though it's more because the two of them don't have the forge's STC. But in any case, such an industrial equipment, theoretically capable of producing everything from bolters to titans, is undoubtedly a huge increase in industrial production capacity for Ristoff II. At the very least, Ristoff II can now claim to have decent industry, even if it's just a small forge. When Chen Xi had Mai purchase this equipment, he also obtained production licenses for various Astrum Militarum equipment from the Mariupol Forge world, so once the forge's fires were lit, it could provide military supplies for the Planetary Defense Force. Even though it still lacked production licenses for some crucial heavy weapons and equipment, such as shadow swords, bane blades, and earthshaker cannons, general conventional weapons and equipment could still be self-produced. Production licenses for common Astrum Militarum armored vehicles, including the Lemon Rust tank and Sentinel walkers, were not too difficult to obtain. Mai managed to acquire licenses for some common models through Sage Danya's connections. This, in a sense, was the forging supervisor's investment in the excavation of the Xenos ruins, as forge worlds rely on providing weapons and equipment to the Astra Militarum and various imperial worlds to make money. When an imperial world takes production licenses from a forge world, it is equivalent to taking a share of the Adeptus Mechanicus's pie. If there wasn't enough self-interest driving them, these tech priests would truly dare to send Titan legions to blast every single individual who dared to take a share of their pie into the sky. So when Chen Xi saw a brand new Lemon Russ tank being produced, he said with some excitement, being able to produce Lemon Russ, the Ristoff Defense Forces armored regiments can be self-sufficient. Although he had purchased a batch of equipment from the Mariupol Forge world, the huge difference between buying equipment and being able to produce it oneself was still very obvious. Yes, yes. My echoed from the side, being able to produce our own weapons and equipment, whether we use them ourselves or sell them, are both good choices. Everyone is a Warhammer fan, so naturally, they wouldn't think, like some casual fans, that the Adeptus Mechanicus produces weapons and equipment for free. Perhaps the Astra Militarum's procurement goes through Imperial public accounts, following the Olympia Protocol, where resources provided by the Imperium to the Adeptus Mechanicus forge worlds can be exchanged for them. But for local forces like Chen Xi who want to purchase various weapons and equipment from the Adeptus Mechanicus, they have to pay a hefty price. Especially since they also have to wait for the Adeptus Mechanicus to prioritize and complete official Imperial orders before their turn comes. Therefore, being able to produce one's own weapons and equipment is extremely important for anyone aspiring to develop their own armed forces. Watching Avilia circle the newly produced Lemon Russ tank, chanting binary holy prayers and waving incense to bless the Lemon Russ tank, Chen Xi couldn't help but pray in his heart that Huang Laohan could truly bless it. 10100001 101010100111 10,000. Avilia loudly chanted the binary prayer, fully immersed in it, radiating immense piety. As a sage, theoretically, she generally wouldn't personally bless equipment, and even if she did, it would be for more important or precious equipment. But this was the first holy machine produced by this forge, holding extraordinary significance, so Avilia, as the master of the forge, naturally had to bless it for good luck. And this Lemon Russ tank, with its important commemorative significance, would, if nothing unexpected happened, also become an important holy relic of the Ristoff Defense Force. Although the fire of this forge is still very young, it is full of vitality. Its condition is very good, and the machine spirit is also enthusiastic about producing various holy machines. This is a very good forge. After the blessing was completed, Avilia walked over to Chen Xi, praising the forge's condition while also asking about his next plan. What are your arrangements for this forge next? If you only plan to mass-produce existing ordinary equipment like Lemon Russ, I suggest you hire another fabricator from a forge world to serve as a supervisor. Although I promise to work for you for 30 years, if you only plan to use my abilities in this way, I will get angry. As a biological sage, Avilia might have a bit of a temper, but her ability is beyond doubt. It would indeed be a waste to just have her do supervisory work. Don't worry, Master Gutierrez will be responsible for some of the equipment production, and I also plan to hire more tech priests from the forge world to work for me. Chen Xi appeased Avilia's emotions. He still hoped Avilia could help him transform the planetary environment, so he naturally wouldn't waste her abilities like that. However, he also curiously asked, speaking of which, as a sage, you should be able to take apprentices, right? At the very least, there should be other lower-ranking tech priests to work for you. Why are you all alone? Even if the forge world declared you a tech heretic, it shouldn't mean you have no one around, right? You already know I'm a tech heretic. Do you really think the forge world would allow me to spread heretical ideas? Avilia retorted testily, if it weren't for the forge world's prohibition, I could directly use cloning technology to cultivate new cogboys to work for me. Why would I have to do everything myself now? Hearing Avilia say that, Chen Xi could only raise his eyebrows. He couldn't easily interfere in such matters, as the charge of tech heretic involved an entire forge world and the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. If he didn't want the Adeptus Mechanicus's punitive fleet to show up and smash Titans, it was best not to interfere in such matters. However, amidst her complaints, Avilia also offered Chen Xi a solution, but you can find Donia, she has a group of my former apprentices under her. You might be able to hire them to work for you. Chapter 57, Building an Orbital Ring. Chen Xi had naturally considered the matter of employing tech priests. Since its inception, the Imperium has been greatly restricted in technological research due to the Olympia Accord signed by the Emperor and Mars. During the Great Crusade era, there might have still been various technical talents left over from humanity's past, capable of independently developing technologies and recreating lost technologies from the Dark Age of technology. However, with the various chaotic situations after the Great Rebellion, especially the decline of the entire Imperium after the Beast arises, the Adeptus Mechanicus completely monopolized the Imperium's industry and technology. In a sense, the other head of the Imperial Aquila had become the largest monopoly giant within the Imperium. The Adeptus Mechanicus monopolized not only technology but also almost all technical talent. Throughout the Imperium, from the most basic safety maintenance of corpse starch production equipment to the manufacturing of large void ships, all work related to technology and machinery was undertaken by the Adeptus Mechanicus, and all technical personnel were trained by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Why do Imperial soldiers bow to a lasgun, praying for the machine spirit's pleasure? It's because the Adeptus Mechanicus wrote the lasgun's maintenance manual as a religious ritual. While this was to help the uneducated masses understand how to maintain and correctly use their weapons, the Adeptus Mechanicus's monopoly on technology was still evident. At the same time, precisely because of this technological monopoly, To do anything related to technology in the Imperium, one must obtain the Adeptus Mechanicus's approval and employ Adeptus Mechanicus personnel. Ristoff II naturally had low-ranking priests from the Adeptus Mechanicus. They were mainly responsible for the maintenance of various mechanical equipment and the defense forces gear. Chen Xi originally thought they were all commanded and managed by Avilia, the sage, but he later learned that this was not the case. Although a sage, Avilia could not command anyone from the Adeptus Mechanicus on Ristoff II. Moreover, she could not teach apprentices or train technical personnel, all knowledge dissemination was restricted, and she could only do everything herself. This was why it took her 10 years to complete even one protein factory, despite the financial constraints of Ristoff II. Avilia suggested we employ her sister's subordinates. What do you all think? Chen Xi looked at his three companions, asking for their opinions. At this point, they had returned to the 3K era and were at Chen Xi's house, discussing their future development plans over the Emperor's military chest. Not much, Sage Danya is indeed easy to talk to and willing to help, but if we always cooperate with the Adeptus Mechanicus through her, there might be some problems. Gutierrez spoke first, offering his view. It's well known that the Adeptus Mechanicus is more of a religious organization full of academic factions, with fierce internal power struggles and factional infighting. There's no need for us to become supporters of Avilia and Danya's faction, cooperating too deeply with them will get us dragged in. While that's true, we don't have any other avenues to cooperate with the Adeptus Mechanicus right now. Mai expressed a different opinion. He had dealt with the Adeptus Mechanicus of the Mariupol Forge world before and had personally experienced what it was like to deal with difficult people and situations. Unless your current authority, Chen Xi, allows you to deploy Adeptus Mechanicus chess pieces, then we could consider deploying a sage or something to neutralize it, but for now, I think we should stick with Avilia. After all, she is a sage, isn't she? Although the role played by Twilight had little presence in this small group, he still expressed his thoughts and opinions. It would be great if the Grand Engineer could come, he could play as a tech priest, Gutierrez sighed. For now, let's not dwell on bringing in reinforcements. It's not suitable to expand the number of people going to the warmer world at the moment. Chen Xi seemed to have some reservations and did not agree to bring in more people. Besides, Alien has a big project recently, so he probably won't have time. We're not like certain cursed High Lords conscripted by Huang Lao Han, who can still get paid by the Emperor. Our treatment should be better, right? They have nothing but chess pieces. Mai joked, while touching the rogue trader ring on his hand. Our treatment is indeed better, but we also have more to do. Development funds are no longer an issue, so let's consider how to develop. Chen Xi seemed unwilling to discuss this issue further, shifting the topic to their current priorities. On this matter, the other three had different opinions. Strengthen the planet's anti-air defenses. Currently, this planet only has a virtually undefended starport. If a void ship fleet attacks, we can only passively take the hits, Gutierrez said. No matter what, Warhammer 40K is a space opera, and space battles are always an indispensable and important part. Previously, Ristoff II didn't have the capability, but now that they have money, they naturally need to consider building up defenses. Otherwise, let alone chaos invasions or Orkwadaik, even ordinary space pirates would be enough to give Ristoff II a hard time. I've settled things with Executive Director Pavel. The Ecclesiarchy will sponsor 3 Moon-class ships, so the fleet isn't an issue for now. Chen Xi explained what they currently had available, then added, my plan is to build an orbital ring around the planet. This way, it can be used for defense, and we can also put factories and such in orbit, avoiding pollution of the planetary environment. Building a ring? 32 would probably be green with envy if he knew. Twilight couldn't help but quip. I'm not against building a ring, but do we have the technical capability and funds for it? Gutierrez was relatively more pragmatic, his main concern being whether it could be built, not whether it should be built. There's a large funding gap currently, but we're not building it all at once. Instead, we'll build it in sections according to the plan. The income from selling wine should be enough to support us in completing it. Chen Xi had consulted Avilia on this matter, and the answer he received was acceptable. The Adeptus Mechanicus's technology for building orbital rings was not bad, often, it was just that they didn't want to build them, not that they couldn't. Again, as long as there's money, there's nothing the Adeptus Mechanicus can't do, even if you want a Dyson sphere. Sounds good, let's do it. Build an orbital defense ring, and then industrialize it. Maybe we can even build void ships ourselves. Since it was feasible, the others naturally wouldn't object to Chen Xi's plan. After discussing this topic, they talked about resource development in the star system and exploration of surrounding star systems until Chen Xi received a call from a delivery person saying he had a package to pick up, at which point they stopped chatting and each took their leave. Chapter 58, More Sisters. While Chen Xi was away from the 40K world, everything on Ristoff II continued to operate. Perhaps there was the will of some imperial scion influencing things, but it certainly wouldn't pause because of Chen Xi's departure. The funds invested by the Ecclesiarchy injected vitality into the development and construction of Ristoff II. Although 10 million throne gilts was a truly insignificant sum from an imperial perspective, such a fund could still accomplish quite a lot. For one thing, the number of cities on Ristoff II had increased from 2 to 4. One belonged to the Lin Guang family, and one belonged to the Sisters of Battle. There was no need to elaborate on the Lin Guang family's city. The liegemen, knight armor, and accompanying logistics teams and infantry units they brought all needed a place to settle. Although the territory Chen Xi allotted them had good conditions, it was still a wasteland, and everything needed to be built by them. Fortunately, the Lin Guang family took away the wealth accumulated by their family for generations when they evacuated their original territory. Therefore, they did not ask Chen Xi for help in building the city, but instead spent a large amount of real gold and silver to build a city on the wasteland of Ristoff II that conformed to a knight's aesthetic. On the other hand, the Sisters of Battle's city could be considered the logistical facilities for two Sisters of Battle. After all, although the Sisters of Battle were not many in number, their supporting logistics were no small matter. While power armor was powerful, its maintenance was also far more complex than carapaced armor and flak armor, not to mention various weapons and vehicles. The large amount of military equipment sponsored by the ecclesiarchy had already arrived, but so many things obviously could not be maintained by a Sisters of Battle of only 100-odd people. If the ecclesiarchy hadn't considered this issue and sent a matching team of servants, perhaps the Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent would now be busy polishing armor and wouldn't even have time to grow grapes. Of course, for the ecclesiarchy, growing grapes was the priority, other things were not important. With the authenticity of the Sanctus wine verified, ensuring the output of Sanctus wine became their top priority for the ecclesiarchy in the Mariupol sector. And building a fortified city around the vineyard valley where the Sanctus wine was produced was, in the ecclesiarchy's view, merely a necessary measure. For the ecclesiarchy, if needed, they would even fortify the entire sector to ensure that the production of Sanctus wine was unaffected. Of course, while building the city, the ecclesiarchy also worried whether the establishment of the city would affect the environment and thus the output of Sanctus grapes. So, when building the city, they specifically sought out Avilia, asking her to conduct a professional environmental assessment to ensure that the ecclesiarchy's city-building activities would not affect the output of Sanctus grapes and the brewing of Sanctus wine. At the same time, to maximize production capacity, the ecclesiarchy also invested a large amount of manpower and material resources. While having Avilia cultivate more seedlings for planting, they also selected a large number of age-appropriate girls from across the entire sector and sent them to Ristoff II, making them apprentice sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent to participate in the cultivation of Sanctus grapes. These age-appropriate girls had undergone preliminary battle sister training, to be precise, piety assessments and relevant screenings, to ensure that they all possessed firm faith and will, and that their genes were not contaminated or mutated. However, even with strict requirements, the first batch of prospective sisters alone brought a full 800 people. The chattering girls instantly packed the originally not-so-large convent. Seeing this, the Great Sister gave these girls their first task, to build a place for themselves to live. For these girls, this was a very novel experience. Most of them came from devout ordinary believer families in the Mariupol diocese. Although not from wealthy households, none of them had experience building houses. Although they were devout in their faith and willing to work to gain shelter, the girls did not know how to build a house. Fortunately, the Great Sister was not deliberately trying to make things difficult for them, she sent specialized artisans to guide them. After all, strictly speaking, building houses was also one of the Sisters of Battle's duties. Within the Sisters of Battle, there was also the Stained Glass Convent, a special Sisters of Battle specifically skilled in the artistic creation and decorative construction of churches. While Battle Sisters are the most well-known part of the Sisters of Battle, the Sisters of Battle actually encompass various different functions such as scribal translation and compilation, servant training, medical care, church construction and stained glass production, heretic assimilation, hymn chanting, religious processions, and relic archaeology. Each function has a corresponding specialized Sisters of Battle. Not all of these enthusiastic girls would join the Battle Sister forces. Although most of them would join the two major Battle Sisters, a considerable number would still be trained as talents in other areas. While the brutal warfare was crucial to the Imperium, other aspects were relatively more important to the Imperium. These girls are currently apprentice sisters of the Sisters of Battle, belonging to the lowest rank of sisters. They still retain too much of the secular world's influence and need to undergo training to develop characteristics of fanatical faith, fearlessness in the face of hardship, and selflessness. The vast majority of them are familiar with High and Low Gothic, have received basic military training, are capable of maintaining and using basic weapons, and have a sufficient understanding of the various organizational structures and systems of the Imperium. In terms of overall quality, these apprentice sisters are sufficient to rank among the top in various imperial organizations, and a considerable portion of them even come from the Schola Progenium. Young Fixen was also one of these apprentice sisters. Compared to other apprentice sisters, she had a younger and prettier appearance, as well as better physical qualities. She seemed to come from a family of high-ranking Astra Militarum officers, with a very obvious aristocratic temperament. When the Great Sister ordered them to build their own residences, Fixen quickly organized a group of apprentice sisters, leading and directing them to complete the construction of their residences first. This quickly made her stand out among the apprentice sisters, becoming a leader. Her excellent performance even earned her the Great Sister's attention. However, young Fixen herself was unaware of this, she was busy tidying and decorating the newly built residence with her sisters. Although apprentice sisters would abandon worldly desires and pleasures and firmly uphold their faith in the God Emperor, a group of young girls would still yearn for beautiful things, and decorating their residences was largely a manifestation of this characteristic. The official sisters supervising them did not stop this behavior, they merely recorded the individuals who showed artistic and aesthetic talent during this process, as they had great potential to become members of the Stained Glass Convent. Chapter 59, Inquisition Black Ship. By the time Chen Xi returned to the 40K era, 3 months had already passed. Although he could adjust the time flow rate to 1:1, Chen Xi usually maintained a time flow rate of 1:100. During the 3 months, Ristoff II had not undergone any significant changes, everything remained the same as before he logged off, except for the addition of 2 cities currently under construction. If there was any change to speak of, it was that the 4 Imperial Navy light cruisers previously moored around the starport had already departed. Although Ristoff II had been incorporated into the Imperial Navy's patrol routes through the Ecclesiarchy's mediation, effectively placing it under the Imperial Navy's protection, the Imperial Navy's patrol range typically covered the entire sector, and they were usually always short of ships. Therefore, after resupplying with water and provisions, the 4 Imperial Navy light cruisers set sail. Now, the orbital berths of Ristoff II only held the Ecclesiarchy void ship carrying Pavel, the transport void ship that brought the Lin Guang family, and Chen Xi's own frigate. Why is there an extra void ship in orbit? Chen Xi looked up at the sky. Thanks to the generally enormous size of Imperial void ships, even from the ground, the massive starship moored in low Earth orbit could be clearly seen with the naked eye. That is an Inquisition black ship. The servitor skull promptly provided Chen Xi with the information. An Inquisition black ship? When did it arrive? What is its purpose? Chen Xi looked at the servitor skull, asking for further information. Although the character pawn was in hosting status when he logged off, and a corresponding text brief would remind Chen Xi of what had happened when he logged on, detailed information was not provided. The Inquisition has come for the Sanctus Wine and to promote your Inquisitor rank, the servitor skull replied. Hearing that the Inquisition was not here to cause trouble, Chen Xi felt somewhat relieved. Although he also used the identity of an Inquisitor, it was well known that the Inquisition was the most detested department within the Imperium, and getting involved with them never led to anything good. Even for fellow Inquisitors, encountering the Inquisition was rarely a good thing. The internal struggles between different factions within the Inquisition were even more intense than the conflicts between the Imperium and other forces. This also led Chen Xi to maintain considerable vigilance towards this Inquisition black ship. After all, some factions within the Inquisition had close ties with the Ecclesiarchy, while others believed that the Ecclesiarchy's faith was poisoning the God Emperor and the Imperium, insisting on eradicating the Ecclesiarchy. In many of the Imperium's perplexing actions, the Inquisition often bore a large part of the blame. After confirming that he had already arranged the reception for this black ship when he logged off, Chen Xi then gathered all his attention, preparing to deal with potential trouble. Inquisitor Chen Xi, according to the discussions and resolutions of the Star Sector Inquisition Conference, the Inquisitor Grand Master of the Star Sector Tribunal has decided to promote you to Lord Inquisitor and allocate a cruiser as your new flagship. A young Inquisitor, also wearing an Inquisitor's coat, conveyed the Star Sector Tribunal's resolution to Chen Xi. Additionally, a Death Watch squad will come to your planet to build a watch fortress here, to defend the Imperium against Xeno incursions. What? The Inquisition is issuing a void ship? This was the first thought that flashed through Chen Xi's mind. Although the Inquisition was not short of void ships, they were not so extravagant as to issue an operational void ship to every Inquisitor. Generally, only those who reached the level of a full Inquisitor could figure out how to acquire a void ship for their operations. As for the Inquisition black ship? Sorry, even Lord Inquisitors might not get one each. Of course, if your performance was excellent and the Inquisitor Grand Master and Inquisitor Master above you were satisfied with your work, you could still hope for an allocation of a black ship. The promotion to Lord Inquisitor, however, was not within Chen Xi's scope of concern, as it was merely an honorary title that could generally be applied for with the support of 3 Inquisitors. What virtue or ability do I possess to warrant such attention from the Inquisitor Grand Master of the Star Sector Tribunal? Chen Xi stared at the Inquisitor before him, his hand already gripping the power-dueling sword at his waist. Is there some mission you need me to complete? Facing Chen Xi's wary attitude, the Inquisitor merely smiled and said, Don't misunderstand, Inquisitor Chen Xi, your promotion and rewards are not because there is some dangerous mission you need to complete, nor are they due to any conspiracy or scheme. This is merely a benefit from the Inquisition, as Sanctus Wine is equally important to the Inquisition. We need to ensure its production and the quota the Inquisition can obtain. Chen Xi only believed half of what the Inquisitor said. He believed the Inquisition indeed wanted Sanctus Wine, he also believed they wanted to ensure its production. But to say there was no conspiracy or scheme behind it, Chen Xi felt that unless he was an ogre imbecile, he would never believe the Inquisition's nonsense. Due to the limited cultivation area, the production of Sanctus Wine is not large, the first batch only has 7,000 bottles. In reality, there were 12,000 bottles, but Chen Xi, of course, would not tell the Inquisition the true output, because the brewing process requires the participation of the Ecclesiarchy, and the Sisters of Battle play a crucial role in the brewing process. The Ecclesiarchy accounts for 60% of the final output. Of the remaining portion, I can probably give 30% to the Inquisition. The Inquisitor was clearly not satisfied with this result. He calculated the share the Inquisition would receive, frowned, and asked Chen Xi, Inquisitor Chen Xi, can you not allocate more to the Inquisition? You must know that the Inquisition faces the enemies of the Imperium. We need Sanctus Wine to purge and identify the enemies of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy uses Sanctus Wine mostly for religious ceremonies, which is a great waste of the Emperor's grace. As an Inquisitor, you should remember your duty and stance. Inquisitor, speaking to me about this is useless. The Sacred Rose Convent produces the Sanctus Wine, and the Ecclesiarchy has invested heavily in its production, bringing in 10 million throne gelts alone. Now they've even thrown an entire Adeptus Sororitas onto my planet. I can't stop them from wanting a larger share, and I can't afford to offend the Ecclesiarchy. Chen Xi adopted a helpless posture, spreading his hands before the Inquisitor. As fellow Inquisition colleagues, I can spare some from my share for you, but 0.5% is the most I can give. I also need to pay a portion of the Sanctus Wine as tithe, please understand. 2,500 bottles of loyalty were clearly not enough to satisfy the Inquisition's appetite. However, for the Inquisition to wrangle with the Ecclesiarchy over this, achieving a mutually satisfactory outcome would inevitably involve complex exchanges of interests and prolonged negotiations, which clearly did not align with the Inquisition's intentions. Typically, the Inquisition would choose to secure key individuals, such as Chen Xi. The Black Ship and the title of Lord Inquisitor were the prices they offered, but the Inquisition clearly realized their offer was too low. Even with the allocation of Astra Militarum quotas, it was the same. For Chen Xi, these offers could not compare to the Ecclesiarchy's direct injection of 10 million throne gelts and nearly a full Adeptus Sororitas. Not only could an Astra Militarum regiment not defeat an Adeptus Sororitas, but Astra Militarum allocations were limited and counted as a tithe to be submitted to the Imperium, whereas the Sisters of Battle could be mass-produced by the Ecclesiarchy if Chen Xi was willing. Moreover, the Sisters of Battle were stationed on this planet and would not easily leave without special reasons. From this perspective, as long as Chen Xi did not fall into heresy or commit any acts blasphemous to the God Emperor, these battle sisters were equivalent to his private army. This left the Inquisitor negotiating with Chen Xi feeling utterly helpless, while also marveling at the Ecclesiarchy's generosity. The Ecclesiarchy is truly wealthy. Although the Inquisition also had money, they dared not spend it so lavishly. Especially when he learned that the Ecclesiarchy had also ordered 3 Moon-class vessels for Chen Xi, he was even more dumbfounded. Could such things be given in multiples? Nevertheless, this allocation would in no way satisfy the Inquisition. Finally, after Chen Xi reluctantly shifted another 200 bottles, increasing the Inquisition's share to 2,700 bottles, the Inquisitor was barely able to return and report. Of course, as an exchange for Chen Xi's reluctance, the Inquisitor needed to retrieve a space marine named Titus, who should still be with the Inquisition, and send him to Chen Xi. This was an easy matter. A space marine who had been taken away by the Inquisition for alleged heretical acts was simple for the Inquisition to hand over. Even if this Titus was the second captain of the Ultramarines, it was the same. For Chen Xi, acquiring a Titus for such a small price was incredibly cost-effective. He could even have given the Inquisition a bit more allocation if necessary. However, since such a small allocation was enough to reach an agreement, Chen Xi naturally would not complicate matters. And more importantly, the large silver-armored individual standing before him was the major problem Chen Xi needed to solve now. A librarian from the 666th chapter. Grey Knights librarians. All Grey Knights can equip Terminator armor and only change it as needed. Once, the Grey Knights borrowed 4 chapters worth of Terminator armor to fight heretics, and the enemy, seeing 4 chapters with different paint schemes, immediately surrendered. Greetings, mortal. Should I address you as Inquisitor or Governor? The librarian greeted Chen Xi amiably, then introduced himself. I am Caldor Drago, a librarian from the 4th Company of the Silver Swords chapter. I will provide you with assistance in countering the threats of the great enemy Chaos, preventing this planet from being corrupted by Chaos. Prognosticar's Brotherhood. Chen Xi glanced at the other party's shoulder pad, revealing his true identity. Don't be surprised, I am an Inquisitor, after all, and knowing some secrets is quite normal. Prognosticar's Brotherhood insignia. This is no ordinary secret. I am very curious as to why you haven't been silenced or had this memory erased. Caldor Drago gripped his nemesis Force Halberd, seemingly ready to smash Chen Xi's head with this master-crafted power weapon at any moment. Perhaps I haven't seen Chaos? Just knowing of your existence isn't such a serious problem, Chen Xi shrugged, appearing unconcerned. Caldor Drago gazed at Chen Xi but ultimately said nothing, only stating, oh, I am a librarian of the 4th Company of the Silver Swords, not the Prognosticar's Brotherhood. Inquisitor, you must be mistaken. Yes, I was mistaken, Chen Xi did not refute, nodding and saying, regarding the matter of countering Chaos corruption, you can speak to my Chamberlain, she will provide you with the necessary assistance. However, Chen Xi added, since it is the Silver Swords, then it will always be the Silver Swords. Do not do anything superfluous. I will judge the situation myself, but generally, as long as Chaos knowledge is not involved, we are not that extreme. Caldor Drago nodded, he understood what Chen Xi was worried about. After all, the existence of the 666th chapter is an absolute taboo in the Imperium, so much so that anyone who witnesses their actions must be silenced. However, Caldor Drago was primarily here to help Chen Xi combat Chaos corruption, not to carry out executions. He had no need to immediately present himself as unfeeling. Damn it! What is the Inquisition stirring up? Why are they throwing Grey Knights at us? Gutierrez was utterly bewildered after learning that a librarian from the 666th chapter had been dispatched. They mean well, they're here to help us fight Chaos corruption, Chen Xi defended, but more than that, he also felt a headache. As a Warhammer fan, he was naturally familiar with this Space Marine chapter, the Imperium's only officially sanctioned chapter that would not fall, and a specialized anti-daemon force. This unit was born at the end of the Great Rebellion, with official novels describing it as the Second Legion the Emperor prepared for Robert Guillemon when he tried to persuade him to return to the Imperium. Although later retcons made it Robert Guillemon's final fantasy before his fall, this chapter, composed entirely of psychers and personally assembled by Ma Xianzhai, remained the Imperium's last line of defense against Chaos. Although they were only the size of one chapter, they were monitoring and sealing 666 greater demons that had appeared throughout the Imperium. Typically, a squad of 5 Grey Knights was enough to handle a greater daemon manifestation. Ordinary Chaos incursions usually didn't warrant their appearance. The situations that truly required their deployment were either the manifestation of a greater daemon or the occurrence of extreme corruption, usually at least an event capable of affecting an entire sector. And the cost of their intervention was immense. Any mortal forces who witnessed them fighting demons would be silenced, no matter how many. Even if they survived, they would be turned into servitors. As for other Astartes who fought alongside them, they would be brainwashed and have their memories erased. For this, they were often criticized by other informed chapters, but these truly were necessary security measures. After all, chaos knowledge might seem harmless upon initial inspection, but centuries later, that knowledge could lead to the downfall of an entire planet. Just like the Inquisition and Exterminatus, the Grey Knights, as the last gift left to the Imperium by the Emperor and Ma Xianzhai, are the Imperium's necessary evil, and the most crucial part at that. Because if the Grey Knights were to fail, for the Imperium, it would not be a problem that a dozen Exterminatus could solve. Chapter 61, Chaos Threat. The Grey Knight's problem was serious, but for Chen Xi and his group, it wasn't fatal. Chen Xi himself couldn't be sure if there was chaos contamination on this planet. For the Imperium, the proliferation of chaos cults in places like the Lower Hive was so normal that if there weren't any chaos cults, you'd have to wonder if something else was amiss. However, these chaos cults usually couldn't cause any major trouble, and the Hive City's enforcers or Department of Justice marshals could easily clean them up. After all, they were just small fries who didn't even know how to perform a sacrifice ritual, couldn't recite a few true names of demons, and couldn't even summon bloodletters or pink horrors. Don't think that joining chaos is a simple matter. For ordinary cultists, it's actually very difficult for them to gain the attention of the four powers in the Empyrean, perhaps not even the attention of common greater demons or daemon princes. Those who usually respond to these ordinary cultists are just some chaos sorcerers or warband leaders aiming for daemonhood, or perhaps some demons with insufficient KPI. These guys certainly aren't worth a Grey Knight's deployment, even deploying Astartes against them would be a waste. The situation on Ristoff II was similar. While the planet wasn't entirely free of chaos cults, they were just small-time operations that couldn't even put together a sacrifice ritual and had no chaos blessings. They merely worshipped chaos. There was no substantial chaos threat. Kaldor Drago's main target, of course, wasn't these insignificant entities. For a Grey Knight, if you don't summon a greater demon, they won't even bother looking at you. However, Kaldor Drago also clearly knew the true meaning of the Sanctus wine named loyalty. This was extremely important even for the Grey Knights themselves, which was why Kaldor Drago agreed to come to this planet. His primary mission was to inspect the planet for any potential chaos threats. If there was no danger, he would be responsible for establishing a defense barrier against chaos invasion threats on this planet and remaining by Chen Xi's side to ensure he was not corrupted by chaos heretics. This was a very rare mission for the Grey Knights. Typically, they do not serve as someone's advisor or bodyguard. From its inception, this chapter's mission has been to serve as the Imperium's last line of defense against chaos threats. For 10,000 years, the Grey Knights have admirably fulfilled the tasks entrusted to them by the Emperor and Ma Xianzhai, but they have also inevitably become too deeply entangled with the Inquisition and other imperial political forces. This also meant that, in addition to eradicating demons, they had to involve themselves in other matters. And escorting Chen Xi, protecting him from chaos threats, was a task outside the Grey Knights' usual functions, yet one they had no choice but to undertake. Fixin, here's a document, please deliver it to the Great Sister. The apprentice sister's instructor handed a document to the young apprentice sister, asking her to run an errand. As a standout leader among the apprentice sisters, the full sister serving as an instructor was very fond of her and held her in high regard, allowing her to engage in more of the Sisters of Battle's daily affairs outside of routine training, trying to cultivate her into a commander-like role. Fixin naturally perceived her instructors pay attention to, but she showed no pride or complacency about it. Instead, she held herself to even stricter standards, which made the Sisters of Battle even more satisfied with her. Receiving the document from her instructor, Fixin left the training camp and headed towards the monastery. Because of the large number of apprentice sisters added to the planet, the original monastery training grounds were already overwhelmed, so with the apprentice sisters' own efforts, they built this new training camp with hard work and sweat, right next to the original monastery. And as the city around the monastery grew, the road between the training camp and the monastery gradually became a bustling market street. People living nearby opened many shops here, mostly selling items related to faith. For example, crudely made emperor holy statues and ritual items sold to pilgrims. The sisters of the monastery would also make and sell amulets, small booklets transcribing the emperor's true words, and similar items, using the money earned to aid the poor and pilgrims in need. Ristoff II itself was a planet on the pilgrimage route, although not many pilgrims came here before. With the fame of the Sanctus wine and the promotion by the sector ecclesiarchy, it had attracted a large number of pilgrims to this place of pilgrimage in just a few months. Because of this, the market street also became increasingly prosperous. On Fixin's way to the monastery, she saw devout followers everywhere kneeling and praying towards Holy Terra, many of whom were flagellating themselves or burning censers or candles on their heads. Fixin understood the self-flagellating faithful. Often, physical pain would deepen one's faith and lead to spiritual self-redemption. Moreover, flagellation was also an effective means of self-reflection, atonement, and repentance for not having followed the God Emperor's teachings. In the training camp, young sisters were often flagellated or self-flagellated for various reasons. However, more extreme behaviors were not understood or condoned by Fixin. In Fixin's view, there were many ways to worship the God Emperor, and different people expressed their piety in different ways, but weren't extreme actions a waste of the Emperor's currency? Everyone is the Emperor's currency. These people should dedicate their lives to more valuable purposes, not merely turn themselves into fuel, thrown into the raging fire of faith. However, Fixin had never spoken these somewhat heretical thoughts to anyone else, nor had she expressed them outwardly. She clearly knew that her ideas were still naive and immature, and she still needed to see and learn more. After praying for a worshipper who knelt before her, Fixin finally passed through the market street and arrived at the monastery. To her surprise, the monastery had many guests today. The Planetary Governor's chamberlain was leading an angel of the Emperor through the monastery, and the Great Sister was prominently accompanying them, seemingly discussing something important. This made Fixin quickly step aside, intending to deliver the document from her instructor after the Great Sister finished her business. However, while waiting, Fixin was also very curious as to what had happened to cause an angel of the Emperor to descend upon this planet. Chapter 62 Faith as a Shield. Kaldor Drago was satisfied with the situation on Ristoff II. This young imperial world was filled with devout loyalty to the Emperor. Although this was not entirely endorsed by the Astartes, even Kaldor Drago had to admit that faith was indeed a powerful weapon against chaos corruption in this era. Moreover, for mortals, devout loyalty to the Emperor was often their only reliance in resisting the threat of chaos. Although this could not completely prevent mortals from being corrupted by chaos, in Kaldor Drago's many years of fighting chaos, he had indeed seen numerous examples of mortals resisting chaos corruption through faith. Therefore, Kaldor Drago approved of the religious atmosphere on Ristoff II. Of course, mortals often did not know the correct way to deal with the threat of chaos. They mostly relied on faith and loyalty to the Emperor to combat these dangerous threats. The consequence of doing so was often that formerly loyal and devout subjects of the Emperor, after glimpsing a corner of the chaos threat, believed they had won, yet were unaware that they had already been corrupted by chaos. Perhaps nothing would happen at the time, but decades or even centuries later, after those who had directly faced the chaos threat had died of old age, the records they left behind could still become a source of chaos corruption. This was also why the Grey Knights enforced the strictest prohibitions in every operation, eliminating all involved personnel. Some might question your right to destroy these 10 billion people. But those who truly understand know that you also have no right to let them live. Although this statement was somewhat extreme, for the Grey Knights, it was their most helpless dilemma. They knew their methods were cruel, they knew their actions were excessive, but they also knew they had no right to let those valiant individuals who had just fought alongside them and served the Emperor live. This might also be one of the reasons Kaldor Drago was willing to come to Ristoff II. If prevention could be done in advance to stop the outbreak of chaos threats, perhaps more lives could be saved. Silver hexagrams can provide a certain degree of protection against evil heretics, and devout loyalty is also a strong shield for mortals against chaos, but these alone are not enough. Walking in the convent, Kaldor Drago imparted knowledge about how to resist chaos threats to Great Sister Alyssa and Rachel of the Sacred Rose Convent. He did not tell them why to do it, only how to do it. The censorship of books must be strict and meticulous. There was once an imperial world where, for over 100 years, only a few drawings and words related to heresy were interspersed in books, but continuous propagation for over 100 years ultimately led to the downfall of the entire world. Kaldor Drago told the two some chaos-related cases in the simplest possible language. Such words did not count as leaking chaos-related information, but as long as one could understand their meaning and danger, they could serve as a sufficient warning. While there are many ways to prevent chaos corruption, the most direct and effective method is to do everything possible to prevent the spread of any chaos-related information, because these seemingly insignificant pieces of information are the source of chaos corruption's spread. Rachel had been instructed by Chen Xi, so she naturally took this matter extra seriously. After Kaldor Drago finished speaking, she replied, Ristoff II has always strictly censored various publications within the planet in accordance with the Department of Internal Affairs requirements. After this, I will follow your advice and scrutinize these publications even more closely, absolutely preventing any heretical evil doctrines from spreading on this planet. The Sisters of Battle will conduct regular patrols on the planet, and we will never let any heretical evil spirits go. Great Sister Alyssa also made a guarantee to Kaldor Drago. Very good. Eternal vigilance is necessary to combat evil. Kaldor Drago did not ask for more from the two. He planned to write a small booklet with more detailed information, imparting knowledge that mortals could use to combat chaos threats. Later, I will compile a guide on how to combat heretical threats. This is a gift, and also a responsibility. Please make good use of it. We will. I will incorporate it into the Sisters of Battle training curriculum, so that every battle sister learns how to combat heretical threats. Great Sister Alyssa solemnly promised, her expression filled with piety and steadfastness. The battle sister's piety is trustworthy. Kaldor Drago nodded approvingly. Even the Grey Knights had fought alongside the battle sisters many times, their devout loyalty was their strongest armor against chaos. It was just a pity that not everyone could have such firm and devout loyalty as the battle sisters. For mortals, they mostly needed the protection of those who truly bore the burden. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Kaldor Drago suddenly noticed a young battle sister in the corner of the hall, holding a document, looking at them with youthful curiosity on her face. So he smiled at Great Sister Alyssa, perhaps we should end this dull and serious conversation. That young battle sister over there seems to have something to tell you. Great Sister Alyssa turned her head towards the corner upon hearing this and saw Fixin standing shyly in the corner, clutching a document. So she waved her over, signaling her to come. Seeing that Great Sister Alyssa had noticed her, Fixin shyly approached Great Sister Alyssa, bowed to her, and said, Forgive me, Great Sister, I did not intend to interrupt your conversation with this angel of the Emperor, but the instructor ordered me to deliver this document to you. Great Sister Alyssa nodded at Fixin, then reached out and took the document. After unfolding it and glancing at it, she nodded and said, I understand. Tell Instructor Olivia to proceed as planned. Yes, Great Sister. Fixin bowed again to Great Sister Alyssa, Kaldor Drago, and Rachel, then turned and left. Watching Fixin leave, Rachel, who was beside them, then spoke, Master Kaldor Drago, Great Sister Alyssa, shall we continue? Alright, next, let's go see the vineyard. Holy blessed grapes are cultivated there, they are the most precious things on this planet, a gift and blessing from the Emperor. Great Sister Alyssa's eyes were filled with piety and fanaticism, and she then chanted a short hymn praising the God Emperor. Kaldor Drago listened to Great Sister Alyssa's hymn, a curious expression on his face. He could feel a faint but definite divine power in the hymn, and it was not psychic energy from the warp. Governor, this unit submits a solemn negotiation/application to Governor. The number of Adeptus Mechanicus priests on Ristoff II is severely insufficient. The Governor's action of transferring low-ranking priests to the Forge World has seriously affected this unit's normal fulfillment of the sacred mission entrusted by the Omnissiah. A tech priest in red robes stood in Chen Xi's office, negotiating with him. Looking at the high-ranking tech priest standing before him, Chen Xi couldn't help but rub his forehead. The problem he raised was certainly real, and the cause of this problem was largely related to Chen Xi's own choices and decisions. Ristoff II itself was a newly colonized planet, which meant its development level was low, and its industrialization level was quite low. Naturally, the scale of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel on this planet was relatively much smaller. Although a biological sage was stationed there, he was a restricted tech heretic. The remaining ordinary low-ranking priests were busy enough maintaining various mechanical equipment on the planet before Chen Xi arrived. But as Chen Xi began to purchase large quantities of military equipment and acquire forge worlds, these tech priests started to become insufficient. After all, Ristoff II was a newly established colony world, and the Adeptus Mechanicus's missionary work on the planet was influenced by the ecclesiarchy's faith, so it didn't produce many new tech priests. Now, with a large increase in new work, and Chen Xi not yet having hired more tech priests from the forge world, this naturally led to a shortage of manpower. Avilia had originally provided a solution. She had Donia cooperate with Chen Xi, intending for Chen Xi to bring over her former apprentices and technical team. If Mai had reached relevant cooperation and brought people directly when she went to the forge world, there would naturally be no problem. But Chen Xi, out of caution towards her and the Adeptus Mechanicus, did not do so, and thus the problem was amplified. I understand, I will handle it. But Chen Xi could not give any guarantees at the moment, he still had not made a decision. Faced with Chen Xi's attitude, the tech priest was helpless and could only express his indignant protest again, and after cursing a string of binary obscenities, he left Chen Xi's office. After the tech priest left, Chen Xi thought for a moment and then dialed Mai. Mai, using her rogue trader identity, planned a tour to conduct a rogue trader-style visit across the entire sector to open up trade routes. Currently, she had basically completed the preliminary preparations and was just waiting for the last batch of supplies to be loaded onto the void ship before departing. This was also the main duty of a rogue trader, constantly traveling in a void ship. Few rogue traders stayed in one place for long. They mostly continuously opened up new routes and territories for the Imperium, which is why they were also called the Imperium's last spirit of enterprise, although in this process they also acquired an astronomical amount of wealth. What's wrong? Is there something? I'm about to leave. The communication connected, and Mai was a little surprised why Chen Xi contacted her at this time. The Adeptus Mechanicus came to protest just now, saying that the tech priests on the planet are not enough. I was thinking you could go to Griffin 4 and help me hire a batch of tech priests, and while you're at it, place an order for an orbital ring at Gria. Chen Xi told Mai his request. The emblem of Griffin 4, mainly recorded as being devoured by Tyranids. The emblem of Gria, also translated as Grea, characterized by a ring-shaped space station network called the Crown of Gria, which can warp into the warp by itself. However, upon hearing Chen Xi's request, Mai was stunned for a moment before saying, "No, buddy, what were you thinking? Choosing these two forge worlds? Griffin 4 has already been devoured by Tyranids, hasn't it?" "No, I checked the data for Griffin 4. It won't be devoured until 988.M41, there's still over 10 years. Chen Xi was able to confirm this information, as it was officially given a clear time record. Even if Griffin 4 is fine, what about Gria? If I remember correctly, isn't that the planet where Titus tore apart a greater daemon with his bare hands? Can that place take orders now? Mai still couldn't understand why Chen Xi chose such a place. In the plot of Space Marine 1, this place was simultaneously invaded by both orcs and chaos, and a daemon prince also completed his ascension. Although Titus, chosen by two gods, tore him apart, the entire planet was still quarantined by Inquisitor Jerome Savox, who came to investigate. Of course, Titus himself fell into the hands of this Inquisitor and was tortured for 100 years in an Inquisition interrogation outpost. Later, this Inquisitor became possessed by a daemon, and the Grey Knights accompanying him promptly cut him down. The Inquisition then took over his assets, and Titus was released at this time, sent to the Death Watch along with other imprisoned space marines. Don't worry, the main factories of Gria Forge World are on the Crown of Gria, that self-flying orbital ring. They moved it away before the Orc Wadaik passed through, and it's been so many years since then, Gria has long since been rebuilt. Chen Xi was not worried about this issue. If his memory served him correctly, Jerome Savox should be close to death or already dead. After all, when Titus reappeared in Space Marine 2, he had 2 more golden studs on his head than in Space Marine 1, meaning there was a time difference of approximately 200 years between the two. And Sicarius, who succeeded Titus as the second company captain of the Ultramarines, became captain shortly before 849.M41. Comparing the timelines, it can basically be confirmed that the invasion of Gria was a long time ago. Hearing Chen Xi say this, Mai thought for a moment and agreed, then replied, Alright, I'll go to these 2 forge worlds to take a look. Hiring tech priests is easy, usually, there's no problem with that application. But ordering an orbital ring, will Gria take that business? Even if they do, can we afford it? Money is not an issue. I will contact the Ecclesiarchy for sponsorship. They are now eager to strengthen Ristoff II's defenses. The Ecclesiarchy of the sector should pay for an orbital ring. Chen Xi estimated the Ecclesiarchy's current attitude and thought that securing an investment wouldn't be a big problem. I think you should be more cautious. The Ecclesiarchy might not pay for such a large expense for you. Mai was not optimistic about this matter. Chapter 64, Failed Investment. Pavel did not leave Ristoff II. According to him, he intended to wait until the first batch of loyalty officially went on sale, then return to Mariupol, the capital, escorted by an Imperial Navy patrol fleet, bringing the first batch of Sanctus wine. During this period, he would remain on Ristoff II, although his staying on this planet really meant staying on the Ecclesiarchy void ship he arrived on. Although the first batch of loyalty had been brewed, the wine needed to be aged, it couldn't be drunk immediately after brewing. While drinking it directly wasn't impossible, both Chen Xi and Pavel believed that aging it for a year was the best option. This was not only because the brewing recipe specified 1 year of aging in oak barrels, but also because during the aging process, this batch of wine would continuously receive him blessings from the Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent. This process would accumulate the Emperor's divine power within loyalty, making it more potent and better able to identify heretics. As for the taste difference between new and aged wine, in the Warhammer world, even the sour and unpalatable wine from Bale could sell well throughout the Imperium, so the taste of Sanctus wine was absolutely fine. While it couldn't reach the exaggerated level of Quaddy's white wine, it was still one of the best choices among popular wines in the Imperium. Not to mention, the primary purpose of loyalty now was not for drinking, but for identifying heretics. Out of commendation for Chen Xi's brewing of this Sanctus wine and the Ecclesiarchy's pay attention to it, Pavel arranged a high-level reception when Chen Xi arrived at his flagship. Although it was on a warship, an Imperial void ship was itself a mobile palace, and the luxury of its upper deck was comparable to the palaces in the upper spires of a hive city. Even in space, they would waste precious tonnage to decorate rooms with marble, gold, and natural wood, using valuable living space to house luxurious divine statues and religious altars. Considering that faith truly works in the Warhammer world, with a living saint able to banish a great daemon simply by reciting the Emperor's words, it's possible that shrines dedicated to the Emperor are indeed practical structures. After some pleasantries, Chen Xi and Pavel, as host and guest, took their seats and then began to discuss the main topic. Your Excellency Pavel, I am not one to beat around the bush. I would like to ask if the Ecclesiarchy could sponsor a sum of money if I wanted to build an orbital ring on Ristoff II to deploy a defense system to protect this planet. Chen Xi looked at Pavel, knowing that beating around the bush was useless, so he directly expressed his request. Listening to Chen Xi's request, and after inquiring about the specific amount, Pavel hesitated. He said with some hesitation and conflict, Your Excellency Chen Xi, if it were up to me personally, I would be very willing to provide this money. However, I believe you should know that the Ecclesiarchy is not solely my decision. I am merely the manager of these assets, not their controller. How these donations from devout believers are used requires discussion by the cardinal bishops and a decision by the sector archbishops. If it were only a small amount of funds, I could procure it for you, but the amount you need is too large, it exceeds the scope of what I can decide or guarantee. Although the small amount in Pavel's words was already tens of millions of throne gelts, it was still not enough for a planetary-scale megastructure. Chen Xi had previously had Avilia calculate that just building the main structure of an orbital ring, without any additional features, would cost billions of throne gelts. This was not a small sum, in fact, it was more than an ordinary colony planet could afford. Even if the Adeptus Mechanicus were kind enough to accept installment payments, it would take decades or even centuries to repay the debt for the orbital ring's construction. And for a planet to be burdened with centuries of debt, with the Adeptus Mechanicus as the creditor? In the Warhammer world, it's truly possible that the entire planet could be squeezed dry and still not be enough. In unfortunate cases, even the entire population of the planet might be mortgaged by the Star District Governor to the Adeptus Mechanicus to repay the debt. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Xi wanted to seek sponsorship from the Ecclesiarchy, rather than considering other methods of repayment. Although if he could develop the entire subsector, it's not to say he couldn't afford such a sum. Developing the subsector itself requires money, and half of the profits from the entire subsector's development must be reinvested into development. Of the truly profitable portion, 1/10 goes to the Star District Governor, and 1/10 to the Ecclesiarchy. Of the remaining portion, 1/10 was originally reserved for the Adeptus Mechanicus, but this part was not agreed upon. This also led to Chen Xi losing his largest financial backer for developing the subsector. Don't find it strange, while the Ecclesiarchy has money, it only has money, at most adding people. Developing a subsector requires more than just money, it also needs various equipment. Although Mai had previously raised a sum of money from the Star Sector capital and successfully purchased the equipment needed for planetary development, this was only enough to complete the initial development of the Ristoff system, and not even quite enough to complete basic infrastructure. So, when Pavel indicated that he could not provide the funds, Chen Xi's expression was somewhat awkward. Noticing Chen Xi's expression, Pavel felt some regret but could only express his helplessness, at most saying that he would lobby the sector cardinal bishops upon his return to see if they could provide the funds. Although I cannot guarantee successful lobbying, given the Ecclesiarchy's current emphasis on Sanctus wine, providing a portion of the funds is negotiable, Pavel did not completely close the door. Chen Xi was somewhat unhopeful about this but still thanked him for his kindness. Although his goal was not achieved, Chen Xi could only seek other methods. Fortunately, he still had the development rights for an entire subsector. If Mai could reach an agreement with Gria, they could use the mineral extraction rights of 1 or 2 planets to pay for the construction costs of the orbital ring. While doing so might be seen as somewhat wasteful, and Gria might not necessarily take on this business, there was still a way. However, this could only be a last resort and not Chen Xi's preferred option. Overall, if he exchanged planetary mining rights for Adeptus Mechanicus cooperation, it wasn't impossible, but Chen Xi would incur a significant loss. Just as Chen Xi hesitated, he suddenly received a notification from the starport that an Adeptus Mechanicus forged ship had emerged from Mandeville Point. Adeptus Mechanicus? Why are they here? Chen Xi immediately felt suspicious and a strong sense of vigilance arose within him. Chapter 65, Sage Danya. The forged ship that arrived wasn't very large, that was Inquisitor Chen Xi's first impression of it. And it wasn't a Goliath class, but a forged ship converted from a Resilient class light cruiser. Resilient class. This wasn't a proper forged ship, it was more like a makeshift one, as if they couldn't get a proper forged ship and had to make do with converting a light cruiser. But no matter what, it was a forged ship, and its owner was undoubtedly an Adeptus Mechanicus sage. From any perspective, she was not a character Inquisitor Chen Xi could treat lightly. Tisk, it's just a forged ship. My teacher even has a forge arc. What's there to show off about? Avilia, standing beside Inquisitor Chen Xi, mumbled in binary, causing Inquisitor Chen Xi to glance at her. Although binary language was somewhat obscure and difficult for non-Adeptus Mechanicus individuals to understand, the Inquisitor chess piece Inquisitor Chen Xi was using, being affiliated with the Pacification Order, understood more foreign languages and happened to know a bit of binary. While it was difficult for him to speak with the same convenience as a tech priest, who could compress 10 minutes of binary curses into 5 seconds of rapid playback with implants, he had no problem understanding a tech priest's binary curses at normal speed. Avilia seemed to notice Inquisitor Chen Xi's gaze, so she simply said to him in low Gothic, exactly. My teacher, Belisarius Call, has more than one forge arc that I've seen. She just has a forged ship converted from a light cruiser. What's there to show off about? For Belisarius Call, who had lived for 10 millennia, forge arcs were indeed not rare items, he certainly possessed more than one. Although I only have an unofficial forged ship converted from a light cruiser, it's still better than you being branded a tech heretic and not even having an apprentice now, the Adeptus Mechanicus sage, who had just disembarked from the forged ship, retorted to Avilia in low Gothic. Humph. Avilia did not argue, but merely let out a short, strange sound like an electrical explosion. Don't mind her, she's been like this since she was little, always resorting to cursing when she can't win an argument. The sage waved her hand at Inquisitor Chen Xi, then introduced herself. I am Forge Master Danya of the Mariupol Forge World. I presume you are Inquisitor Chen Xi, the patron of this fool, are you not? I've had discussions with your throne agent, rogue trader Malin. His proposed trade was very tempting, but unfortunately, this deal failed to move my teacher, and we were unable to reach an agreement. Inquisitor Chen Xi's gaze was drawn to this Adeptus Mechanicus sage. Her attire was completely different from Avilia's. Unlike Avilia, who still retained a human form, this sage had lost most of her human form. Although she still looked humanoid, beneath her red holy robes, little of her flesh remained, only replaced mechanical structures and implants. Her arms still seemed to be original, but her skin was a pale, bloodless, light blue, clearly indicating that she had replaced all her blood with some kind of liquid. She also held a forge axe in her hand, a massive twin-barreled meltagun was connected by a mechanical arm extending from her back, a servitor skull peered from her shoulder, and her original arm rested on a sage staff. The sage staff was equipment Avilia did not possess, which made this sage appear more like a sage. As for the various instruments and equipment installed on her other servo arms, Inquisitor Chen Xi couldn't quite understand them. Among the large pile of things on her back, he only recognized the 2 large elixir containers holding liquid. Hello, Sage Danya. I have heard your name many times from Malin and Avilia, and today I finally meet you in person. Indeed, seeing is believing, Inquisitor Chen Xi greeted the sage, who more closely aligned with the Adeptus Mechanicus traditional aesthetics and perceptions, politely. Why be so polite to her? Since she's here, she must have something to ask of you, Avilia said indignantly from the side. After all, Inquisitor Chen Xi was not at all polite to her. Faced with Avilia's attitude, Inquisitor Chen Xi felt a bit awkward. Just as he was about to explain, Danya spoke, necessary etiquette and negotiation are essential means to effectively improve communication efficiency. It's because you don't understand these things that you've fallen to your current state. Although you've been branded a tech heretic, your status as a sage hasn't been revoked. This governor must have treated you with respect before, I presume. But looking at you now, it seems you've ruined your own reputation, haven't you? Danya looked at Avilia. Although no expression could be seen on her face, which was almost completely covered by implants, her remaining exposed eyes revealed a complex expression mixed with sympathy and mockery. None of your business. Avilia was clearly provoked by Danya's words and stomped her foot abruptly, directly creating a dent in the ceramite floor. Seeing this, Inquisitor Chen Xi's eyelids twitched. Indeed, although her appearance looked human, her inner self was already more terrifying than an Astartes. But at this moment, he clearly couldn't let the two continue to quarrel, so he stepped forward to mediate. Ladies, could you please give me some face and stop arguing? Is there anything we can't discuss calmly while sitting down? Inquisitor Chen Xi's intervention finally provided a stepping stone for the two. Danya reined in her attitude, nodded to Inquisitor Chen Xi, and said, "For the sake of your face, Governor, I will overlook her slight disrespect in words. However, regarding the issue of this planet, I hope to discuss it in detail with you, Governor. I also hope to have effective and thorough communication with the Adeptus Mechanicus." Inquisitor Chen Xi also nodded upon hearing Danya's words. Although he wasn't entirely clear about Danya's purpose for coming, effective exchange and communication were still very necessary. Avilia, though still feeling indignant, knew that her emotions had been somewhat out of line just now, so she said nothing more. The three quickly left the starport and headed towards the orbital elevator. Meanwhile, Mai, who hadn't yet set sail, noticed the arrival of the Forge ship. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to postpone his departure. He wasn't entirely in favor of Inquisitor Chen Xi's plan to hire tech priests from other Forge worlds. While this could counterbalance the dominance of a single Forge world's power on the planet, it posed a very serious hidden danger. That danger was that when tech priests from two different Forge worlds met, it was often accompanied by the traditional Adeptus Mechanicus art academic exchange. Especially since Inquisitor Chen Xi also planned to commission a third Forge world to build an orbital ring, which would further intensify the conflicts between different Forge worlds. Chapter 66, Discussing Cooperation. Inside the reception room of the Lord's Palace, Chen Xi and the two sages took their seats. Although the chair beneath Sage Danya groaned under the strain, it fortunately didn't collapse. This, in turn, drew a complaint from Avilia. "If you ask me, you should install an anti-gravity core on yourself. Otherwise, your weight will sooner or later make you collapse a chair the moment you sit down. We'll have to make your chairs out of ceramite and adamantium." "Oh, wait, you've had so many implants now, your butt probably doesn't even exist anymore, does it?" Seeing Avilia's aggressive demeanor, Chen Xi interjected before Danya could speak. "Avilia, can you temporarily not be so aggressive? I wish to have a good talk with Sage Danya." Facing Chen Xi's words, Avilia snorted but turned her head away, saying nothing more. "Actually, I don't really mind. She and I have known each other since childhood, we're used to bickering." Danya, at this point, actively spoke up for Avilia, explaining, "Our relationship is more complex than outsiders might imagine. Although we bicker, it doesn't affect how close we are. Who wants to be close to you?" Avilia quickly retorted, yet she didn't deny the relationship between her and Danya. Seeing this, Chen Xi said nothing further, merely shrugging helplessly. Chen Xi had no intention of interfering with the relationship between Avilia and Danya. How they chose to interact was their own business. In comparison, how to promote cooperation between Ristoff II and Mariupol Forge World was the focus Chen Xi should be concerned with. Although Chen Xi was considering hiring new tech priests from Griffin 4, this was predicated on failing to reach an agreement with Mariupol Forge World. If he could reach an agreement with Mariupol Forge World and acquire enough tech priests from there, then he naturally wouldn't need to hire tech priests from Griffin 4. Of course, now that a choice had been made, Chen Xi didn't need to regret it. Griffin 4 would be destroyed by the Tyranid swarm in little over a decade. Although the tech priests, carrying valuable SDCs, escaped the planet when Griffin 4 was destroyed and did not become Tyranid fodder. The destruction of the planet was still a huge blow to this branch of the tech priests of Griffin 4, almost completely uprooting its influence, which could originally have been compared to famous factions like Huang Ba and Loss. Even if they could rebuild a Forge world later, Griffin 4's influence would be difficult to recover to its former state. While this was a huge loss and blow for Griffin 4, for Chen Xi, who had hired tech priests from Griffin 4, this was good news. At the very least, this would greatly weaken the influence of this group of tech priests under Chen Xi's rule, transforming them from a powerful faction of a major Forge world into survivors of a tragic extermination. In fact, if Chen Xi was lucky, he could even bring over some of the remaining survivors of Griffin 4 after its extermination through this group of tech priests, which would be an extremely profitable venture. However, for the current Chen Xi, this was just a thought, as Griffin 4 was still one of the Adeptus Mechanicus's primary Forge worlds. Moreover, to realize this vision, Chen Xi had to resolve the potential academic disputes between the two factions of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Especially now, the sage from Mariupol Forge World had already arrived. "Sage Danya, forgive my bluntness, but since Mariupol Forge World didn't reach an agreement with my throne agent, why are you here?" Seeing that Danya and Avilia were no longer arguing, Chen Xi finally looked at Danya and proactively asked her about her purpose. "I'm here mainly for two things, one official matter, one private matter." Danya nodded slightly to Chen Xi, then explained, "The private matter can be put aside for now, let's talk about the official matter. Regarding that Xeno's ruin, my teacher is willing to cooperate with Ristoff II and with your excellency the governor, and is also willing to invest in your development plan for the entire subsector. My main purpose in coming here this time is to reach a cooperation agreement with your excellency the governor on this matter." Upon hearing this, Chen Xi couldn't help but turn his gaze to Danya, confirming, "Is Sage Danya serious? But when I sent Malin to Mariupol Forge World before, your side seemed quite uninterested in cooperation. It's gotten to the point where I'm short on tech priests and can only consider hiring from other Forge worlds. Perhaps Griffin 4 would be a good choice, what do you think?" Chen Xi's words undoubtedly exceeded Danya's original expectations. Her expression changed as she asked, "Has your excellency the governor reached an agreement with Griffin IV?" This news made Danya deeply regretful. Although this cooperation was not a big deal in the eyes of her teacher, the forging supervisor, it was still very valuable to her personally. Danya hadn't paid too much attention when they hadn't reached an agreement with the rogue trader before, as it was normal in the Imperium for such a large project to take several years to negotiate. But she hadn't expected that after only a few months, the governor of Ristoff was already a bit impatient and wanted to find other forge worlds to cooperate with. This was something Danya could not accept, no matter what. If she really lost this deal, she would probably cry herself to death, even though she had long since had her tear ducts removed and couldn't cry at all now. Not yet, but Mariupol Forge World isn't willing to cooperate, is it? Chen Xi looked at Danya, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This was now a buyer's market. I have already convinced my teacher. This deal is now my responsibility, and Mariupol is willing to cooperate with Ristoff II. Danya looked at Chen Xi and said this seriously. However, Chen Xi merely looked at Danya, saying nothing. Danya knew that Chen Xi was waiting for her to make an offer. Although she was very reluctant, she sighed and said, regarding the hiring of tech priests, I can offer you a technical team at a friendly price. They are all former apprentices and priests under Avilia. Mariupol Forge World was already troubled with how to deal with them, so throwing them over now saves us a problem. This should be considered solving a problem for you, shouldn't it? Sage Danya, how about we both be more open and honest? Ristoff II now needs to build an orbital ring to strengthen planetary defense, and at the same time, for the development of the subsector, we also need a small shipyard. Chen Xi took the opportunity to state his demands and said to Danya, if a cooperation agreement can be reached, then all of these can be entrusted to you. So please show me your sincerity in cooperation, Sage Danya. Chapter 67, Sage Danya's Sincerity. Of course I am sincere, Governor. Sage Danya seemed to have adjusted her demeanor, and after steadying herself, she spoke, if I weren't sincere, I wouldn't have brought my forge ship here myself. It's just that while I am sincere in reaching this cooperation, are you, Governor, also sincere in reaching this cooperation? Or have you already decided to cooperate with Griffin 4? If that's the case, I don't think there's any need for us to continue talking, is there? Sage Danya, of course, didn't want to stop talking, but rather hoped to regain the initiative in the negotiation, as this business, while important to her, was not a reason for her to be extorted. Facing Sage Danya's attack, Chen Xi merely spread his hands, Sage Danya, my sincerity has always been fully expressed. I believe Malin should have told you all of this when he communicated with you. Up until now, it has always been your Mariupol Forge World that has been unwilling to cooperate with me, not I who am unwilling to cooperate with you. However, if you insist, I can reiterate the terms of cooperation proposed by our side. There is an ancient Xenos tomb on this planet, and I hope to work with the Adeptus Mechanicus to excavate it. At the same time, I have already obtained the development rights for the entire subsector through Malin, and I am willing to share the profits from developing the entire subsector with my friends. I think my terms are already very generous, but your Mariupol Forge World has always shown little interest in them, which is why I would consider cooperating with other Forge Worlds. Otherwise, who would be willing to seek something far away when something is close at hand? Chen Xi's words left Sage Danya at a loss for how to respond. How could she not know that Ristoff II was extremely sincere in its cooperation, even offering 1/10 of the profits from the subsector's development as remuneration? However, her own teacher was engrossed in research, and the entire Forge World had a strong academic atmosphere, but always showed little interest in commercial operations. This allowed another faction within the Forge World to grow, a faction that was relatively more focused on commercial competition, and its strength grew day by day. Now, it had gradually gained the upper hand in the struggle between the two factions. If it weren't for her teacher holding the position of forging supervisor, and the strong academic atmosphere and fruitful research results that her faction had fostered under the forging supervisor's leadership, they would have probably been suppressed long ago. It was precisely because of this that Avilia was ostracized and suppressed back then, almost being executed for the crime of academic heresy. For years, Sage Danya had been trying to strengthen her faction's influence, attempting to make changes and improve the faction's commercial performance, but she was fighting a losing battle, and her teacher wasn't very supportive either, so the results were minimal. The cooperation offered by Chen Xi this time, from every perspective, was a highly profitable venture. If it could be achieved, it would be a huge benefit for both her faction and the entire Forge World. However, her teacher was simply not interested in these matters. If it weren't for the Xenos technology that Chen Xi brought forth, which held some attraction and made her teacher somewhat concerned about this matter, she probably wouldn't even have the opportunity to come and discuss cooperation with Chen Xi now. And even so, she still came this time in her personal capacity, not on behalf of the Mariupol Forge World. However, at this moment, she dared not say that she was only here in her personal capacity, because that would almost be equivalent to giving away this big business deal. Governor Chen Xi, I apologize for the previous matters. The Mariupol Forge World focuses more on academic research than on worldly business, and therefore did not show enough pay attention to in this matter. Sage Danya carefully chose her words. Although as an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, she had almost never adopted such a low posture in conversations with non-ecclesiastical individuals, this did not mean that as an Adeptus Mechanicus sage she would not bow her head. However, please rest assured, Governor, I have persuaded my teacher, and the Mariupol Forge World is willing to provide all possible assistance in the cooperation concerning Ristoff II and the development of the subsector. I can guarantee this point, my teacher has fully entrusted this cooperation to me, and you can trust me with confidence. I will provide you with the best service in this cooperation, and I will also give you generous returns, as long as you agree to entrust the relevant business to me. Sage Danya's words were very sincere, but Chen Xi did not believe her so directly. One could tell what kind of temperament the Adeptus Mechanicus had by looking at Avilia next to him. To expect them to proactively humble themselves, and to seek cooperation with such a low posture. This was probably even more incredible than Chen Xi pulling out a Necron tomb where everyone was sleeping dead and could be dug up at will from under his butt. As the saying goes, one who lowers himself must have something to ask for, and Sage Danya's low posture must have a purpose behind it. So what was this purpose? Chen Xi stroked his chin, his mind racing. Profit? Yes, but probably not much. For profit, a tech priest wouldn't stoop so low. The allure of the Necron tomb? If the allure was that great, it would have already been settled when Mai went to discuss cooperation with them, and there would be no need for Sage Danya to make this trip. After ruling out these two options, Chen Xi went over all the information in his mind again, and then, enlightened, thought of a certain possibility. So he opened his mouth and asked Sage Danya, may I ask if you came this time in your personal capacity, or on behalf of the Mariupol Forge World? Hearing Chen Xi ask this, Sage Danya's heart immediately skipped a beat, but she still maintained her composure and said, Governor Chen Xi, does it make a difference? I can assure you that there will be no difference in cooperation reached under any name. Sage Danya, has anyone ever told you that you are actually very bad at negotiating? Sage Danya's answer confirmed Chen Xi's conjecture, and he couldn't help but laugh. Your answer has revealed all your cards. You came in your personal capacity, and your so-called negotiations and cooperation are also in your personal capacity, which is completely different from the benefits you can gain by negotiating with me on behalf of the Forge World. If you were negotiating with me on behalf of the Forge World, then you would have enough leverage to suppress me. After all, I am merely a humble planetary governor, and it is impossible to go against the will of a Forge World. But if you are only negotiating with me in your personal capacity, even if what you offer is no different, there is still a big difference between a sage and an entire Forge World. I cannot afford to offend a Forge World, but I think I can refuse a sage. So, Sage Danya, why don't we be more frank and lay all our cards on the table? Chapter 68 Ancient Method Eavesdropping. Danya felt a sudden embarrassment when Chen Xi exposed her trump card. Although as an Adeptus Mechanicus priest, the teachings she received from her very first implant were to abandon the weakness of flesh and unnecessary emotions, it was clear that Danya had not yet reached the point of completely transforming herself into a machine capable only of rational thought. In fact, even high priests still couldn't completely abandon their human emotions. All they did was modify their brains so they wouldn't be affected by chemicals like common mortals. And this didn't mean they wouldn't get angry or happy, they would still get excited and irritated, not as absolutely rational as they proclaimed. However, compared to ordinary people, the priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus could indeed control their emotions better and recover rational thought more quickly. Although Danya hadn't undergone further deep modifications to her brain, she did have an emotion suppressor installed. So she quickly regained her composure and then said, Governor, it is indeed as you say that I only represent myself, but isn't this also beneficial to you? When you cooperate with a Forge World, whether it's Mariupol Forge World or Griffin 4, you are in a passive position in the cooperation, and the larger the Forge World, the more so. But if you cooperate with me, you and I will be in an equal cooperative relationship, and you won't have to worry about your interests not being effectively guaranteed, right? Not to mention, my teacher has indeed entrusted this business to me to be fully responsible for, and the benefits you can obtain by cooperating with me will be no less than if you cooperated with the Forge World itself, and I am also willing to fully respect your interests and needs. Believe me, this is the best choice for both of us, it's a win-win cooperation. Looking at Danya, Chen Xi knew that she was probably telling the truth this time, but Chen Xi was still hesitant about whether to agree to cooperate with her. Although he didn't know if there was a trap behind this, the more sincere Danya's attitude was, the more vigilant he became. So after thinking carefully, Chen Xi asked, Sage Danya, could you tell me why you want to cooperate with me? Regarding this, Danya replied to Chen Xi's question while thinking about how to answer it without falling into a deeper passive position, thus securing this cooperation. Malin, why are you here? Rachel was about to go to Chen Xi to report on her work when she noticed Malin standing outside Chen Xi's office, looking conflicted and hesitant. Noticing Rachel's arrival, Mai turned and greeted her, Oh, Miss Rachel, a sage from Mariupol Forge World has arrived, and Chen Xi is meeting her. I'm hesitating whether to go in. After all, I had a conversation with this sage before, and she was very interested in cooperating with us. However, due to some reasons, we failed to reach a cooperation agreement with her. Now that she has come in person, I am very curious about what she and Chen Xi will discuss. Hearing Mai's words, Rachel remembered the forge ship docked at the starport and immediately understood what had happened. After thinking for a moment, she said, Malin, if you want to know about the conversation between the governor and the sage, and don't want to disturb them, I do have a way. You mean eavesdropping? Isn't that bad? Malin showed a hesitant expression. Malin, when the previous governor built this official residence, to facilitate his private conversations while still being able to receive assistance from his staff, he specifically set up a sound transmission structure next to the office, making it convenient for his staff to hear the content of the conversation and offer suggestions from another room, Rachel explained, then said to Malin, Malin, I think the governor probably needs your advice. Rachel's explanation opened Malin's eyes, but he immediately asked, but there are two Adeptus Mechanicus sages inside. Won't they discover us eavesdropping and transmitting sound? Please rest assured, when this place was built, we fully considered the possible situations, so the sound transmission structure is purely physical and non-mechanical. You can trust some small tricks of the Astra Militarum veterans, Rachel said, then turned and led Malin to a nearby corridor. Mai followed with curiosity. The two walked through the corridor, opened a secret door, then went up a flight of stairs, finally arriving at a secret room located in the wall cavity on the floor above Chen Xi's office. Entering the secret room, Mai immediately heard sounds coming from downstairs. Although slightly faint, if he listened carefully, he could clearly hear what the people in the room downstairs were saying. This place utilizes the building structure to collect and refract sound waves, thereby achieving the effect of transmitting the sound from downstairs here. Because it's purely sound reflection, even an Adeptus Mechanicus sage would find it difficult to detect its existence, Rachel said, her face full of pride. This place was used before when the former governor spoke with Sage Avilia, and that sage did not discover it. After speaking, Rachel pointed to the chairs in front of them and a megaphone-like object in front of the chairs, saying to Mai, if you want to say something to the governor, you can use this megaphone. It will accurately transmit the sound to the governor's position in the room. With that, Rachel opened a peephole next to them and observed the situation in the office below through the refracted light. Then she turned the gear on the megaphone, aiming it at Chen Xi's position. Mai looked at the very ancient eavesdropping and sound transmission device in front of him, feeling an indescribable sense of disorientation. But he had to admit that this very primitive ancient method was indeed very useful at times. Mai sat in the corresponding position, listening to the conversation between Chen Xi and the two sages downstairs, while thinking about what kind of advice he should offer. From the conversation between Chen Xi and the two sages, it was clear that Danya had already decided to cooperate with Ristoff II, and Chen Xi was striving for more benefits. There was nothing wrong with this, but after some consideration, Mai spoke into the megaphone, Chen Xi, don't forget Call's Forge. There might be Primaris buried under it. Mai's voice was transmitted down through the megaphone. He wasn't sure if Chen Xi heard it, but then he noticed that the direction of the negotiation between Chen Xi and Danya had changed. Chapter 69 Cooperation Agreement. After a fierce round of negotiations, Chen Xi finally reached an agreement with Danya. Your Excellency Chen Xi, you are the most difficult opponent I have ever met, but I have to say that cooperating with you might be the most correct decision I've ever made. I believe you will definitely bring abundant returns to me and the Mariupol Forge world. Danya felt that she had never been so tired negotiating with a mortal, but the gains also made her feel satisfied. Although Chen Xi agreed to the cooperation, he meticulously haggled over every word and sentence regarding the details of the cooperation and the distribution of benefits with Danya. The two parties ultimately reached a cooperation agreement, meticulously logical, rigorously detailed, and even without any ambiguity in every single phrasing. It was written in standard High Gothic and binary language, in triplicate. Such a rigorous work attitude, let alone with the Empire's nobles or other bureaucrats, even within the Adeptus Mechanicus, few could achieve such a level of meticulousness. This made Danya very curious about how Chen Xi managed to do it. However, despite her curiosity, Danya did not intend to delve deeper into this matter. After all, the current Planetary Governor also held the identity of an Inquisitor. If she were to uncover something she shouldn't know, the Inquisition has a branch called the Mechanical Conclave. Guess what they do? So, for Danya, as long as cooperation could be achieved, she didn't care about much else. Chen Xi was also satisfied with this cooperation. Facing Donya's expectations for the future of their cooperation, he smiled and said, although there have been twists and turns, I believe the future of our cooperation is certainly bright. Under the Emperor's gaze, the Ristoff subsector will surely become the most prosperous place in the sector, and the Mariupol Forge world will also become a top-tier forge world in the Empire because of this cooperation. Thank you for your kind words, I hope so. Danya nodded, then glanced at Avilia, regarding her tech heretic status, I will try to work something out later, but please don't hold out too much hope. Unless we can contact her teacher, Archmagos Call, it will be very difficult to clear this charge. Of course, this will not affect the cooperation we have agreed upon. Regarding her tech team and the Adeptus Militaris, I will send people over shortly. However, please note that while I don't mind returning them to Avilia, these individuals are still officially my subordinates, merely lent to her for use. So, please be a bit more restrained in some matters, at least don't be too ostentatious and make things difficult for me. Please rest assured, Sage Danya, you can trust me on this matter. Chen Xi had no objection to this, after all, being able to get a group of tech priests and Adeptus Militaris for free was a blessing, and a few restrictions were fine. However, Danya shook her head and said, as for your Excellency Chen Xi, I am certainly at ease, but as for certain people. As Danya said this, she turned her gaze to Avilia, who was standing nearby, and shook her head with a rather suspicious look. Facing Donya's gaze, Avilia was somewhat exasperated. She complained, what, do I look like I'd mess things up? I've worn the same skirt as you since we were little, Avilia. Danya looked at Avilia with a you-know-yourself expression, helplessly chiding her, how many things have you messed up since childhood? How much trouble has your aggressive personality caused? Do I need to count them for you? When you were 8 years old. Enough, don't say another word. Avilia stopped Danya from speaking, then pouted and said, I promise not to cause trouble, all right. Honestly, you've always liked to control me since we were little. With that, Avilia turned around and left. Looking at Avilia like this, Chen Xi felt like he couldn't bear to watch. She's a mechanical sage, after all, why does she act like a little girl? Logically, she shouldn't be throwing such a tantrum, right? Chen Xi was puzzled, but Danya, who was beside him, sighed and explained, Your Excellency, the Planetary Governor, you don't need to find it strange. Avilia underwent a modification herself. I'm afraid I cannot disclose the details to you. But that modification allowed her to pass the sage assessment, yet it also caused a huge change in her body. Not only did it fix her mind at 20 years old, but her body also became what it is now, making her unable to control her emotional changes. It is also precisely because of this modification that she was branded a tech heretic. Although there was factional infighting within the Mariupol Forge world behind this, and she was merely a scapegoat, the fact that she is a tech heretic is true. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi immediately understood why a mechanical sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus looked so different from everyone else. Originally, Chen Xi thought Avilia was influenced by Doricor, as Archmagos Call's abilities would certainly allow him to make a mechanical sage look perfectly human. But now, it seemed things were not quite like that. After a moment of thought, he asked, is it some ancient technological artifact from the dark age of technology? I can't tell you the answer. Donia spread her hands helplessly. Chen Xi immediately understood and stopped asking. After seeing Donia off, Chen Xi returned to his office, where Mai and Rachel, who had come down from the secret passage, were already waiting for him. You don't seem surprised about the secret room. Mai, seeing that Chen Xi didn't seem surprised by her emerging from the secret passage, asked curiously. This is the Planetary Governor's office. Do you think I, as the Planetary Governor, wouldn't figure out what legacies the previous incumbent left behind? Chen Xi shrugged and smiled, then looked at Rachel, signaling her to leave first. Rachel handed a document to Chen Xi and briefly explained the situation before leaving the office. After Rachel left, Chen Xi signaled Mai to sit at the desk, then he activated a soundproof barrier before speaking. I've been exploring the little secrets of this office since the first day. Although Rachel knows some parts, it's clear the former Planetary Governor couldn't have told her all of them. I'm not interested in the Planetary Governor's little secrets, unless they're the First Legion's little secrets. Mai looked at Chen Xi and asked him, since you've already reached an agreement with this new sage, do I still need to go to Gria and Griffin IV? You might still need to go to Gria. Donia said that the Mariupol Forge world doesn't have the technology to build an orbital ring. Speaking of this, Chen Xi already had a comprehensive plan. The matter of hiring tech priests from Griffin IV remains as planned. Donia is only cooperating with us in a personal capacity, and having tech priests from another Forge world actually serves as a deterrent. Chapter 70 Avilia's Adeptus Militaris. In fact, Avilia's technical team and apprentices, as well as her Adeptus Militaris, had all been brought over by Donia on the Forge ship this time. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Chen Xi, she quickly had these people disembark from the Forge ship to the ground. Watching Avilia joyfully reclaim her Adeptus Militaris and technical team, Chen Xi couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of this Adeptus Militaris. If an Adeptus Militaris unit and an Astra Militarum unit of the same size were compared, the Astra Militarum would be like line infantry before World War I, with nothing but a pretty uniform and a pitiful smoothbore gun. And the Adeptus Militaris? The Adeptus Militaris was like a fully armed late Cold War American soldier. While the Astra Militarum was still using lasguns, jokingly called flashlights, the Adeptus Militaris used galvanic rifles. Although this weapon was a common standard issue weapon for the Adeptus Militaris, capable of firing special bullets that cause an energy explosion within the target, each one was a meticulously handcrafted weapon. Galvanic rifle. As for uranium weapons, radium weapons, arc weapons, plasma, phosphor, many good things that Astra Militarum grunts might never even have heard of were widely equipped in the Adeptus Militaris's armory. Generally speaking, what kind of powerful weapons an Adeptus Militaris can produce mainly depends on how wealthy the tech priest to whom the Adeptus Militaris belongs is. And when it comes to wealth, Avilia's teacher, Belisarius Call, is probably the undisputed richest person in the Imperium today. Just like that famous dark joke, what if I secretly raised 400,000 Astartes behind the High Lord's backs? The answer, of course, is to emulate Doricor's past actions, enthrone the 13th Prince as regent, and bestow upon him the title of Great Sage and Forge General of Mars. What kind of technology and power could Call, who could provide Guillemon with hundreds of thousands of fully equipped Primaris Astartes, prepare for his disciple? The answer is a full 24 Castellar robot maniples equipped with phosphor blaster cannons. Castellar robot maniples, adorable big whites. As well as a large number of arc weapons and various plasma weapons that would make the Astra Militarum green with envy. Chen Xi even saw organized units of heavy servitors equipped with gravity cannon. The most powerful and dominant servitors in the entire Imperium, Adeptus Mechanicus ironclad servitors. Oh, the official translation for this thing seems to be ironclad breacher, although Chen Xi is more accustomed to calling them steel tanks. As for armored vehicles like dragoons equipped with taser lances and dune crawlers, they were naturally not in short supply, and Chen Xi even saw rare flying vehicles like archaeopters. Dragoons, theoretically this thing never shuts down, it's literally a perpetual motion machine. Dune crawler. Archaeopter, if I remember correctly, this thing is a flapping wing aircraft. Honestly, this Adeptus Militaris must have been left by your teacher to guard his forge, right? Chen Xi approached Avilia and asked her curiously. To this question, Avilia, who was busy changing the identification codes for her Adeptus Militaris, only took a moment to reply, you're overthinking it. My teacher's defensive forces are much more terrifying than these guys. Hearing this, Chen Xi raised an eyebrow. Defensive forces more terrifying than these things in front of him? Chen Xi scratched his eyebrow and asked in a low voice, it wouldn't happen to be a general cannon, would it? You actually know about general cannons. Avilia was a bit surprised. Although the Inquisition knows many small secrets, things like general cannons have mostly been decommissioned or sealed after the Great Anarchy 10,000 years ago. Let alone an Inquisitor, even a typical mechanical sage hasn't seen one. Simply put, these things were used during the Great Anarchy to obliterate a fortress or hive city with a single shot, or to execute a titan. Literally, one shot could obliterate a titan, because these things were ship cannon level weapons. Although there were also smaller general cannons theoretically similar to shadow swords, these things were anti-titan weapons no matter what, and even more precious than titans. God Arrow type small general cannon, it's a volcano cannon with slightly more firepower than a warlord titan. Although I don't know how you know about general cannons, but, Avilia paused her work, looked at Chen Xi seriously, and after a moment of hesitation, still said, how could a miracle of the Omnisci like a general cannon appear on a small forge world like Mariupol? And even my teacher wouldn't just use a general cannon as a security measure like that, it would be too blasphemous to the Omnisci's creation. Chen Xi looked at Avilia, and seeing her serious expression, he finally shrugged, saying indifferently, I just saw descriptions of general cannons in some secret Inquisition archives, so I was curious. Curiosity is normal. Let alone you, no follower of the God of Machines would miss the chance to behold a miracle of the God of Machines. Avilia wasn't surprised by Chen Xi's curiosity. The rediscovery of any general cannon is enough to cause two factions of the God of Machines followers to go to war, it is a true miracle of the God of Machines. Chen Xi wisely stopped the topic. With the strength of Avilia's Adeptus Militaris, it was already enough to wipe out all the defense force on Ristoff II. Some things are fine if left unsaid, but if they are revealed, these tech priests wouldn't mind dropping virus bombs or cyclonic torpedoes on a frontier planet. However, compared to these, with this Adeptus Militaris, Chen Xi felt that a certain Necron tomb might actually be worth exploring. Before that, however, he needed to confirm whether Avilia would still serve him, as the previous agreement for Avilia to serve him for 30 years was based on Avilia having nothing. Now that she had this Adeptus Militaris, it was hard to guarantee she wouldn't have other ideas. Sage Avilia, I wonder if our agreement still stands. Chen Xi asked Avilia solemnly. You mean about me serving you for 30 years, right? Don't worry, I haven't reached the point of denying what I've agreed to. On this matter, Avilia seemed quite magnanimous, after all, it's something I promised, and it's precisely because I agreed to serve you for 30 years that you helped me get back my Adeptus Militaris and technical team. I wouldn't burn my bridges so quickly. I will serve you for 30 years as per our agreement. During this period, whether it's me, my technical team, or my Adeptus Militaris, we will all serve you. Of course, I will assess any potential risks involved, and if there are tasks with excessive risk, please allow me to reserve the right to refuse. Chapter 71, The Temptation of 60 Million Years. With the Adeptus Militaris, the planet's defense force gradually became usable. If you also factor in the Lin Guang family, who can currently field 1 or 2 knight armors to form an assault team, Chen Xi's military strength is now truly formidable. He can try to probe the Necron tomb. Of course, it's only an attempt to probe. With this level of strength, actually trying to excavate that Necron tomb is still impossible. At most, they could go in and grab some loot. So, what's on this planet isn't just an ancient Xeno ruin, but a dormant ancient Xeno city. And a fully armed one at that. Donia looked at Chen Xi with a strange expression. She had originally thought it was just an ordinary Xeno ruin, never expecting to stumble upon such a huge stroke of luck. However, it was clear that good fortune was accompanied by danger, and the two were directly proportional. Let me tell you, if the technology within this stasis sarcophagus can be analyzed, it could fully support a forge world whose primary product is stasis technology. The Imperium's demand for stasis grenades and stasis fields has always been robust. Avilia explained the benefits of excavating the Necron tomb to Donia. To add persuasiveness, she even brought a stasis sarcophagus with her. This sarcophagus was one of the few intact trophies she had brought out of the Necron tomb previously. I can certainly see the benefits, but the danger is just as great. Donia was clearly much calmer than Avilia, perhaps influenced by her teacher, the forging supervisor. She lightly stroked the stasis sarcophagus with her bionic arm, feeling the texture on its surface, then looked at Chen Xi. Governor, you said this Xeno race fell into slumber approximately 60 million years ago, right? So, theoretically, this sarcophagus has existed for at least 60 million years. 60 million years. This is a concept so terrifyingly long that just thinking about it makes one shudder. What kind of thing can withstand the baptism of 60 million years and the erosion of time? Forget 60 million years, even many things from the Great Crusade era 10,000 years ago have already been eroded beyond recognition by time. Only those precious holy relics, preserved within stasis fields, could endure such an immense span of time. Of course, some precious miracles of the Omnisci could also endure such a long period under the Omnisci's blessing, but they would need to be recleaned, maintained, and repaired. After all, even with the Omnisci's blessing, these divine machines would find it difficult to remain intact after 10,000 years without maintenance and upkeep. But the sarcophagus before them had endured a full 60 million years, 6,000 times the duration from the Great Crusade era, when the Imperium was founded, to the present. Even if one accounts for the time when humanity first ventured into the stars from Holy Terra, the history of human civilization is merely a little over 40,000 years. 60 million years is still 1,200 times that. What an incredibly long period of time, and what terrifying technological prowess. The knowledge contained within is truly captivating, making one irresistibly want to pursue it. However, the danger within also warned Donia, causing her fervent heart to instantly feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. If it were just a ruin, everything would be fine, a little danger would be acceptable. But according to Chen Xi, it was a city built as a tomb, and to this day, it was still functioning perfectly, everything was merely dormant. Excavating a somewhat dangerous ruin and brazenly breaking into a Xeno-city are two completely different concepts, and the dangers involved are naturally worlds apart. Donia was tempted to retreat, but as Avilia said, the technology contained within just this single sarcophagus was enough to support a forge world, let alone an entire tomb. Chen Xi stood by, watching Donia in a state of internal conflict, and did not interrupt her. It wasn't that he didn't want to persuade Donia, but rather that there was no need. Chen Xi knew clearly that no tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus could resist the temptation of new technology. Donia's hesitation was merely her concern about the danger. Furthermore, she was already on board. Now, all that remained was for her to convince herself, the final step. In fact, just as Chen Xi expected, Donia did not hesitate for long. She quickly made up her mind, turned to look at Chen Xi, and asked him, Governor, based on your understanding of this race, is our current military strength sufficient to explore this Xeno city? Donia looked at Chen Xi with burning eyes. She had clearly made her decision, this question was merely to solidify her resolve. If we proceed cautiously with the exploration, the Necron tomb's reaction won't be very significant, we should be able to handle it. Chen Xi didn't dare to guarantee it, as he also didn't know if the tech priests would mess things up. Although Donia didn't seem like the type to cause trouble, Avilia, well, she had already almost caused trouble once. Cautious? Could you elaborate? Donia was now eager to know more information. The Necron tomb is essentially in a dormant state, like a person asleep. Although some systems are still operating, they are merely maintaining the overall function of the tomb, just as a sleeping person still breathes, their heart beats, and blood continues to flow. Chen Xi used a simple analogy to describe the situation of the Necron tomb. Our entry into the Necron tomb for exploration is like pulling a sleeping person's hair. If you pull one strand at a time carefully, they won't react much, perhaps not even feeling pain. But if you grab a large handful of hair and yank it, it would be a miracle if they didn't jump up and hit you. Exploring the Necron tomb is the same. Although it has internal defense mechanisms that are still active, they are not difficult to deal with. As long as we are careful enough not to stimulate it into fully awakening the entire tomb, excavating this Necron tomb is not difficult. In fact, according to Inquisition records, some forge worlds in your Adeptus Mechanicus have successfully completed excavations of Necron tombs. Then what preparatory work do we need to do? Donia finally made up her mind. First, prepare this ship for orbital bombardment. This is a last resort to ensure these Necrons don't cause a major disaster. Chen Xi carefully assessed his current military strength and armaments, then made his demands to Donia. Second, I need a team of excellent assassins or special agents to infiltrate deep into the tomb and place thermo meltdown bombs to ensure certain things don't suddenly reanimate, and also to ensure their dimensional portals cannot open. As for other things, I think the Lin Guang family will need a batch of knight armors. Chapter 72 Procedural Justice. Sage Donia, I'd like to ask, is it easy to get production permits for attendant knight armor? Chen Xi asked Donia. The two were currently walking inside a small forge connected to the starport, which had been taken over by the tech priests brought by Donia. They were basically all Avilia's former technical team. Avilia had truly taken control of this forge, allowing it to achieve sufficient production efficiency. It was now working at full capacity to produce weapons and equipment for the defense force of Ristoff II. Walking along the rumbling production line, watching the flowing, molten hot metal, Donia was in an excellent mood. Any follower of the god of machines would be filled with joy and praise the god of machines upon seeing such a sight. So, in response to Chen Xi's question, she simply replied casually, if you need it, let alone an attendant, even a production permit for a patrol knight would be easy to get. But how should I put this? Donia walked to a platform, below which was a pipeline conveying molten metal. Feeling the heat radiating from the molten lava, Donia couldn't help but raise her arm and chant a binary prayer to praise the Omnissiah. After doing all this, she continued, the Adeptus Mechanicus doesn't strictly control knight armor. As long as those feudal nobles of the knight family pay their tithe, they can exchange for knight armor from the Imperium, and the mechanical knights are much the same, though what they offer up is more often their own people. So, it's very easy to obtain knight armor, but the rules and procedures cannot be wrong. The process of a knight family noble paying a tithe to the Imperium or the Adeptus Mechanicus, or obeying deployment orders, in exchange for knight armor, is absolutely not allowed to have any deviation. You can spend money to buy knight armor for the Lin Guang family, no matter how many you buy. You can even ennoble a batch of knights yourself and put them on the Iron Throne, as long as they can gain the Iron Throne's recognition. Donia turned and looked at Chen Xi seriously, telling him sternly, however, the Adeptus Mechanicus will not allow you to produce knights yourself and provide them to the knight family. This breaks the Olympia agreement signed between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Emperor. This is a very serious act of tech heretic. Even if I get a production permit, I can't. Chen Xi wasn't surprised by this outcome, but he was still curious about how the Adeptus Mechanicus would handle the matter if he obtained a production permit. However, facing his question, Donia laughed, a hint of teasing in her eyes. That's the crux of the matter, Planetary Governor. What do you mean you obtained the permit? The forge and the production permits sold by Mariupol Forge World were all given to Avilia. Although she is a tech heretic, she still retains her status as a sage. If I hadn't helped you purchase this forge in Avilia's name, Mariupol Forge World would not have sold it to you at all. So, Planetary Governor, do you understand the key here? A plausible justification, at least procedurally legal, am I right? Chen Xi understood Donia's meaning and also reflected on whether he had been too reckless. Although the Inquisitor identity gave Chen Xi some leeway in his actions, there were indeed certain taboos that could not be crossed. Of course, this was only limited to appearing to conform to the procedures and being plausible on the surface. After all, whether it was the Inquisition or the Adeptus Mechanicus, everyone was actually not very clean behind the scenes. If they were to truly fall out, no one would be able to clean up the mess. So, after Chen Xi spoke, Donia nodded and said, "That's right. You can say that you invested in Avilia, bought her the forge, obtained various production permits, and even let her develop certain products. But on the surface, she must still be a member of Mariupol Forge World, or at least a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. After all, according to the Olympia Agreement, even if a planetary governor wants to build a factory to produce weapons and equipment, it must be supervised by Adeptus Mechanicus priests throughout, ensuring that everything conforms to the sacred doctrines of the Omnissiah. I understand. I will grasp the proper measure." Chen Xi understood Donia's meaning and said nothing more, only politely expressing his gratitude. Uncle, the planetary governor has sent 3 new knight armor. Maria burst into her uncle's study, loudly announcing the news she had just received. Maria, how many times have I told you, as a knight of the Lin Guang family, you should be more mature and composed? Manor scolded Maria for her impropriety, then slowly stood up and asked, "You said the planetary governor sent 3 new knights? What's going on?" Maria caught her breath before explaining to Manor, "I was just helping the common people build houses with the attendants when I saw a transport ship flying from the direction of the starport. After I contacted them, the answer I received was that the planetary governor had ordered a batch of knights from Mariupol Forge World, and these first 3 will be given to the Lin Guang family free of charge. The planetary governor is giving 3 knights to the Lin Guang family free of charge." Manor was quite surprised this time. 3 knights, that was no small sum. Even during the Lin Guang family's heyday, 3 knights were a considerable asset. Losing a family's long knight would cause heartache for a long time, let alone giving them away for free. "That's what they said," Maria replied. Manor frowned and thought. 3 knights, this was nothing short of a godsend for the current Lin Guang family, increasing the family's existing knights from 4 to 7. Although the Lin Guang family had a glorious history of over 100 knights during its peak, 7 knights were still very impressive, and some smaller, slightly powerful families might not even have that many knights. 7 knights could be organized into 2 or 3 assault teams, forming an offensive spearhead to earn merits on a not too fierce battlefield. It could be said that this held extremely significant meaning for the great cause of the Lin Guang family's revival. However, Manor never believed that there was such a thing as unprovoked generosity in this world. The planetary governor had given too much to the Lin Guang family, while demanding very little, which made Manor feel uneasy. Compared to accepting favors, Manor preferred to exchange the family's revival through his own efforts and those of his 2 nieces, rather than accepting others' generosity for free. Thinking of this, he said to Maria, "Send our thanks to the planetary governor, and at the same time, inquire if there is anything the Lin Guang family can do to serve." Chapter 73, The Army Assembles. "I need the Lin Guang family to contribute at least 3 knights and no fewer than 10 retainers to this operation," Chen Xi said to Manor, stating his requirements. Upon hearing Chen Xi's request, Manor's brow furrowed slightly at first, but then he relaxed. He frowned because deploying 3 knights was already a significant portion of the Lin Guang family's combat strength. He relaxed because, while Chen Xi's demands on the Lin Guang family were still not equivalent to what he had given them, Manor felt it was at least a way for the Lin Guang family to repay the favor, rather than simply taking. So, Manor nodded readily and said, "I will personally lead Margaret and Sophia in this operation, and the Lin Guang family's retainers will bravely earn their honor in this endeavor." Chen Xi was very satisfied with Manor's attitude. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, he continued, "I know the Lin Guang family has not yet recovered its strength, and 3 knight armors are still a drop in the bucket for the Lin Guang family's resurgence. I should grant you more time to recover. However, there is a potential threat currently at our throats, and I must order the Lin Guang family to commit the majority of its combat power to this operation, as it may concern the very survival of the entire Ristoff II. If we can successfully complete this operation, I will present 7 more knight armors as a reward for the Lin Guang family's participation. But if our operation fails..." Chen Xi paused here. Seeing that Manor showed no signs of joy at the promise of 7 knight armors, he continued, "The entire Ristoff II might cease to exist." While in the Warhammer world, being too clear often led to danger, Chen Xi had no intention of being a riddle master when it came to exploring the Necron tomb. After all, as a Warhammer fan, Chen Xi knew that many of the Empire's problems stemmed from its inability to speak plainly. While secrecy was indeed necessary for issues involving chaos, the Necrons were the only purely physical race in the entire galaxy, so there was no need to be enigmatic with them. "That serious?" Manor raised an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated the mission, he hadn't expected it to be so severe. The Lin Guang family had lost their territory once. Now that they had finally found a place to settle, were they to be displaced again in the blink of an eye? There is an alien ruin beneath this planet. If we can dismantle it successfully, there will naturally be no problems, and we will gain a great deal, Chen Xi said, looking at Manor and explaining the specifics of the mission. "This is an alien civilization called the Necrons. When they were active in the galaxy, humans might not even have evolved beyond monkeys. 60 million years ago, they competed with the Eldar for dominance of the galaxy. The Eldar were the ones who lost, and only after the Necrons all fell into slumber did the Eldari Empire establish itself. This planet we are on is one of the planets where the Necrons once slept. Lord Manor, imagine you go on a trip, return home, and find that your family's territory, castle, and everything have been usurped by a group of serfs, and they are even digging up your ancestors' coffins. What kind of scene would that be? What we need to do is similar to that, completely excavate those alien tombs and make them fall into eternal slumber, never to awaken again. With just a few descriptions, Chen Xi successfully stirred Manor's emotions. He now clearly understood what they needed to do and the dangers and difficulties they would face. However, for the knights of the Lin Guang family, this was not an unbearable task. The Lin Guang family motto is "Fear no darkness." Although the family is now in decline and impoverished, the knights of the Lin Guang family will still answer the call of the empire, as always, Manor said, looking at Chen Xi with a serious and decisive expression. The massive gallant class Imperial Knight was like a moving castle, its silver-white paint appearing golden in the glow of the setting sun. Beside him were two Warden-class Imperial Knights with the same color scheme, one was equipped with a rapid-fire battle cannon and a Reaper chain swords, and the other with a pulse laser and a thunderstrike gauntlet. Numerous knight armors were dispersed in pairs around the three Imperial Knights, advancing in a scouting formation. The Imperial Knight's size was immense, even approaching that of a scout-type Warhound-class Titan. Every step he took made the earth tremble. Seated on his steel throne, feeling the emotions of his family's ancestors emanating from within the throne, Manor couldn't help but sigh. The last time the family marched in such a formation was a long time ago. Although the Lin Guang family's performance when their family territory fell did not disgrace the title of Imperial Knight, fighting almost to the last man against the Tyranid swarm, the fall of their family territory was still an undeniable fact. Since then, the Lin Guang family had lived a life of constant upheaval, their people surviving precariously in strange metal cages that they would never encounter in their lives. And their lords had all sacrificed themselves in the war to protect them, leaving only Manor, burdened with the great task of restoring the family, and the two daughters of the family's previous supreme king, as well as a knight from a collateral branch of the family. This undoubtedly meant that the Lin Guang family had not fielded a proper force in a war for a very long time. Although this opportunity was not ideal, it could still serve as a signal that the Lin Guang family was returning to the battlefield. However, this return was somewhat humble, which made Manor almost sigh in regret. Nevertheless, one gallant class Imperial Knight and two Warden class Imperial Knights, combined with 10 retainer armors, was still a respectable force. Please inform Governor, the Lin Guang family's 3 knights and 10 retainers have arrived to provide support. Manor's voice was transmitted through the Voxcaster system. He immediately received a reply, "Welcome, Regent of the Lin Guang family, and the 2 beautiful lady knights. Please proceed to my command post. There, I will provide you and other participating forces with a detailed briefing on this mission." Manor received. "I will continue to advance," Manor responded to Chen Xi's order, transmitted through the Voxcaster, from within the Imperial Knight. He then ordered his knight armors to gather and march in formation towards the camp Chen Xi had arranged for them. After all the knights were properly parked, Manor then brought Margaret to Chen Xi's command post. Inside the command post, the Mechanical Sage, Battle Sister, Defense Force General, and Astartes were all present. Such a grand display made Manor tremble with awe. Chapter 74, Operation commences. This is Count Manor of the Lin Guang family, and these 2 beside him are Lady Margaret and Lord Sophia. They have brought 3 knight armors and 10 knight servitors, and will accompany us in this operation. Seeing Manor arrive, Chen Xi introduced him to everyone. The others also nodded to Manor, welcoming his arrival. Manor also bowed to Chen Xi and the others, displaying excellent noble etiquette and upbringing. For Imperial Knights, various rituals and norms are ingrained in their genes and cannot be mistaken in the slightest. However, when Manor saw that the people standing before him included the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Adeptus Auroritas, and the Astartes, plus the Inquisition represented by Chen Xi and the Imperial Knights he represented, it could be said that several of the most formidable departments of the Empire had gathered. Margaret and Sophia, who were behind him, also bowed, then stood behind Manor. Seeing that everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived, Chen Xi cleared his throat and began to introduce the operation. "Ladies and gentlemen, before us is an alien ruin of unknown current status. They call themselves Necrons, a powerful alien civilization that was active 60 million years ago." Chen Xi's finger traced across the holographic map in front of him, and the map immediately displayed a large area of what appeared to be buildings buried in a mountain, though it looked blurry due to missing information. Chen Xi pointed at the map and continued to explain, "What you are seeing now is the approximate scale of this alien ruin, obtained by scanning the mountain with an auger array. We are fortunate that its scale is not large and is within our manageable range." The auger array of the sword-class frigate was not powerful enough, although there had been attempts to scan the Necron tomb before, very little information was obtained. The Necron tomb was deep underground, covered by the mountain above, making it difficult for even the auger array to scan its internal specifics. Fortunately, Donia's forged ship had a more powerful auger array, which allowed them to obtain a general understanding of the Necron tomb. This tomb doesn't look very large, and even if it's full of enemies, there shouldn't be too many. Yet you have so cautiously assembled so many Imperial elites. This place shouldn't be as simple as it appears, should it? Manor glanced at the holographic map and looked at Chen Xi, asking tentatively. "You are correct, this place is indeed not as simple as it appears." Chen Xi nodded, confirming Manor's speculation, and at the same time projected more information about the Necrons onto the holographic map. "This alien race possesses extremely advanced technology. Their gauze weapons are difficult for even Astartes' power armor to withstand, and mortals facing such terrifying weapons are simply courting death, so the best way to deal with them in combat is to avoid being hit. As for the phase weapons they use in melee, the Inquisition has studied them. They are blades that can directly ignore armor and cut through flesh by penetrating dimensions. But these are not their most dangerous aspects. I believe you can overcome these with your loyalty to the Empire and your faith in the God Emperor. The real reason I have assembled such a large force to deal with this alien ruin is that they possess interstellar teleportation capabilities. Once we awaken this alien ruin, they can even cross an entire sector to call for reinforcements. Therefore, we must proceed cautiously and find a way to destroy the aliens' teleportation gate at the first opportunity. If such a teleportation gate can truly cross an entire sector, then it is worth any price for the Empire. Donia, standing nearby, showed great interest and enthusiasm for this matter. Chen Xi did not deny this question. He nodded and replied affirmatively, it would certainly be best if we could obtain a sample of this technology, but to be safe, I must destroy it immediately. After all, our primary objective is to destroy this alien ruin and eliminate its threat to Ristoff II. Furthermore, I need to remind you all that their teleportation gate might connect to any place in this galaxy from which they can call for aid. If only ordinary Necron reinforcements emerge, we can still manage. But if Necron elites emerge, then I can only have the warship conduct orbital bombardment to destroy the mountain, because it would be somewhat difficult for us alone to withstand the Necron's advance. Chen Xi was not joking. Avilia's forged ship was currently parked in synchronous orbit above the Necron tomb and had already prepared for orbital bombardment. To this, all parties involved in the operation had no objections. Next, I will make the arrangements. Seeing that no one else had anything to say, Chen Xi began to assign tasks. This exploration of the Necron tomb will be primarily carried out by the Adeptus Mechanicus's Adeptus Militaris and a portion of the Battle Sisters from the Sacred Rose Convent. The Defense Force and the Lin Guang family's knights will set up defensive positions around the tomb's perimeter. Once the enemy breaks through the tomb's blockade, you must hold them off until the forged ship in orbit conducts orbital bombardment. Don't worry, a portion of the Adeptus Militaris will cooperate with you, and in addition, the Battle Sisters of the Order of the Ebon Chalice will also fight alongside you. Sounds like a reasonable arrangement, and the Lin Guang family will not fail its mission. Manor had no objections to this task. Although he might not get into direct combat, the huge size of the knight armor was indeed not suitable for fighting in narrow underground spaces. However, at this moment, General Grigory suddenly asked, Governor, why don't we choose to excavate the mountain above this alien ruin and directly destroy it? General Grigory's remark made everyone's gaze turn to him, making him somewhat uneasy. After all, everyone participating in the War Council held a higher rank than him. It would have been fine if he were still an Astra Militarum officer, but now he was just a Defense Force officer, and being watched like this made him wonder if he had said something wrong. At this point, Gutierrez spoke up, if we directly excavate the mountain, the resulting vibrations would prematurely awaken this alien ruin, which goes against our objective. Moreover, the various alien technologies hidden within this alien ruin are a valuable asset. They should be properly recovered, Donia interjected, stating the Adeptus Mechanicus's stance on the matter. Seeing this, General Grigory realized his slip of the tongue and stepped back, saying nothing more. It seems everyone has no other opinions, then let the operation begin. Chen Xi loudly announced the commencement of the operation. Chapter 75, 3 parts into the tomb. The ancient structure built from nightstone was once again exposed to the light of the star. These ancient buildings had been dormant underground for tens of millions of years, so much so that the buildings themselves had long been buried deep due to geological changes. However, with the help of the efficient mining machinery provided by Donia, Chen Xi and his team quickly dug a path leading to the Necron tomb's gate. Since this was a large-scale operation, using the previous crevice was clearly unsuitable. Moreover, Chen Xi had blasted that area with a thermal meltdown bomb last time, making passage not a simple matter. Therefore, it was simpler to dig a sufficiently wide path to the Necron tomb's gate and enter through the main entrance. Although the Necron's tomb's gate was tightly shut and somewhat difficult to activate, with the efforts of the 2 wise women and the technical team they brought, the tomb gate was quickly opened, revealing the Necron tomb, sealed for 60 million years, to Chen Xi and the others. Looking at the dark and deep tomb gate before him, Chen Xi turned to Donia and Avilia and asked them, have you prepared any reconnaissance units? I have cultivated a squad of rust stalkers, they will be useful in this situation. Avilia raised her hand in hint, and then she summoned a group of Adeptus Militaris who looked completely unrelated to humans. Looking at these Adeptus Militaris soldiers whose limbs had been transformed into mechanical prosthetics and whose arms were directly fitted with 2 sonic swords, Chen Xi nodded slightly, let them go in and scout first. We scouted once before, and it might have activated some defense systems within the tomb. If that's the case, I also have a squad of infiltrators here, let them go too. Donia did not hold back at this point and brought her Adeptus Militaris as well. Rust stalkers and infiltrators both belong to the Adeptus Mechanicus's Sicarians, the so-called regenerated units. They were once ordinary Adeptus Militaris soldiers, but after being severely wounded on the battlefield yet still clinging to life, they were recovered and enhanced by the wise women, then transformed into Sicarian units. Their bodies are more slender and lighter than regular Adeptus Militaris, their specialized lower limbs allow them to traverse battlefield terrain more flexibly and swiftly, and special reinforced modifications enable them to move agilely across the battlefield, closing in on enemies before hunting down the God of Machines' foes with frenzied hacking and slashing. If the Holy Titan is the wrath of the God of Machines, then rust stalkers and infiltrators are the dagger of the God of Machines, insidious, concealed, and lethal. Of course, if necessary, they are also capable of infiltration and reconnaissance work. Let them go down together. The priority is to first locate the rebirth protocol of this tomb. If we can find and destroy that, we'll save a lot of trouble, Chen Xi said to the two wise women. Donia and Avilia had already heard Chen Xi's detailed introduction to the Necron tomb's situation, so they naturally knew what the rebirth protocol was. When scanning with the forged ship's auger matrix before, they had also discovered several suspected locations of the rebirth protocol, so sending people down to investigate was naturally expected. As the two squads of Adeptus Militaris disappeared from their sight, Chen Xi and the two wise women then led the remaining people deeper into the Necron tomb. Entering the Necron tomb through the main gate felt completely different from entering through the crevice last time. Although this was not a particularly large-scale Necron tomb, Chen Xi could still feel the past glory of the Necrons from the surrounding structures built of black megaliths. The vast and silent tomb world, compared to the small passage from last time, was like the difference between a city square and a sewer. Everywhere were incomprehensible alien structures and equipment. Due to the culture and style of the Necrons, it indeed looked more like a tomb than a city. Chen Xi walked into a stone pillar with grooves and complex Necron runes, but because it was not activated, it looked like just a black pillar. These alien creations look truly mysterious. I never thought anything could be preserved for 60 million years without decaying. Donia walked up to a device that looked like a street lamp, carefully examining this device made of unknown metal, her eyes filled with a strong desire for research. Perhaps only these aliens themselves can answer that question for you, but I think we shouldn't give them a chance to speak. Chen Xi looked around. Although it didn't seem activated here, he remained very vigilant. The structure here is a bit complex, but the air composition is the same as outside. Avilia held a data slate, looking at the readings on it, and showed a puzzled expression. These aliens are all made of metal, they don't need to breathe at all, so why does the building structure also consider ventilation? Are you forgetting that this place has been connected to the outside for a long time and is not sealed at all? Chen Xi looked at Avilia, not understanding why she would say that. This Necron tomb had been damaged years ago, and a bunch of flares had already come out, so it was naturally impossible for this place to be sealed. No, I'm not talking about air entering here, but that the air within this space is flowing. It has a complete ventilation system. Avilia had already released a large number of the servitor skulls and other detection equipment she brought. A large amount of data was being compiled to her, giving her a deeper understanding of the place. Hearing Avilia say that, Chen Xi raised an eyebrow and also found it somewhat strange. Gutierrez, who had followed them in, heard their conversation and interjected, perhaps this alien race once needed to breathe? After all, they were once flesh and blood, just transformed into metal. Do they still retain this technology? Can we find this technology in this tomb? If flesh and blood bodies can be transformed into metal machinery, this would simply be a blessing from the god of machines. Donia was somewhat excited at this moment, and Avilia also showed similar excitement. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, the pursuit of mechanical ascension has always been their ultimate goal. If they could truly find the technology to transform flesh and blood into metal machinery, the Adeptus Mechanicus would go mad. However, Chen Xi and Gutierrez exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Believe me, that is by no means some beautiful mechanical ascension, but despair where even the soul is shattered. Chen Xi sighed and still offered a word of caution to the two wise women, and compared to this, I think you two should focus on the task at hand first. As long as this Necron tomb is explored and its threat is neutralized, you can move everything here. Chapter 76, Divination and Psychometry. The initial exploration of the Necron tomb went relatively smoothly. Avilia and Donia even established a small base of operations to store various equipment and supplies they brought down. However, due to Chen Xi's warning, their actions couldn't be too reckless, which led to a somewhat slow pace in their research of the Necron tomb, yielding almost no results. This was within Chen Xi's expectations, as even Belisarius Call himself couldn't fully understand Necron technology. Even during the Battle of Cadia, he needed Trazen the Infinite's personal guidance to operate the black stone pylons on Cadia, attempting to reverse warp polarity to close the Eye of Terror. It's a pity, though, that due to the influence of GW's financial reports, Abaddon's first 12 Black Crusades had largely destroyed the black stone pylons left by the Necrons. As a result, even with Trazen the Infinite's direct guidance, Call failed to save Cadia, ultimately leading to the Great Rift's opening. For Warhammer fans, this was, of course, good news, as the Great Rift's opening meant that the previously sacred and inviolable timeline finally began to flow, no longer perpetually fixed at 999.m41. At the same time, the entire Imperium of Man entered a new phase. With the return of Regent Gillimon and Lion L. Johnson, the Imperium's increased administrative efficiency despite losing its dark side, Huang Lao Han's more frequent manifestations, and so on. It could be said that the entire galaxy was rapidly changing with the opening of the Great Rift. Compared to the Imperium's stagnant past 10,000 years, such changes brought new hope to the Imperium. Therefore, even if it were possible, Chen Xi did not want to prevent the Great Rift from opening, despite the immense trauma it brought to the entire galaxy. Not to mention, with Chen Xi's current small stature and strength, if he were thrown into an apocalyptic meat grinder like the Battle of Cadia, not even a sound would be heard. Chen Xi, this tomb seems to have no problems. In the Power Armor's communication channel, Gutierrez was whispering to Chen Xi, we've been in here for so long, why haven't we seen any Necron dynasty forces appear? Although he was a forge master, their base was currently surrounded by Adeptus Mechanicus tech archaeologists, and the two Archmagos were busy collecting various data. Conversely, Chen Xi and Gutierrez, along with the battle sisters they brought, seemed somewhat idle. They're all asleep, we've been careful enough not to wake them. Chen Xi did not relax his vigilance regarding the current situation. By the way, when you came in last time, was it this quiet inside? Gutierrez asked curiously. No, last time I almost immediately encountered Canopitek scarabs and Canopitek tomb stalkers right after entering, and then the fighting began. Recalling his last experience, Chen Xi felt a bit helpless. If he hadn't been so unlucky as to encounter a Canopitek tomb stalker and Canopitek scarabs right at the entrance, perhaps he could have explored more areas. Hearing Chen Xi say this, Gutierrez showed a strange expression and asked in confusion, then why haven't we encountered any Canopitek constructs? Not even a single Canopitek scarab. Chen Xi was equally puzzled by this question, and it was precisely why he had been maintaining his vigilance. This tomb world was too quiet, so quiet it was as if it had completely died. But Chen Xi knew clearly that this tomb had not died, he had seen part of its defense system awakened during his last visit. So, ever since entering, he had felt a sense of crisis, like a thorn in his back. Gutierrez's current question only intensified the unease in his heart. He thought for a moment and said to Gutierrez, "Keep an eye out for me, I intend to use my psyker abilities to prophesy." With that, he began to channel his psyker power, attempting to glimpse the threads of fate. Gutierrez, seeing this, stopped what he was doing and came to his side, leaning on his Forge Master's axe to guard him. Channeling and using psyker power is not a comfortable experience. Perhaps some individuals who cannot restrain their desires might become addicted to it, but the first thing Imperial sanctioned psychers, who have undergone systematic training, learn is to restrain their power and not succumb to addiction. Psyker power, in essence, is power derived from the soul. When a person's soul is strong enough, they have a chance to connect more with the Sea of Souls, and exceptionally gifted individuals are born with the ability to channel power from the Sea of Souls into the material universe. Of course, some people might not be particularly gifted, but due to some accidental stimulus, their psyker talent awakens, and they can do the same thing. As for whether this accidental stimulus is the natural maturation of the psyker's talent or the result of artificial drug stimulation, that doesn't matter. After all, with the Imperium's current technology, even an Ogren can awaken psyker abilities, so what else is impossible? But regardless, using psyker power is still a matter that requires extreme caution, because it requires the psyker to open their soul to the warp and channel energy from the warp using their soul as a conduit. Untrained psychers often expose their souls defenselessly to the warp at this step, thereby attracting the attention of demons or other warp entities. Trained psychers, however, are different, they learn how to conceal their radiance in the warp and protect their souls. Although Chen Xi is not a psycher, how to use psyker power is written in the memory of the chess piece he controls, he only needs to access this memory to use psyker power without hindrance. From the outside, purple energy surged from Chen Xi's eyes and swirled around his head as he channeled and used his psyker power. As for Chen Xi himself, he merely felt his soul detach from his body, then project into a deep purple void. He felt as if he was lying in a flowing great river, and with just a thought, he could guide and control the river's flow. As a thought flickered in Chen Xi's mind, a piece of information or certain images flashed before his eyes, revealing the content he wished to know. This feeling of almost omniscience was captivating, but the knowledge in Chen Xi's mind reminded him never to indulge in it. Chen Xi restrained his emotions, trying his best to withdraw his thoughts and control his consciousness and soul to return to his body. Accompanied by a dizzying sense of disorientation, Chen Xi finally regained consciousness, but the first thing he did upon waking was shout, "Everyone, battle stations!" Chapter 77, A Trap. Upon Chen Xi's command, the Sisters of Battle immediately adopted a combat stance, entering a state of alert as ordered. The Adeptus Militaris, being under the control of the two sages, reacted a beat slower, but once the sages realized the situation, they swiftly switched to combat mode, illuminating their various weapons and preparing for battle. Only then did the two sages and Gutierrez ask Chen Xi, "What happened? What did you see with your psychic power?" Although they didn't know what had transpired, since Chen Xi had called for a combat state, there must be a reason. In this galaxy, everything might be lacking, but combat was never in short supply. Therefore, when encountering a situation, assuming a combat stance immediately was undoubtedly the most secure and correct approach. At this point, Chen Xi, having recovered, gasped and said, "This is a trap. The Necron technomancer in the tomb has awakened." As Chen Xi's words fell, a green beam of light suddenly shot towards his head from a position extremely close to him. A Necrons with a large green eye and a white head emerged halfway from the void, holding a weapon that had just fired. Gutierrez, who was closest to Chen Xi, reacted the fastest. A melta pistol mounted on his mechanical arm behind him instantly fired, and a searing red beam of light shot out. However, the ambushing Necrons merely retreated backward and vanished from everyone's sight. Only then did the bolter rounds fired by several battle sisters near Chen Xi pass through the location where the Necrons had just been. "Chen Xi, are you all right?" Gutierrez then looked at Chen Xi with concern. Although he knew he wouldn't die, if the chess piece were to be headshot, many things would become very troublesome. Chen Xi glanced at his activated shield and nodded, saying, "Fortunately, I have a shield, otherwise that shot would have been fatal." "What was that?" "From its appearance, it seems to be hiding in a dimensional space. Do you need me to pull it out?" Although she was a biological sage, Avilia also had some knowledge of spatial dimensions. Deathmark Sniper, a special unit specifically used by Necrons for assassination. It can hide in a pocket dimension and is a very troublesome assassin. "It would be great if you could pull it out," Chen Xi said, drawing his weapon and addressing everyone, "but we can discuss these later." The Necrons are about to attack. As Chen Xi's words fell, the entire ancient tomb seemed to awaken. Streaks of green light flashed across the surface of the black stone structures, like flowing light pulsating with breath. Along with these streams of light, large quantities of green luminescence appeared deep within the tomb, sweeping out from every corner like a carpet, quickly covering the ground and the surfaces of various buildings. The Kinopitak tomb stalker and tomb specters that Chen Xi had seen before also appeared in large numbers, surging like a tide towards their position. And Necron warriors, each wielding gauze weapons, were continuously teleported to the surroundings accompanied by flashes of green electricity, then began to attack the Imperial forces with synchronized steps. Thanks to Chen Xi's psychic warning, the Imperial forces were not caught off guard, and the defenses they had set up beforehand played their due role. However, the gauze weapons of the Necrons were indeed formidable. Even with the pre-constructed defense lines, the Imperial forces were still pushed back, and the Adeptus Militaris of the two sages suffered significant losses. As for the Sisters of Battle, apart from some initial casualties upon contact, they quickly stabilized their position after they began to sing the hymns of miracles, and started to engage in defensive counterattacks with the Necrons, trading blows. Moreover, because the Sisters of Battle from the Sacred Rose Convent were brought down by Chen Xi, while they still fought with fervent zeal, they were very particular about tactics and strategy. They did not rashly charge forward to clash head-on with these Necrons, but instead flexibly utilized the terrain of the tomb to set up various traps, maximizing enemy casualties while also protecting themselves from being hit by the Necrons' firepower. For these battle sisters, both Chen Xi and the ecclesiarchy were willing to spend money, so while not every sister had one, the proportion of sisters equipped with rosaries was still very high. It was precisely because of the existence of the shields that they showed greater resilience when facing the Necrons' assault, even holding the defense line against the surging green tide. Chen Xi tried to contact the outside, hoping to call for more reinforcements, but found that communication was being jammed. Not only that, but the tomb gate they had entered through had also silently closed at some unknown time. So he quickly said to the two sages beside him, who had already rolled up their sleeves and were about to join the battle, "You two find a way to re-establish contact with the outside. We need reinforcements. Also, have the two teams sent out earlier found the Necron tomb's teleportation gate and rebirth protocol? If found, destroy them immediately." The two sages also knew the urgency of the situation. If they couldn't destroy the enemy's teleportation gate and rebirth protocol, then these metal skeletons would continuously revive and new reinforcements would enter the fray. While changes were occurring inside the tomb, Manor and General Grigory, who were guarding outside, also noticed the changes in the Necron tomb. "This is not good. It seems Governor General and his party are in trouble." General Grigory reacted immediately and was about to mobilize troops for a rescue. However, his action was stopped by Manor. The knight calmly said, "No. We don't know the situation inside the tomb. When Governor General assigned the task earlier, he left the defense force outside, hoping that you could utilize your strengths, using powerful firepower and armored might as a defensive line to block any enemies that might break out. At such a time, you must not lose your composure. Leave the rescue of Governor General to me. The Lin Guang family has received the Governor General's kindness, and it is time to repay it." Saying that, Manor ordered Margaret, who had been on standby in her suit, "Margaret, you take a squad of retainers to rescue Governor General. The retainers' size allows them to burrow underground. Have them go support the governor." "Yes, uncle." Margaret received Manor's order and immediately selected 3 knight retainers guarding her, rushing towards the tomb gate. While the knights were acting, Manor also discovered that they couldn't contact Chen Xi. So he quickly contacted the forge ship in orbit, hoping to use the forge ship's high-power audio array to break through the interference and ascertain Chen Xi and their situation. Chapter 78, The Cunning Necron Tomb Technician. Margaret's knight armor's primary long-range weapon was a rapid-fire autocannon. Compared to weapons like meltaguns or lances, it looked somewhat plain, even ancient and traditional. After all, kinetic cannons were invented by humanity as early as the first millennium. Now, more than 40 millennia have passed, yet humanity still uses this ancient weapon. But it must be admitted that the ancient method of propelling projectiles with kinetic energy generated by combustion and explosion to cause destruction is still very effective, even in an era 4 millennia later where all sorts of monsters roam. Margaret simply aimed her weapon and fired a shot at the sealed tomb door, and cracks appeared on the black stone door. However, as the door to a Necron tomb, this gate was sufficiently massive, and it was difficult for a single knight armor to blast it open. Fortunately, the bombardment was effective, proving that this stone door was not indestructible. So, Margaret contacted Manor and General Grigory in the rear, asking them to send people to install thermomeltdown bombs to breach the door. Although she could forcefully blast open the door with her cannon, firstly, the ammunition carried by the knight armor was limited and not worth wasting so much, secondly, such bombardment would take a lot of time, which was not conducive to rescuing Chen Xi and his group, who were trapped. As for the weapons equipped by the knight squires, their weapons were not meant for this purpose, and their power was much inferior, they couldn't breach the tomb door. General Grigory quickly dispatched a squad of soldiers, carrying a large number of thermomeltdown bombs. While waiting for the soldiers to set up the thermomeltdown bombs, Margaret noticed that they all had a special metal badge on their chests. Margaret had been dealing with flayers with the defense force during this time, so she was well aware of the meaning of this badge. These soldiers were elites from the defense force. Margaret also recognized that one of the soldiers, wearing a sergeant's rank, was named Dmitri, an elite veteran who had ventured into the city's sewers multiple times to hunt Xenos. And the squad he led were all elites who had at least executed one Xeno hunting mission. While Margaret and Dimitri were attempting to breach the door with thermal meltdown bombs, the fierce battle inside the tomb had entered a white-hot stage. After suffering a considerable number of casualties in the initial phase, the two tech priests quickly analyzed the enemy's characteristics and swiftly adjusted their strategic deployment. With the assistance of the Sisters of Battle, they further stabilized the front line while also beginning to counterattack with the Adeptus Mechanicus's heavy weaponry at their disposal. It must be said that the Adeptus Mechanicus has good things. Even the galvanic rifles in the hands of ordinary Adeptus Militaris Scitarii could cause significant effective damage to Necrons. Not to mention terrifying weapons like grav cannons, which could directly crush the Necrons' living metal bodies. This weapon, capable of distorting gravity, was especially effective when dealing with small targets like Canoptek scarabs. Basically, one shot could crush a large area. Moreover, due to Chen Xi's previous reminders and warnings, these two tech priests had brought many of their hidden treasures, so as they gradually stabilized their position, they not only withstood the Necrons' attacks but even had the spare capacity to clear some Necron transfer hubs located around them. Although Necrons primarily use warp gates to deploy their armies, they actually possess individual teleportation technology. It must be admitted that these metal skeletons' technology in this regard is truly heaven-defying. They can equip every Necron with a teleportation device, allowing them to teleport back to the Necron tomb for repairs when they are about to be destroyed, and then teleport back to the battlefield in the same manner to continue fighting. Even if their core is destroyed, the consciousness of these Necrons will be uploaded to the rebirth protocol, resurrecting them in a new body. It is precisely because of this that Necrons are not afraid of wars of attrition. The ones who always lose in a stalemate with them are never the Necrons. So, from the beginning, Chen Xi had the two tech priests dispatch elite squads to destroy the warp gates and rebirth protocol of this Necron tomb, hoping to interrupt the enemy's continuous reinforcement. However, he also didn't expect that the previous tomb exploration operation had still awakened the master of this Necron tomb. Through previous psychic prophecies, Chen Xi captured a lot of information, and by analyzing this information, he finally understood why he was ambushed. Simply put, the master of this Necron tomb, a Necron tomb technician, after being awakened once by that rogue traitor more than 80 years ago, specifically hired a Deathmark sniper to guard his tomb. Once someone intruded, the Deathmark sniper would awaken the sleeping tomb technician, preventing him from having his grave robbed again. Then, Chen Xi's previous intrusion, as well as the stasis crypt destroyed by Avilia's thermal meltdown bomb before she left, all attracted the attention of the Deathmark sniper and caused him to awaken the tomb technician. The way the entire tomb seemed to be awakening when Chen Xi left was not an illusion, it was indeed the tomb technician truly awakening the entire tomb after getting up. After that, for unknown reasons, this tomb technician did not awaken his army to attack the humans on Ristoff II, but instead cleared out the entire tomb and set it up as a trap. When Chen Xi led his people back here, the Deathmark sniper's assassination was merely a signal, and the tomb technician, having received the signal, teleported all his armies over and sealed the tombstone door, attempting to trap Chen Xi and his group in one fell swoop. It was precisely because he saw these things that Chen Xi was able to promptly have the entire team prepare for battle, avoiding being caught off guard by the Necrons. It was just that he discovered it a bit late and couldn't stop the other side from closing the tomb door in time, which temporarily trapped them inside the tomb, forcing them to fight head-on. Not only that, even the two squads that had been sent out had already been dealt with by the Deathmark sniper. After all, it was somewhat asking too much for rust stalkers and infiltrators to contend with a Deathmark sniper. Ladies, have you found a way to open the door? If we can't get out, we'll be trapped and die here. Chen Xi didn't rush them but still sent an inquiry to the two tech priests. After stabilizing the front line, these two had been working on deciphering the tomb door, but currently, their progress seemed somewhat slow. Don't rush, these xenotechnologies are very complex, it will take some time to decipher them. Avilia replied to Chen Xi. She, of course, also knew that they had to open the tomb door as soon as possible, but this truly couldn't be rushed. Chapter 79 Bloody Battle. The fierce battle continued, during which Chen Xi was once again targeted for assassination by a Deathmark sniper. However, the relic power armor he wore was sturdy enough to block the attacks from the synaptic disintegrator. And after precise calculations and some assistance from Avilia, Gutierrez accurately located the sniper and blew off his head when he attempted to assassinate Chen Xi for the third time. But this did not change the situation. The Imperial forces remained trapped in the tomb chamber, with Necrons continuously pouring in from all directions. Although the Battle Sisters and the Adeptus Militaris fought bravely and indeed killed many Necrons, casualties continued to rise, and their ammunition supply was also running low. This can't go on, we'll be dragged to death here. Gutierrez, can you find the rebirth protocol for this tomb? Chen Xi looked at his friend, wanting to take a gamble. Gutierrez replied confidently, leave it to me. I've been scanning this tomb the whole time, and I pretty much know where that thing is, but I'll need a squad of sisters to assist. Seraphim squad, you will follow Gutierrez to find the rebirth protocol, you must destroy it. Chen Xi designated a squad of battle sisters equipped with jump packs, instructing them to accompany Gutierrez in search of the rebirth protocol. This was a considerably dangerous mission because they were already trapped, and to find the rebirth protocol, they would have to break through the encirclement. But at this moment, no one spoke of retreating, for everyone knew that only by destroying the rebirth protocol of this tomb could they completely defeat these enemies and prevent them from continuously regenerating. The Sisters of Battle were all prepared for sacrifice. For them, being able to offer their lives to the Emperor was an honor. Young Fixin, as a battle sister, also participated in the battle, although she fought as an apprentice sister, her bravery on the battlefield was no less than that of her other sisters. Watching the Seraphim sisters, equipped with jump packs, leap and follow the Astartes out of cover, breaking through layers of encirclement to penetrate deeper into the tomb. She still felt annoyed and ashamed that she was only an apprentice sister and could not achieve such glory. If only I had worked harder, I could have become a seraphim. Then I too could join the ranks of those sisters, to undertake more dangerous and important missions, and prove my loyalty to the God Emperor. Apprentice sister. Seraphim. However, even though she couldn't prove her loyalty to the God Emperor in a more valiant way, RIfxFe still fought bravely. From time to time, she would lean out from cover, raising her bolter to fire at the wicked Xenos. Because in front of her were the regular sisters, adorned with rosaries, who used their bodies and shields to provide cover for the sisters behind them, allowing them to better unleash their firepower. Gauze rays occasionally struck the cover and these battle sisters, turning everything touched by those evil green rays into black grit. RIfxFe personally watched as a sister, who lived in the same dormitory as her, was grazed on the shoulder by a ray because she was not quick enough to dodge, and half of her chest instantly turned into black grit before her very eyes. When she died, the expression on her face was filled with disbelief and regret. RIfxFe remembered her saying that she was an Astra Militarum loyalist, whose parents had both died in the Second Armageddon War, and she had originally joined the Schola Progenium, hoping to become a loyal Astra Militarum stormtroopers. But due to some twist of fate, she became an apprentice sister, and then died here. RIfxFe remembered her name, Fiona, a very pleasant name. She loved it when RIfxFe called her name. Every time RIfxFe called her, she would smile, her eyes curving into crescents, making her seem very cute. But now Fiona could no longer hear RIfxFe call her name, and her big blue eyes would never smile again. RIfxFe prayed for her sister, then picked up Fiona's bolter. Although holding two bolters was somewhat heavy, RIfxFe's hands steadily rested both bolters on the cover. Fiona, let's fight together. RIfxFe whispered, then took a deep breath and shouted, for the God Emperor. Both bolters fired simultaneously, the immense recoil almost made RIfxFe lose her grip, but she forcefully held down both bolters, firing bullets filled with rage and vengeance at the abominable Xenos in front of her. Bullets filled with fury struck the head of one Xeno, and the explosion blew off a large portion of its head, but this did not kill it. However, the second bullet that immediately followed drilled directly into the Xeno's skull, exploding inside its head and directly blowing its head off. Even Necrons, without a head, could not move and immediately collapsed to the ground. However, for every one that fell, more Necrons continued to advance, and behind them, even more Necrons were teleporting into the fray. This battle was already sliding towards a direction increasingly unfavorable for the Imperial forces. More than a third of the battle sisters had fallen, and the Adeptus Militaris had also suffered heavy casualties. Although they had eliminated nearly twice their own number of enemies, the enemy showed no signs of diminishing. Even some destroyed enemies would self-repair after lying on the ground for a period, standing up again to rejoin the attack. This was precisely what made the Necrons so difficult to deal with. Bodies entirely composed of living metal could self-repair as long as there was energy, and coupled with soulless machinery that had no morale whatsoever, this made the resilience of Necron armies far exceed that of normal armies in this galaxy. Even the Battle Sisters, with their unwavering faith, would feel overwhelmed when facing these soulless machines. However, even so, no one retreated. The Great Sister herself held high the battle standard, loudly chanting hymns praising the Emperor, encouraging all her sisters to fight bravely. Chen Xi also did not hide behind cover at this time but stood in the most conspicuous position, allowing everyone to see that he too was fighting the enemy. He wore the finest relic-grade master-crafted power armor and had shields provided by the Rosary. If he had such protection and still dared not step forward to lead the sisters in battle, then he would be no different from those parasitic nobles of the Imperium. Perhaps even worse, at least most Imperial nobles were not cowards when they needed to fight. Not to mention, Chen Xi was using a manifested chess piece and would not truly die. However, fighting bravely was one thing, but Chen Xi's heart also sank as the situation deteriorated. Chapter 80 The Emperor's Manifestation. Although it wasn't the most desperate moment yet, as long as they held out until the two wise women deciphered the tomb's gate, or until reinforcements from outside broke in, or if they dealt with the tomb's teleportation portal and rebirth protocol, the tide of battle could still be turned. However, the unfavorable situation still left Chen Xi deeply worried. O Emperor! If you truly are watching me, please manifest and bless us to overcome this tribulation and eliminate these Xenos. Chen Xi prayed to Huang Laohan for the first time with earnestness. After all, his transmigration was entirely due to Huang Laohan's divine power, and he believed Huang Laohan certainly wouldn't want his plans to be thwarted like this. However, Chen Xi wasn't sure whether Huang Laohan wanted him to resolve the problem through his own efforts or if he was willing to extend his helping hand. Ultimately, the galaxy was vast, and the Imperium's territory was immense. Countless people prayed to Huang Laohan every day. If he could truly attend to everyone, he would be a god even if he wasn't one already. Before the Great Rift opened, Huang Laohan was still just an old piece of jerky on the throne, unable to send out cursed legions across the galaxy. However, just as these thoughts were swirling in Chen Xi's mind, he suddenly heard the two wise women behind him exclaim, "The gate is open." Accompanying their voices, the previously sealed tomb's gate slowly opened, and a squad of Defense Force soldiers rushed in first. Although their support was merely symbolic, the arrival of reinforcements undoubtedly boosted morale significantly. Especially at this moment, the battle standard held high by the Great Sister suddenly ignited with golden flames, which directly locked the morale of the Sisters of Battle at its peak. Damn it, Huang Laohan really did manifest. After muttering a complaint, Chen Xi immediately raised the holy sword in his hand and shouted, "For the Emperor! He is watching us! For the Emperor! Sisters! Destroy the Xenos. Even the Sacred Rose Convent, the most calm and rational of the 6 great convents, had now entered a state of religious fervor. They loudly chanted hymns praising the Emperor, then launched a fearless charge towards the Necrons. Seeing their reckless charge, Chen Xi instinctively wanted to stop what looked like a suicidal act, but then he was surprised to find that, under the shroud of the holy hymns, these battle sisters had not fallen into mindless fanaticism. Instead, they maintained a remarkably high level of tactical proficiency, constantly using their shields and surrounding cover to dodge or defend against enemy attacks while charging. Even though they were charging directly into enemy fire, the damage they sustained was not as great as Chen Xi had imagined. Not only that, but the arriving reinforcements also greatly enhanced their combat power. Although the 3 knight armor lacked the powerful defense of the knight armor itself, they had no problem extending their shields to provide cover for the sisters of battle during the charge. Not to mention, behind them, a massive Imperial Knight also squeezed in and began bombarding the enemy lines with its rapid-fire autocannon. With the addition of the Imperial Knight and the knight armor, the sisters of battle's charge became smoother, they even managed to suppress the Necron's offensive for a time. Gutierrez, how are things on your end? Have you found the rebirth protocol? Chen Xi called out to Gutierrez via the communication channel. The rebirth protocol has been found, but the defenses here are very tight. I need time to break through. Gutierrez's communication came through. It wasn't good news, but it wasn't too bad either. I understand. The gate above is open. I'll call for reinforcements. Don't push yourselves. Chen Xi told Gutierrez, then issued an order for reinforcements to the troops waiting outside the tomb. Chen Xi did not have General Grigory dispatch a large force, as heavy weaponry and armored units moved slowly and would have difficulty entering the tomb to be effective. Therefore, Chen Xi primarily ordered General Grigory to deploy the battle sisters who had remained outside, the supply squads carrying heavy weaponry who had participated in hunting flares, and some sentinel walkers. With the arrival of reinforcements, the outcome of this battle seemed to be without suspense. Relying on the heavy firepower and sentinel walkers brought by the defense force, coupled with Margaret's support, the Necrons seemed to be quickly suppressed. Even Gutierrez underground successfully destroyed the rebirth protocol, although this sacrificed 2 seraphim, it successfully prevented the Necrons in the tomb from regenerating. Everything seemed to be decided, but Chen Xi felt that something was amiss. Something's wrong. Even if this is just a Necron tomb technician's tomb, without any heavy units, it shouldn't be that there isn't a single immortal, only warriors, right? Chen Xi felt very uneasy. He had played as the Necrons before and had some understanding of them. Necron warriors were merely the most basic infantry units of the Necrons. They were the civilians, women, children, and the elderly and infirm of the Necron tier race when they were converted into mechanical bodies. Their professional army at that time was transformed into immortals. Although the two looked similar in appearance, their combat power had a considerable difference. The most crucial point was that immortals could still use tactical coordination even without direct command. But the Necrons Chen Xi faced were practically throwing themselves away. Besides the truly powerful Gauss weapons of the Necron race, they showed no tactical variation, only charging forward and being struck down, nothing more. Chen Xi even noticed that the Canopitak Scarab, which had originally surged like a tide in the tomb, and the interspersed Canopitak Tomb Stalker and Tomb Spectres, were gradually disappearing. Although a significant portion of them had been eliminated, Chen Xi always felt that the numbers didn't quite add up. Especially since Chen Xi had already fallen into an ambush once, this made him feel that the owner of this tomb would never be someone who would let their troops die so easily. Lady Margaret. I need your help. Please guard the tomb's gate to secure our retreat route. I'm afraid it might close again. Chen Xi looked at the massive knight armor beside him. Because of its immense size, there wasn't much room for maneuver in the tomb, so after entering, Margaret had been guarding near the stronghold, providing protection for it with her shield. I understand. Leave it to me. Margaret also felt that she was unable to fully utilize her combat power while confined to this narrow area, so she began to retreat towards the tomb's gate. The others, meanwhile, continued to fight the Necrons, gradually suppressing and clearing most of the Necrons within Chen Xi's line of sight. Still not right. Let's withdraw first, let the troops clear this place, and then re-enter. Chen Xi decided to retreat first. Chapter 81, City Sneak Attack, First Update. The two sages, of course, were unwilling to retreat just like that. They had finally fought their way in, and an entire Necron tomb of alien technology was waiting for them to excavate. How could they give up halfway? But under Chen Xi's insistence, especially after he stated that it might be a trap, the two sages still did not insist on their own opinions and agreed to Chen Xi's request to withdraw first. On the Battle Sister side, since the Great Sister of the Sacred Rose Convent was a chess piece controlled by Chen Xi, there were naturally no command issues. Upon receiving Chen Xi's order, although these sisters were still fighting fiercely and shouting, they steadily withdrew from the battle and returned to the outpost. However, Chen Xi glanced at the gathered sisters, and his expression was somewhat grim. This time, the Sacred Rose Convent dispatched approximately 300 battle sisters and 200 apprentice sisters, yet now less than 200 remain, with nearly two-thirds of the sisters having perished. This was even with most of the sisters equipped with rosaries, which could use shields to defend against Gauss rays. Moreover, most of them couldn't even retrieve their remains, as the Necron's Gauss weapons leave no corpses behind. As for Avilia and Donia's Adeptus Militaris, their losses were even more severe, as they had no shields and found it even harder to withstand the Necron's Gauss weapons. This was also one of the main reasons the two sages agreed to retreat. They needed to replenish their forces. At the same time, they also needed to move some of the heavy units they had left outside to prevent insufficient strength if they were attacked again. As for this Necron tomb, since the rebirth protocol had been destroyed and most of the Necron units that appeared were gradually eliminated under the defense force's attack, Chen Xi felt it was better to leave it to the defense force to clear, and withdraw the heavily damaged battle sisters and adeptus militaris for rest and recuperation. Chen Xi's order was quickly carried out, and even Gutierrez, who had returned to his side, expressed his approval. This Necron tomb technician is quite formidable. He set a trap for us using his own Necron tomb. If he could have caught and devoured all of us in one go, this planet would be undefended before him. This Necron tomb technician gives me a strange feeling. On one hand, his calculations are very deep, but on the other hand, he gives me the impression that his forces seem to be severely lacking. Chen Xi conversed with Gutierrez as he retreated out of the Necron tomb. On this issue, the two sages clearly had nothing to add, and coincidentally, they were not interested in this topic, only discussing the excavation of this Necron tomb world. Clearly, after personally going down into the tomb and gaining an intuitive understanding of Necron's technology, these two sages became even more enthusiastic about excavating the Necron tomb. However, just as Chen Xi and the others were withdrawing from the Necron tomb, on the wasteland outside Ristoff City, a massive black pyramid suddenly appeared, and with its appearance, more black stone structures were also being teleported into the field. At the top of the black pyramid, a green orb glowed, and the tomb gate within it opened, as a squad of elite Necron immortals marched out of the portal in neat formation, quickly forming a large army. Not only that, more Necron units continued to appear, and even some war machines were being teleported into the field. Ristoff's defense force discovered the alien army's assembly immediately, quickly sounded the alarm, and sent a request for aid to Chen Xi and the others who were still in the Necron tomb. Upon receiving this message, Chen Xi, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief. The most terrifying thing about war is not knowing where the opponent is, or what the opponent is thinking. If you can only attack blindly or defend passively, it's almost a guaranteed loss. Now that the enemy had shown themselves, the remaining part was easier to deal with. Order the warships to conduct orbital bombardment on the assembling Necron forces, and try your best to destroy their teleportation beacons or portal-like structures. Chen Xi immediately used his trump card, employing orbital bombardment for support. Compared to moving troops back from here and being ambushed by the Necrons along the way, directly using warships in space for orbital bombardment was the fastest and most effective solution. However, Chen Xi still specifically reminded the forged ship in orbit to activate the auger array and watch out for any potential Necron warships and fleets. Although Chen Xi was now certain that the opponent might not have too many troops at hand, it was always better to be cautious. The effect of the orbital strike was naturally without question. Although Donia's forged ship was only a light cruiser, it was still a behemoth 3 kilometers long. The macro cannon arrays installed on it were a catastrophic strike force for ground troops. Even Titan-class units would find it difficult to survive an orbital bombardment from a light cruiser. With just one round of macro cannon bombardment, most of the obelisks and monolith fortresses that had just been teleported onto the wasteland were destroyed. This undoubtedly angered the owner of this force, that Necron tomb technician. This planet was his fiefdom, the location of his laboratory, and his sacred and inviolable property. He had only slept for 60 million years, and as a result, a bunch of monkeys had spawned in his home. These monkeys had unreasoningly invaded his laboratory, destroying and plundering his precious experimental results, which made him extremely angry. The last time, he had deployed his entire army to fight a great battle with that group of carbon-based monkeys called rogue traders. Although he suffered heavy losses, he finally managed to drive those monkeys out of his laboratory. He then wearily fell back into slumber, but this time he was careful and hired a Deathmark sniper to guard his Necron tomb. Facts proved that this was indeed effective. He had never imagined that these monkeys would have such terrifying reproductive capabilities. In just 80 years since his last slumber, these monkeys had already built cities in his testing grounds and multiplied to over 1 billion in number. This genuinely frightened the Necron tomb technician. In just 80 years, the number of these monkeys had increased so much. If they were given a few more centuries, would the entire dynasty's territory be filled with them? However, this time, the Necron tomb technician could not deploy his entire army to expel these monkeys, because his strength had been severely damaged last time, and such heavy troop losses were not so easy to recover from. He had originally thought of sleeping again, and once the dynasty awoke, everything would be fine. But now the dynasty was still in slumber, and he had to face the invading monkeys again, with no reinforcements. After all, he was just a Necron tomb technician, and it was impossible for him to awaken the dynasty's pharaoh for his private territory. Chapter 82 Space Naval Warfare, Second Update. The orbital bombardment from the Foundry ship caused the Necron tomb technician to lose a considerable portion of his forces. This made him feel extremely annoyed, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and dispatch the few remaining warships at his disposal. Although this Necron tomb technician won the war against the rogue trader more than 80 years ago, he lost most of his strength in the process. After all, he was just a Necron tomb technician from a small dynasty, and the number of ground troops and warships at his disposal was limited. In the Necron dynasty's noble system, a dynasty from top to bottom consisted of the Phaeron, Overlord, and Lord, corresponding to Crown Worlds, Core Worlds, and Fringe Worlds, respectively, with a strict hierarchy that could not be disrupted in the slightest. The planet, named Ristoff II by humans, was not the territory of this small dynasty called Phara, nor was it even a fringe world. It was merely a private testing ground established by this Necron tomb technician himself. In the Necron's social system, Necron tomb technicians usually do not belong to a specific dynasty but serve a dynasty after being hired. Therefore, Generally speaking, Necron tomb technicians do not enter the dynasty's noble system or possess their own territories. Of course, top Necron tomb technicians, such as Orican the Diviner, can still become dynasty nobles and possess their own territories. But clearly, the Necron tomb technician on Ristoff II did not possess such a prominent status. Therefore, he could only use his private forces and could not deploy the Farah dynasty's army. If the Farah dynasty had awakened at this time, the Necron tomb technician could have sought assistance from the dynasty's overlord or Faerun. Even a mere lord could have provided him with enough help, dispatching a powerful army to expel the monkeys from this planet. However, unfortunately, the Farah dynasty was still in slumber. As a Necron tomb technician who merely provided services to the dynasty, he obviously could not awaken the sleeping Faerun and overlord. As for a lord, although he could indeed do so, unless his relationship with the lord was good enough, the awakened lord would have no reason to send troops to protect his private territory. Fortunately for this Necron tomb technician, although he lost a considerable portion of his private army 80 years ago, and even his Scythe-class harvest ship was sunk, he still had confidence in eliminating these monkeys. A Mist-class light cruiser emerged from the far side of the planet, accompanied by 3 Elegy-class raiders. Scythe-class harvest ship, cruiser. Mist-class light cruiser. Elegy-class raider. The appearance of this fleet naturally alerted the Foundry ship, and even the Ecclesiarchy Void ship docked in the starport weighed anchor and sailed out, forming a line with the Foundry ship to meet the enemy. Although the Ecclesiarchy Void ship was not considered a warship, it was itself a light cruiser-class vessel, just with slightly inferior armament and protection. While the Foundry ship engaged the Mist class, the Ecclesiarchy Void ship could tie down the 3 Elegy-class vessels, which were only frigate-class. However, this meant that both Void ships would have to participate in the space naval battle, preventing them from providing orbital bombardment to the ground. Seeing that he couldn't quickly defeat the 2 human Void ships, the Necron tomb technician didn't stubbornly persist in that area. Instead, he reorganized his ground offensive and launched an attack on Ristoff City. In the Necron tomb technician's view, if strategic objectives could not be achieved through a fleet-decisive battle, then eliminating these monkeys and destroying their city through ground combat was an acceptable alternative. After all, the monkey called Rogue Trader 80 years ago retreated precisely because he could not withstand the casualties of ground combat. Even if that monkey had sunk his Scythe-class harvest ship, with the ground battle completely lost, that monkey had no way to forcibly occupy this planet. Governor, Ristoff City is under alien attack. The defense force is currently resisting, but we are short on troops and need support. Rachel, who was left behind in the city, sent a request for aid in the relevant battle situation in Ristoff City. Chen Xi had taken 6 of the 10 defense force regiments to attack the Necron tomb, leaving the remaining 4 regiments to defend against the Necron's advance, relying on the city's defensive system. Currently, parts of the outer district have fallen, and while the defense force can still resist, the battle situation is clearly not in the Imperium's favor. I understand. I will send troops back to reinforce immediately. Chen Xi had anticipated the city's battle situation, so receiving Rachel's message did not surprise him much. In fact, when he received news earlier that the Necrons were preparing to attack the city, besides ordering the Foundry ship to perform orbital bombardment, he was already considering dispatching troops back to reinforce. Ristoff City is a super-large city with hundreds of millions of people. Although it is not a hive city, the only differences are its urban structure and living conditions. In terms of urban scale, Ristoff City is not inferior to a hive city. Such super-large cities are not uncommon in the Imperium's civilized worlds, as not every planet can support the construction of a hive city. However, this also brought a not-so-small problem: the city's defenses were completely incomparable to a hive city. A hive city is both a city and a sturdy fortress and stronghold, with outer walls thick enough to withstand orbital bombardment, and city defenses capable of shooting down void ships from low orbit. It also has adamantium gates that can be closed when necessary, providing the hive city with defense comparable to a void ship's adamantium armor. Ordinary super-large cities undoubtedly lack these features. Although Ristoff City's defenses were strengthened under Chen Xi's insistence after he took over, and the defense force stationed in the city recently upgraded their equipment, it still lacked some elements to resist enemy attacks like a hive city. Fortunately, the attacking Necron's forces were not exaggerated. Currently, relying on the newly constructed city defense system, the defense force was still able to hold its own. However, because their forces were insufficient to cover the entire city defense system, their front line was full of vulnerabilities, making it easy for the Necrons to break through. And once the Necrons broke through their line, it would be a catastrophic blow for the defense force. We must return to reinforce as soon as possible, but the Battle Sister and Adeptus Militaris suffered heavy losses before and need to rest. They probably cannot participate in the reinforcement for now. Chen Xi looked at General Grigory and asked him, General, which regiments can return to reinforce? We brought out 6 regiments. Considering that the battle here is not over yet, I suggest leaving 2 regiments to continue clearing the alien ruins and sending the 2nd, 6th, and 7th regiments back to reinforce the defense. General Grigory glanced at the enemy and friendly dispositions on the holographic map and quickly made a judgment. Additionally, the 1st regiment will flank the enemy, attacking from their rear. With this 3-sided encirclement, we can completely devour the enemy. Chapter 83, Prayer for the Emperor, 3rd update. General Grigory's strategy was sound. If all 10 defense force regiments on Ristoff II were Astra Militarum, his plan to use 8 regiments to wipe out the Necrons attacking Ristoff City could truly be realized. But they were only the defense force. Even if they had indeed improved greatly from fighting the flares, and Chen Xi had also upgraded their equipment, this did not mean they could be compared to the Astra Militarum. However, after some consideration, Chen Xi did not reject General Grigory's plan. He merely glanced at everyone in the command center and issued an order, Count Manor, I trouble you to lead the Lin Guang family knights and the 1st Regiment to act together, cooperating with them to launch an attack from behind enemy lines. The Lin Guang family will not disappoint your expectations. I will have the other 4 knights from the family territory also rush to rendezvous. Since this planet was invaded, Manor did not mind going all in with all of his family's current strength to eliminate the invading Xenos. Very good. I believe the valor of the Lin Guang family will not disappoint the Emperor. Chen Xi praised, then looked at General Grigory and said to him, strengthen the armored vehicles of the 2 remaining regiments to the 1st Regiment, and leave the 1st Regiment's artillery and other heavy firepower to the 2 remaining regiments. The main task of the remaining regiments was to clear out the Necron forces involved in the Necron tomb, while the returning 1st Regiment needed to launch a surprise attack from behind enemy lines. Strengthening the armored vehicles for the 1st Regiment could effectively enhance their assault capabilities. Governor, we request to join the fight. At this moment, the Great Sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice suddenly spoke, requesting to join the battle. When exploring the Necron tomb earlier, Chen Xi had left them outside, only taking the Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent into the tomb. Now, seeing the battle resume, these Sisters of Battle were clearly unable to hold back. Especially the burning flames on the battle standard brought back by the Sacred Rose Convent earlier made them realize that the Emperor's gaze had just fallen upon this place. If there wasn't still a battle to prove themselves, the Order of the Ebon Chalice would probably have a large number of penitent sisters by now. Chen Xi naturally noticed this issue, so he nodded to the Great Sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice, very well, you will cooperate with the 1st Regiment. Unleash the Emperor's wrath upon these hateful Xenos. Dmitri huddled in his seat, clutching his lasgun, his expression cold and serious as he felt the Chimera transport vehicle lurch beneath him. In his hand, he held several dog tags, belonging to the soldiers of his squad who had fallen in previous battles. Michel, Mitch, Nikolai. He could name every single one of them. Every one of them was a good lad, performing exceptionally well in both training and combat. Every one of them was also led by Dmitri into the city's sewers to fight those Xenos called flayers, successfully passing the test and becoming a respected member of the Xeno hunters in the defense force. This was also a special rule formed on Ristoff II since it began hunting Xenos in the sewers. Sufficiently elite veterans could recruit their own squad members by leading teams into the city's sewers to hunt Xenos, forming elite tactical squads. Every member of Dmitri's squad was personally chosen, trained, and led through trials by him. They were brothers as close as his own limbs. But now, several of these good lads had fallen in the cold Xeno tomb, without even a complete body to be found. Although sacrificing oneself in battle against Xenos was a fitting death for a defense force soldier, and offering one's humble life for the Emperor was an even greater glory, even the Sisters of Battle praised fallen warriors for their souls returning to the Golden Throne. But this could not hide the burning rage that filled Dmitri's heart. Those were his brothers. They shouldn't and couldn't have been killed by Xenos like this. He wanted revenge. He wanted to blast those Xenos' heads with his lasgun. To offer their iron skulls as a tribute to his fallen brothers. Soldier, you need to remain calm. Don't let rage cloud your mind. Jean, also sitting in the vehicle, spoke, advising Dmitri. Because this squad had suffered many casualties, there were a few empty seats in their vehicle, so several battle sisters squeezed in to join them. As a member of the Order of the Ebon Chalice, Jean felt extremely annoyed and even hated herself for missing the opportunity to enter the Xeno tomb and fight the Xenos earlier. Especially when she learned that the Emperor had manifested, igniting holy flames on the Sacred Rose Convent's battle standard, she had an immediate urge to shed her power armor and become a penitent sister. But she controlled her rage and emotions very well, burying them deep in her heart, preparing to unleash them fully upon the enemy in the coming battle. So when she noticed Dmitri's angry demeanor, although hatred for Xenos was a good thing, Jean still remembered her instructor's teachings from when she was an apprentice sister, not to let rage cloud her mind, to remain calm while also remaining angry. Yes, sister. Dmitri heard Jean's words, took a deep breath to force himself to calm down, and politely thanked Jean, thank you for the reminder. I will control my rage. It will incinerate the enemies of humanity. Watching Dmitri gradually calm down, Jean nodded slightly, then noticed the dog tags in his hand and spoke, are these your comrades? If you wish, I can pray for them, that their souls may return to the Golden Throne. Upon hearing Jean offer to pray for his comrades, Dmitri was immediately overjoyed and presented the dog tags in his hand to Jean. Jean took these dog tags, still stained with blood and some gauze ray erosion, her expression solemn and serious. She chanted a short hymn, then raised her portable small shrine to pray for these bravely fallen warriors. Although there was a lack of various ritual implements, and this was not a formal prayer, no one would be critical in such a situation. Dmitri watched Jean and the small shrine in her hand with focused attention, as if it were the embodiment of the Emperor, and by gazing at it, he could feel the Emperor's presence with them. And the others in the Chimera transport vehicle, seeing this, also began to pray silently. Whether they were battle sisters like Jean or the other members of Dmitri's squad, all were praying with piety and earnestness at this moment. They prayed for the Emperor to watch over and bless them, so that their fallen brothers could return to the Golden Throne, and they also yearned for the Emperor to grant them courage and strength, so that they could defeat those Xenos. Chapter 84 Inquisition Black Ship. Sir, we have arrived in the Ristoff system. Shall we surface and exit the warp? A void ship, having just completed its journey within the warp, was now finishing its voyage, and the captain was asking the Inquisitor on board for permission to end the jump. The Inquisitor glanced at the chronometer in his hand, nodded, and said, permission to exit the warp. Surface to the Mandeville point. Hearing the Inquisitor's command, the captain immediately began to issue orders. Immediately after, a strike cruiser, designed like an Inquisition black ship, exited the warp at the Mandeville point of the Ristoff system. The moment it exited the warp, its void shields were not active, making them most vulnerable at that time. Precisely for this reason, in the Imperial Navy's tactical doctrines, ambushing and striking enemy vessels that have just exited the warp at the Mandeville point is a very classic and practical tactic. After all, the enemy usually cannot evade the first strike, and if the torpedoes are launched well, they can easily cripple the enemy, gaining an advantage in naval combat. However, this Inquisition black ship seemed to encounter no enemies and quickly moved away from the Mandeville point and its vulnerable state after warp transit. With the void shields back online, the black ship recovered its status and prepared to advance towards the only Imperial world in this system. Sir, Xenos vessels have been detected near Ristoff II. 1 light cruiser and 3 frigates. A Tech Priest light cruiser and an Ecclesiarchy light cruiser class armed merchant ship are engaging them. The captain, having discovered the ongoing naval battle around Ristoff II from the routine auger matrix scan, quickly reported to the Inquisitor. Upon hearing the captain's report, the Inquisitor's expression immediately changed, and he loudly ordered, "Damn it, how are there Xenos here? We must support Ristoff II immediately." "Yes, sir." The captain responded, while having the ship's comms officer contact the 2 warships on Ristoff II via the Vox array, and at the same time, instructing the engine seer to prepare for a short-range jump, intending to save travel time this way. Imperial void ships equipped with warp drives, in addition to entering the warp for long distance faster than light travel, can also perform short-range jumps within distances ranging from a few light years to several tens of light years. These short-range jumps do not require deep penetration into the warp, they are more akin to skipping across the surface of the warp and are typically only used for fleet tactical maneuvers. Of course, for rogue traders or merchant fleets, this method can also be used for faster than light travel without astronomican guidance or without entering the warp. This black ship quickly entered jump state, and because it was maneuvering within a star system, it arrived near Ristoff II's synchronous orbit in a mere flash of light. At this point, the naval battle occurring here had entered a white-hot phase. 1 Xenos frigate was destroyed, but the Ecclesiarchy ship's void shields had failed, and its originally beautifully decorated hull was covered in scars. Meanwhile, the other side's forge ship was still entangled with the Xenos light cruiser, occasionally providing fire support for the Ecclesiarchy ship. However, while this protected the Ecclesiarchy ship from being destroyed and heavily damaged, it also affected the forge ship's firepower output, making it difficult to inflict effective damage on the enemy vessel. But with this cruiser-class black ship joining the battle, a heavy weight was thrown onto the scales of victory. On the ground, Chen Xi quickly received the good news of the Inquisition black ship arriving to provide orbital support. This made him exclaim, "This must be the Emperor's might," and also gave him ample confidence in the outcome of this war. A cruiser has arrived. Although it's an Inquisition black ship, it can still end the game, Chen Xi said to Gutierrez with a relaxed tone. "That's not bad. It looks like the naval battle will be decided soon. Once orbital bombardment resumes, the enemy will quickly be routed." Gutierrez also breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but lament, "If Mai's frigate hadn't left, we wouldn't have been so passive in this fight. A sword class isn't enough. There's a scythe class and 3 elegy class ships in orbit. Mai and Twilight joining the battle would at most add a slight advantage to our side, but it wouldn't bring about a quick victory." Chen Xi shook his head. He had a sufficiently clear understanding of the situation in space naval combat. Although a warmer world frigate would be considered a large warship in other less exaggerated space naval combat settings, in the 40K era's naval battles, the role a frigate can play is truly limited. It's like in a certain naval combat game, only warships of at least light cruiser class and above can hold their own in naval combat and avoid being used as cannon fodder. As for frigates and destroyers, these light, small ships are truly difficult to survive in the bombardments between those behemoths, often several kilometers long. After all, if they were to be focused by cruiser-level firepower, one volley would be enough to destroy a frigate-class small ship. If only we could have large ships too, even a moon-class. Gutierrez couldn't help but sigh. If they had a moon-class, the orbital naval battle would have ended long ago. The Ecclesiarchy has ordered 3 for us. They should be delivered in a few years, after all, they're just moon-class, even a feral world can build them. Chen Xi, on the other hand, held a sufficiently optimistic attitude about this, even being able to joke about it. But amidst the jokes, he also seriously discussed the topic of warships further with Gutierrez. "My original plan was for us to build our own shipyard, even if it could only build small ships below frigate class. However, Sage Danya and I discussed this before, and the Adeptus Mechanicus is very strict about certain procedures and nominal matters. So, for now, if we want to build a shipyard and gain more autonomy in weapon and equipment production, we still have to achieve it through Avilia. After all, she is nominally an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, even if she is a tech heretic." "So you mean we need to cultivate our relationship with her?" Gutierrez's expression changed slightly. If possible, he did not want to be beholden to others. "Although I'm reluctant, for now, we can only proceed this way, unless we bring another person into the fold and have him come over as a tech priest's pawn." Chen Xi shook his head. Although he didn't mind inviting others to the 40K era, the problem was that suitable and trustworthy candidates were not easy to find. Even though he had already made some arrangements in the 3K era, the time flow there did not have an acceleration option, and many things were not progressing as quickly. "Then why don't I ask in the group and see who has time recently? I recall that 32 seems to be back from XZ, she might have time." Gutierrez suggested a candidate. While Chen Xi and Gutierrez were discussing how to balance the forces on the planet, the 1st Regiment of the Defense Force had already reached their designated positions. Dmitri and his teammates had disembarked from the Chimera transport vehicle. Although it was a transport vehicle, they needed to get off now for preparation, rest, food, and recovery, before charging at the Xenos. However, while it was said to be for their rest, the main purpose was actually for the Chimera transport vehicles and Lemon Rust tanks, which had been rushing all the way, to rest and undergo maintenance. Or, as the tech priests would say, they needed to appease the weary machine spirits that had been rushing all the way through rituals. After all, people could sit in the vehicles without much wear and tear, but the various vehicles assigned to the 1st Regiment could not. Not to mention the fuel consumption along the way, just the wear and tear of parts and the tracks were enough for the priests accompanying the 1st Regiment to perform prostrations while maintaining these vehicles. Even the 7 Imperial Knights and 30 Imperial Knight Squires of the Lin Guang family, who had gathered at this time, also needed maintenance to appease their restless machine spirits, ensuring they were in good condition for the upcoming charge. Of course, the main reason they had time to maintain their vehicles and appease the machine spirits was that the space battle in orbit had largely been decided. With the Inquisition Black Ship participating, a cruiser and 2 light cruisers against a light cruiser and 2 frigates, even though the Ecclesiarchy's armed merchant ship was heavily damaged, it was still a battle with little suspense. 2 Dirge-class ships were sunk, and the Scythe-class successfully warped away after being heavily damaged. Human technology in this regard was still inferior to the Necrons. The 3 warships in orbit could not catch up with the enemy. But even so, this war was already almost without suspense. Unless the Necrons could produce more troops and warships, the existing human military strength was already enough to crush these Xenos. Dmitri bit into a corpse starch bar, and although its taste was indescribably bad, it was the most easily obtained sustenance for Imperial citizens. And whether it was the Defense Force or the Astra Militarum, this was usually used as military rations. Dmitri had once heard the old drill sergeant from the new recruit camp, who had undergone 2 life extension surgeries, mention that when he was in the Astra Militarum, he always carried 2 corpse starch bars with him wherever he went. Because this thing, at critical moments, could truly fill your stomach and save your life. Although the Department of Military Affairs advertised delicious and nutritious food in their manuals, in reality, it completely depended on how far the Defense Force or Astra Militarum station was from the nearest agricultural world. If you were lucky, you could indeed eat food made from natural grains, or even rare meat. A standard combat ration, canned food is not a drink, but a nutritious porridge, and its shelf life is 160 standard Terra years. But if you were unlucky, then pray to the God Emperor that at least corpse starch was plentiful. Otherwise, if the Department of Military Affairs sent you the legendary ration pack 4, which was harder than ceramite. Although Dmitri didn't believe the old man's story about him killing an orc grot with a piece of ration pack 4, he also didn't want to try that legendary ration pack that could be stacked to serve as cover. The corpse starch bar was already tough on the teeth, he didn't want to have to use an entrenching tool to break it before eating. After laboriously gnawing on the tasteless, dry, corpse starch bar in his hand, which had been thoroughly compressed by a lemon Russ's tracks and then soaked in promethium, Dmitri gathered the remaining soldiers of his squad. They were a 10-man squad, and now only 4 people could be accounted for. Dmitri felt a pang in his heart again. They had gathered to drink together before setting out, and although it was only a bottle of second best, the lively and happy gathering of brothers was enough to make one miss the taste of that liquor. But now, that unfinished bottle of second best could only be used to mourn their fallen comrades. However, Dmitri was not sad, he just listened with his teammates as the Great Sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice gave a pre-battle speech. Those detestable Xenos have murdered our brothers and sisters, and now they have attacked our city, attempting to destroy our home. We must avenge the fallen. The God Emperor is watching us. He has already bestowed his blessings upon us. All we have to do is bravely charge behind the war machines and kill every Xenos we see. Crush their heads. Just as we have done before. As always. For the God Emperor. For Ristoff. All the warriors of the 1st Regiment and the Battle Sisters let out a thunderous war cry together, and even the Imperial Knights blew their war horns. Originally, this pre-battle mobilization work was to be done by the Commissar, but the 1st Regiment's Commissar was only appointed by the former Planetary Governor himself and was not an official Imperial Commissar. So, in this crucial situation, he consciously yielded this honor to the Great Sister of the Order of the Ebon Chalice, who was more suitable for the task. And this Great Sister did not recite any ecclesiarchy scriptures to the warriors, she simply aroused the warriors' morale to fight the common enemy, successfully inspiring them. Immediately, the Great Sister looked at the 1st Regiment's commander, signaling that he could depart. The commander nodded, then jumped onto his command vehicle, picked up the megaphone, and shouted, "Ristoff 1st Defense Regiment. Fix bayonets, you bad boys. Crush those metalheads. For the God Emperor, for Ristoff." A thunderous roar responded to the commander, the engines of the Imperial Steel Beasts roared, and the Lemon Russ and Chimera together formed a steel torrent, charging towards the rear of the Necrons attacking the city. And in low orbit, the 3 warships that had finished the space battle all aimed their weapon arrays at the ground. Even though the Ecclesiarchy's ship deck was still on fire, and a huge adamantium Emperor statue was chipped, for the followers of the Ecclesiarchy, if Xenos invaded Imperial territory and slaughtered the Emperor's citizens, they would bite off a piece of the Xenos, even if they had to use their teeth. So, after the crew controlled the deck fires and restored the ship to a state where it could fire, this Ecclesiarchy armed merchant ship was the first to open fire on the ground. Giant macro cannon shells, comparable to a lemon rust tank, were manually loaded into the breach. then fired with the blessings of ecclesiarchy priests and the binary canticles of the Adeptus Mechanicus Tech priests, smashing the Emperor's wrath onto the Xenos army on the ground. And so, Dmitri and his comrades saw for the first time what it meant for the earth to dance. Chapter 86, Lasgun Volley. Dmitri ran behind the Chimera armored vehicle, using its thick armor to shield himself from the alien attacks. Although even the Chimera's armor could hardly fully withstand the Necron's gauze rays, it was at least far better than Dmitri and his team taking the hits with their bare bodies. At the very least, with the Chimera providing cover, Dmitri and his teammates could unleash their fury and hatred upon those abhorrent metal aliens with more precise shooting. The battle on the field was intense. Despite suffering heavy losses from the space battleship's orbital bombardment, these aliens still stood on the 1st Regiment's charge path as if they had no soul or morale, blocking the 1st Regiment's advance with their metallic bodies. Green gauze rays and red lasgun beams constantly streaked through the space between the two sides, weaving a dense web of fire. Anyone or any vehicle daring to cross this fiery net would be destroyed instantly. Even the Imperial Knight's powerful knight armor could not withstand such concentrated firepower. Dmitri and his squad stayed close behind a Chimera armored vehicle, using its cover to deliver their self-devised lasgun volley. 4 lasguns concentrated their fire, precisely hitting the Necron's metal heads. The energy contained within the lasgun beams then erupted, not only melting the metal head but also blowing it apart. Although jokingly referred to as flashlights, in reality, a single lasgun shot from the standard Imperial weapon was enough to char a large portion of a person's body. This was the most reliable weapon for humanity to defend their homes in this hellish galaxy. The Astra Militarum's heavy hammer was their artillery, but the most trustworthy weapon was always the loyal lasgun in their hands. Perhaps Astartes were powerful enough to single-handedly slaughter hundreds of Astra Militarum on a defensive line, and the Emperor's custodians, even more powerful than Astartes, could easily slaughter Astartes. Compared to them, the Astra Militarum were merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. But throughout the Imperium of man's 10,000-year history, what has consistently protected this precarious human nation, allowing it to stand tall in the galaxy for 10 millennia, has always been one mortal after another and the lasguns in their hands, jokingly called flashlights. Their rhythmic lasgun volleys even had a sense of déjà vu, like a lance battery array firing on a space battleship. Dmitri knocked down a Necron with his rifle butt. He didn't know the specific name of this alien, but he knew how to kill it completely. He pointed the lasgun's muzzle at the alien's head, pulled the trigger repeatedly to cut the metal head off its body, and then fired several more shots into the metal alien's chest cavity. After ensuring that the equipment and structures inside its chest were melted into a blob, the metal alien was considered dealt with. The reason for doing this was to ensure that it could be truly and completely killed. Dmitri had seen too many times how his teammates or other members of the defense force thought they had knocked down these aliens, only for these metal skeletons to flicker with green electrical sparks and rise from the ground when they were feeling smug, then turn those careless fools into a pile of grey-green ash. And sometimes, Dmitri also noticed that once these abominable aliens were damaged to a certain extent, they would disappear in a flash of green light. This situation was said to be a teleportation, making these abhorrent aliens incredibly difficult to eliminate. But if their heads were blown off and their chest cavities shattered, they would still die completely and not escape. Therefore, to completely deal with these aliens, Dmitri's squad developed the lasgun volley, 1 shot to the head, 2 to the chest, then a follow-up shot up close, or throwing a grenade into the opponent's chest cavity, ensuring that every alien they encountered was killed. From the results, although this procedure was a bit cumbersome, it could indeed effectively send these aliens to their demise one by one. It was just that Dmitri and his team's lasgun batteries and grenades were consumed somewhat quickly. This was also why they had no choice but to stick close to the Chimera armored vehicle. When they boarded, each person took a large bag of supplies, including extra lasgun batteries and additional grenades. These were the supplies of fallen comrades. Although their squad now only had 4 people left, due to certain logistical delays, they still received supplies for 10 people. Dmitri had his team move all the supplies onto this Chimera, using it to carry more provisions. Doing so, of course, was not in line with tactical doctrine, but it must be said that it was very effective. At least Dmitri and his teammates didn't have to calculate the remaining power of their lasgun batteries when shooting, nor did they need to conserve grenade usage. However, squads capable of doing this were always a minority. Most defense force soldiers still followed tactical doctrine, carrying their supplies on their backs and fighting the enemy with limited ammunition and explosives. Fortunately, this battle was almost over. Dmitri and his team were now assaulting the enemy's last defensive line. And this line was being subjected to a 3-pronged attack from the front, rear, and flanks. When the 1st Regiment launched its charge, another returning defense force unit was attacking the aliens' flank, and the Ristoff city defenders also launched a countercharge after seeing the reinforcements attack. Coupled with the orbital bombardment from space, the Imperium of Man used its most adept 3-pronged attack to make these former galactic overlords, who had just awakened from their tombs, understand how humanity had stood unyielding in this hellish galaxy for 10,000 years. The war is over. Chen Xi held his binoculars, looking at the distant battlefield, the light of the battleship's orbital bombardment illuminating his face. That was so damn exciting. And this was just orbital bombardment with lance battery at low power, considering ground casualties. I wonder what a truly spectacular scene an orbital bombardment with macro cannon would be. Gutierrez also stood beside Chen Xi, watching the conclusion of this war. Ultimately, this planet still needed to be inhabited, so it was impossible to truly let the 3 battleships above bomb indiscriminately. So, while it was called orbital bombardment, it was more of a pinpoint fire support. But even so, the ground where the Necrons had been previously was completely scorched into a vitrified wasteland. If a cruiser's macro cannon were to truly bombard the ground, it would cause continental shelf tremors. Chen Xi replied to him, then asked, how many points did you get from clearing the Necrons this time? 2,000 experience points and 4,000 points. I now have level 3 clearance. You should be about the same, right? Gutierrez answered Chen Xi. Chapter 87, Warhound Titan. Eliminate Xeno's army. Series of tasks completed. Task 1, explore the Xeno's tomb. Xeno's tomb exploration completed. Task reward, 400 experience points, 200 mission points. Task 2, clear Xenos within the ruins. Xenos within the Xeno's tomb cleared. Task reward, 600 experience points, 1000 mission points. Task 3, destroy the current Xenos ruins, optional, Part of the Xenos tomb destroyed. Task not completed. Task reward, 100 experience points. Task 4, prevent Xenos from invading the city. Xenos army annihilated. Task reward, 1000 experience points, 2000 mission points. Chen Xi had a satisfied expression on his face as he looked at the long string of task completion notifications that popped up before him. Although he received one less task reward for destroying the Xenos tomb rebirth protocol compared to Gutierrez, overall, the harvest this time was still very satisfying. Especially after all the tasks were submitted, he received an additional reward. The Emperor is very pleased with your performance and bestows upon you a gift, Warhound Titan STC template. Warhound Titan, the smallest reconnaissance Titan, similar in size to a Knight Titan. Warhound? I remember that's a variant of the Warhound, right? Why is your task reward an STC? Gutierrez heard about Chen Xi's task reward, and besides intense envy, he was more curious as to why Huang Laohan gave them this. The Warhound is more powerful than a regular Warhound, but this type of Titan makes space for larger weapons by removing some void shield, so the Warhound can be equipped with a volcano cannon. Chen Xi was quite familiar with this type of Titan, he even had a set of small-scale Warhound miniatures modeled after the Warhound. Gutierrez nodded knowingly. For them, who frequently played the game, this was not unfamiliar. But what use is this to us? We do have forges and mechanical sages. Theoretically, with an STC, we can build a Titan, but this thing requires Adeptus Mechanicus production approval, right? I remember all Titans must belong to the Titan legions? Even the pilots must be from the Divine Engine families. Gutierrez was clearly skeptical about how to use this, or does Huang Laohan mean for us to use this to exchange for rewards with a Forge world? Exchanging for rewards is one use, but doing so would be somewhat wasteful. Chen Xi first nodded in agreement with Gutierrez, then explained his idea. A complete and usable Titan STC template is something that could drive the Adeptus Mechanicus mad. Although it's only the lowest tier Warhound, this thing is still very valuable, so if possible, I don't plan to hand it over. Not hand it over? Aren't you afraid of the Adeptus Mechanicus's punitive fleet bringing a Titan legion to your doorstep? Gutierrez looked at Chen Xi with a strange expression, as if thinking, are you crazy? Chen Xi merely smiled confidently and then explained, the time we are in is 970.m41. In 30 years, Cadia will explode, and the Great Rift will open. Do you think the Adeptus Mechanicus will still have time and inclination to bother with us? Not to mention that after Primarch Guilliman's return to Terra, Mars released production licenses for a lot of good stuff. We can still keep this. But who will produce it? Those two mechanical sages, don't tell me you trust them enough to hand over such an important item to them. Gutierrez was swayed by Chen Xi's words. For them, if worst came to worst, they could just put the STC in the 3K era. He didn't believe those tech priests could climb through the military box to the 3K era. But this was, after all, a Titan STC. Leaving it as a display piece was the worst option. It would be best to make it useful, to produce Titans and form a Titan Legion. Even if it was just a Warhound without a void shield, it was still a Warhound Titan, and one equipped with a volcano cannon at that. In a real fight, it could take down a Reaver, or even a Warlord. Dude, I'm also at level 3 authority now. Chen Xi patted Gutierrez's shoulder and said with a smile, I used to worry about this issue because we really couldn't produce a mechanical sage, and even if we found brothers from the group to play tech priests, someone still needed to do it. But now that I've unlocked level 3 authority, I can use Adeptus Mechanicus, Imperial Knight, and Space Marine miniatures. Although some larger units are still unusable, fielding a mechanical sage myself is no longer a problem. So, we can have our own mechanical sage now. Gutierrez's face immediately lit up with surprise upon hearing this news. Yes, whether we find group members or I field miniatures myself, this problem can be solved. Chen Xi nodded affirmatively, then said, so our biggest problem now is how to produce it. Don't forget that volcano cannons have quotas, and we may not be able to get the quota to produce them. That's a minor issue. If I remember correctly, besides the volcano cannon, the Warhound can also use an armor-busting neutron laser, which is easier to obtain than the volcano cannon. Gutierrez didn't find this problem difficult, and after glancing at his exchange list, he added, and we can use a giant laser cannon to replace the volcano cannon. At worst, we can just make it ourselves. The exchange list provided by Huang Laohan was incredibly rich in items, including various coveted equipment and vehicles, as well as enhancement options like Space Marine Gene Seed, and various types of STCs that could also be exchanged. Perhaps contrary to many people's perceptions, the Imperium's strongest scientist was, in a sense, the Emperor himself. The Astartes and Primarches were personally crafted by the Emperor, proving his unparalleled skill and achievements in the field of bioengineering. As for Titan blueprints and such, Huang Laohan could even design one himself. Not to mention that during the Great Crusade, these things were not rare, and all Titan legions could manufacture them, and STC templates were not unique. In that case, our upcoming mineral development on the surrounding planets will need to be intensified, at least to gather enough raw materials to produce Titans. Chen Xi calculated and felt that he needed to add more to the already planned development. Gutierrez also nodded in agreement, stating, I don't object to that, but we're short-handed right now. How about we find a few more group members? I think 32 would definitely like mining. So, the Archon should drive a mining ship and act as a pack mule, right? Alright, how about we talk to her later? Chen Xi was not against recruiting new group members. Alright then. She's just returned from XZ, so let's find a time to meet up for a meal and chat. Gutierrez nodded when Chen Xi agreed. Chapter 88, Battle Damage Assessment. Although the war was over, its effects would not easily fade. Despite the defense force successfully blocking the enemy on the city's outskirts, the Necron's attack still caused significant damage to the city of Ristoff. The city's outer defense system in the direction of the Necron's attack was basically in shambles, with most facilities needing to be rebuilt or repaired. While the areas subjected to orbital bombardment were originally barren land, after the bombardment, the soil in these areas had been melted into lava by the high-energy rays of the lances. Although it basically resembled a post-volcanic eruption landscape after cooling, it was essentially completely ruined. This area clearly had no further use. For the humans on Ristoff, this land was so affected by the orbital bombardment that even building houses on it would require considering potential seismic activity. Although earthquakes were no longer a major concern with the Imperium of man's technology, it was still a hidden danger. Of course, the various Necron equipment that had been shattered and merged into the lava were priceless. If personnel could be organized to excavate them, a considerable profit could still be made. At the very least, the Adeptus Mechanicus would certainly be interested in this. In addition to these visible material losses, the defense force, which Chen Xi had spent a lot of effort cultivating, also suffered heavy casualties in this battle. While the 10 regiments of the defense force were not completely wiped out, at least 3 regiments needed to be reorganized. Among the remaining regiments, 5 suffered over a third of their casualties and required replenishment, with only 2 regiments remaining relatively intact, though they also had 1 or 2/10 of casualties. It could be said that the Ristoff II's defense force was severely crippled by this battle. Without 1 or 2 years for replenishment and reorganization, it would be difficult for them to recover their combat strength. However, those who survived had been tempered and tested by the fires of war. After all, even regular Astra Militarum rarely encountered such head-on combat with Necrons. All participating units that survived could be considered elites, even by Astra Militarum standards. If these 10 regiments were reorganized and their personnel and equipment replenished, they could basically be regarded as relatively elite Astra Militarum. But that was for later. Currently, these 10 defense force regiments were basically full of wounded soldiers, though few wounded from fighting Necrons typically survived anyway. As for the losses of the Battle Sisters and the Adeptus Militaris, they were even more heartbreaking. Only a little over 100 sisters from the Sacred Rose Convent who participated in this war survived, and the entire convent suffered a devastating blow. The Order of the Ebon Chalice did not fare much better. Although they ultimately charged with the 1st Regiment's armored units, the Battle Sisters' fanatic faith kept them at the forefront of the charge, incurring considerable casualties. Of a convent of over 100 people, only 40-odd remained. It could be said that both convents had their foundations damaged this time and would require a long time to recover. After all, the training of Battle Sisters was incomparable to the recruitment of new recruits for the defense force grunts. The difference between the two was quite significant. On the Adeptus Mechanicus side, although their personnel losses appeared huge, they were paradoxically the easiest to replenish. Adeptus Militaris who did not die on the battlefield were brought back for recycling and reuse. For those who died, their implants were removed, and their bodies were recycled for new personnel, essentially remaining largely the same after some processing. Furthermore, some Adeptus Militaris soldiers who performed exceptionally well in combat even had the possibility of being promoted and transformed into more powerful units by the sages. Although neither of these sages had many people available for replenishment, Avilia was a biological sage after all. The Adeptus Mechanicus's bioproduction technology could provide qualified personnel in large quantities, essentially functioning as a clone production line. It merely used naturally fertilized eggs for cultivation. All fertilized eggs would rapidly grow in cultivation tanks under perfect conditions and with pharmaceutical catalysis, emerging as perfect adults. Furthermore, while in the cultivation tanks, once their brains developed to a certain extent, necessary knowledge and common sense would be directly infused into their brains via thought devices, enabling these individuals to be competent in various positions upon emergence. Moreover, their cognition was cultivated from the beginning to be utterly loyal to the Adeptus Mechanicus, absolutely trustworthy and reliable, making them excellent candidates for workers and soldiers. Those among them who showed talent and knowledge would be selected for training to become new apprentices. Therefore, for these two sages, replenishing troops was something that might require some effort, but was not actually too troublesome. Compared to their gains this time, the lost Adeptus Militaris were truly insignificant, even though 2 of Avilia's Castellax battle automata were destroyed. Compared to this harvest, even the battle loss of my forged ship would be an acceptable loss, Donia told Chen Xi after assessing her gains post-battle. If we can spend enough time to convert our gains this time into academic achievements, let alone a forged ship, we could even trade for a forge arc each. Avilia's assessment gave Chen Xi a more intuitive understanding of the immense scale of their gains. After all, it was an entire Necron tomb, and specifically the laboratory of a Necron tomb technician, a scientific researcher. While Avilia and Donia could not yet fully comprehend some of the research that was even advanced technology for the Necrons, they could intuitively judge its value. Donia even frankly stated that if Chen Xi was willing to trade a portion of it with her teacher, the forging supervisor, then Chen Xi's planned small shipyard would basically be settled. If Chen Xi was willing to trade a bit more of the gains, Donia could help him upgrade the Ristoff II starport into a starfort with stronger defensive capabilities and functions, directly placing the shipyard within the starfort. A Ramirez-class starfort would likely be unobtainable, but something 2 sizes smaller would be no problem. Imperial fleet and starfort. For Ristoff II, having a fortress capable of resisting fleet attacks was very necessary after experiencing this war. After all, in this war, the Scythe class had ultimately escaped, and no one knew if it would return. If the enemy were to gather a fleet to attack again next time, Chen Xi could not guarantee there would be so many ships in orbit to win a space naval battle. It should be known that the Ecclesiarchy's ship was the most heavily damaged this time. If not for the timely support of the Inquisition Black Ship, Pavel might have perished with his ship in the Star Sea. With such a great favor, Chen Xi suddenly realized it would be difficult to repay. No, this is not a favor at all. As loyal followers of the Emperor, we have a responsibility to protect his sacred property. Pavel waved his bandaged hand, appearing nonchalant, still within the luxurious cabin of the Ecclesiarchy vessel. Chen Xi looked at the bandages wrapped around Pavel's arm and then at the damaged decorations around the luxurious cabin, realizing that the Ecclesiarchy vessel must have suffered significant losses during the previous battle. In fact, just by seeing the ship currently docked at the starport for repairs, unable to travel through the warp back to the star sector capital for mending, one could tell how severely it was damaged. So, facing Pavel's politeness, Chen Xi still said, "You speak as if we are strangers. As loyal servants of the Emperor, it is indeed our duty to sacrifice ourselves for him, but the Emperor never said his servants should shed blood and tears, did he? We have given our sweat and sacrifice, so we should receive rewards and compensation. Although loyalty is the best reward for the loyal, to serve the Emperor better, we should also pay attention to methods and approaches. Indeed, I knew that Your Excellency Chen Xi is not a rigid and dull person." Hearing Chen Xi's words, Pavel couldn't help but look at him approvingly, then said, "However, for now, Your Excellency Chen Xi, please focus your energy on how to manage this planet. For the Ecclesiarchy, the importance of this planet is self-evident. I had not anticipated that this planet would be attacked by Xenos this time. It seems that what you said about building an orbital ring on this planet is a very necessary thing. I will later have the sector church send someone to pick me up and return to the star sector capital. After I return, I will do my best to lobby the sector church council to agree to construct an orbital ring for Ristoff II. Although both were promises to lobby upon return, the sector church council and the sector cardinal bishops conclave were completely different concepts. The former was the highest governing body of the church in the entire sector, while the sector cardinal bishops conclave was more of an advisory group serving the sector archbishop personally, even though each cardinal bishop within it could serve as a bishop of a diocese. That would be truly excellent. If the sector church can support us, even in the face of Xenos invasion, Ristoff II will stand forever. Chen Xi naturally expressed his welcome and joy, and proposed a relatively compromising solution. However, constructing an orbital ring is indeed too expensive. I recalculated it later, perhaps we can first set up a defensive fortress at the Mandeville point. This is indeed a good choice. After all, the construction of an orbital ring also takes time. Before that, we need to first enhance the defenses of Ristoff II. Pavel strongly agreed with Chen Xi's suggestion. Although there was also the factor that a defensive fortress was much cheaper than an orbital ring, it was more because the safety of Ristoff II, which was now a very important holy site for the Ecclesiarchy, would be guaranteed. Yes, in Pavel's heart, a planet where the Emperor's divine miracles had appeared twice could be called a holy site. The appearance of Sanctus Wine was one divine miracle of the Emperor, and the Sacred Rose Convent receiving the Emperor's gaze earlier was the second divine miracle. Typically, a single miracle on a planet is enough to make it a shrine world of the Ecclesiarchy, not to mention such clear and undeniable manifestations of two miracles. And this was precisely the key to Pavel's confidence in convincing the Ecclesiarchy Council upon his return. The Ecclesiarchy would not allow such an important world to suffer the threat of Xenos. So Pavel quickly said to Chen Xi, besides the defensive fortress, Ristoff II also needs a fleet. After I return, I will try my best to get you a few more ships. However, please also understand that the Imperial Navy has been experiencing a sharp increase in battles recently. Even if the Ecclesiarchy and the Solar Fleet have a good relationship, it is still somewhat difficult to acquire capital ships. They themselves are short on ships lately, so they might only be able to get you Moon-class cruisers or similar. I don't mind Moon-class, but if possible, Dictator or Overlord-class might be better. One has a large number of carrier-based aircraft, and the other has a Nova cannon. Both are indispensable and important components of naval warfare. Chen Xi thought for a moment and also put forward his own demands. Although Chen Xi indeed didn't mind Moon-class, the Moon-class after all had no Nova cannon or carrier-based aircraft launch ports, and could only rely on conventional macro cannons and Moon-class torpedoes in combat. Compared to the Overlord class, which could fire Nova cannons, and the Dictator class, which could carry a large number of carrier-based aircraft, there was still some gap. To this, Pavel just nodded and said, I will try my best to keep an eye out for you, but I really can't guarantee it. Your Excellency Pavel, just do your best. Chen Xi certainly wouldn't force it, but still made his intentions clear. After chatting for a few more sentences, they inevitably turned the conversation to the topic of the Sisters of Battle. This time, thanks to the valiant efforts of the Sisters of Battle, otherwise, relying solely on the defense force, we would not have been able to withstand the enemy's attack. Chen Xi did not stint on praise for the Sisters of Battle, they indeed played a huge role in this battle, it's just a pity that the Xenos' firepower this time was too fierce, and they suffered extraordinary casualties. If equipment like Sentinel-class walkers could be deployed to the front lines, perhaps their casualties could be reduced. Is Your Excellency Chen Xi referring to penitent engines? If you need that kind of thing, I can help you acquire a batch. That's easy to arrange. Pavel was a bit confused, thinking Chen Xi was referring to those torture devices that hang people outside a walker. However, Chen Xi shook his head and said to Pavel, Your Excellency Pavel, have you never heard of something called Paragon Warsets? I heard this is a new type of equipment recently issued to the Sisters of Battle, comparable to Astartes Centurion Warsets. If possible, could you help me inquire about it? Chen Xi himself naturally had Paragon Warset miniatures, but this good stuff was new equipment that the Sisters of Battle only received after the Great Rift opened and after the appointment of Grand Master Morvan Val. It was probably not yet assigned to the Sisters of Battle at present. But if the Ecclesiarchy were to inquire, they should be able to obtain some information from Mars or the Paragon Warset Research and Development Institutions. Paragon Warsets? I seem to have heard of such a thing. I'll help you inquire about it later, it might be a new product from a Forge world. Pavel didn't pay much attention to this. For the Ecclesiarchy, they could acquire such things if they just put their minds to it. Having dealt with the Ecclesiarchy's affairs, Chen Xi immediately rushed to the Inquisition black ship. This was not the same black ship he had been on before, but the Inquisitor on board was the same one Chen Xi had met previously. Inquisitor, have you switched ships again? Chen Xi asked playfully, though his underlying meaning was to inquire about his purpose. Although the Inquisitor's arrival had helped Ristoff II overcome its difficulties, Chen Xi did not believe that an Inquisitor arriving with an Inquisition black ship would be a good thing. However, the Inquisitor merely spread his hands and said, This isn't my ship, it's yours. I'm here to deliver your ship. What? My ship? Chen Xi was stunned for a moment, but then he remembered what he had said last time, the Star Sector Tribunal had not only promoted him but also allocated a cruiser to him. Yes, your ship, the Inquisitor affirmed with a nod, then explained, after I reported your situation here to the Star Sector Inquisition Conference, it was decided after discussion to change the cruiser allocated to you to a black ship, and to assign a Death Watch squad to accompany you. On a side note, Captain Titus of the Ultramarines, whom you asked me to find for you, is currently in this squad. His situation is quite complex, the Inquisitor who arrested him was confirmed to have fallen, and he and other Space Marines were secretly imprisoned by that Inquisitor for nearly a century. Although they have been released now, they have not cleared themselves of the suspicion of disloyalty, so they cannot return to their original chapter. This matter shouldn't have involved us, but due to your request, these Space Marines were brought over by us, they have been inducted into Death Watch service, and 5 of them now form a combat squad under your command. As the Inquisitor spoke, he handed a thick file to Chen Xi. Chen Xi took the file and looked at the archives of these Space Marines inside, surprised, good heavens, this Inquisitor really isn't afraid of offending people. He didn't miss a single one of the 9 founding chapters. Does he really think the Inquisition can do whatever it wants? It was no wonder Chen Xi was surprised. The file in his hand showed that the Space Marines arrested by that Inquisitor came from the Ultramarines, Space Wolves, Salamanders, Dark Angels, and Blood Angels, among other founding chapters. It could be said that not a single one of the 9 founding chapters was missed. It could be said that if this list were released, it would certainly cause a political storm. However, this matter could be big or small, ultimately, it depended on whether this was the will of the Inquisition or the personal actions of that Inquisitor. As for the relationship between the Inquisition and the Space Marines, it is actually a very delicate topic. At least so far, the 9 founding chapters have not caused trouble for the Inquisition over this matter, even if they truly knew about it. You and I are both Inquisitors, we both understand that some people always cross necessary lines, don't we? The Inquisitor shrugged, then said to Chen Xi, Anyway, I've brought you the people you wanted, and these people, along with this trouble, are now yours. How you choose to deal with them is your business. All right, I understand. I'll handle this matter. Chen Xi didn't dwell on it. These 10 Space Marines were indeed a bother, but not so much that he found it difficult to handle. Ultimately, the Inquisition is one of the most powerful departments in the Imperium, while the Space Marines are a military organization that has been severely marginalized in Terra's political circles, viewed with disdain by the High Lords of Terra, and carries a political stain. Before the return of the Gene Seed Primarches, the Space Marines, due to their past history with the Great Rebellion, had always been marginalized by the High Lords of Terra and targeted by the Inquisition. If they did not want to be seen as openly rebelling against the Imperium, General Space Marine chapters did not have the option of defying the Inquisition. As for the founding chapters, their political influence was indeed enough to allow them to confront the Inquisition, but under normal circumstances, the 9 founding chapters would not engage in direct conflict with the Inquisition simply because 1 or 2 individuals were investigated or arrested by the Inquisition. Even the seemingly most reckless Space Wolves, apart from the Month of Shame incident where the Inquisition truly rode roughshod over them, rarely engaged in real combat with the Inquisition. Therefore, even if these Space Marines came from the 9 founding chapters, Chen Xi did not believe this was a difficult matter to handle, and the Mariupol Sector Star Sector Tribunal also held the same view. Otherwise, this matter would not be a benefit but a problem. This did not align with the Star Sector Inquisition Conference's desire to gain more loyalty shares from Chen Xi. Although when this matter was submitted to the Star Sector Inquisition Conference, someone suggested using it to pressure Chen Xi, and then, when he clashed with the Space Marines, the Star Sector Inquisition Conference would step in to save the situation, thereby gaining more loyalty shares. This proposal was ultimately rejected. It wasn't that they didn't want to do that, but rather that the 9 founding chapters were unlikely to cause trouble over this matter. Moreover, they couldn't figure out whether Chen Xi simply wanted to get the people out or had other motives. Having taken command of this squad of Space Marines, now part of Death Watch, Chen Xi, accompanied by the Inquisitor, toured the Inquisition Black Ship, understanding the situation of the ship that would soon belong to him. The Inquisition Black Ship, as a special type of strike cruiser, is basically no different from the strike cruisers used by Space Marines, except for some facilities on board that are more suited to the Inquisition's usage habits, the Inquisitor explained as they walked, his tone not without envy. Your black ship was built during M38, an old meritorious ship with 2,000 years of history. Its loyal machine spirit is so experienced that it can fight a naval battle on its own without needing your command. The ship's crew families have served this ship for over 10 centuries, and their inherited positions and experience have formed a unique culture of their own, with everyone proud to serve this ship. The entire ship was just reclaimed from its previous Inquisitor and underwent a major overhaul before being delivered to you. The auger array and engines on board are ancient technological artifacts found by a previous Inquisitor who used it, and the macro cannons and lances are also ancient creations from M38, with greater power and faster firing rates than currently common macro cannons and lances. Considering your operational needs, the Star Sector Inquisition Conference has specially assigned you a astropath choir and a navigation team, both highly experienced, which you can use with confidence. Sounds like a great ship. Is there anything else I need to pay special attention to? Chen Xi was very satisfied with the ship, but he always felt that the Inquisitor seemed to have left something unsaid. Subsequently, the Inquisitor's words confirmed his suspicion. Yes, there's one more thing, and that is, there's a black cell on the ship, managed by a Silent Sister. Chapter 91, Silent Sister. If it were another type of black ship, then it wouldn't be strange for Silent Sisters to be on board. Although after the Great Rebellion, the Custodes, those reclusive Golden Corn, stayed in the Imperial Palace and didn't come out, leading to the Silent Sisters being ostracized from Holy Terra due to their untouchable nature, and the entire Sisterhood of Silence also disintegrated for various reasons, the Silent Sisters did not disappear from the Imperium's history. Though they had been forgotten, and many orders had lost their lineage due to a lack of funding and personnel, a group of Silent Sisters still remained active in various Imperial organizations. Among them, the Black Ship Fleet, subordinate to the Astropathic Choir, is currently the only known organization to maintain organized units of Silent Sisters. These Silent Sisters, who were part of the Chamber Astra of the Sisterhood of Silence before the Great Rebellion, still serve the Black Ship Fleet, responsible for collecting psychers as tithe from all Imperial worlds across the galaxy. They would arrive at various Imperial worlds, then load and transport the collected psychers until their assigned Black Ship was full, after which they would deliver the psychers on board back to Holy Terra for selection by various Imperial departments that required psychers. Grey Knights, Astropathic Choir, Department of Internal Affairs, Department of Military Affairs, Inquisition, all Imperial departments have a considerable demand for psychers, and among them, the greatest demand for psychers comes from the Astronomicon, as 1,000 are burned daily to maintain its operation. Although the Silent Sisters have been forgotten by the Imperium, they continue to serve the Imperium in this manner. It's just that the black ships of the Black Ship Fleet are specifically for transporting psychers, and are not the same as Inquisition black ships. So how did an Inquisition black ship have such a rare item as a Silent Sister? The previous owner of this ship found me and offered to sponsor my order in exchange for me becoming his acolyte, a young sister translated to Chen Xi, while an older sister beside her continuously signed. Upon hearing the sister's explanation, Chen Xi couldn't help but marvel at how wild the previous owner of this black ship's methods truly were. The ship not only contained various ancient technological artifacts, but he could even abduct 2 Silent Sisters, although one of them seemed to be an apprentice sister who hadn't yet taken the vow of silence. This ship has now been entrusted to my use by the Inquisition. Sister, are you still willing to remain on board, or serve me? Chen Xi didn't like beating around the bush, and for these Silent Sisters, forgotten by the Imperium for 10,000 years, sweet talk wouldn't dispel their 10,000 years of resentment. After all, the Custodes Marshal had been verbally abused by them through sign language for over an hour without daring to speak. I can sign a contract with you, obtaining sponsorship and support by serving you, to ensure my order can be passed down and continue the responsibility of the Silent Sisters. This Silent Sister, capable of serving an Inquisitor, seemed not to mind continuing to serve Chen Xi, but she also emphasized her need for sponsorship and support. Chen Xi understood the Silent Sister's request and nodded, saying, I will provide you with sufficient support. Of course, you can also search for new untouchables on the planets under my jurisdiction to replenish your order. Although there's no direct evidence, this galaxy is about to undergo a massive change. I hope more Silent Sisters can return to the Imperium's site. The future needs you. The Great Rift, which would open 30 years later, would bring immense threats to the entire galaxy. If there could be a Silent Sister unit to handle various warp-related issues, that would naturally be ideal. Although Chen Xi did have Silent Sister pieces in his hand, they were classified as being on the same level as the Custodes, requiring Chen Xi to have at least V-level authority to deploy them. Therefore, being able to directly recruit a Silent Sister unit right now was undoubtedly excellent. I will contact other orders I can reach, but they need help. This Silent Sister did not refuse Chen Xi's request, merely stating that it would cost money. That's easy to say. Whether it's Verdine armor or executioner great swords, I will find a way to prepare these for you. You can even build a fortress on my planet to train new Silent Sisters. Chen Xi was quite invested in this matter. Although Silent Sisters could also use other equipment and various ranged weapons, including bolters, their most iconic weapons were the Executioner Greatsword and their superb martial arts, which even the custodes would praise. As for the source of these two pieces of equipment, Chen Xi felt his points should be enough to exchange for their STC template, and then he would figure out how to produce them in small batches. After all, Verdine armor wasn't the custodes set custom-made with Ormite, while slightly different from a regular Space Marine's power armor, it wasn't ridiculously expensive. Chen Xi could still manage to forge them himself with some effort. Silent Sister Vigilator squads, by the way, their masks are nailed to their skulls. Early Battle Sister concept art, this is a unit called the Penitent, specifically for executing those who harbored psychers. Early Battle Sister concept art, with a strong artistic style that laid the foundation for early Warhammer's art style and artistic tone. The three Silent Sister leaders during the Great Crusade, namely the Sisterhood Commander for External Affairs, the Lady of the Black Ship for Tithes, and the Avenging Retribution for Internal Security. If all else failed, exchanging them with points wasn't out of the question. After all, there were only two Silent Sisters present, one of whom was an acolyte, similar to an apprentice sister. He could afford 2 sets of equipment. This is excellent. My order and I haven't received supplies of Verdine armor and Executioner great swords in a very long time. This Silent Sister seemed very pleased to be able to obtain supplies truly belonging to a Silent Sister. Chen Xi listened as the acolyte beside her translated, and he was very satisfied with the Silent Sisters' cooperation. After all, their existence was an absolute natural enemy to both Psychers and Chaos Demons. A small squad of Silent Sisters could even turn a great demon into a weakling once they deployed their void field. When Guilliman returned to Holy Terra, during his great battle with the one-eyed sunburned Ogren on the moon, the large number of deployed Silent Sisters even prevented the Rainbow Pony from unleashing psychic powers, demonstrating their strength. However, thinking of this, Chen Xi suddenly discovered a blind spot. Have you restrained your void field? As a Psyker, I don't feel uncomfortable. Inquisitor, are you truly a Psyker? Or rather, are you truly the role you are playing? However, the Silent Sister before him did not answer Chen Xi's question, but instead asked him a profound question in return. Damn it! I forgot that in the eyes of these Silent Sisters, Huang Laohan was just a big guy from Central Asia, and my true appearance was probably directly exposed before them. Chapter 92, The Relic of Nottingham, 3rd update. The situation wasn't as bad as Chen Xi had anticipated. The Silent Sister indeed saw through his essence, but what she saw was a mass of golden energy enveloping a chess piece, and this energy was shaped into the form of the chess piece Chen Xi was using. Clearly, this was the power of the Emperor. This is not a power from the warp, nor is it a technological creation, the void field has no effect on it. The Silent Sister's expression was very strange as she signed this, a look of excitement mixed with deep resentment. I have no intention of prying into your origins. I will provide you with all the help I can. 10,000 years have passed, and that one still hasn't forgotten his left claw. Chen Xi dared not respond to the Silent Sister's words, but he understood what she was saying. During the Great Crusade era, the Imperial Aquila was the personal symbol of the Emperor, and the Aquila had 2 claws, the right claw, the Custodian Guard, and the left claw, the Sisters of Silence. Undoubtedly, under the special perspective of this elder sister, who could see through the true nature of Huang Laohan's big guy from Central Asia, Chen Xi's little secret was not much of a secret. But the Silent Sisters are trustworthy, not to mention that their nature as untouchables means there is no such thing as corruption for them. Their unwavering loyalty, even after being forgotten by the Imperium for 10,000 years, is enough to inspire sufficient trust in them. You said your soul? I'm sorry, I haven't found your soul in the form you are currently using. Perhaps something is attached to that chess piece, but it's enveloped in golden energy, and I cannot see through it. Chen Xi also asked about his soul, but the Silent Sister said she didn't see it. This reassured Chen Xi quite a bit. Although Huang Laohan was truly inhumane when he was inhumane, if it wasn't necessary, Chen Xi didn't want to personally experience what the warmer world cesspool tasted like. Moreover, if his soul and body hadn't come over, then he could be more unrestrained in many matters in this world. Back in the real world, Chen Xi relayed the information about the Silent Sister to his 3 friends. The Silent Sister can see through our essence, and then she told you that we are a mass of golden energy enveloping a chess piece. Gutierrez stroked his chin, lost in thought after hearing Chen Xi's account. After a long silence, he asked Chen Xi, how credible do you think this is? I don't know. At least for now, we have no way to verify this claim, do we? Chen Xi wasn't really concerned about this matter. After all, having chosen to traverse the warmer world, thinking so much was truly unnecessary. Gutierrez thought for a moment and nodded, indeed, since we've come to eat this shit, it doesn't matter how we eat it. Rather than that, let's discuss inviting others. Chen Xi turned to Mai and Twilight and asked them, Gutierrez and I plan to invite 32. Who else do you think would be suitable? Not many people in the group are free lately, right? Mai recalled that most of the group members were busy, either working or doing other things, making it difficult for them to spend long periods in Warhammer 40K like they did. You don't need to stay there for a long time. What we need now is manpower. They can cross over, open a chess piece, and then just let it run on autopilot. Chen Xi had only recently thought of this mode of operation, when I was AFK before, my chess piece, as the commander, was very competent. It basically followed my plan without any problems. AFK mode is indeed fine, but is it really okay for long-term AFK? Twilight also expressed curiosity and concern about this. Currently, long-term AFK doesn't seem to have caused any problems, but that doesn't mean there are no problems at all, so you still need to check it occasionally. AFK mode is only suitable for temporary absences. Gutierrez thought about it and still offered his opinion. After all, our territory in Warhammer 40K is not absolutely safe at the moment. If something happens and the character dies without the person knowing, that's the most frustrating thing. The problem raised by Gutierrez was something everyone had to take seriously. After all, they weren't playing a game where they could just restart after dying or undo moves with a save file. This problem is probably something we can't solve right now. Unless we all use Primarch chess pieces, we can't guarantee that we won't die. Chen Xi could only shake his head at this. In the Warhammer 40K world, no one dared to claim they would never die, not even the Gene Seed Primarch. Unless they could get the Emperor's chess piece, but that was too ancient and out of print, unless they went to Nottingham and stole that ancient relic. The Emperor fighting Horus at GW headquarters in Nottingham, with the Great Angel lying on the ground. The white-haired figure is the Emperor, and the red-headed figure is Horus. Primarches require level 7 authority, and only you, Chen Xi, who plays in Commander mode, can use them. We who play in Adventure mode can't switch. Speaking of this, my couldn't help but envy Chen Xi. Although they couldn't use them now, they could eventually, unlike those who started in Adventure mode, who were destined to have no connection with Primarches. However, Adventure mode also had its advantages. For example, after reaching level 3, Gutierrez discovered that he could redeem a kill team, which meant he could be assigned a squad of followers from the same faction. These followers were different from Chen Xi's mode of deploying a squad of chess pieces. They were the type that could be trained and upgraded. Although they had a quantity limit of only one squad, they could be upgraded, trained, modified, and equipped with more powerful gear. Taking Gutierrez as an example, if he redeemed a kill team, a squad of Space Marine Scout neophytes equipped with basic gear would spawn, and Gutierrez could train and cultivate this squad of neophytes to upgrade them into full-fledged Space Marines. When Doracor brought out the Primaris Space Marines, he could also take this squad of followers for Primaris Space Marines surgery, upgrading them to Primaris Space Marines. Not only that, these Astartes could also change professions. For example, Gutierrez could have someone from this squad of followers become an apothecary, a librarian, or a tech marine. And after accumulating enough experience, they would naturally become veterans, able to switch to equipment like Terminators, Centurions, and Dreadnoughts. Of course, once inside a Dreadnought, they couldn't be taken out, only other Dreadnoughts could be exchanged. This was completely different from Chen Xi's chess pieces. Although the chess pieces he deployed looked no different from real people, their equipment and professions could not be changed. Chapter 93, The Great Warlord 32. After some discussion, Chen Xi and the others decided to first invite their group members to see who had free time. Although long-term AFK was not entirely out of the question, after comprehensive consideration, everyone still felt it was best to frequently participate in discussions and act together. After all, the 40K world was truly hellish, and anything could happen. If a sudden event occurred, at least with everyone present, they could discuss countermeasures instead of letting the AFK pieces fend for themselves. Of course, they wouldn't immediately ask their group members if they were interested in going to 40K to work for Huang Lao Han. Instead, they planned to test the waters first, and after confirming that the group members had time and interest, they would select reliable candidates from among them. Speaking of which, Chen Xi, isn't your place a bit small? It's fine for just a few of us, but if more people cross over in the future, it might not be able to accommodate everyone. After discussing recruitment, Twilight suddenly brought this up. Chen Xi lived alone. His 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment was not small, but ultimately, it was still a small apartment. 4 or 5 people might be able to move around, but it would get crowded with more people. Why not move the military chest to my place? My place is at least big, and the lounge can be used freely, Gutierrez quickly suggested. The upper floor of his shop was originally the group's activity room, and it would be perfect for this purpose now. But Chen Xi shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I've already bought a house, and it's currently being renovated. I can move in after a while. That place is big enough for us to mess around. At that time, even if you want to PK in power armor, there will be a place for you to perform the Lakshan ritual, as long as you don't blast each other with bolters." Chen Xi recalled the express delivery he had received earlier and was quite satisfied with the efficiency of certain people. Whoa! Brother is rich now. He can afford a house. My and Twilight exclaimed in surprise, congratulating him repeatedly. However, Gutierrez, who was beside them, had a slightly strange look in his eyes. After a flicker, he said nothing, only asking Chen Xi where he bought the house. "It's the newly opened Lakeside Community, the large flat floor building. I'm the only one on that floor, with a usable area of about 300 square meters. I plan to set up a special area for the military chest," Chen Xi explained simply, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Gutierrez's expression grew even stranger. He knew about that community. Even with his considerable wealth, he couldn't afford the smallest unit. When did Chen Xi become so wealthy that he could buy a large flat on that floor? However, he did not expose the matter. Some things were fine to guess on one's own, but laying them bare would be meaningless and would spoil the current harmonious atmosphere. A few days later, after a round of screening and probing, Chen Xi's small group finally welcomed new members. I'm just saying, why have you guys been gathering so much lately, and with so many rare collectibles? Turns out you've been working for the Emperor. A short young woman, holding an orange cat, sat on the sofa and complained to Chen Xi and the others. Who would have thought that Huang Laohan would actually open a portal to the 3K era to recruit people? The Emperor is really taking out a small loan, Gutierrez said, shrugging his hands in helplessness. Chen Xi didn't pay much attention to these complaints. He just looked at the woman in front of him and asked her, 32, what piece do you plan to use? Can I use Angren? The ascended one from 40K. The woman named 32 looked at Chen Xi, asking him with anticipation in her eyes. Not really. We can only use imperial aligned pieces. If you were a loyal Angren, we could discuss it, but a daemon prince with butcher's nails is out of the question. We really can't use that. Chen Xi also felt a bit helpless. Not all group members were imperial aligned, there were quite a few Chaos and Xeno players. As for 32, she was the great warlord of Tartarus, a Kern chosen, a fierce character who dared to jump on the brass throne and hack at Kern's knees, and eat hot dry noodles in Slaaneish's garden. Then forget it, loyal Angren is too weak. 32 shook her head, clearly uninterested. By the way, are there any pieces that can bring cats? I remember the 13th princess's strong-brained cat, it's a relatively common pet in 40K, right? Strong-brained cats aren't common, but if you want one, I can get you one. This doesn't need to be part of the character consideration. Chen Xi knew that 32 liked cats, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought one with her. Hearing Chen Xi say this, 32 fell into thought. After thinking carefully, she said, then I'll be a rogue trader. I'm the Lisbon bean dealer. Can a merchant dynasty have 2 rogue traders? Although one warrant of trade could create a merchant dynasty, within a merchant dynasty, only one person could be called a rogue trader. However, there was also no rule that a merchant dynasty could only have 1 warrant of trade. It's possible, but what we lack right now is a tech priest from the Adeptus Mechanicus. We need a forge master who can build titans to get things done. Chen Xi explained to 32 the situation they were currently facing and the fact that he possessed a titan STC. However, 32 shook her head and said, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't consider building any dog titans. I'd make ball titans. Titans are too attention-grabbing, your current faction can't protect such things. Knight class knight, jokingly called ball titan or bread knight. You might be able to secretly build 1 or 2, but building a titan requires a whole forge world to supply the necessary parts. Can you build a volcano cannon or a void shield? Even the armor plates on a titan require special alloys. Let's not even talk about your planet. Can your subsector gather enough raw materials to build 1 titan? Listen to my advice, don't bother with titans. Building knights is much simpler. What a dog titan can solve, a knight can also fight. And if a knight can't solve it, then a dog titan won't make much difference either. 32's words made Chen Xi fall silent. Indeed, from a practical standpoint, even the lowest grade titan was a machine god. Its movements and daily maintenance required the escort of a titan guard and the service of dedicated tech priests. Even every titan had its own name, and once battle damage occurred, its affiliated forge world would even hold a grand funeral for it. The ownership of a titan could lead to many complications. Although secretly building 1 or 2 and hiding them wasn't a big problem once the Great Rift opened, no one would care if you had hidden titans. The work that 1 or 2 dog titans could do was also limited, completely incomparable to knights that could be built freely. Perhaps in the time it takes to build 2 dog titans, dozens of gallant knights and knight paladins could have been built, forming an army. Then what piece do you plan to use? Chen Xi decided to temporarily skip this question, as he didn't have the conditions to build titans right now, regardless of whether he wanted to or not. 32's gaze swept around, then she suddenly pointed to a piece Chen Xi had on a shelf and asked, how about that one? Chapter 94 Titus Squad. On the Inquisition's black ship, Titus was getting acquainted with his 4 new teammates. Alpha from the Space Wolves and Darius from the Dark Angels were engaged in their 2 chapters sacred tradition, while Brother Burn from the Black Templars devoutly prayed to a miniature shrine of the Emperor he held in his hand. Only Kyle Strauss of the Blood Angels seemed to be struggling to endure something. Titus knew this was him enduring the instinct called bloodthirst, a genetic flaw of the Blood Angels. Just like the Space Wolves' uncontrollable abundant hair and continuously growing canines, these were all chapter genetic traits originating from the Great Crusade era, and it was precisely because of these that they were the Space Wolves and the Blood Angels. However, with 5 individuals from 5 different chapters, Titus, accustomed to the Ultramarines' uniform discipline, found it somewhat unusual. But for now, both he and his 4 teammates could only endure. They were sinners, even after joining the Death Watch, they still had to undertake a penitent crusade to prove their loyalty. Although Titus considered himself not to be a fallen, as the Inquisitor who arrested him said, he could not explain why he had not fallen. Facing the corruption of a chaos artifact and even breaking it with his bare hands, it would have been perfectly normal for Titus to fall on the spot, not to mention that he had also crushed a daemon prince with his bare hands, though it was only a half-formed one that had not successfully ascended. But based on these records alone, the Inquisitor could completely determine that Titus was suspected of falling. And most crucially, Titus could not prove his innocence. Although he still firmly believed in his convictions, considering himself loyal and pure, Titus could not convince an Inquisitor of his innocence based solely on these beliefs. So, even after being rescued from that cage by other Inquisitors of the Inquisition, he could not return to Macrage, and could only be assigned to the Death Watch with others, and embark on a penitent crusade with his 4 new teammates to prove his loyalty. However, as soon as they had changed their shoulder pads and affixed the Death Watch emblem, they were loaded onto a black ship and sent to this unknown star system. Earlier, when they had just arrived, this Inquisition black ship had encountered a space battle. At that time, Titus and his squad thought their chance had come, they could vent their emotions through battle and simultaneously prove their loyalty. But the Inquisitor on board at the time did not send them into battle, instead, he strictly ordered them to remain in their cabin, forbidding them from fighting, and even lock their weapons and power armor. This distrust deeply wounded Titus and the others, to the point that for the past 2 days Alpha and Darius would almost immediately start fighting after a few words, then argue after fighting, and then come to blows again after arguing a few sentences. There was nothing they could do, all their weapons and equipment were locked, and besides chatting, talking, arguing, and unarmed combat, they truly had nothing else to do. And non-lethal unarmed combat between 2 Space Marines? With the Space Marines' endurance and recovery, they could fight for a month straight without stopping. So, Alpha and Darius were just passing the time, as the wait here was truly more unbearable than being stuck in the stasis field prison before. But soon, the Space Marines' enhanced superhuman hearing detected footsteps coming from outside the corridor. Someone was coming. That was the 5 men's immediate reaction, so they quickly stopped their respective actions, tidied their robes, and vigilantly looked towards the cabin door. Although they were told upon arrival that they were going on a penitent crusade, in their current state without weapons and power armor, who knew how the Inquisition intended to deal with them? Even Space Marines, without weapons and equipment, could be easily killed by mortals. Especially since all 5 of them could not be said to have clean records, the Inquisition had ample reason to dispose of them. As for the repercussions, they could just report them as fallen to the Death Watch later. However, the door soon opened, and Titus and the others found that things did not seem to be unfolding in that manner. Because what appeared before them were 3 Inquisitors. 2 of them were dressed as typical Inquisitors, one was the Inquisitor who had brought them here, and the other was an unfamiliar male Inquisitor. They both wore the common Inquisitor's overcoat, with a rosette pinned to their person to indicate their identity, and their respective weapons hung at a convenient position on their waists, making it clear at a glance that both were seasoned veterans. But it was the 3rd Inquisitor accompanying the 2 who truly gave the 5 Space Marines a sense of revelation. For it was a female tech priest who had undergone extensive bionic modifications, yet she wore an Inquisition rosette over her red holy vestments. This was an Inquisitor from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Although 4 of the 5 Space Marines came from founding chapters, and the Black Templars were also an old chapter from the 2nd founding, none of them had ever seen such a rarity. An Inquisitor from the Adeptus Mechanicus? Would these tech priests also choose to join the Inquisition? Just as these thoughts ran through the 5 men's minds, the unfamiliar male Inquisitor spoke. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Xi, Lord Inquisitor of the Pacification Order, and the future master of this ship. You 5 will temporarily be under my command as a Death Watch kill team. I hope we can cooperate pleasantly in the future. Chen Xi introduced himself first. He immediately recognized Titus, the fierce man with 2 golden studs on his head, among the 5. Therefore, his gaze was particularly focused on him. As for the other 4, perhaps only Alpha, with his thick red fur, merited more of his attention. After all, the remaining 3 were all very normal, muscular, tough guy types. Oh, no. The pale-skinned one was a blood angel, and he seemed to be experiencing bloodthirst, having endured it for a long time. Chen Xi was aware of the blood angel's bloodthirst, but he did not point it out at this moment. He merely glanced at the blood angel, confirmed that he had not reached his limit and would not jump up and bite him, and then did not pay him any further attention. I am Titus from the Ultramarines, Inquisitor. May I ask what we are to do next? When can we retrieve our weapons and power armor? Titus stepped forward and asked Chen Xi. Among all the chapters, only the Ultramarines were most proficient at these matters, so it was naturally his place to speak. Your weapons and equipment will be returned to you shortly. As for what to do next? Chen Xi gazed at the super strong man before him who could tear a Daemon Prince apart with his bare hands, and after a moment of thought, said, how about a drink first? With that, Chen Xi had the servitors who had accompanied them bring a bottle of red wine and 5 wine glasses. Chapter 95 Suppressing Bloodthirst, 3rd Update. A bottle of red wine, for the 5 Space Marines present, perhaps only Wolf Team's Alpha would disdain it. After all, to experience the sensation of drunkenness, the Wolf Cubs dared to add anything potent to their wine barrels, brewing Fenrischen wolf wine that only Space Marines could handle. If a mortal dared to taste it, if you've undergone full body augmentation with the Adeptus Mechanicus, then you might be able to try it. As for the remaining 4, though not all could, like the Great Angel, discern the growth process of the grapes used in the wine's production, these 4 chapters were all connoisseurs of wine. Ultramarines were like court politicians, wine tasting was a lesson in etiquette. The Blood Angel's own Primarch had a preference for red wine, and Bale's red wine was among the Imperium's most luxurious. As for the Dark Angels, though people joked that among the Wolf Lord, Lion Lord, and Khan, only one was a true barbarian, the boss sons still understood wine tasting who made them Knights of Caliban back then. Only the Black Templars, as Rogaldorn's wildest sons, weren't particular about this, but it wasn't to say they couldn't drink. So when the 5 glasses of wine were placed before them, though the 5 Astartes had varying expressions, they all still raised their glasses. The wolf cub downed his first, then cursed, this sour grape juice can be called wine? Even the women of Fenris drink something more potent than this. A rich and fragrant fruity aroma, a sweet and mellow aftertaste, this is a good wine. Although he suspected it was a new trick from the Inquisition, with poison in the wine or something, once the wine went down, Titus still offered a proper evaluation and praise. On one hand, the wine was indeed good, on the other hand, the Ultramarine's diplomat attribute was activated, showcasing his eloquence. As for Darius and Burin, they said nothing, merely pouring the wine into their mouths. But Kyle Straw seemed a bit off, struggling to endure something, his muscles tensed, even crushing the wine glass in his hand. Noticing his appearance, the other four subtly positioned themselves between him and the three Inquisitors. Kyle Strauss, what's wrong? Titus asked with concern. He had noticed Kyle Strauss enduring bloodthirst earlier, which made Titus very worried if his bloodthirst had flared up. The four of them separating Kyle Strauss from the three Inquisitors was also to prevent him from truly having a bloodthirst episode and attacking the three Inquisitors. Of course, this also included the intention of protecting a brother in arms. After all, if the three Inquisitors took this opportunity to do something to Kyle Strauss, they could at least act as a buffer. However, just as they were deeply worried and the three Inquisitors showed frowning and perplexed expressions, Kyle Strauss, after a roar, seemed to recover. Kyle Strauss, I remember you are a monk of the Blood Angels chapter, correct? Explain why you reacted this way after drinking the wine. One of the three Inquisitors spoke, questioning Kyle Strauss. And Chen Xi playfully echoed, don't think about hiding it. The Inquisition knows about bloodthirst, and black rage, and even knows that none of your 5 chapters have clean backgrounds. However, the Inquisition is not interested in these little secrets. As long as you remain loyal to the Imperium, the Inquisition is too lazy to delve deeper. As long as it's not betrayal of the Imperium, as long as it's not heretical corruption, the Inquisition can tolerate some of your minor issues, so confess honestly. Don't think about hiding it. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xi would, of course, not dare to say this. After all, knowing the First Legion's little secrets could truly lead to death, and even the Inquisition's South Pole Grand Hotel couldn't stop the Dark Angels' determination to silence them. The Blood Angels also kept their bloodthirst and black rage very tightly concealed and would usually resort to killing to silence witnesses. As for the second, forget it, that's a topic that cannot even be mentioned. But did the Imperium know about these things? One could only say that everyone knew the Inquisition was pretending not to know. So, although the 5 Astartes' expressions changed after Chen Xi finished speaking, no one reacted. Only Kyle Strauss stood up, walked in front of Chen Xi, looked down at the Inquisitor, and then said, Inquisitor, I want to know what exactly the wine we just drank was? It suppressed my bloodthirst curse. Since you know about bloodthirst, you must also understand how important this is to the Blood Angels. As long as it can be confirmed that it truly has an effect on bloodthirst, all of Sanguinius's sons will owe you a debt of honor. Only then did the others present realize what a significant matter this was. If the wine they just drank could affect the Blood Angels' bloodthirst, even if only temporarily suppressing it, this would be a matter so huge for the Blood Angels that it could shake the heavens. If word got out to the Blood Angels, Dante would likely come rushing over with Mephisto, Sanguinius, and all the Blood Angels' successor chapters the next second. This was no joke. Bloodthirst for the Blood Angels was a curse rooted in their genes, and even Sanguinius himself had no solution for it back then. Sanguinius had even almost considered turning to Kern to solve the bloodthirst problem, simply because Kern promised to resolve it. If someone could truly solve bloodthirst, it would be a monumental kindness, like being reborn parents, for the entire Blood Angels. All chapters of the Blood Angels lineage would remember his benevolence. One should know that even Chapter Master Dante, the legendary Blood Angels chapter master who lived for 1600 years, had a perpetually aged face due to his long struggle against bloodthirst. If something could suppress bloodthirst, Dante would absolutely be willing to pay any price he could to acquire it. That is loyalty. Chen Xi looked at the Space Marine, who was at least 3 heads taller than him, and handed the wine bottle to him, a kind of wine produced on this planet beneath your feet. It has received the God Emperor's blessing and has been recognized by the Ecclesiarchy as Sanctus wine. It is a miracle bestowed by the God Emperor. I named it loyalty because heretics who drink it will burn from the inside out into a charred corpse. I had you drink it to ascertain whether you were still loyal to the Imperium and whether you had any inclination to fall to chaos. But I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Loyalty can actually suppress bloodthirst. Its importance is somewhat beyond my expectations. Chen Xi had originally only intended to use loyalty to endorse Titus, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected benefit. Sanctus wine can control bloodthirst? The Blood Angels will surely buy it out. The competition between the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy for market share was already intense enough, now the Blood Angels would also want a piece of the pie. Chapter 96, Blocking the News. The news that Sanctus wine had a suppressive effect on bloodthirst was temporarily blocked by Chen Xi. Only 5 Astartes and 3 Inquisitors were present, and all of them understood the gravity of the matter, so it was not difficult for Chen Xi to block the news. However, everyone also knew that this news could only be temporarily blocked for a while. It was impossible to keep it secret forever. The most important issue at hand was how to deal with the subsequent impact once this news spread. If Sanctus wine could only identify heretics, the problem would not be particularly severe, although chaos might target this imperial world and try to destroy the production of Sanctus wine. At most, some warbands or cults would cause trouble, and it would not attract major forces such as the Black Legion, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, or Red Corsairs. The Imperium and Chaos had been fighting for so many years, and the attacks and infiltrations targeting important imperial worlds and holy sites had never ceased. But for the Imperium, defending these important imperial worlds and holy sites was not difficult. As long as major warp rifts were sealed to prevent direct Chaos fleet invasions, and at the same time, heretical doctrines on the planet were strictly prohibited, the spread of Chaos corruption controlled, and cultists prevented from directly opening warp gates on the planet's safety could basically be guaranteed. If there were also sufficient garrisons, strong defenses, and a naval fleet, then even if one or two greater chaos demons came, they would not be able to break through these heavily guarded imperial worlds. After all, even if the Great Rift opened, chaos demons and fallen space marines could not appear in the material universe at will. The chaos power of the warp was indeed very strong, but for chaos demons lurking in the warp to manifest, sacrifices and summoning were required. Therefore, as long as cults were eliminated, usually more than 90% of the problems could be solved. And on Ristoff II, the least concern was this issue. The planet was teeming with ecclesiarchy faithful, who could completely rely on their faith to resist the erosion of chaos. But once the news that Sanctus wine could control bloodthirst spread, the nature of the problem would be entirely different. Not to mention that those blood angels who had fallen for various reasons would come to snatch it. Even Dante would probably want to bring people over. Furthermore, this could attract the attention of the 4 chaos gods, who would dispatch their elite greater chaos demons and fallen space marines to destroy this imperial world. It must be known that as long as bloodthirst persisted, if the blood angels Astartes could not resist the temptation of bloodthirst and chose to embrace their desires, their fall would be inevitable. However, if bloodthirst were resolved, or even effectively controlled, for the blood angels, it would be equivalent to eliminating a huge hidden danger, which would inevitably lead to targeting and attacks from chaos forces. This was also the main reason Chen Xi requested to block the news. He did not want to see the vengeful spirit appear in synchronous orbit with his home planet before he had fully developed. Orbital bombardment was very satisfying when used against others, but if it was used against himself, that would be completely unnecessary. It was precisely because of such concerns that even the most eager Kyle Strauss actively restrained his excited emotions when Chen Xi requested to block the news about this matter first, awaiting the decision of this Lord Inquisitor. Inquisitor Chen Xi, what do you plan to do? The Inquisitor who came to deliver the ship had not expected that delivering a ship would involve such a matter. You use my black ship to report this news to the Star Sector Inquisition Conference. Remember, do not use astropathic communication, do not use any written records, and do not tell anyone else. Chen Xi said, but then he waved his hand again and said, I will still use psychic power to seal your memory, and when you return and see Inquisitor Grand Master, let him unseal it for you. This will be safer. Hearing Chen Xi say this, the Inquisitor did not object. Instead, he submissively accepted Chen Xi's sealing of his memory. After Chen Xi sealed the Inquisitor's memory, he would only remember that he had a confidential message to take back to the highest authority of the Star Sector Tribunal, Inquisitor Grand Master, and that this secret must not be known to anyone else before he met Inquisitor Grand Master. To ensure that the Inquisitor returning with the message could survive to see Inquisitor Grand Master of the Star Sector Tribunal, Chen Xi also lent him the black ship he had just acquired, allowing him to return to the Star Sector capital in the shortest possible time. Your Excellency Chen Xi, should I take these 5 Astartes with me, or leave them with you? Although the Inquisitor's memory was sealed, it did not hinder him from dealing with the current situation. According to the Inquisition's custom, if these 5 Astartes knew such important information, they would either be supervised by the Inquisition or simply eliminated. Generally speaking, sending them on a suicide mission would just solve this problem. But Chen Xi shook his head, rejecting the proposal. I still need time to observe this matter slowly. Leave these 5 people with me. After you go back and report, if Inquisitor Grand Master asks for my opinion, just say I told you to take a bottle of wine to Dante. As Chen Xi spoke, he handed a bottle of loyalty contained in a stasis field to the Inquisitor in front of him. The Inquisitor nodded, accepted the bottle of wine, and then took his leave. After the Inquisitor departed, the Adeptus Mechanicus Inquisitor, who had remained silent, finally spoke. To be able to suppress bloodthirst with red wine, the blood angels will go crazy. It's just that the Imperium's business environment is not good, otherwise, with such a solid product, your imperial world would quickly become incredibly wealthy. The production of this stuff is very low, it's entirely brewed by battle sisters using traditional methods. To increase production, I would need to increase the number of battle sisters, which isn't that easy. Chen Xi shook his head, but he did not deny the other party's statement. However, you were right about one thing, 32, the blood angels will truly go crazy. Old man Dante has been troubled by bloodthirst for a long time, and to solve the problem of bloodthirst, the blood angels have even cooperated with old Chinese doctors. Early version of Old Man Dante. Traditional brewing, that's really quite imperial. 32 grumbled, but then quickly moved on from the topic. That's just how the Imperium operates. Who told Huang Laohan not to trust AI? The Crimson Protocol is there, whoever touches it dies. Chen Xi spread his hands and then said, I have prepared a forged ship for you. From now on, you are Inquisitor Organa of the Inquisition's Mechanicus Collegia, an old friend of mine. Upon hearing that I became Planetary Governor, you came to me for some technical cooperation. The main duty of the Mechanicus Collegia is to oversee the Adeptus Mechanicus, ensuring they do not excessively hoard technology, and to integrate various archaeological discoveries and Xenos technology into the imperial system. So, your purpose in coming to me is to build a forge factory on my imperial world to produce your research results. Chapter 97, Interest Groups. For Chen Xi and Gutierrez, plundering the Necron tomb brought the most significant gains in terms of increased authority and accumulated points. This made Mai and Twilight envious, but they weren't jealous that Chen Xi didn't take them into the dungeon. They earned experience and points by taking their ship out for business, too. After all, during warp travel, the ship would occasionally spawn robust Slaanesh succubi in the bathroom, and a rogue trader and captain who couldn't fight were simply out of the question. Although it couldn't compare to the major task of Chen Xi and his team plundering the Necron tomb, these small daily routines still allowed them to reach authority level 2 and accumulate over 1,000 points. These points were enough to buy another cruiser, so although they regretted missing the Necron tomb dungeon, they harbored no ill feelings. Besides, Chen Xi had previously used his points to help them acquire this ship, and they still owed him a debt. Therefore, the two had no objections, they were just considering whether to acquire a larger ship or upgrade their current one with some rare components. Chen Xi did not interfere with their decision and even offered to help them acquire a Moon-class ship if they felt the Sword class was insufficient. Given Chen Xi's current status and the interest group he represented, acquiring a Moon-class or even a Dominator-class large ship for his brothers no longer required using points, it only required leveraging personal connections. Although not much time had passed since Chen Xi's transmigration, calculated from the 3K era, it had already been 3 to 5 years in the 40K era. For a normal planetary governor, this amount of time might only be enough to clarify the political landscape of the local planet and then gradually gain control of power, the military, and so on. But for Chen Xi, he had, through sheer effort, used winemaking and the Necron tomb to establish an interest group encompassing the ecclesiarchy, Inquisition, and Adeptus Mechanicus, and could even include the aristocracy of the Mariupol sector. Now, even the Space Marine was about to get involved in this interest group. From this perspective, his achievements were certainly worthy of the Inquisitor identity, his ability to stir up trouble was quite impressive. And the various factions he brought in, apart from the sector aristocracy who might be slightly dissatisfied with the slow progress of the Ristoff subsector's development, were all very pleased with the current situation. Even the Forge world, which had previously shown little interest in the Necron tomb on Ristoff II, dispatched a fleet directly after Donia transported a ship full of Xeno's artifacts back, and also brought materials for upgrading the starport to Chen Xi. Now, the starport on Ristoff II has been upgraded into a small space station. In addition to the small forge he previously purchased in the original starport, a repair drydock has been added, capable of providing maintenance for ships smaller than cruisers. For Ristoff II, this might not seem to have a significant impact at first glance, but the Imperial Navy fleet of the sector has included Ristoff II in its patrol range and designated it as a repair and supply point for naval vessels, which is an immediate benefit. For one, with the Navy fleet patrolling, at least the safety factor of Ristoff II has greatly increased, and the Navy pays for ship repairs and supplies. Not to mention, a single naval vessel, even the smallest frigate or destroyer, carries tens of thousands of people. Even if only high-ranking officers can disembark, it can bring commercial prosperity to Ristoff II. Just look at the 3K era, many cities developed this way. More crucially, the change in naval patrol routes brings safety to that route. Chen Xi can import supplies from the Mariupol sector capital to the Ristoff subsector via this route without worrying about pirate raids. In the 40K era, pirates are an unavoidable part of space exploration. Eldar, orcs, humans, and chaos all have their own pirate forces operating. Before 13th Prince went to Kamarak to participate in the arena, he used to engage in piracy. As for the orcs, there's even less to say, as long as there's a Wadaik to be had, they don't care where or how they Wadaik. And human pirates are even more varied, a significant portion of chaos pirates can actually be considered human. Some might only raid charter fleets or ordinary merchant ships, while the truly formidable ones can even capture the 13th Prince. Therefore, the galactic sea of stars in the 40K era is, to some extent, no different from the Age of Sail in the 2K era. A naval-patrolled route can at least open up trade, and some ordinary merchant ships will dare to use this route, which is very beneficial for the development of Ristoff II. For one, during the Navy's first patrol, the number of pilgrims welcomed on Ristoff II increased by a full 10%. And the benefits brought by the Adeptus Mechanicus extend far beyond these. After Donia transported a ship full of Xeno's artifacts back, the forging supervisor seemed very satisfied with the harvest and had Donia bring the production licenses for Templar Knights and 2 types of knight armor. For the Mariupol Forge world, the production license for knight armor is a trivial matter. After all, there are only so many knight worlds in a sector, and the procurement volume is almost fixed. These are basically already within the Forge world's own grasp. And Chen Xi's side, due to the Lin Guang family, can be regarded as an emerging knight world. Although there is demand, it is not a significant profit for the Adeptus Mechanicus. So the forging supervisor generously granted the production license to Ristoff II, allowing Chen Xi to produce knight armor himself for the Lin Guang family. From the Adeptus Mechanicus perspective, this was indeed nothing, but for Chen Xi, it meant he could raise an army of knights. He wasn't greedy, he would be satisfied if the Lin Guang family could field 30 to 50 knights at his disposal at any time. However, compared to the truly significant benefits provided by the Adeptus Mechanicus, these were merely bonuses. Because under the influence of that ship full of Xeno's artifacts, the forging supervisor of the Mariupol Forge world agreed to Chen Xi's request to build a small shipyard in the Ristoff subsector. Production licenses for several common imperial frigates and destroyers were also granted. Of course, while the Forge world allowed Chen Xi to build the shipyard, the construction costs for the shipyard itself would be borne by Chen Xi, the Mariupol Forge world would not pay for it. This was acceptable to Chen Xi, paying for the shipyard's construction was already within his original expectations. In comparison, the Adeptus Mechanicus' willingness to grant this license was the most important aspect. Chapter 98, Hiding a Bull in the Sea of Qi, 3rd update. The Imperial Navy's regular patrols and port calls for resupply brought a valuable development opportunity to Ristoff II. Seizing this opportunity would be no small challenge for Ristoff II itself. For one, providing maintenance for Imperial Navy warships would first require a sufficient number of tech priests.
Not just knowledgeable high-ranking priests, but also a large number of low-ranking priests to perform rituals, titan screws, and chant litanies. In addition, Ristoff II also had to provide various supplies for the Imperial Navy. It was impossible for the Navy to dock for repairs and then have to wait several months for Chen Xi to order adamantium armor plating from a forge world. Therefore, the development of mineral resources was indispensable. Before, Chen Xi might have had to wait for Mai and Twilight to return before entrusting them with these tasks. However, now, 32 was very happy to take on this job, and she plunged into the undeveloped planets within the Ristoff system with the forge ship Chen Xi had acquired for her. The Ristoff system has a total of 4 planets and 1 asteroid belt. The second planet is Ristoff II, the only planet located in the habitable zone of the star, and also the only planet in this world suitable for human colonization. Of the remaining 3 planets, 1 is a giant gas giant, 1 is a barren dead world, and 1 is a death world flowing with lava. The Empire's definition of a death world is very broad. Any planet unsuitable for human survival can be classified as a death world. For example, Katachan, a jungle world, is lush and full of life, but even the Tyranids would be slapped around by its native creatures, so it is a standard death world. On Fenris, oceans cover almost the entire planet, and water resources are abundant, but because of its orbital issues, the planet is frozen for half the year and experiences tsunamis for the other half, making it a less typical death world. Crete was bombarded by massive nuclear bombs, and the radiated wasteland is unsuitable for survival, making it an even more typical death world. Ristoff I, on the other hand, is simply too close to the star, and the planet itself experiences extremely violent geological activity, with 2/3 of its surface covered by oceans of magma. Although the remaining 1/3 is land, its geology is also extremely unstable, with frequent volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. Such a world is, of course, unsuitable for human habitation and survival, but volcanic lava can bring a large amount of rare minerals from the star's interior to the surface, accumulating them into valuable mineral veins. And some special minerals, transformed into other minerals under the high temperature and pressure of the Earth's crust, are even more valuable. They're worth almost indescribable. For example, 32 found a magma river flowing with adamantium on Ristoff I. The adamantium in the river could even be extracted simply by pumping it through pipes, making the mining difficulty almost zero. Although the adamantium reserves in this magma river were not particularly abundant, they still had very high mining value. 32 almost impatiently set up mining equipment on the planet's surface, directly extracting the magma containing various precious minerals onto the forge ship and refining it into various raw materials. These materials were not sent to a warehouse but were directly used to produce new mining equipment and equipment needed for planetary development, proceeding with the development of this molten planet. The lava mineral extraction array has been deployed, and now all the major mineral veins detected on Hot Dog Planet are in operation. This was truly hard work. 32 wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, very satisfied with her labor. Hot Dog Planet was the name 32 gave to Ristoff I. This naming style, which was out of sync with others, was consistent with her usual approach. However, although the naming style was a bit odd, she did a good job with planetary development. All the major adamantium veins and other mineral resources worth large-scale exploitation on this planet had been marked and exploited by her. Currently, all extraction arrays are operating at full capacity. The amount of minerals extracted, calculated by 32, is roughly enough to meet the construction needs of 1 frigate per year. This amount is not large, but for the output of a single planet, it is still very considerable. After all, a Warhammer frigate is 1.5 kilometers long, which in a certain Space Excel spreadsheet game 32 is familiar with, is already the size of a battleship. If it were a bit larger, it would be close to a flagship. These extracted minerals will be stored in a storage facility in synchronous orbit around Ristoff I, and a specialized transport ship will haul them away every month. These transport ships were purchased by Chen Xi for use as transportation for internal system logistics and do not have the ability to perform warp travel. However, they can still perform sublight speed flight, and within the system, or even within a subsector, they are still quite useful. At the same time, because they do not need to install warp engines, a large amount of space and system redundancy are saved inside the hull, which makes the cargo hold of these freighters very large and capable of carrying a lot. Basically, only one ship needs to make one trip a month to haul away all the extracted minerals. Next, as long as the remaining 2 planets are also covered with extraction arrays, the initial development of this system will be complete. As for the rest, 32 flipped through the data slate in her hand, which listed her next tasks: build a secret space outpost within the atmosphere of the gas giant and transform it into a chapter monastery. Hiding a bull in the mine? Is Chen Xi planning to keep a secret here? If he uses cultivation pods to produce people and then trains them into canned new recruits. Holy cow, that's a good idea. Weapons and equipment can be produced internally, and while large ships can't be made, small frigates could suffice. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Chen Xi, who seems to keep a low profile, to be planning something big. Chen Xi could already deploy Space Marine pieces after reaching level 3 authority, but due to point limitations, the number of pieces he could deploy was still limited. So Chen Xi did not intend to only use his own pieces, but rather to use his pieces as a foundation to train Astartes, similar to how he trained Battle Sisters. Of course, if he only conscripted from Ristoff II, while it would be enough to meet the needs of a chapter, he wouldn't be able to stockpile much military strength. Therefore, after acquiring a set of Adeptus Mechanicus cultivation pods, Chen Xi planned to hide a force of Primaris Space Marines within the atmosphere of Ristoff IV, the gas giant, and secretly expand his army. By the time Guillemot awakens and returns to the Imperium in 30 years, lifting the Codex restrictions, and Call also presents the Primaris Space Marines, this chapter can be openly revealed. Chapter 99 Rivers of Blood. At the Mariupol sector capital, the Inquisition's black ship docked at the starport, and the Inquisitor, accompanied by his acolytes and kill team, traveled rapidly through the Hive City streets in a special vehicle. His nerves were highly strung, carrying a secret. He was on his way to the Inquisition's headquarters on this imperial world. Any rustle along the way would make him nervous, fearing someone might take the opportunity to launch an attack. For an Inquisitor, his state was somewhat overly tense. After all, in the Imperium, while it wasn't unheard of for someone to dare attack an Inquisitor, not just anyone would dare to do so. It was just that the secret in his mind made him 12 parts wary of everyone. He would not let down his guard until he met the Inquisition Grand Master. To ensure his safe arrival at the Inquisition headquarters, he even called for a Department of Justice Marshal squad to escort him. Watching the two Department of Justice gunships above him through the car window, the Inquisitor finally felt a little more at ease. Although they were just two gunships, if he could, he would have preferred to call 2 Valkyries from the local defense force, but the defense force was the Star District Governor's private army, and they were not trustworthy to the Inquisition. In contrast, the Department of Justice was an imperial law enforcement agency, much like the Inquisition, relatively more independent, and thus more trustworthy. Of course, the main reason was that the Department of Justice Marshal's equipment and combat power were a notch stronger than the defense forces. When a small support force was needed, the Department of Justice Marshals were far more reliable than the defense force. Thinking about this, the Inquisitor couldn't help but wonder what exactly the secret in his mind involved that made him so nervous. Even he himself did not know the specific content of the secret, which was sealed by psychic power, but the importance of the secret had not been sealed. Therefore, this Inquisitor clearly knew that the secret in his mind concerned the safety of the entire Imperium. It could even be said that as long as this secret was leaked, a large-scale rebellion and war comparable to the Badab War would be unleashed, countless imperial worlds would fall into war, and billions of lives would turn to ashes. What kind of secret could cause such terrifying consequences? The Inquisitor didn't know, but he knew he had to bring this secret to the Inquisition Grand Master, the highest authority of the Star Sector Tribunal. The Inquisitor's car stopped at the entrance of the Inquisition headquarters, and the Department of Justice Marshals also jumped down from their gunships, lining up to guard the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor's own kill team deployed, and his acolytes were all ready for battle. Arriving at the Inquisition headquarters did not mean safety. After all, the internal factional struggles within the Inquisition were more intense than the wars between the Imperium and heretics. Inquisitors from different factions had completely different attitudes towards certain matters. Some believed that wars, rebellions, and various other incidents needed to be constantly stirred up in the Imperium to stimulate it, to make the Imperium recover from its decadence and decline, and for this, they would not hesitate to sacrifice imperial interests to force a sector to rebel, summon greater demons, or even cooperate with Xenos and betray the Imperium. Others, however, believed that the Imperium must be pure, and all non-humans must die. Even legally sanctioned abhumans were no exception. And the Astartes, they were the largest group of Xenos in the Imperium, and they too should die. The Inquisitor had no intention of delving into which of these two factions was more insane. He was just a relatively conservative radical Inquisitor, who, while also hoping to do something to change the current state of the Imperium, would never resort to such a drastic measure that could drag half the Imperium into war. But while he thought this way, others might not. Well, look who it is. Isn't this Paul, Inquisitor of the Pursuit Ordo? A somewhat nauseatingly greasy voice sounded, and another Inquisitor appeared before Paul. Inquisitor, what, have you returned from delivering the ship to that lucky fellow? How does it feel to give away your mentor's flagship to someone else? Or did you miss this ship so much that you brought it back? Gazing at the man before him, 3 of whose 4 limbs had been replaced with prosthetics, Paul Inquisitor took a deep breath before speaking. Move aside, I don't have time to waste words with you. I need to see the Inquisitor Grand Master. Paul Inquisitor had no intention of getting entangled with him, and he tried to bypass the obstructing man by turning sideways. I'm afraid not. The Inquisitor Grand Master doesn't have time to see you at the moment, and I won't let you pass. This Inquisitor blocked Paul's path with his prosthetic limb, his eyes instantly turning fierce, unless you hand over the secret in your mind, otherwise you'll be lying here today. The secret was leaked. This was Paul's first reaction. Although Paul, as instructed by Chen Xi, had not told anyone about the secret in his mind, and he hadn't even used astropathic communication to contact the Inquisitor Grand Master, the grand display he made upon returning from Ristoff, heading straight for the Inquisition headquarters, was enough for interested parties to deduce something. Not to mention that in the Warhammer world, sometimes knowing a secret doesn't require directly learning its existence from the person keeping it. Psychic prophecies, daemon hosts, Xenos devices, there were simply too many things and methods that could allow one to know what they wanted to know. The time elapsed from Paul's black ship arriving at the starport to his arrival at the Inquisition headquarters was already enough for interested parties to discover that he carried an important secret. However, it seemed they didn't know much, or rather, they knew too late. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made their move at the Inquisition headquarters, they should have intercepted him in a more accessible location. Paul made his judgment internally, then focused his gaze on the Inquisitor blocking his way. Since you know it's a secret, you should understand that some matters are not for you to interfere with. Paul tried to persuade the other party, but his hand was still on his weapon. Move aside, I don't want to stain my hands with the blood of a fellow Inquisitor. That's probably not up to you. This Inquisitor had no intention of saying more to Paul and directly launched an attack on him. Immediately, Gunshots erupted in the hall of the Inquisition headquarters, and the two Inquisitors' teams instantly engaged in a fierce struggle. Due to the close proximity of the two sides, it was the most brutal close-quarters combat from the very beginning. No one had time to react, they could only raise their weapons at the first opportunity and attack the nearest non-friendly target. And the two Inquisitors also fought each other, holding nothing back. In an instant, in the Inquisition headquarters hall, which should have been solemn and dignified, blood flowed like a river. The monitor is broken, so today's update will be a bit slow. Chapter 100 Internal Affairs of the Inquisition. After Paul pierced the opponent's chest with the blade hidden in his arm and then forcefully crushed their heart, he took a step back, panting as he looked around. The battle was basically over, all the people brought by that Inquisitor had fallen to the ground. However, Paul's own people also suffered heavy losses. Only 2 of his acolytes were still standing, the kill team had lost more than half, and the Department of Justice Marshals had lost 2/3. This was a heartbreaking battle, these excellent warriors should have fought for the stability of the Empire and for their loyalty to the Emperor. But now, they had all fallen here. For a secret they knew nothing about, they sacrificed themselves meaninglessly under the internal strife of the Inquisition. However, such things were not uncommon for the Inquisition, the elite of the Empire who fell in the shadow wars within the Inquisition were far more than just those present. Paul had no time to think about these things. He checked his own condition, looked at the survivors, and ordered them to gather and continue escorting him to the Inquisitor Grand Master's office. However, just as he was gathering his team to continue forward, the Inquisitor Grand Master appeared before Paul. You did very well, Paul, you kept the secret. The Inquisitor Grand Master watched Paul, his expression unreadable, but then he spoke, now tell me, what exactly is the secret you brought back? So much so that you needed to execute another Inquisitor to keep the secret. Paul's eyes froze for a moment as he looked at the Inquisitor Grand Master before him, seemingly not expecting the Inquisitor Grand Master to appear so suddenly. But the next second, Paul raised his weapon at the Inquisitor Grand Master, the secret is, you should die. Paul unhesitatingly pulled the trigger of the bolter in his hand at the Inquisitor Grand Master, and a siren bolt accurately hit the Inquisitor Grand Master's head. Accompanied by a scream, the Inquisitor Grand Master before Paul instantly shattered, revealing a psyker with most of his chest blown apart, twitching on the ground. Tisk, since you knew the classified information was for the Inquisitor Grand Master, and you still pretended to be the Inquisitor Grand Master to trick me, do you have no brain? Paul looked at the fallen psyker, muttering in exasperation, then fired another bolt, shattering his head. To kill a psyker, one must destroy their brain, because for powerful psykers, body destruction is not a fatal injury. Even if their heart is pierced, as long as their brain can still think and has consciousness, they can use psychic powers to tear apart everything around them. Even a lemon Russ facing a qualified combat psyker would be crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Some psykers even use psychic powers to strengthen themselves, making their bodies invulnerable, capable of fighting even Astartes. Therefore, destroying a psyker's brain or disrupting their nervous system is a more direct and effective way to kill a psyker. However, this psyker seemed to be a specialist in mind-related psychic powers. Apart from attempting to invade Paul's mind to create illusions just now, their physical abilities were not strong. And after Paul blasted the psyker's head, he then led his people towards the Inquisitor Grand Master's office. Arriving at the entrance of the Inquisitor Grand Master's office, Paul tidied his appearance before pushing the door open and walking in. As expected, Paul saw the Inquisitor Grand Master and the Grand Inquisitors of the Mariupol Sector Inquisition, who had already gathered. Grand Inquisitors are not Lord Inquisitors, they are the heads of a subsector's Inquisition, second only to the Inquisitor Grand Master. It could be said that these individuals before him were the core leadership of the Mariupol Sector Inquisition. It seems you have resolved the trouble, the Inquisitor Grand Master looked at Paul, and his first sentence provided Paul with important information. You knew Inquisitor Dragovich would try to stop me. Paul expressed his question to the Inquisitor Grand Master. However, the Inquisitor Grand Master did not answer the question, but instead, one of the Grand Inquisitors explained, this is the Star Sector Tribunal headquarters. Do you think we would be unaware of the interception and attack that occurred here? Then why didn't you stop it? Paul was somewhat confused. Since the Grand Inquisitors and the Inquisitor Grand Master all knew he was attacked, why did they allow it to happen? Had the secret in his mind become a bargaining chip? Paul's eyes became wary. This was a test for you. Since Inquisitor Chen Xi entrusted this matter to you, it naturally means entrusting the dangers it represents to you to bear. We must ensure you have enough ability to bear this danger and responsibility, the Inquisitor Grand Master said. Although he provided an explanation, Paul clearly knew this was not the answer. This was a battle fought in the Star Sector Tribunal headquarters, lacking even the most basic secrecy of a shadow war, and tearing off the Inquisition's face. How could it just be a test? But Paul wisely chose not to ask further, nodding without speaking, waiting for the Inquisitor Grand Master to provide a more detailed explanation. We received a prophecy related to Ristoff and Inquisitor Chen Xi. Another Grand Inquisitor spoke at this moment, revealing information Paul did not know. A disaster sweeping across the entire Empire is about to strike. The one chosen by the Emperor will bring hope to the Empire, allowing us to find an opportunity to redeem the Empire in the darkness. But you should understand that there are radical factions within the Inquisition who believe the Empire needs to experience more turmoil, even artificially creating darkness and chaos for the Empire. Although it still sounded very far-fetched, Paul wisely chose to accept this explanation and did not delve deeper. Alright, now tell us, what exactly is the classified information Inquisitor Chen Xi had you bring back? Why does it concern the safety of the entire Empire? The Inquisitor Grand Master looked at Paul, asking him the most crucial question. At the same time, the Inquisitor Grand Master also acted, lifting the psychic seal in Paul's mind. At this moment, the memories sealed by Chen Xi in Paul's mind finally recovered, and he immediately understood the entire sequence of events, and also understood why he had been attacked earlier. It is loyalty. As long as one drinks loyalty, the bloodthirst of Sanguinius's descendants can be controlled. Inquisitor Chen Xi asked me to bring this message back and to give a bottle of loyalty to Chapter Master Dante of the Blood Angels Chapter. Chapter 101, Space Marines. Leaving the Inquisitor Grand Master's office, Paul reunited with his acolyte and kill team. Looking at his forces, which were full of wounded soldiers, Paul's expression was somewhat indescribable. His acolyte and kill team were elites he had carefully selected after becoming an Inquisitor, and he knew every one of them by name. They had accompanied him through life and death, experiencing many dangerous missions. Some sacrificed, some were disabled and left the team. Paul once felt he had become accustomed to farewells, as it was their duty as an Inquisitor to serve the Emperor faithfully, making sacrifices and contributions. But when he saw warriors who should have sacrificed for the Emperor die meaninglessly due to conspiracy and self-interest, Paul felt only intense sorrow and mockery. He seemed to be gradually understanding why his teacher became increasingly extreme and disappointed in his later years, as if he had lost faith in everything and fallen into self-doubt. Perhaps it was precisely because he had seen too many instances of people disregarding the Imperium for personal gain, desecrating their sacred duty as Inquisitors, that his teacher ultimately chose to bravely face death in a battle to hunt down heretics. Paul didn't want to think about these things. He shook his head, looked at his acolyte and kill team, and told them to go down for treatment and rest, recovering their condition in the shortest possible time. Then he walked over to the Department of Justice's Marshal Squad and asked them, "You should also understand what you've gotten yourselves into, right? If you don't want to die for nothing, how about joining my command?" The surviving marshals of the Marshal Squad looked at each other, then sighed helplessly and nodded, agreeing to Paul's invitation. They had understood they were caught in an internal power struggle within the Inquisition when the fight broke out. If they had died just now, it would have been fine, the Department of Justice could have collected their bodies. But now that they were alive, if they didn't want to die inexplicably, the best choice was to join this Inquisitor who seemed to have won and seek protection. Otherwise, having participated in the battle just now, they would definitely be silenced. If they were ordinary defense force grunts, or even low-ranking Astra Militarum soldiers, they might not understand these things, they would mostly just fight blindly. Who would care about such detailed matters? But for a profession like Hive City Marshals, who often deal with all sorts of unsavory characters, they understood these corrupt dealings much better. So they didn't hesitate much and chose to join Paul's team. Seeing the marshals voluntarily join, the expression on Paul's face finally relaxed a little. His kill team and acolyte had suffered heavy casualties, and this remaining marshal squad, though depleted, was a welcome addition, ensuring he wouldn't be without personnel for his upcoming missions. Although he could recruit battle sisters, Astra Militarum, or even stormtroopers to fight for him, Paul was still more accustomed to having a relatively elite kill team assigned to him, so that when he encountered trouble or a crisis, he would at least have a reliable force at hand. This was also the practice of most Inquisitors, even if their influence was limited, they would recruit some capable acolytes to avoid being silenced without the ability to resist if they truly uncovered something while investigating dangerous incidents. You all go get ready too. We will soon leave the capital of Mariupol. I'll give you one day to pack your belongings and say goodbye to your families. Meet at this location tomorrow morning. Paul handed an address to the Marshal Squad and instructed, "You don't need to worry about the Department of Justice matters, I will send someone to handle the handover. You just need to gather at this location tomorrow morning. As for weapons and equipment, the Department of Justice's gear is too conspicuous. I will provide you with new weapons and equipment, you don't need to worry about that." After explaining the precautions, Paul turned and left to go to his stronghold for treatment and preparation. The current situation wasn't dire enough to require activating a safe house. Paul had just received his mission from the Inquisitor Grand Master and a group of Grand Inquisitors. If anyone wanted to target him at this time, they would be opposing the Mariupol Sector Tribunal. Although, to some extent, his current predicament was largely caused by these Grand Inquisitors and the Inquisitor Grand Master, it was best not to delve too deeply into that topic. After all, without the permission of these individuals, who would dare to use force at the Inquisition headquarters? The more important thing now was to focus on his mission. Thinking about how he would soon travel to Baal, the Blood Angels' home world, to deliver that important message to the Blood Angels chapter, Paul couldn't help but feel a little excited. He even fantasized about whether he could, through this incident, hire 1 or 2 Space Marines from the Blood Angels to serve him. He didn't hope to hire an entire squad, after all, for an Inquisitor of his status, even one Emperor's Angel accompanying him was already extremely rare. While Paul was fantasizing about being able to hire 1 or 2 Space Marines to follow him, Chen Xi had already, with the increased authority after upgrading, added a new Astartes to his army list. At level I authority, Chen Xi could use 500 points of pieces, at level 2 authority, this value increased to 1000 points. Now he was at level 3 authority, able to deploy a total of 2000 points of pieces. This meant Chen Xi now had a surplus of 1500 points to invest in new pieces. If he wasn't particular, these 1500 points would be enough to field an entire Astartes company. And even if he was a bit more discerning, not just deploying combat squads, 1500 points would still be enough for a proper army list, arranging a fully functional and combat-ready squad. However, after comprehensive consideration, Chen Xi only planned to deploy a Primaris half company and an Old Space Marine half company. Although the two combined would make a full company, because both half companies were under strength, each only having 5 squads, overall they could still fit within the 1500 point range. Because he intended to use the Primaris half company for expansion, he included a 10-person command group in this half company, comprising a chaplain, tech marine, librarian, and the crucial apothecary. In contrast, the Old Space Marine half company only brought veterans of the Guard and Terminators, making its composition seem much more meager. The specific composition of the two half companies is as follows. Primaris half company, 33 people, 885 points, 1 command squad 415 points, captain 80 points, 4 company heroes 95 points, chaplain 60 points, tech marine 65 points, librarian 65 points, apothecary 50 points, 1 sword guard veteran 3-person squad 90 points, 1 Black Templars Crusader 10-person squad 140 points, 1 suppressor 3-person squad 75 points, 1 eradicator 3-person squad 85 points, 1 inceptor 5-person squad 80 points. Captain and company heroes, including company champion, standard bearer, and 2 veterans. Librarian, apothecary, chaplain, tech marine, sword guard veteran, eradicator, suppressor, inceptor, crusader squad. Old Space Marine half company, 21 people, 545 points, 1 veteran of the Guard 5-person squad 100 points, 1 Terminator 5-person squad 170 points, 1 tactical 10-person squad 140 points, 1 Dreadnought 135 points. Chapter 102 Ash Knights. At the starport of Ristoff II, a Space Marine strike cruiser was docking. The starport of Ristoff II had been rebuilt and transformed from a single starport into a small, integrated space station. Inheriting the Empire's consistent square-shaped space station design, the Ristoff II starport itself was divided into 4 areas. Although not divided into 4 independent quadrants like the Ramirez-class starforts, the 4 areas of the Ristoff II starport each served different functions. The East District, as the original part of the starport, still served as the port, and most ships arriving at the starport docked here. However, to facilitate the docking of Imperial Navy patrol fleets and to cope with the increasingly busy operations of the starport, the berths in this area were expanded. Currently, it could accommodate 4 cruisers and various other types of vessels, and although it might still be a bit small for a busy port, it was sufficient for now. The North District was the small forge Chen Xi had purchased. Although this forging furnace was not large, after upgrading and expansion, it could also be used as a small space factory. It was currently the main industrial center of Ristoff II, where the weapons and equipment for the Defense Force and Battle Sisters were produced, and most of the industrial goods needed on the planet also relied on its production capacity. To protect the natural environment of Ristoff II, Chen Xi did not allow factories to be built on the planet's surface. He even planned to relocate the original industrial capacity and protein factories. The West District of the starport was prepared for this, but it was still in planning and had not been implemented due to time constraints. The Ecclesiarchy greatly praised this. They were now very concerned about everything on Ristoff II, especially environmental issues. Although the Empire often overfished and over-industrialized many worlds, this did not mean that the Empire did not understand the relationship between environmental protection and agricultural production. For the Ecclesiarchy, they urgently hoped to maintain the natural environment of Ristoff II, so that Chen Xi could plant more grapes and brew more Sanctus wine. To ensure the production of Sanctus wine and to replenish the Battle Sisters' losses from previous battles, the Ecclesiarchy of the Mariupol sector almost scoured all the monasteries and Schola Progenia within the sector, gathering 3,000 prospective Battle Sisters and sending them to Chen Xi on a Dictator-class cruiser. As for the accompanying weapons and equipment, Chen Xi didn't even have to ask, they were sent along with the ship, and there were even 2 drop pod monasteries included. These prospective Battle Sisters were clearly the personnel the Ecclesiarchy intended to use to expand the grape-growing area on Ristoff II. Of course, due to the special nature of the Battle Sisters, they also served as armed security forces. As for the orbital ring Chen Xi had previously hoped the Ecclesiarchy would fund, the Sector Ecclesiastical Council was currently discussing the proposal, and the possibility of it passing was very high. And while they were discussing this issue, the Sector Ecclesiastical Council had already funded the purchase of a small outpost and dragged it to the Ristoff system, where it was currently anchored near the Mandeville Point to bolster the system's defenses. As for the Adeptus Mechanicus, they were more concentrated in the south district of the starport, as it had been converted into a small repair dry dock, currently providing maintenance and servicing for frigates and destroyers. With its further expansion, it would be able to accommodate cruiser-class vessels for maintenance and even complete the final assembly of cruiser-class vessels if needed. However, currently, due to various reasons such as manpower and construction, both the south and west districts of the starport had not yet reached their optimal design state. As for the central area of the starport, it was converted into a small commercial district to accommodate Imperial Navy fleets and other docking ships. After all, even Imperial Navy crewmen, sailors, and the large number of lower and mid-ranking officers had a need to go ashore and relax. Thanks to the starport's expansion, the port's berths and space were much larger than before. Even with a Dictator-class cruiser already docked, the Space Marine strike cruiser could still smoothly enter and dock. This prevented the previous embarrassment of ships arriving with no place to dock. Governor, what is the origin of this Space Marine chapter? Rachel, the Chamberlain, asked curiously beside Chen Xi. For ordinary Imperial worlds, the Emperor's angels, the Astartes, were a legend, and even a large number of Imperial citizens regarded them as a religious myth, not real people. Typically, an imperial world without an apocalyptic crisis might not see an Astartes for hundreds of years. Even the Astra Militarum might have only heard of the Astartes and rarely seen them with their own eyes. Rachel was naturally very curious about this. In response to Rachel's question, Chen Xi simply replied, "They are some old acquaintances of mine. During a past Inquisition Xenos extermination mission, I met Captain Ston of the Ash Knights, and he owed me a favor. When we started fighting the Necrons this time, I sent them a distress signal, but I didn't expect the war to end faster than I anticipated, and they arrived a bit late. It seems I missed a splendid battle." A space marine wearing silver-grey power armor and a red helmet walked up to Chen Xi, removed his helmet, and greeted Chen Xi. "Chapter Master Shidong ordered us to come immediately after receiving the distress signal, but it seems the delay in the warp still made us miss the battle." Captain Ston was promoted to Chapter Master? When did this happen? Chen Xi appeared somewhat surprised. The space marine in front of him explained, "It was after the last incident. Thanks to your help, Inquisitor, we successfully retrieved the body of the previous Chapter Master, who had fallen in battle. After the previous Chapter Master was buried according to the chapter's traditions, Captain Ston became the new Chapter Master after internal discussions within the chapter. That's truly wonderful news. No wonder so many of you came. It seems Chapter Master Shidong still remembers his old friend." Chen Xi showed a happy expression, looking at the other space marines walking down from the warship behind the space marine. The space marine nodded slightly, then said to Chen Xi, "Chapter Master Shidong said that the Ash Knights owe you a debt of honor. If we had arrived for the battle, it would have been considered repaid. But if we didn't make it, the Chapter Master gave you two choices. First, to keep this debt of honor, and we will leave immediately. Second, we will be stationed on your planet for 50 years, which will count as repaying this debt." Chen Xi naturally couldn't let the Ash Knights leave, so he very naturally chose to have them stationed on Ristoff II for 50 years. This way, Ristoff II legitimately had space marines guarding it. To welcome the arrival of these space marines, Chen Xi held a grand welcoming banquet for them, and all factions on Ristoff II were invited. Facing the arrival of the space marines, the reactions of the various factions differed. The local nobles of Ristoff II naturally showed all sorts of worship and flattery towards the space marines, which was no different from nobles on other imperial worlds. If there was any difference, it was that the nobles of Ristoff II, having undergone Chen Xi's previous purge and influenced by their own martial spirit, actively expressed to Sergeant Yarn, who led the Ash Knights, their hope that the Ash Knights could select new recruits from among their offspring. For any imperial noble, if a family's offspring could become an Astartes, the Emperor's Angels of Death, a demigod of the Imperium, then it would be an immense honor for the entire family. Of course, generally speaking, Space Marine chapters would not recruit so casually. Chapters usually conducted new recruitment on specialized recruitment worlds, and the requirements to become a Space Marine recruit were not simply the offspring sent by these nobles. The recruitment standards for new recruits vary among different chapters, but generally, they need to undergo trials of life and death to become a candidate. Sergeant Yarn looked at the nobles before him and simply explained a few sentences. Although the Ash Knights' requirements do not go so far as to make candidates climb snowy mountains, cross ice fields and deserts barehanded, they do require them to survive a training camp with a death rate as high as 2/3. If you don't mind the death of your offspring, then I can conduct a new recruit selection for the chapter on this planet. Under normal circumstances, Space Marine chapters would certainly not recruit casually on Imperial worlds, nor would they recruit arbitrarily. Because generally speaking, to ensure the chapter's cultural heritage and the quality of new recruits, Space Marine chapters usually only recruited new recruits on specific planets. And these planets were usually wild worlds with harsh natural environments, and those recruited were usually strong tribal youths. Although it wasn't impossible for people from civilized worlds or hive worlds to be selected, for Space Marine chapters, they still preferred groups like hive gangs members or wasteland nomads who had been tempered by harsh environments. As for the offspring of Imperial nobles, it wasn't impossible. For example, there were cases of Ultramarines recruiting noble offspring when selecting new recruits, and the Imperial Fists also had similar records. But generally speaking, noble offspring were not high-quality recruits for Space Marines. However, for Chen Xi, as long as these nobles were willing to send their own offspring to be new recruits, he didn't mind recruiting new Astartes on his planet. After all, in addition to the noble offspring, General Grigory of the Defense Force also hoped that the excellent young men in the Defense Force would also get this valuable opportunity. Chen Xi was very satisfied with his Defense Force. Especially the elite alien hunters, they were ruthless characters capable of hunting flares, possessing sufficient qualifications to become Space Marines. However, while the Defense Force and nobles showed enthusiasm for this, the Ecclesiarchy and Adeptus Mechanicus, in addition to offering polite welcome to the Ash Knights' arrival, showed no extra treatment. They even subtly showed vigilance and repulsion towards the Ash Knights' arrival. This was easy to understand. The interests on Ristoff II affected both parties, and the situation on this planet was already complicated enough. They did not wish for another force to disrupt the hard-won balance on Ristoff II. Especially since the Battle Sisters now existed as an elite fighting force under Chen Xi, the Ecclesiarchy was planning to expand the scale of the Battle Sisters to gain more say on this planet. If Space Marines were to join, it would undoubtedly affect the Battle Sisters' status under Chen Xi. Of course, due to the Space Marines' transcendent status and the Ash Knights only stating their temporary 50-year stationing, the Ecclesiarchy did not express any dissatisfaction at the banquet itself. As for the Adeptus Mechanicus, because they only cared about alien technology issues and had no conflict of interest with the Space Marines, Donia merely spoke some perfunctory words on behalf of the Adeptus Mechanicus, acting as if it had nothing to do with them. Only a few officers from the Imperial Navy stationed on Ristoff II expressed an unreserved welcome. After all, for the Imperial Navy, Astartes were just large boarding parties, and the two sides generally did not interfere with each other. In this somewhat chaotic atmosphere, the welcoming banquet finally ended smoothly, and the Ash Knights also settled down on this planet. Shortly after the banquet ended, Chen Xi had Rachel and General Grigory preside over the selection activities. The offspring selected from various noble families, as well as qualified and aspiring individuals from the Defense Force, were gathered together and then received 3 months of short-term training. During this period, those who failed to meet the requirements or were incompatible with the Space Marine requirements would be eliminated. This step was set up by Chen Xi because he did not want too many casualties among these trainees. Although the Ash Knights' new recruit selection would not cause too many casualties, Chen Xi did not deliberately restrict it. It was impossible for no one to die, but if fewer people could die, there was no need to force them to their deaths. Those who could participate in the Space Marine new recruit selection could be considered talents, and it would be a bit wasteful to let these people die directly due to elimination. After 1/3 of these people were eliminated, the Ash Knights would then begin the true selection, at which point another third would be eliminated, and the remainder would be qualified new recruits. And in the true selection process, elimination largely meant death. However, these matters had little to do with Chen Xi. After he handed the affairs over to Sergeant Yarn, Rachel, and General Grigory, he himself boarded a Thunderhawk transporter and quietly left Ristoff II. Although nominally he was going to inspect the mineral extraction on Hot Dog Star, Chen Xi actually went to Ristoff IV to inspect his secret base and the other half company of Primaris Space Marines. They had already moved in and begun training new recruits after completing the construction of the fortress monastery at 32. If nothing unexpected happened, they would begin new recruit training simultaneously with Sergeant Yarn and his group. Chen Xi had higher expectations and placed more importance on their side, so he naturally had to come and see the situation personally. Chapter 104, Rapid Recruitment and Production Line. The Thunderhawk transporter plunged into the gas giant's atmosphere, weaving through dense ammonia clouds, constantly dodging unstable cyclones, storms, and lightning. After a turbulent journey, the Thunderhawk transporter finally landed at an outpost located in a relatively stable stratosphere beneath the ammonia cloud layer. This was a standard gas planet mining outpost. Its installed mining arrays would extract promethium and other rare gases from the gas giant's atmosphere. Then, shuttles would transport them to refining stations in synchronous orbit for refinement and storage, before transport ships carried them back to the factories on Ristoff II starport for further processing. Connected closely to this mining outpost was a Space Marine chapter monastery. However, this was not a standard chapter monastery, but merely a small monastery converted from a gas giant habitation platform. After all, a standard chapter fortress monastery, designed to accommodate training facilities, various armaments, and planetary-level defenses, would be comparable in size to a small space outpost. Even for Macrage and Fenris, the chapter fortress monasteries of the Ultramarines and Space Wolves could even be observed directly from space with the naked eye. "Welcome, Your Excellency, Governor." A captain in Mk-10 power armor appeared before Chen Xi, greeting him. Chen Xi looked up at the towering man, nearly 2.8 meters tall, and felt a significant strain on his neck. "I never thought I'd have to look up at a Primaris Astartes at such an angle," Chen Xi mused. When he met Sergeant Arn previously, although he was also tall, Chen Xi didn't have to crane his neck to meet his gaze. After all, an old Astartes stands between 2.1 and 2.4 meters tall, while very tall, an ordinary person can generally look up and meet their gaze. But a Primaris Astartes reaches 2.8 meters, requiring one to tilt their head back to meet their gaze. To put it into perspective, in the 3K era, residential building floor heights were typically 2.8 meters, and door frame heights ranged from 2 to 2.4 meters. Normally, we don't need to make much effort to see the top of a door frame, but we usually have to look up to see the ceiling. The Primaris Astartes are significantly larger than the old Astartes, which gives us greater strength and allows us to better confront the enemies of the Imperium, the captain replied to Chen Xi, removing his helmet to reveal 3 golden service studs on his forehead. "Hello, Captain Shidong, or should I call you Chapter Master?" Chen Xi greeted the giant before him. Although this was his pawn, once deployed into this world, he became a living person, a feeling Chen Xi found very strange. Despite not being the first time conversing with his pawns, for Chen Xi, Astartes were special, and Captain Shidong was a special pawn. "You may call me as you please. Whether as a space marine or your pawn, your dominion over me is absolute," Shidong simply replied to Chen Xi, answering his question while also explaining the role of pawns like himself. Chen Xi nodded, then said, "Then I'll call you Chapter Master. Please show me around." "Certainly, please follow me," Shidong nodded, then gestured for Chen Xi to proceed. Chen Xi followed behind the massive Shidong, deeply feeling the exaggerated size of the giant. Often, Chen Xi would take 3 steps to Shidong's 1, highlighting the disparity between them. "In this monastery, Oligana the Sage has prepared a set of cultivation chambers for us, capable of cultivating 300 base bodies per year." The first facility Shidong showed Chen Xi was the cultivation chamber used for mass-producing pure humans on an assembly line. Although this device was designed to use natural embryos, any tech priest knew that with slight adjustments, it could be transformed into a clone production line. While 300 people a year might not sound like much, if all 300 could be converted into Primaris Space Marines, that would be truly terrifying. 300 per year? What is the quality of the base bodies? Chen Xi looked at the base bodies submerged in nutrient solution in the cultivation tanks, each over a meter tall and already developed to adult human size, and asked Shidong beside him. Their physical qualities meet the recruitment standards for new recruits and satisfy the requirements for the modification surgery. Shidong handed Chen Xi a data slate, which clearly listed the various physical attributes of this base body. Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction. This was the advantage of advanced technology. If recruiting on a planet, various trials would be needed to select the new recruits with the best physical qualities. However, using cultivation chambers directly produced base bodies whose physical qualities met the modification requirements. Of course, there was still a huge difference between the two, individual will. Generally speaking, new recruits selected through new recruit trials possessed excellent physical and mental fortitude, far superior to these base bodies who only received hypnotic indoctrination in cultivation chambers. This was also why various chapters went to great lengths to conduct new recruit trials and specifically preserved feral worlds as recruitment worlds. However, this problem was not insurmountable through acquired means, so Chen Xi was not concerned about it. He and Shidong continued walking, soon arriving at another facility. Here were dozens of sarcophagus-like devices, most of them empty, with only a few closed and currently operating. Are these the Blood Angels' blood sarcophagi? Chen Xi guessed what they were with just a glance. These were set up by Oligana the Sage. She found traditional modification surgeries too slow and their success rates too low. Shidong answered Chen Xi's question and explained, these are sarcophagi created by Oligana the Sage after modifying the blood sarcophagus STC. After the gene seed is implanted, the base body will sleep in the sarcophagus for 1 year. 1 year is enough time for the gene seed to mature and transform them into qualified space marines. This was the Blood Angels chapter's new recruit cultivation technology, which allowed the 9th Legion during the Great Crusade era to not meticulously select new recruits. Even severely deformed mutants could develop into qualified space marines with this Blood Angels technology. This also meant that the Blood Angels had abundant troops in the early stages, not needing to meticulously select new recruits genes like other legions. And for Chen Xi, this meant only one thing, he could expand his army without restraint. However, there was still one problem limiting his expansion: is there enough gene seed? Chapter 105, Increasing Recruits, 3rd Update. The fundamental reason space marines possess physical qualities far superior to ordinary humans lies in the 19 gene modification technologies they undergo, along with the accompanying psychological hypnotic suggestion and brutal training. Psychological hypnotic suggestion and brutal training merely serve to unleash the potential of these super soldiers, teaching them how to control the normal operation of the bioengineered organs within their bodies, thereby allowing them to exert their powerful combat capabilities. The 19 gene modification surgeries involve implanting 19 different types of artificial organs into the recruit's body, while Dora Corps' Primaris modification adds 3 additional organs, making the space marine stronger, more powerful, more dominant. All artificial organs required for the total of 22 modification surgeries are cultivated from gene seed. Typically, the biological sage or the space marine chapter's apothecary and chaplain responsible for performing the modifications will cultivate all artificial organs using the genetic material preserved in the gene seed. One gene seed yields one set of organs, there won't be more, but some less fortunate chapters might be missing 1 or 2. Then, depending on the culture of each space marine chapter, the duration of the surgical modifications also varies. Some fast ones might be completed in 1 or 2 years, while slower ones might take 10 years to complete all implantation surgeries. Of course, the Blood Angels' sanguine coffins are different from other chapters. Their gene seed is consumed from the sanguine chalice along with the Primarch's blood, rather than having recruits disemboweled and various artificial organs inserted. Because gene seed is so important, it has become the most crucial lifeline for a space marine chapter. Even if an entire space marine chapter is annihilated, as long as there is an apothecary and gene seed, there is still hope for the chapter to be rebuilt. But if a space marine chapter's gene seed is lost, then even if the chapter still has troops, it will hopelessly fall into decline, or even face the crisis of extinction. There is only one method for producing such vital gene seed. Among the 22 modification surgeries, there is one called the gene seed retrieval gland. After being implanted into a recruit's body, it collects the recruit's genetic material. Once the recruit completes all modification surgeries and matures, this gene seed retrieval gland also collects the genetic information of all artificial organs and can be harvested. Each space marine has 2 glands. One can be extracted after the recruit completes the modifications. This is typically submitted as a tithe of 1/10 of the space marine chapter's gene seed, collected by the Adeptus Mechanicus. When a space marine chapter suffers heavy casualties and needs to replenish its ranks on a large scale, it can apply to the Imperium to use these submitted gene seeds for expansion. At the same time, these submitted gene seeds have another very important function. The Adeptus Mechanicus inspects them for corruption, mutation, or other genetic issues within the space marine chapter. The other gene seed retrieval gland remaining in the recruit's body is only recovered by the space marine chapter's chaplain when the space marine dies. This is typically the gene seed primarily used by the space marine chapter to replenish its recruits. The biggest difference between the two is that the gene seed retrieval gland harvested after death preserves the space marine's combat experience and some memories. Recruits implanted with it will inherit these memories recorded within the genes. And this is precisely the space marine chapter's most important heritage, its most precious wealth. However, this also brings a not so small problem. When a space marine chapter wants to expand, it is often limited by the quantity of gene seed, making large-scale expansion impossible. For a space marine chapter in the 40K era, an immediate surge of 200,000 troops after the Battle of Calth, like the Ultramarines during the Great Crusade era, is unimaginable. This is also why Chen Xi asked Shidong if the gene seed was sufficient. Even with enough base bodies, without gene seed, expansion is impossible. We are using base bodies to rapidly cultivate gene seed. Although it is still in cultivation, according to Aligan the Sage's calculations, it will be sufficient, Shidong explained to Chen Xi. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi immediately understood Shidong's plan. Simply put, after the base bodies are cultivated, they are immediately modified. Once the modification is complete, both gene seeds are immediately harvested and then implanted into new base bodies. Repeating this process can yield a large number of gene seeds in a short period. At first glance, it seems similar, but currently, Shidong has 33 Primaris Astartes, and the first batch of gene seeds harvested will also only be 33. If calculated by only harvesting one gene seed after implantation, even if the Sanguine Coffins can cultivate one batch of recruits per year, they would only be able to expand by 330 people in 10 years. But if it's the latter method, where all gene seeds are repeatedly used to produce new gene seeds, then after 10 years, there could be 33,792 gene seeds. Chen Xi asked Shidong, and he does not intend to use such an extreme method to cultivate gene seed, but he also does not intend to cultivate new recruits using traditional methods. Instead, he plans to use half of the gene seed to cultivate new recruits and the other half to cultivate new gene seed. This way, there will be enough gene seed and enough recruits. Although the quality of the recruits might be slightly lower, recruits cultivated in this manner only have slightly lower initial quality. After training and practical combat testing, there will be no significant difference in strength between them and Orthodox Space Marines. Through this method, after 10 years, there will be a considerable number of Primaris Space Marines and gene seed reserves. The only remaining requirement is for weapon and equipment production to keep pace, and Chen Xi's troop expansion will be virtually unlimited. 30 years from now, when the Great Rift unfolds, Chen Xi might even be able to drown his enemies with countless blue-clad descendants. Of course, this is pure fantasy. While the number of gene seeds and Primaris Space Marines is indeed not an issue, producing enough power armor and bolters to arm so many people is not a simple matter. Even if Chen Xi could develop the entire Ristoff subsector, the production capacity would be insufficient to support such a massive Space Marine legion. Not to mention that these Primaris Space Marines not only need power armor and bolters, but also things like chainswords, power swords, storm shields, and various vehicles, as well as strike cruisers for transporting Space Marines. These are the real major expenses. According to Chen Xi's estimation, if he can develop the Ristoff subsector within 30 years, he could probably support 2,000 to 3,000 Space Marines. Any more than that would truly be unsustainable. For now, let's continue cultivating them this way. Additionally, the production of weapons and equipment must keep up, so we don't face the awkward situation of having recruits but no weapons or equipment, Chen Xi instructed Shidong. Chapter 106, Trivial Construction. After inspecting all the facilities, Chen Xi quickly departed from this hidden chapter monastery. Chen Xi naturally had high hopes for this force, but for now, they remained merely an ambush force. Their primary goal was to actively expand their military in preparation for the crisis that would unfold when the Great Rift opened 30 years in the future. Although the Mariupol sector is located in the solar system, and even if the Great Rift opens, it will still be within the Empire Holy Land, unlike the Imperium Nihilus. However, this does not mean that Ristoff's situation will be particularly good when the Great Rift unfolds. During this time, Chen Xi, upon returning to the 3K era, had also been consulting a large number of official novels, many of which described Imperial worlds after the Great Rift opened. One of the biggest problems faced was that with the unfolding of the Great Rift, the Astronomican's light would be affected. The Imperium Nihilus would be completely unable to see the Astronomican's light, and only the Empire Holy Land would still be able to traverse the warp under the Astronomican's guidance. This would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Ristoff subsector. After all, Ristoff II still relies on other agricultural worlds in the sector for food imports, and the transport of both incoming and outgoing materials requires warp travel. And once the Astronomican's navigation is lost or affected, Ristoff's external communication will inevitably be greatly impacted. Besides these, with the Great Rift unfolding, Psyker awakenings will surge. A large number of Psykers will be born due to the Great Rift's unfolding, and at the same time, they will fall into madness or succumb to chaos by directly looking at the Great Rift. The reason the Imperium has always strictly managed Psykers is to guard against the destruction that these Psykers might bring if they fall into madness, and the evil consequences caused by their corruption. If a Psyker only falls on their own, at most, it might open a small warp rift, allowing some chaos demons to briefly enter the real world. This is actually a relatively minor problem for the Imperium, which is still quite manageable. The real trouble is that Psykers can hear voices from the warp and gain knowledge related to chaos demons. Once this knowledge spreads, it will cause severe chaos corruption. At best, it will lead to a rebellion with countless casualties. At worst, an entire planet will fall and be dragged into the warp, or suffer an exterminatus. In the past, thanks to the efforts of imperial departments such as the Department of Justice, the Inquisition, and the Ecclesiarchy, warp knowledge was not widespread in normal imperial worlds, and imperial citizens had always been relatively well protected. As long as one did not actively delve into warp knowledge, even cultists would not cause much trouble. But with the opening of the Great Rift, even ordinary Psykers might dream of a few demon names at night, and by chanting them, they could make sacrifices to them. It is imaginable how serious the problem could be for the Imperium. Especially since the Great Rift is not visible from just one or two worlds, but from every single one of the Imperium's million worlds, all of them can look up and see it. This is also why Guilliman immediately launched the Indomitus Crusade upon his return to the Imperium. It wasn't that this Primarch was addicted to war and wanted to replicate the Great Crusade. Rather, for the Imperium, if another crusade wasn't launched to reclaim these planets, the Imperium would shatter into pieces like the former Human Federation, with only Holy Terror remaining. Therefore, for Chen Xi, 30 years is actually a very tight time frame. He must do everything possible to expand his military and prepare for war within these 30 years. Otherwise, when the Great Rift opens, he might be fine, but the other Imperial worlds in the sector might not be. At that time, if other worlds fall, leading to chaos invasions across the entire sector, no egg will remain unbroken when the nest is overturned. He clearly cannot rely on one planet with a population of over 1 billion to resist the invasion of chaos armies. In other words, what Chen Xi needs is to build the entire subsector into a force capable of at least resisting sector-level chaos invasions. Whether it's naval fleets, the Astra Militarum, or space marines and battle sisters, Chen Xi needs to stockpile sufficient quantities. And this cannot be achieved without the support of a massive industrial system. 32. How is the factory construction on Ristoff II coming along? Back in the 3K era, Chen Xi inquired about the situation from 32. The two were half a galaxy apart in the 40K era, and although they could communicate, it was clearly not as convenient as talking face-to-face now. The foundations are already being laid and the continental shelf is being reinforced. 32 stretched, casually stroking the cat that crawled past her, and then continued, the minerals extracted from Hot Dog Star are basically sufficient for now. The factory construction will probably take about 3 years to start initial operations. The subsequent construction will still require about 10 years to complete the Intercontinental Forge factory. And after it's built, a large amount of resources will still need to be continuously invested to maintain its operation. From the current situation, the output of the entire Ristoff system is probably enough to run this factory at about 15 to 20% capacity. But this level of output is not enough to meet your military expansion requirements, unless you are willing to spend several hundred years accumulating military equipment. Chen Xi nodded, not surprised by this situation. He had instructed 32 to build a super intercontinental factory on Ristoff III, covering an area as large as an entire Eurasia. Once operational, a super factory of this scale could produce a massive amount of materials and equipment, even things like warship keels and titan skeletons. But similarly, maintaining the operation of such a super factory required astronomical amounts of mineral resources. If there was only the output of 1 or 2 planets, it would absolutely not be enough to feed a super factory of this scale. However, this was within Chen Xi's expectations. He simply nodded and then looked at Mai and Twilight, asking them, by the way, where are you two? You're not still drifting in the warp, are you? Are you really just squeezing succubi all day? We're here, we're here. We've already reached Gria, and are currently making contact with the sage responsible for receiving guests, Mai quickly replied. While squeezing succubi in the warp was indeed interesting, it wouldn't be good to be misunderstood as dabbling in Slaanisha's affairs. You two should be careful. While squeezing succubi to make demon hosts is relatively less dangerous than other methods, it's still very risky, Chen Xi reminded the two, then continued to ask, what's Gria's attitude? Are they interested in this order? We're still in contact. Overall, they are interested, but they don't seem very interested in the remuneration we're offering. We'll have to continue negotiating, Mai explained the situation to Chen Xi, also highlighting the biggest problem they were currently facing. Chen Xi was not surprised by the lack of smooth progress. He nodded and said, then keep negotiating with them. The Ecclesiarchy should agree to help us pay for the Star Ring, so you don't need to rush to reach an agreement with them. Star Ring. 32's eyes lit up at the mention of the ring. Chapter 107 Preparing to move. For 32, an orbital ring was something she had yearned for her entire life but could never obtain. Every time she wanted to build an orbital ring, she would always encounter various issues, leading to the mineral resources she had painstakingly accumulated by piloting a mining vessel being diverted for other uses. Even to this day, 32 has not been able to build an orbital ring of her own. So, upon hearing Chen Xi mention building an orbital ring, 32 eagerly asked, can we build an orbital ring? Yes, didn't I tell you? I plan to build an orbital ring around Ristoff II to serve as a hydroponic farm and starship factory. Mai and Twilight went to discuss this cooperative project with Gria Forge World, Chen Xi said, looking at 32 with some surprise, recalling if he had forgotten to tell her about building the orbital ring. Then do you have enough minerals? 32 immediately became serious, looking concerned. Whenever building an orbital ring was mentioned, 32's enthusiasm would invariably soar. Chen Xi nodded and said, we have the development rights for the entire subsector. The mineral resources of the Ristoff system alone are certainly not enough, but resources from the other 12 surrounding systems can be used, so there's no need to worry about a lack of minerals. Furthermore, the Ecclesiarchy intends to cover the costs required for building the ring. Although the matter is still being discussed, there shouldn't be any major changes. Loyalty is too important to the Ecclesiarchy, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 3,000 bolter babes to us. Hearing Chen Xi say this, 32 immediately grinned, looking like she was about to have her own ring. Seeing her expression, Chen Xi added, oh, and you are now a mechanical sage and have a forge ship. If you wish, you can completely build an orbital ring on Ristoff III yourself. The production capacity of the Intercontinental Factory and the minerals from Ristoff I are sufficient. But wouldn't that delay the military expansion plan? 32's spirits soared when Chen Xi said she could build her own ring, but then she hesitated, considering the bigger picture. Chen Xi nodded and affirmed, definitely not before the Great Rift opens. I must dedicate all resources to preparing for war. But once the 13th Prince's Indomitus Crusade begins and we've developed the subsector, building your ring won't affect anything. Although this statement had the potential to be an empty promise, for 32, the ability to build an orbital ring was already the best news, and she didn't mind taking this big bite. Seeing that 32 had no objections, Chen Xi also nodded slightly in satisfaction. 32's obsession with building an orbital ring wasn't actually a major issue. Even if resources were diverted now to build an orbital ring, it wouldn't significantly hinder Ristoff's development. After all, an orbital ring, once built, wouldn't just sit there like a cat cafe, it would be used for factories and various other facilities. The production capacity of an orbital ring would also play a very significant role in the development of the entire subsector. While building it directly would affect the progress of system development, overall, it was still a matter of sharpening the axe before chopping wood. It's just that Chen Xi had already sent Mai and Twilight to discuss building the orbital ring with Gria Forge World, so there was no need to create further complications in this matter. Of course, if they couldn't reach an agreement, then 32 would have to build the orbital ring herself. Thinking of this, Chen Xi asked 32, by the way, 32, do you have blueprints for an orbital ring? If we're going to build this, it will require sufficient technical support, right? Is your technical capability sufficient? Building a planetary-scale wonder structure was clearly not a small undertaking. Just thinking about how a certain superpower in the 3K era had to rope in a bunch of smaller nations to foot the bill for building a space station, one could imagine how much was needed for such a project. Although Chen Xi and his team currently had a strong need for an orbital ring, they might not possess all the necessary prerequisites for building one. In fact, it could be said that they lacked every single one of the main conditions required for building an orbital ring. Hearing Chen Xi's question, 32 thought for a moment and then said, the Adeptus Mechanicus Inquisitor I use is a Dominus, more skilled in leading the Adeptus Militaris in battle than in construction and research. Although she has the capability, building an orbital ring might still be a bit difficult. Blueprints could probably be bought with points, but I definitely don't have enough points right now. As for the technical capability to build the ring, you don't have to worry about that. A mechanical sage, even a Dominus, is capable of this work. 32's answer made Chen Xi nod repeatedly, but then he had a new idea. He turned to Mai and Twilight and said to them, when you talk to Gria, if they are unwilling to take on this order, ask them if they do design commissions. Have them help us design a ring, and once the blueprints are out, we'll build it ourselves. Chen Xi had encountered similar situations in his previous work. If a preferred contractor for a project was unwilling to take it on, his approach at that time was to have the other party produce the blueprints, and then he would find others to do the work. Generally speaking, the other party wouldn't mind making a small profit, as the workload for drawing blueprints and construction is entirely different. Moreover, sometimes, getting blueprints doesn't require going through official channels, directly approaching a designer for a private job is also an option. The same principle applied in the Warhammer world. I might not be able to convince a Forge world to take on this order, but it's much simpler to persuade a sage to help with a design blueprint. The people present were not fresh university graduates, they were all seasoned veterans with several years of experience in society, so they were naturally well versed in such matters. So, Mai nodded and said, all right, I'll act as the situation dictates. After discussing this matter, Chen Xi saw everyone off. As he walked them to the door, he suddenly remembered something and called out to the others, oh, my new house is ready. I plan to move this Saturday. If you have time, you can come along. It'll also be a way for you to get to know the place, so you don't get lost next time. Your new house is ready? Then we definitely have to see it. Gutierrez exclaimed upon hearing Chen Xi, quickly expressing his certainty that he would go. The other three had the same expression, all indicating that they would come to help before bidding farewell and leaving Chen Xi's home. After seeing everyone off, Chen Xi turned and went back inside, looking at the house he had lived in for nearly 3 years, feeling a slight sense of nostalgia. But as soon as he thought about moving into a 300 square meter flat where he could do whatever he wanted, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. I just wonder how they've analyzed the things I submitted. This thought flashed through Chen Xi's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Some matters are better left unexamined. Chapter 108, Moving and New Neighbors. Because Chen Xi's cabinet of models and miniatures needed to be moved, and he didn't trust a regular moving company, he paid a hefty price to hire a professional moving company that offered Japanese-style moving services. These workers, dressed in uniform professional attire and possessing highly skilled moving techniques, first, under Chen Xi's direction, carefully wrapped his precious miniatures and models one by one with pearl cotton, then placed them in the provided packing boxes with ample cushioning, and only after Chen Xi confirmed everything was correct, did they seal the boxes and move them. Compared to this cabinet of models, Chen Xi's other belongings seemed less important, and he wasn't particularly concerned, simply letting the moving company handle them according to their normal procedures without much oversight. The important crossing item was naturally also part of the move, but when not unfolded, this box looked like nothing more than a beautifully crafted metal box, with nothing special about it. The moving company workers simply put it into a packing box and transported it away. Watching the professional and efficient manner of this team of movers, Gutierrez and 32, who had come to help, couldn't help but exclaim, this moving service is truly professional. You can tell they're professionally trained, they're nothing like ordinary moving companies. The price is 10 times that of a normal move. If they weren't professional, how could they justify the money I paid? Chen Xi retorted. How much did you pay them? Gutierrez asked curiously, if it's cheap, I'll hire them next time I move wine. I really don't trust ordinary moving companies. As a red wine distributor, Gutierrez naturally had some good wines worth thousands or tens of thousands per bottle, and his biggest headache was the difficulty of finding professional movers for red wine in the country. This one move cost me almost 2,000, pretty much the price of a big bundle. Chen Xi spread his hands, then sighed. A normal moving company would only cost the price of a box of arbitrators. If I wasn't moving models and miniatures and worried about damage during transit, I wouldn't have spent so much money. A big bundle? That's not very expensive. Gutierrez seemed to think this price wasn't high. However, just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly noticed one of the movers putting on gloves to move Chen Xi's cabinet, and his expression changed as he said, "But 2,000 for one move. I'll just find a logistics company next time." Chen Xi didn't pay much attention to Gutierrez's sudden change of mind, simply turning to watch the workers move the furniture. "Here's the fee, please check it." Chen Xi used his phone to scan and settle the moving fee, thanked the moving company workers for their hard work, and then sat down on the sofa in his new home. Compared to his original house, his new home was so large that he felt it was somewhat too empty. Apart from anything else, just the living room, which was a full 40 square meters, made Chen Xi feel that this house was truly big. Even after all the various furniture and models he brought were moved in, the entire house still felt empty. "Damn it, you actually have a dedicated room for models, figures, and miniatures. And another dedicated room for painting. What extravagance!" Twilight exclaimed enviously, looking at Chen Xi's specially prepared model room and painting room. "Even I couldn't help but say, your painting room is so well equipped, it's unreasonable not to let a brother use it. It's all top-tier professional equipment from major brands, where did you get so much money?" Chen Xi merely shrugged and casually replied, "Can't I be a hidden rich second generation?" "Cut, if you're a hidden rich second generation, then I'm Kern's chosen." 32 said with disdain, clearly not believing Chen Xi's excuse. While those who play Warhammer are generally not poor, those who can afford such a large house are still a minority. After all, for a house this big, even at 5,000 yuan per square meter, it would be 1.5 million, and it was impossible for this development to be only 5,000 per square meter. If Chen Xi had bought a small apartment, everyone might not have found it strange, as although a few 100,000 is not a small sum, for Chen Xi, it wasn't a problem. But over 1 million is no small sum, and no one could really say how he got so much money. Even Gutierrez, who had some suspicions, had no interest in delving deeper into this topic. The group chatted and made a ruckus until dinner time. Chen Xi ordered Hey Dai Lao takeout, and after a lively and hearty meal, the others said their goodbyes, and Chen Xi saw everyone downstairs. For him, having friends over to liven things up was a relatively rare occurrence. Returning upstairs, Chen Xi happened to run into his neighbor from across the hall who was coming out to throw out trash, and they exchanged friendly greetings. "Hello, you're new here, aren't you? I saw the moving company earlier this afternoon. I'm your neighbor across the hall. If you ever need help with anything, just ask. We're neighbors, so we help each other out." Chen Xi's new neighbor was a very enthusiastic young man with a buzz cut, wearing a green t-shirt and camouflage pants. Chen Xi also greeted him warmly, and they exchanged names. After Chen Xi learned that the other person was Lu Yi, a retired soldier, he returned to his own home. Sitting back down in the living room, Chen Xi couldn't help but shake his head slightly. "They're not even trying to hide it. But this is actually perfect, it saves me the trouble of explaining." However, although Chen Xi had guessed something, he was too lazy to delve deeper. After rolling around on the sofa, he got up and walked to the painting room, looking at his pile of miniatures, and couldn't help but break into a smile, eager to get to work. "I finally have my own painting room. Today, I'm going to get a lot done," Chen Xi declared, then opened a large bundle box, took out the sprues, and began to work. All the equipment placed in this painting room were the best painting tools Chen Xi could think of on the market, all specifically for painting miniatures. After all, these things would be his soldiers, his combat power in the future, so he naturally had to treat them with extra care. And while Chen Xi was painting his Warhammer, Lu Yi, his newly acquainted neighbor, after finishing a phone call, was diligently poring over the Warhammer army book he had just received. Astrum Militarum. How come future space combat is still so rigid, fighting trench warfare like World War I and World War II? Where's orbital support? Where's air-to-ground coordination? Where's tactical bombing? Why is it just battleships and cannons, with virtually zero air support? Lu Yi looked at the army book in front of him, feeling a sense of shock akin to an old man on the subway looking at a smartphone. As a professional soldier who had at least received specialized training and been cultivated within a modern warfare system, looking at the clearly World War I and World War II style tactics and strategies of Warhammer was truly as unpalatable as eating snow. But he still had to diligently pore over the army book in his hands. Chapter 109, The First Crossover in the New Home. This new place feels different. It feels much bigger than Gutierrez's place. Twilight exclaimed in Chen Xi's new home's activity room. In terms of floor area, Chen Xi's new home activity room was not actually larger than the lounge in Gutierrez's shop, but due to the new renovation, lighting, and furniture arrangement, the activity space indeed looked much larger. However, none of this was important. For them, what was more important was the crossover. When Chen Xi and the others crossed over, only their consciousness was projected into the 40K era, their bodies remained in the 3K era. Previously, Chen Xi's home didn't have enough space, so everyone basically just sat directly on the floor or found a chair, and the military box was also casually placed on the floor. Now, Chen Xi had set up a large table, placed the military box on it, and the few of them sat around the table. Moreover, for comfort, Chen Xi had bought high-end home sofas that one could lie on and sleep directly. My place has cabinets on both sides. Chen Xi put the models and chess pieces in another room, so of course, it's more spacious, Gutierrez commented casually. Then he looked at Chen Xi and asked him, by the way, how are you going to arrange Titus's team? Why don't you give them to me? I can find a place to build a watch fortress. I currently have 5 new recruits with me, so Titus and his team can help train them. Adventure mode isn't supposed to allow projecting chess pieces, is it? Gutierrez, where did you get new recruits? Did Chen Xi recruit them for you? Twilight suddenly asked curiously. Mai and 32, who were beside her, also looked over with curiosity. This is a new feature unlocked after upgrading to Ristoff II access, don't you have it? Gutierrez feigned innocence and glanced at the other 3. Amidst their disgruntled laughter and curses, he explained, after upgrading to Ristoff III access, you can unlock a new feature that allows you to recruit a kill team for yourself. Their configuration is related to the faction you've chosen. For example, since I chose the Forge Master of the Death Watch, I can recruit Death Watch Astartes or combat servitors. However, all recruits are blank slates and require self-leveling, training, and equipment purchases. The only advantage is that they can be continuously upgraded, and if trained well, they can become a team of 4-pin elite veterans. That sounds good. But what if they die? Do you have to train them again? That would be a huge loss. Mai was very interested in this. His identity was a rogue trader, and he happened to need a kill team of his own as retainers. But if subordinates cultivated with such effort died in battle, it would indeed be very painful. This is like playing a strategy game where you finally recruit a 5-star general, upgrade him, equip him, and finally raise him, only for him to die in one battle. That would make one feel very bad. However, Gutierrez quickly said, if they die in battle, you can spend points to revive them. However, the revived one is another person with the same abilities, attributes, and equipment. Memories will be inherited, but it is not the same person. So, it's roughly equivalent to copying a new character, right? That sounds acceptable. Gutierrez's explanation made Mai nod, strengthening his resolve to upgrade to Ristoff III as soon as possible and then cultivate his own kill team. Although it sounds like there are some limitations, overall, it's still reasonable. You can consider using this method to cultivate your trusted subordinates. Gutierrez had mentioned this to Chen Xi before, and he also agreed with it. Leaving aside everything else, just by looking at Shidong and Arn's work, one would know how much trouble a subordinate with autonomous capabilities saves. However, he was in commander mode and could not recruit retainers or a kill team, he could only use his own chess pieces. Although the autonomy of the chess pieces was not bad, the inability to upgrade, improve, and strengthen them made Chen Xi feel somewhat less satisfied when using them. Hearing Chen Xi say this, 32 immediately became interested. Then can we cultivate a group of apprentices for ourselves? Raise a group of sages to work, and then we only need to do some guiding work. Of course, you can, as long as you upgrade to Ristoff III, you can do that. Chen Xi and Gutierrez nodded in unison. This was precisely the key reason why Chen Xi thought this retainer mode was very good, they could truly work for him. Although his chess pieces could also do the same things, there were still some differences between the two. This was actually the difference in growth potential. Although the retainers in adventure mode were blank slates at first, with their growth potential, they might not be unable to become purple or gold cards in the future. However, the chess pieces in Chen Xi's hands, although they could be max level and max stats from the beginning, were fixed as gold or silver cards from the start, losing the possibility of growth. If viewed only from Chen Xi and their current situation, this actually had no impact. Ristoff was not a major power and did not need powerful figures like the regent to help with administration, nor did it need 2 generations of imperial war masters to lead troops into battle. The territory they currently controlled was only one planet, at most including the star system currently being developed. Overall, the demand for talent was not that great. Although Chamberlain Rachel was a former commissar and her work style still carried a commissar-like mindset, she had no problem managing the administrative affairs of Ristoff II, and all tasks were completed very well. Perhaps she could not adapt to a higher stage, but for her current position on Ristoff II, she was qualified. By the same token, while the chess pieces Chen Xi projected might indeed lack growth potential, this did not mean their abilities were insufficient, it merely meant they lacked the possibility of becoming top talents and could not improve themselves through experience accumulation. It's like someone as dull as an ogre. Even if he makes many mistakes, he will accumulate experience to avoid making the same mistakes next time. However, the chess pieces in Chen Xi's hands do not possess this possibility of learning and growth, their abilities are already fixed. Enough idle talk, let's get ready to go. Chen Xi ended the discussion on this topic, then said to Gutierrez, I need to go to Ristoff III to check on the factory construction. You can go find Titus's team yourself. Anyway, you are the Forge Master of the Death Watch, so they should obey your commands. As for building the Watch Fortress, you can handle it as you see fit. If you lack anything, discuss it with Rachel. I should return after checking Ristoff III and Ristoff, and inspecting the factories and mines. Alright, I understand. I'll go talk to Titus and Rachel about this later. Gutierrez nodded, then entered the crossover state. Chen Xi said nothing more, simply placed another chess piece into the military box, and then also entered the crossover state. Lottery prize.
I've already confirmed with the editor that it will be available next Monday. I hope all dear readers will vote and support it. First subscription, please. Additionally, the current number of consistent readers is around 1000. If the first subscription can exceed 1000, I will hold a lottery to give away a box of Warhammer chess piece blind boxes. Friends interested in participating can join the reader group to enter the lottery. Chapter 110, En route. When Chen Xi opened his eyes again, he was already in the cabin of a Thunderhawk transporter, and beside him was his new chess piece for this deployment, a monkey. He was currently en route to the planet Ristoff II. The cabin of the Thunderhawk transporter was not large, it could accommodate a dozen space marines or 40 to 50 Astra Militarum soldiers without much issue, but as a military transport, comfort was naturally not a consideration. Using it for interstellar travel was, at best, barely tolerable. The Imperium was not without better transportation or more comfortable conveyances, but for Governor Chen Xi at present, it was far from the time to concern himself with pomp and luxury. If he truly desired luxury, he could wait for his black ship to return from the capital of Mariupol, or simply take the Ash Knight's strike cruiser, traveling exclusively by cruiser. An imperial cruiser, at least 3 to 5 kilometers long, was essentially a flying city and an aerial palace, capable of satisfying any desire for extravagance. At worst, he still had enough points to purchase a destroyer or a frigate. There would be no problem at all in improving his travel conditions, indulging in pomp, and being a bit more luxurious. Furthermore, don't think that this level of luxury and enjoyment would lead to corruption. Slaanesh, one of the 4 chaos gods, pursues extreme indulgence, and the pursuit of luxurious enjoyment can indeed lead to corruption, and there are many hidden Slaanesh cultists among the imperial nobility, with imperial nobles always making up the majority in many Slaanesh cult-induced corruption incidents, but mere indulgence in luxury truly isn't much. What truly causes corruption is indulging one's desires through luxurious enjoyment, unrestrained and immoderate indulgence, thereby achieving extreme satisfaction, which then leads to one's downfall. To give a simple example, Cloudhammer always says that transmigrating to 40k with a head full of lewd thoughts will lead to falling to Slaanesh, or even ascending to a daemon prince and so on. But in reality, with the paltry lewd thoughts in their heads, a Slaanesh daemonette might even ask, "Are you even capable, little dog?" Don't think it's an exaggeration. If we use familiar people from the 3K era as examples, a great musician like Beethoven might be one who could truly fall into Slaanesh's domain, because he pursued extreme music, which aligns with Slaanesh's tenets, and he indeed achieved extremity. By the same token, to fall into corruption or even ascend to a daemon prince by engaging in lewd acts, it would probably require dragging billions of people on an entire planet into an orgy to achieve such an effect. In fact, the Inquisition is well aware of the luxury and corruption among imperial nobles, and the ecclesiarchy also has considerable knowledge of it. Among the Sisters of Battle branch of the ecclesiarchy, a very famous branch, the Famulaos sisters, are responsible for overseeing the moral conduct of nobles, guiding their words and actions, and preventing corruption. Of course, they also have another important task, helping nobles perpetuate their bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, they are only responsible for helping nobles with matchmaking and finding suitable in-laws. But in certain less common situations, it is not unheard of for a Famulaos sister to become a noble's wife. From this point, it can be seen that most of the private lives of imperial nobles, as long as they don't genuinely get involved with warp entities, are highly unlikely to lead to corruption. As for a head full of lewd thoughts, besides possibly being a waste of paper, it's really nothing significant. Governor Chen Xi naturally also had Famulaos sisters. This was the case after he became governor, when the ecclesiarchy first dispatched sisters to his side, and a dedicated team of Famulaos sisters was already in his governor's office. However, the number of this team of Famulaos sisters was not large, only 5 in total. Their primary responsibilities were to manage the internal affairs of the governor's office for Governor Chen Xi, as well as to instruct Governor Chen Xi on how to safely address his physiological needs and perpetuate the noble bloodline, ensuring the proliferation of Governor Chen Xi's family. In simple terms, the Famulaos sisters would teach him how to legally mint coins for the emperor. It was just a pity that Governor Chen Xi, this emperor's counterfeit, did not possess the value-adding function of minting coins, and could only lament the missed opportunity while looking at the 5 white-haired maids who perfectly fit his aesthetic. After all, if you were to ask the Famulaos sisters to mint coins, they might not necessarily accept, but they might not necessarily refuse either. But if you plan to play some exciting little games with the sister senpai, then, no apologies, the sisterhood's neural whips will whip you until you profoundly understand what it means for every single nerve to scream in pain, in a physical sense. Thinking of these random things, the Thunderhawk transporter carrying Governor Chen Xi arrived at Ristoff III. However, he did not immediately choose to land, but instead boarded the Ford ship, which was docked in the planet's low orbit. "How is this ship? Is it easy to use?" Governor Chen Xi asked the Ford ship, who came to greet him, curiously. A Ford ship had cost him over 1,000 points, and although it was a necessary expense, it still pained Governor Chen Xi. "It's very easy to use. With the mineral resources from the Scorching Dog Star supporting us, the factory on board can produce all the necessary components. Apart from things that are exceptionally large, we can even forge a moon class for you with this ship." The forged ship was still in her Adeptus Mechanicus Inquisitor form, though she wasn't holding a forge axe, but rather leaning on her staff of the Magos, looking quite animated. Governor Chen Xi had to step back 2 paces before reminding her, "Be careful. Your arms and legs are all metal now. Kicking someone isn't as simple as breaking a Tibetan Mastiff's bone anymore. If you kick me or something, I'll have to get prosthetics for this body." "You can get prosthetics.
The forged ship showed a curious expression, as according to the information she had previously, Governor Chen Xi's chess pieces were not capable of upgrades or modifications, and replacing prosthetics clearly fell within the scope of upgrades and modifications. If I exchange them from Huang Lao Han, I can equip myself with prosthetics. This is considered equipment, not an upgrade or modification, Governor Chen Xi explained simply, as his own chess piece, which he used, could even be equipped with relic sets, so adding 1 or 2 bionics was not a problem. Of course, this was only limited to the chess piece he used as an avatar, other chess pieces still could not be upgraded or modified. Unless Governor Chen Xi brought them back from 40K to 3K, then manually upgraded and modified them, replaced equipment or limbs, and then redeployed them into this world. That sounds amazing. I wonder if I can upgrade and modify myself. This body isn't very comfortable to use. The forged ship's eyes darted about, clearly starting to ponder. Governor Chen Xi quickly interrupted her, saying, "Don't rush into tinkering yet, you should first tell me about the factory's situation. Once the factory is built, even if you forge yourself a titan as a body, I'll pretend I didn't see it. For now, let's focus on the important matters." Chapter 111, Manpower Shortage. Although Chen Xi interrupting his thoughts caused him a little displeasure, 32 quickly got into character, pulling Chen Xi to the ship's bridge and introducing him to the massive holographic projector. "Currently, we have completed the 3 utilities and 1 leveling for a circular area with a diameter of 4,000 kilometers, and we are now reinforcing the continental shelf," 32 explained to Chen Xi, pointing at the huge circular area projected before them. This was a massive circle, unimaginably large in the 3K era, so vast that it could even encompass the entire country of Sears. After all, the straight line distance from the northernmost to the southernmost point of Sears is only a little over 3,700 kilometers, so it would fit into this circle with plenty of room to spare. Yet, in the Warhammer world, this was merely the foundation for a run-of-the-mill intercontinental factory. Has the core of this planet already cooled? Chen Xi glanced at the various planetary data displayed next to the projector and asked 32. 32 nodded, saying with some regret, "Yes, we had previously hoped that the planet's core hadn't fully cooled, as that would save the factory some energy, and the molten rock inside the planet could be extracted to provide minerals. But unfortunately, this planet cooled down about 70 million years ago, and now if we dig into it, there will only be rock. While some minerals can be refined, if we want to build an intercontinental factory, we cannot hollow out the ground beneath it. Instead, we need to reinforce it with various materials. The first batch of mineral resources formerly extracted from Ristoff II were basically all used for this." 32 was a bit reluctant about using precious minerals to lay the foundation, as saving even a little of those minerals would have been enough for her to build a framework for her ring. "Don't be stingy with these resources, Ristoff I will continuously provide us with various mineral resources," Chen Xi naturally comforted 32, and then skillfully painted another picture for her, "and once this factory is operational, we can then develop the other 12 star systems in the subsector. By then, mineral resources will come from 7 resource-rich mineral planets across the entire subsector, not just from Ristoff I alone." Chen Xi's skill at painting a picture was quite proficient, but 32 only said helplessly, "That's true, but the construction period for an intercontinental factory is too long. And such a large factory requires a massive number of workers just to keep it running. Factories in 40K are not like the automated production lines of the 3K era. While the Adeptus Mechanicus can indeed use automation in many places, more often, it still requires servitors and low-ranking priests to manually complete production. This ship does come with a batch of priests, and they can handle some of the work, but there still aren't enough people. A Forge World ship would have at least tens of thousands of crew members, and while a significant portion of them were low-ranking lower-deck sailors, the number of low-ranking priests and even high-ranking priests on an Adeptus Mechanicus Forge World ship was still quite considerable. Simply put, this was an entire, complete technical team, the kind of top-tier technical team capable of taking over the management of an entire intercontinental factory, albeit with a slight shortage in numbers. After all, a Forge World ship possesses a complete production line and is itself equivalent to a large factory. However, due to limited personnel, without affecting the operation of the Forge World ship itself, 32 could only spare about 2,000 crew members and fewer than 100 low-ranking priests, and then send them to carry out the construction. To meet the construction requirements, 32 also manufactured a large batch of engineering vehicles, much larger than Mastodon tanks and Warhound-class Titans, for construction needs. Otherwise, relying solely on manpower, it would likely take 1,000 years to complete the first phase of construction. So what is the current manpower shortage? Chen Xi was particularly concerned about this issue, as without enough workers, construction could not be completed on schedule, which would have a significant impact. Currently, I probably need 200,000 skilled workers. Note, skilled workers, at least capable of tightening screws and wrenches. Ordinary lower hive dwellers who can't even read are unusable. Besides that, a large number of low-ranking priests are needed, at least 10,000. 32 stated her requirements to Chen Xi, and then added, as for ordinary lower hive dwellers, to fill this factory, at least 100 million people are needed, and those are actually the easiest to acquire. After 32 finished speaking, she shook her head slightly. Although manpower was cheap in the Imperium, 200,000 mid-hive skilled workers and 10,000 low-ranking priests were genuinely difficult to obtain. As for 100 million lower hive dwellers, that was simply a matter of finding a rogue trader to buy them. As abstract as the Imperium was, if it was a mid-hive area within a hive city, both public security and living standards were still above the average baseline. This also provided a foundation for mid-hive residents to potentially receive better education and advancement. They had at least received basic literacy education, understood simple mathematics, and possessed the necessary skills for their respective jobs. For mid-hive residents, as long as they studied hard, it was not difficult to find a relatively stable job in the mid-hive after graduation that could support a family. A mid-hive resident, as long as they were diligent and striving, could live a good life, and even maintain a relatively prosperous one was not particularly difficult. If they were lucky or exceptionally talented, they could even try their luck to see if they had a chance to ascend to the upper nest. It was precisely because of this that if Chen Xi were to extract only skilled workers from a hive city, he would most likely be drawing from these pillars of the mid-hive. They often worked in various large factories on the planet, supporting the factory's operations and maintaining the stability of the local imperial world. It was also for this reason that the mid-hive population usually did not flow easily in large numbers. Although the Imperium did not prohibit human trafficking, such relatively essential populations were still the darlings of various governors, important pillars for maintaining the economic prosperity, industrial production, and social stability of the local imperial world. Unless Chen Xi used some darker methods, such as hiring pirates to raid for people, it would be very difficult to obtain so many mid-hive skilled workers. Relatively speaking, the only ones who could provide such a large number of skilled personnel were the various forge worlds of the Imperium and planets influenced or controlled by the Adeptus Mechanicus. And in Mariupol, this nascent sector, only the workers from the sector's forge world could meet this population demand. 200,000 skilled workers? All right, I'll figure out a way to get them for you, Chen Xi nodded and agreed. Although recruiting 200,000 skilled workers was not easy, these were necessary conditions for the intercontinental factory to be successfully completed and put into use, and Chen Xi had no choice but to find a way to meet them. Chapter 112 Factory Foundations. The problem of 200,000 skilled workers could not be solved in a short time, and Chen Xi and 32 did not dwell on it. After discussing the general issues, the two of them took an Arvis lighter together to the factory under construction on the planet's surface. This is a common, loyal, and reliable light transport vehicle in the Imperium, used continuously from the Great Crusade era to the 42nd millennium. Although it is just one of many void-faring shuttles in the Imperium, many factions, including the Imperial Navy and various rogue traders, are loyal users of this small spacecraft. The reason is simple: in addition to its excellent performance, high cost-effectiveness, and compact flexibility, one of its greatest advantages is its wide range of applications. Whether serving as a ferry between void ships, an orbital shuttle between space orbit and the ground, or for transporting goods and personnel in dangerous areas on a planetary surface, this light and flexible small spacecraft can safely and quickly deliver its cargo or personnel to their destination. More importantly, the structure of this type of lighter is very simple, and the cost of production, manufacturing, and modification is very low, which is why it has been widely used within the Imperium's territory. Of course, due to its overly simple structure, things like energy shields are out of the question. This shuttle lighter isn't even equipped with any weapons for self-defense or combat. The Arvis lighter only possesses the most basic navigation equipment, external sensors, and proximity alarms, relying on 2 rocket propulsion engines to carry heavy loads and depart a planetary surface from its atmosphere. If one had to describe it, it's a brute force space pack mule. But precisely because of its simple structure, it can be designed to be more robust and durable, and a cabin capable of carrying 12 Astra Militarum personnel is sufficient to accommodate the required personnel and goods, making it the primary choice for various imperial factions and departments in terms of rapid deployment. As for the travel of high-ranking officials, the more suitable choice is the Aquila Lander, which embodies the luxury and comfort of imperial transportation. The difference between the two is roughly equivalent to the gap between a Jinbei van and a Toyota coaster. After landing on the planet's surface in the Arvis, Chen Xi had already changed into his void suit. Although Ristoff III has an atmosphere, it is not suitable for human survival, so a void suit with life support and protective functions is required for outdoor activities. At this time, the planet's surface was still undergoing structural reinforcement of the continental shelf, which is commonly known as foundation piling. Giant steel components, thousands of meters high, are produced from the forge ship in space, then transported to the construction site on the planetary surface, where engineering machinery larger than a Titan installs them in place, and finally, low-ranking priests perform the blessing ceremony. The entire process is filled with the rugged, violent industrial aesthetic, the powerful technology of humanity in the 40K era, and the barbarism and religious superstition brought about by the loss of civilization and technology during the Age of Strife, are most vividly demonstrated at this moment. Speaking of construction here, do we need to drive living piles? Chen Xi suddenly had this strange thought for some reason. The so-called living piles are one of the various bizarre urban legends from the 3K era, although proper civil engineers know that this is completely unreliable. Burying a person would require the entire project to be torn down and rebuilt, but the folk tales are very convincing. And in the 40K era, if it really worked, neither the Ecclesiarchy nor the Adeptus Mechanicus would mind burying something in the ground when laying foundations to ensure the smooth progress of the project and its protection from chaos corruption. Theoretically, no. After thinking about it, 32 still answered truthfully, although those 4 bad things in the warp are highly corrosive, their erosion of buildings is generally very low. However, if it were truly necessary, burying the ashes of an unnamed saint, for instance, could indeed effectively prevent chaos corruption. Hearing 32's answer, Chen Xi's eyes darted around, and he quietly asked, then should we get some? I think we should just stick with this, there's no need for these. 32 thought about it and still rejected this suggestion, which was actually quite legitimate in the 40K era, explaining, the Adeptus Mechanicus is quite resistant to this. If you do that, they will consider you to have defiled the omnicia and the sanctity of machinery. Hearing this answer, Chen Xi smacked his lips. Although he felt a bit regretful, he didn't insist. After all, even though he knew it would certainly be useful, some things aren't simply done just because they're useful or because he wants to do them. The scale of the intercontinental factory was simply too vast. After Chen Xi and 32 inspected one construction site, moving to the next location even required them to continue riding the Arvis lighter. And once this factory becomes operational, workers commuting from their residential areas to the factory floor will be equivalent to someone living in Xinjiang, taking a train to Nanjing every month for work, and then, after getting off the train in Nanjing, needing to transfer to other transportation to reach Shanghai for their workstation. Such a massive factory's production capacity naturally justifies its astonishing scale and consumption. However, while Chen Xi and 32 were inspecting the factory, 32 suddenly asked Chen Xi a question: have you considered expanding this factory into a hive city in the future? This question was a bit abrupt and seemed to come out of nowhere. At first glance, how could an intercontinental factory be connected to a hive city? But for the Imperium in the 40K era, this is actually quite normal. Because such a massive factory requires a huge population, and the corresponding service facilities will inevitably occupy a large amount of space and land on the planet. One of the residential areas designated by 32 for this intercontinental factory already has an area equivalent to the entire administrative division of Chongqing in the 3K era. If the factory continues to develop and expand in the future, the residential areas will naturally need to expand accordingly to accommodate more people. If one does not wish to completely urbanize the entire planetary surface, or hopes to build more compact cities and pursue a more promising development, then developing residential areas and factories towards the direction of a hive city is a very normal and reasonable thing to do. But Chen Xi had some reservations about this. Planning a hive city is certainly necessary and beneficial for the development of the subsector, but, Chen Xi paused after saying but, then changed his tone and said helplessly, you understand the situation of the Ristoff subsector, out of the 13 star systems, not even one has been fully developed yet, making it impossible to support the operation of a hive city. Chapter 113 Business Negotiations. Chen Xi's intercontinental factory was still under construction, but Gria's intercontinental factory had been operating for countless years, and its huge forge was clearly visible even when approaching the planet. The 3K era rumor that the Great Wall of Sears could be seen from space was a myth, but seeing a huge factory on a planetary surface here was not. Gria Forge World is the setting for the game's Space Marine and Bolter, where Titus tore apart a Daemon Prince and Kaito banished a Great Unclean One. Although this planet had always been plagued by disasters, thanks to its main forge network, Crown of Grea, which possessed a warp engine and could move itself, Gria Forge World had always suffered heavily but had never fallen or been completely devastated. Although for the tech priests of Gria, having to rebuild the planet every few hundred years was indeed painful, it was still better than the entire planet being destroyed and the whole forge world perishing. However, because the planet had been invaded by both Chaos and Orcs 100 years ago, the Inquisitor responsible for investigating the matter, in addition to taking Titus, also imposed a blockade on the planet. The planet was only unsealed after that Inquisitor was executed for corruption. Fortunately, the planet's main forge was not affected, otherwise, Gria Forge World would truly have cried itself to death. However, it was precisely because of this that the sages on this planet were very interested in the arrival of Mai Mai and Twilight, and the orders they brought. Lord Malin, Gria Forge World is willing to accept the order you mentioned, but for an important planet like Ristoff, which will become a subsector capital in the future, isn't just one orbital ring insufficient? The sage sent by the Adeptus Mechanicus of Gria to negotiate spoke in a tempting tone. Our Gria Forge World has a very long history and profound technological heritage. We can meet all your needs. Since your dynasty, Lord Malin, has obtained the development rights for the entire subsector, why not consider cooperating with us for in-depth development of this subsector? We can provide you with various facilities and production licenses, including shipyards, and even the construction of hive cities and planetary transformation are well within our capabilities. Furthermore, if there are any war-related needs, our Titan Legion can also provide assistance. Because the Forge World had been blockaded for 100 years, Gria currently needed a large number of orders to reignite the forges on the planet that had been cold for a century. Although the main forge was a flying space station, there were still many intercontinental factories on the surface of Gria. The forges in these factories had all been extinguished in the past 100 years, which was a huge blow to Gria Forge World. They were now seeking how to rekindle the fires and restore the planet to its former prosperity. Facing the demands arising from the development and construction of an entire subsector, even the proud Adeptus Mechanicus sages would condescend to proactively discuss cooperation with Malin, and their attitude was very enthusiastic and friendly. However, Mai Mai merely shook her head and sighed. If possible, I would certainly hope to cooperate with Gria Forge World. But Ristoff subsector is located in Mariupol sector, and the forge world of that sector is also eyeing this huge piece of cake. I am merely a humble rogue trader, and my dynasty is but a tiny one, too small to offend any of your forge worlds. Why don't the two of you discuss how to divide this cake? I don't really care, after all, buying from anyone is still buying Adeptus Mechanicus products, isn't it? Mai Mai's words effectively kicked the ball to Gria's sage, leaving them to consider how to handle the matter. But you still came to Gria to order an orbital ring, Gria's sage simply pointed out. Yes, I don't deny that. After all, the forging supervisor of Mariupol Forge World also admitted that they don't have the capability to build an orbital ring. Mai Mai, with an indifferent expression, frankly admitted this to Gria's sage. In fact, Mariupol's forging supervisor didn't say he was incapable, but Gria's sage obviously couldn't go to Mariupol's forging supervisor to confirm this point, so whatever Mai said was fine. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Mariupol Forge World did not take this business. Facing Mai's words, Gria's sage smiled, then said, in that case, Ristoff subsector can have more than one orbital ring, can't it? Orbital rings, of course, there can be more than one. Mai was certainly interested in building more orbital rings, but he spread his hands helplessly. Unfortunately, the ecclesiarchy only agreed to pay for Ristoff II, this orbital ring. If I want to build more, I'll have to pay out of my own pocket. Although Inquisitor Chen Xi has given me immense authority, for such a large project, I wouldn't dare to make the decision alone. However, Inquisitor Chen Xi is a reasonable person. Captain Titus, the second company captain of the Ultramarines who saved Gria Forge World 100 years ago, was rescued by him from the Inquisitor who took him, and is now on Ristoff II. If I can persuade him with suitable conditions, I think he shouldn't mind building a few more orbital rings, or other structures, in Ristoff subsector. After Mai finished speaking, Gria's sage's eyes became a little more playful, and he then asked a seemingly unrelated question. This Inquisitor Chen Xi seems to have more power than that Inquisitor from back then. It's hard to compare, an Inquisitor's power is the result of multiple factors working together. Mai did not directly answer the sage's question, but explained in a subtle way. However, Inquisitor Chen Xi is a Lord Inquisitor, and his Planetary Governor appointment comes directly from the Imperial Palace on Holy Terra. Upon hearing this, Gria's sage's eyes narrowed, and he nodded very seriously, then said, Lord Malin, you previously proposed exchanging local planetary mining rights for cooperation. This matter can be discussed. How many planets can you offer? If you want to develop an entire subsector, Gria also needs sufficient returns. Before we discuss this, I have a question. Mai suddenly showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, but then still asked the sage, by the way, can you build orbital rings around a star? Building an orbital ring around a star. Even Gria's well-informed sage had never heard of such an outrageous request. Chapter 114 Shelf Release Announcement. After much procrastination, this book is finally on the shelves. Although the results did not meet my expectations, overall it is still very good. Currently, there are nearly 9,000 favorites and over 1,300 consistent reads, which is quite decent. I won't say any more tearful words, I'm sure you brothers don't want to hear that. Let's talk about what you brothers want to hear. First, for extra chapters, after going on sale, there will be 5 chapters for 2 consecutive days, followed by 3 chapters for 3 days. As long as you brothers actively support, extra chapters will definitely be provided. The specific rules for extra chapters are as follows. Normal updates are 2 chapters. If the number of monthly votes received on that day exceeds 100, an extra chapter will be added the next day. If there is a leader's reward, an extra chapter will also be added. Additionally, if the initial subscription exceeds 1,000 after going on sale, I will draw a Warhammer blind box in the reader group. If it can reach 1,500 average subscriptions, I will update 3 chapters every day this month. If it reaches 2,000 average subscriptions, I will update 3 chapters every day from now on. Brothers, please show your enthusiastic support. Get those monthly votes rolling in. Chapter 115, First Update, Seeking First Subscription. Sigh, I didn't expect that even the Adeptus Mechanicus couldn't build a ring world around a star. Mai complained to Twilight after returning to her spaceship. You should have known that was impossible, right? Although the technology in the Warhammer world is indeed very advanced, it hasn't reached the more megastructures level of Stellaris. Otherwise, why build a ring world? Wouldn't it be better to repair the galactic core birch world? Twilight naturally understood why Mai asked this question, so she also joined in the complaining, but seriously, the Imperium should have such technology, right? I remember that before the Old Night, humanity once built a flat, 4-sided world specifically as a signing location for a peace treaty with the Eldar. Humans do have such technology, but the Imperium? I'm not sure if the Imperium does. Mai just wanted to take a gamble. What if the Adeptus Mechanicus had some amazing technology? As for why humanity and the Imperium were spoken of separately, it was because of the collapse of human civilization during the Old Night era. At that time, human civilization, which had once spread throughout the galaxy, fell into decline due to subspace storms blocking transportation. One by one, once powerful colonies rapidly deteriorated, with some even regressing to a barbaric age. Worlds that managed to retain some level of technology were not much better off. Due to the influence of the subspace storms, the massive appearance of psychers and chaos cults on planets almost destroyed entire colonies, and the degree of degradation on some planets even exceeded imagination. During the Great Crusade era, the Emperor and his sons had seen too many such worlds. Mortarion even originated from such a fallen world. His adoptive father was a depraved warlord who dabbled in psychic sorcery. As for the technological barbarians and warlords before the Emperor unified Terra, the brutal methods they employed almost wiped out the newly founded Salamander's Legion. And this was only part of humanity's technological legacy from that era. What nearly wiped out the Salamanders were just automated security robots. Coupled with the fact that the Emperor also buried a fragment of the Void Dragon, a star god with the power of technology, on Mars, it stands to reason that humanity's technological level back then was sufficient to build a ring world around a star. It's just that, as of today, this ring is truly unaffordable for humanity to build. In that case, if we want to build a megastructure ring world, do we have to go to the galactic core and rob those squats? Twilight recalled the squats that GW dug out of the coffin, and asked curiously. According to GW's new setting, the squats are mining teams that humanity once sent to the galactic core to extract resources. These squats are all clones specifically genetically modified, and they even possess complete and usable STCs. If we could raise an expeditionary force from the Great Crusade era, it wouldn't be a big problem to go trouble the squats in the galactic core, but now, let's wait until the regent wakes up. Mai shook her head, dismissing this impractical idea from her mind. Although he knew that if he told the Adeptus Mechanicus that those squats possessed complete and usable STCs, they would launch an expedition to the galactic core like madmen, but this whole thing exuded an unreliable aura from beginning to end. If it were during the Great Crusade era, this might not be a big problem, and the Emperor wouldn't mind launching an expedition to the galactic core. But the current Imperium, the most urgent task is to figure out how to deal with the opening of the Great Rift. On the other side, Chen Xi had completed his inspection of several planets and returned to the Ristoff II, while his black ship had also returned from the Star Sector capital and was docked at the starport's berth. Chen Xi was very fond of this black ship, after all, he wouldn't mind if a few more free cruisers came his way. And more importantly, this was an Inquisitor's benefit issued by the Inquisition. It would be foolish not to take it. Chen Xi was not the kind of Inquisitor who could raise a fleet and go out to fight people. Although he could requisition Imperial Navy fleets if necessary, he did not have a fleet under his command constantly at his beck and call. However, as his work as governor progressed, a small fleet composed of cruisers would not be a problem for Chen Xi in the future. After all, he already had one black ship, one Ford ship, and one strike cruiser, which was already a small fleet of a certain scale. Not to mention that the Ecclesiarchy also sent an Executor class, and later promised to send 3 newly built Moon-class ships. Compared to how to acquire ships to form a fleet, Chen Xi should rather consider how he could afford to maintain such a large fleet. It should be known that fleet sailors are highly skilled personnel, not comparable to the illiterate grunts of the Astra Militarum. Naturally, the Imperial Navy's welfare and treatment are far superior to those of the Astra Militarum. Leaving aside the lowest deckhands, proper Imperial Navy personnel get to eat fresh, natural food. As for salaries, they are even more than one notch higher than those of ordinary Astra Militarum soldiers. Although so far, among the few ships Chen Xi has, the Ford ship and strike cruiser do not require salaries, and the black ship and Executor class are maintained by the Inquisition and Ecclesiarchy respectively, this does not mean Chen Xi does not need to spend money. To maintain the operation of a fleet, crew salaries are just the smallest expense. Fortunately, Chen Xi now has a repair shipyard, otherwise, just the maintenance of the few ships he has would be enough to give him a headache. But even so, he still has to find a way to pay for the large expenses of maintaining the fleet. Most simply, every time a ship docks, just replenishing promethium fuel and water costs hundreds of thousands of throne gelts at once. Fortunately, loyalty has already started selling, and the financial situation of the Ristoff II is relatively good, otherwise, Chen Xi would really have to consider whether to go somewhere and launch a raid. Currently, thanks to the Ecclesiarchy's unremitting investment, the production of Sanctus wine has increased to 40,000 bottles per year. After multiple rounds of discussions among the sector's high-level officials, the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy finally settled on a distribution plan where the Inquisition takes 10,000 bottles per year, and the Ecclesiarchy takes 15,000 bottles. The reason for this division is that the data Chen Xi publicly announced was that Loyalty had an annual output of 32,000 bottles, and he had to ensure he still had a certain share. Both the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition knew that Chen Xi had certainly concealed the actual output, but both parties remained silent on the matter, or rather, tacitly agreed that these were the profits Chen Xi deserved. After all, to date, both the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition have tried various methods to replicate the brewing process of Sanctus wine, and they even sent spies to steal the grapevines and seedlings from the Ristoff II. They used the same method to have sisters cultivate and brew wine in other places, but the result was only very ordinary wine, without the special effects of Sanctus wine. Under such circumstances, everyone could only tacitly agree that Chen Xi's location was the sole production site, allowing him to claim some profits for himself. Chapter 116, Water Purification Project, Second Update. Originally, Chen Xi had planned to have Mai sell his share of Sanctus wine. After all, given Ristoff's initial situation, this wine couldn't just be sold at its place of origin, no one would come otherwise. However, now, both the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition directly brought money on their battleships to pick up the goods, meaning Chen Xi didn't need to worry about logistics or how to sell it at all. Although both the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition had invested significant resources and money into this matter, they still had to pay for the wine they picked up from Chen Xi. 20,000 throne gelts per bottle, clearly priced, no credit given. Yes, the price of this item had increased, and it was the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition who actively requested the price hike. And this was still the price for bulk purchases by the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition. If sold individually to others, the black market price had already soared to 50,000 throne gelts per bottle, yet it remained scarce. Chen Xi had a large stock on hand, but at the suggestion of Gutierrez, the wine distributor, Chen Xi's stock was auctioned off in small quantities, ranging from 100 to 200 bottles per month, on Ristoff II. This brought a massive amount of liquid capital to Ristoff. After all, the Ristoff governor's office's monthly income now rivaled what it used to earn in a year. This also greatly accelerated Ristoff's development and construction. The protein factory planned by the previous planetary governor had long been completed, and even Ristoff City, under Avilia's direction, had been transformed into a garden city. A giant dome was erected over the city to defend against Ristoff II's drought and harsh climate. Icy asteroids from the system's asteroid belt were towed back by cargo barges. After extracting useful components like ammonia, methane, and ozone, the remaining pure water would be supplied to the city's water system, providing clean domestic water for the city's hundreds of millions of people. Even Chen Xi found it difficult to ensure that every person in this city could enjoy clean domestic water, even though he had ordered the vigorous construction of water supply facilities and numerous reservoirs. However, supplying water to a city of hundreds of millions of people was a formidable challenge, especially given the empire's consistently inhumane habits. The city's water supply system only served the nobility and upper classes, while the middle class could still enjoy relatively clean water. As for the lower class residents and even lower status prisoners, they could forget about having clean water. The wastewater flowing from the noble and upper class residential areas, after being treated through sedimentation and purification, became the domestic water for these people. This was actually still considered good. Fortunately, Ristoff City was not a hive city, otherwise, what they would receive would not be repurified domestic sewage, but industrial wastewater. Chen Xi also had no good solution for this situation. Although he was the planetary governor, the city's structure was already established. Changing it would require a significant investment of money and effort. These were manageable. A large-scale transformation of the city was not unacceptable. But the crucial issue was that this would impact the empire's social class structure. After all, the empire was a feudal monarchy. Although abstract, noble classes and privileges still existed. Despite the common saying that a governor in the empire only needed to handle two things: paying taxes and believing in the emperor, and that no one would care even if he established communism on his planet, some things truly couldn't be done just by saying them. Some things always needed to consider what kind of impact they would have after being done. Furthermore, there was another crucial factor: Ristoff II did not possess enough water resources to provide clean domestic water for hundreds of millions of people. Although the planet itself had groundwater, with Ristoff II's recent development, the population was gradually increasing, and groundwater extraction had begun to cause adverse effects. Avilia reported to Chen Xi that groundwater extraction had caused underground voids, and continued extraction would lead to geological instability and further affect the cultivation of Sanctus grapes. Upon learning this news, the ecclesiarchy was the first to react. They purchased a large amount of specialized water purification equipment from the Adeptus Mechanicus, then built large-scale purification tanks in their city, large enough to sail warships in, and then acquired more than a dozen ordinary cargo tugboats without warp jump capabilities, specifically responsible for towing icy asteroids from the asteroid belt to melt and replenish the purification tanks. Through this method, the ecclesiarchy's city was able to first solve its reliance on planetary groundwater. In fact, those priests of the ecclesiarchy even went to the extreme of pouring pure water melted from icy asteroids underground to replenish groundwater loss. The bishop of the Ristoff ecclesiarchy even made a special trip to the governor's office, requesting that the governor's office issue an order to prohibit Ristoff II from continuing to extract groundwater, for which the ecclesiarchy could sponsor Ristoff City's water purification equipment. This matter was somewhat abstract, but Chen Xi was pleased with it. In the Warhammer world, a governor might not be able to deal with nobles, but if the ecclesiarchy was willing to step in, then everything would no longer be a problem. After all, faith, truly, could kill people. It was precisely through this method that Ristoff City's water supply situation was greatly improved. After all, the water purification technology of the 40K era could actually purify sewage to meet domestic water standards, only severely polluted industrial wastewater could not be purified. After Chen Xi ordered the gradual relocation of the planet's surface industrial and mining facilities to space, industrial pollution on the planet's surface was also greatly reduced and alleviated. The only operations still running were likely the Adeptus Mechanicus's extraction of Blackstone and Xenos technology on the planet. These would not cause severe environmental pollution, at least not in the 40K era. After these problems were resolved, the ecclesiarchy also began to sponsor Avilia's research, supporting her efforts to transform the planet's environment, turning this desert planet into a paradise world. Avilia naturally did not decline this, and she quickly put great effort into transforming the planetary environment, striving to make this planet a model project for her research. Chen Xi did not stop this. After all, a paradise world was always more comfortable to live in and more pleasing to the eye than a desert world. Although Ristoff was already a garden city after the dome was completed, the ecclesiarchy's city did not build a dome. It wasn't that Chen Xi wouldn't let them build one, nor was it that the ecclesiarchy couldn't afford it, but rather that the ecclesiarchy planned to build a grand cathedral, and building a dome would hinder the cathedral's construction. At the time, Chen Xi was very surprised why a cathedral would be hindered in construction by a city-level dome. But when he saw that the emperor's holy statue at the top of the cathedral in the ecclesiarchy's plan was to be built up to the Carmen line, Chen Xi felt that he had underestimated the fanaticism of these religious zealots. Chapter 117, Holy Land and Shrine World, 3rd Update. The Carmen line is the boundary between the atmosphere and space. In the 3K era on Terra, this line was approximately 330,000 feet, or 100 kilometers high. Building a church spire to such a height was unimaginable in the 3K era, or rather, no one would be crazy enough to build such a tall structure. But in the 40K era, thanks to the rapid technological development during humanity's age of prosperity, they truly possess this capability. For example, the top hives of many imperial hive worlds can basically be built to this height. Another example is Ristoff's orbital elevator, which also reaches this height, and the starport's location is even far beyond this height. However, building a church to this height is still somewhat abstract. Facing the old bishop of the ecclesiarchy who formally presented this request, Chen Xi pondered for a moment before asking, "Is the ecclesiarchy planning to build a hive city?" "Not quite, it's just an expansion of the church. Once this church is completed, the Ristoff II world will become the Holy Land of the Ecclesiarchy's Mariupol sector, and this place will also become a new shrine world. The old bishop was very old, curled up on his anti-gravity hover platform, maintaining his life with various life support devices. His voice was soft and weak, but the content of his words made Chen Xi's eyes narrow. Simply put, a shrine world is an entire planet dedicated to churches or serving religious purposes, which is not uncommon in the Imperium. Most of them are holy lands consecrated by the Ecclesiarchy, usually signifying that a saint has appeared on that planet. A saint is a religious title, completely different from a living saint like Saint Celestine, who is essentially an e-daemon, although she also holds the title of saint. They are usually individuals who have achieved various astonishing feats and made outstanding contributions in spreading the Emperor's faith or safeguarding the Imperium's interests. For instance, an Ecclesiarchy priest who reclaims an entire sector will be canonized as a saint after their holy deeds are recognized. Generally speaking, it is difficult for living people to obtain this title, but it is not impossible, such as a certain living saint who repelled a chaos daemon by reciting the Emperor's maxims. To summarize, it requires holy deeds, or simply the blessing of the Emperor himself. And the place where a saint or living saint's holy deeds occurred will be recognized as a holy land by the Ecclesiarchy and built into a shrine world to facilitate more devout pilgrims coming for pilgrimage later. Although holy lands also include the burial places of saints, sites where the Emperor's miracles appeared, or simply places with many churches housing holy relics, they are all religious in nature. This is actually similar to the Adeptus Mechanicus's Forge worlds, except one is a factory and the other is a church. Building a shrine world naturally offers many benefits, whether it's the economic revenue brought by countless pilgrims or the Ecclesiarchy's significant investment in the planet, both will provide strong impetus for the planet's development. But for Chen Xi, there was still a problem that needed to be resolved. Ristoff II, in my plan, will be the capital of the entire Ristoff subsector in the future. If it is a shrine world, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Chen Xi looked directly at the old bishop, posing his question. This is also a perennial problem in the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy is useful and indispensable, but allowing the Ecclesiarchy to grow too powerful? No. The main reason is that the age of apostasy and Gotch Van Dyer left too deep an impression on people. Moreover, the previous Ecclesiarchy was indeed abstract, to the point where an abstract creature like Gotch Van Dyer, who could make a benevolent ruler from Tong Liao look good enough to sit at the same table as Emperor Renzong, could occupy the positions of Ecclesiarchy Pope and High Lords of the Imperium. And this ruthless individual also controlled the Imperial Army's political and military power at the time, issuing extermination orders on Imperial worlds merely based on his mood. So, in the end, the Imperial Fists, along with other Space Marine chapters and various factions dissatisfied with Van Dyer, overthrew Van Dyer's rule, marching directly to the Imperial Palace on Terra with the intention of purging the corrupt officials. At that time, blocking the Imperial Fists and other Imperial Army forces were the first Battle Sisters. Of course, after the Custodes Golden Corn entered the Imperial Palace and led 6 Battle Sisters into the throne room to meet the Emperor, they directly swung their swords and cut off Van Dyer's head. It was because of this event that the Ecclesiarchy had to disband its Adeptus Militaris, retaining only the Battle Sisters as an armed force. And because of this event, the Battle Sisters, to some extent, serve as the Ecclesiarchy's overseers and safety valve. At the same time, the Ecclesiarchy also became wary of various Imperial factions. Once the Ecclesiarchy oversteps its authority or boundaries, it will be suppressed by all sides. There are even specialized orders within the Inquisition responsible for monitoring the Ecclesiarchy. The Ecclesiarchy has no intention of meddling in the subsector's political affairs, but this planet is where the Emperor's miracles were manifested. It is destined to become a holy land. The old bishop did not argue with Chen Xi but stated a fact. To this, Chen Xi merely spread his hands and said casually, "It can be a holy land, but it cannot be a shrine world. I don't oppose you building churches, nor do I oppose the Ecclesiarchy undertaking large-scale construction on this planet. But please remember one thing, this is an imperial world, and as long as I am the planetary governor, it will not change." Facing Chen Xi's strong stance, the old bishop merely opened his dim, yellow eyes and gazed deeply at Chen Xi, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Just as Chen Xi thought the old bishop was about to turn hostile, he merely bowed his hoary head slightly and whispered, "Your will, governor." With that, the old bishop left. Watching the old bishop depart, Chen Xi couldn't help but purse his lips, feeling troubled and thorny. If the old bishop had directly turned hostile, it would have been easier to resolve. At worst, Chen Xi would just break ties with the Ecclesiarchy. Although Chen Xi had developed the Ristoff II world with the support of the Ecclesiarchy, he was, after all, an Inquisitor and a planetary governor, and now with the Ashes Knights chapter at his disposal, he truly wasn't afraid if the Ecclesiarchy turned hostile. But the old bishop's concession made Chen Xi feel it was difficult to deal with. After all, the Ecclesiarchy had already taken a step back. If Chen Xi were to be overly aggressive, that would be his problem. Politics is indeed too complex. If only I could have an administrative secretary. Chen Xi sighed, shaking his head. Chamberlain Rachel is a former commissar. She is very good at administrative matters, but politics. The nobles on Ristoff II, as descendants of former Astra Militarum officers, have not been nobles long enough, and their level of political struggle is still too low. However, this issue only caused Chen Xi a headache and trouble. It was not an urgent crisis. Ultimately, as long as he controlled the military, Chen Xi feared nothing. Chapter 118, Ecclesiarchy's Arrangements, 4th Update. Chen Xi didn't really have a good solution for the Ecclesiarchy. He did plan for Ristoff II to be the future subsector capital, but currently, the development of the subsector was almost a blank slate, and this planet showed no inclination to become the political center of the subsector. The ecclesiarchy only needed to build a church before he completed all of this, then designate this planet as a holy land, and it would naturally develop into a shrine world. What Chen Xi could do to counter this was to increase the intensity of the planet's construction and compete with the church for territory. In this regard, Chen Xi was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Leaving aside other things, the resources and money the ecclesiarchy could mobilize were far beyond what Chen Xi could compare to. He was indeed investing heavily in the construction of Ristoff now, seemingly not short of money. But this was based on the ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition heavily investing in him, and as for who consumed the majority of the Sanctus wine he secretly sold, Chen Xi didn't need to investigate to know the answer. In other words, Chen Xi's main source of income still relied on the ecclesiarchy. If he fell out with the ecclesiarchy, he didn't have many cards to play. The Inquisition might be a trump card, but this card had to be played at a critical moment to be effective enough. Moreover, from the current situation, the ecclesiarchy had taken a step back, and there was no falling out between them, there was still room for maneuver between Chen Xi and the ecclesiarchy. It was just that Chen Xi still needed to think of a suitable method to convince the radical believers of the ecclesiarchy to give up on building this world into a shrine world. Chen Xi felt troubled, but the ecclesiarchy's actions were not slow at all. Although various forces had extended their reach onto Ristoff II, the main ones were still the ecclesiarchy, which had already established a foundation there and now deployed a large number of armed forces, and the Adeptus Mechanicus forces invited by Chen Xi. In the old bishop's view, as long as the Adeptus Mechanicus was won over, all other matters would not be a problem. After all, designating Ristoff II as a holy land did not conflict with Chen Xi's interests and would bring him sufficient benefits, which Chen Xi had no way of opposing. Furthermore, the ecclesiarchy designating a place as a holy land was an internal affair of the ecclesiarchy, something no one could stop, not even the Inquisition could interfere with the ecclesiarchy's internal affairs. Once this planet was designated as a holy land by the ecclesiarchy, the remaining matters did not need to be forcibly pushed, the ecclesiarchy only needed to continue building its churches and allow more pilgrims to settle on this world, and it would naturally become a shrine world. As for winning over the Adeptus Mechanicus, it was merely to add some assurance to this plan, as well as for actual needs. Anderson, go contact Sage Avilia, tell her that the ecclesiarchy is willing to support her research projects and discuss environmental transformation issues for multiple ecclesiarchy-owned worlds within the sector, hoping she can complete the transformation of this planet as soon as possible. The old bishop called over his trusted priest and gave him the order. Yes, bishop. The priest named Anderson bowed, listened to the old bishop's command, and then stood up to prepare to execute the old bishop's order. However, the old bishop stopped him and added, also, tell Sage Avilia that the ecclesiarchy is willing to work to eliminate her tech heretic status. Hearing this, Priest Anderson was surprised for a moment, but quickly nodded, indicating that he had noted it down, then turned and left. The ecclesiarchy supporting Avilia in promoting planetary transformation was already a decided matter, and Anderson going to say this was merely re-emphasizing it. Even if the old bishop added multiple other worlds controlled by the ecclesiarchy within the sector, it was the same. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, this was just business and could not entirely influence Avilia's attitude and stance. But helping Avilia eliminate her tech heretic status was a huge benefit for Avilia. After all, with the tech heretic status, Avilia couldn't do many things, and didn't even seem like a sage. As for whether the ecclesiarchy could accomplish this, there was no need to doubt. Although the two were not the same system and seemed unrelated, both were part of the empire. It was not difficult for the ecclesiarchy to help clear Avilia's tech heretic status, it was merely a matter of how much the ecclesiarchy was willing to pay. Williams, come here. The old bishop called another priest. However, unlike Anderson, this was a young priest who looked underage. He usually only served the old bishop's daily needs, taking care of the old bishop who was no longer able to move freely. Bishop. The young priest came to the old bishop's side, first tidied his clothes, then adjusted his posture to make him more comfortable lying on the anti-gravity platform, before asking the old bishop, do you have any instructions? The old bishop was satisfied with Williams's service. He raised his hand and touched Williams's palm, then said to him, I am old enough, and will soon receive Her Majesty the Saint's summons to serve her. My entire life has been dedicated to Her Majesty, preaching and establishing dioceses. For Her Majesty the Saint's faith, I believe I have a clear conscience, and even when I am by Her Majesty's side, I can say that I have done my best. But you are different, Williams, you are different. You are my last student, and I am worried about you. Your knowledge and ability are not a problem, and your piety is evident to all, everyone speaks highly of you. But you are too young, my child. You haven't even experienced your coming-of-age ceremony. I am very worried about whether you will be able to live well after I pass away. Teacher, you don't have to worry about me. As long as I faithfully believe in Her Majesty, I believe Her Majesty the Saint will surely protect me. The young Williams gently held the old bishop's old, withered arm and replied softly. However, the old bishop shook his head and said, no, child. Faithfully believing in Her Majesty will not allow you to live well, so I am giving you a task that only you can complete. Please instruct me, Bishop. William still bowed his head respectfully. Our governor lacks ecclesiarchy personnel by his side. Although he has battle sisters from the Sacred Rose Convent, those sisters are more skilled at punishing heretics, and the governor needs someone who can assist him with matters of faith and doctrine. The bishop looked at his youngest disciple, his heart filled with reluctance, but continued, so I want you to go to the governor's side, become his advisor, and while assisting him, also try your best to bridge the relationship between the governor and the ecclesiarchy. This is a great responsibility, but I believe you can do it. Chapter 119 The Governor's Dinner, 5th Update. Inside the governor's office, Chen Xi was eating. Although his current body was created by the emperor and was merely a mass of energy in the eyes of the Silent Sisters, this body could still eat and drink, possessing complete senses and various physiological reactions indistinguishable from a real person. Simply put, Chen Xi would also feel hungry and thirsty, wanting to eat and drink, and also wanting to sleep and mint currency. Of course, Chen Xi had not yet tested minting currency, as this body did not possess the function of multiplying fake currency. As for whether he could mint currency, Chen Xi thought it best not to try it easily. It wasn't due to any or special preferences, he simply didn't wish to mint currency in this world. Besides guarding against a certain dirty thing with a pink mood, he needed to be even more wary of the yellow-skinned one himself. Because you truly never know if the young lady you are minting currency with is not the yellow-skinned one, who has, on a whim, returned to his old ways as the Roman she-wolf. After all, he could possess a young nun and descend, so it's hard to guarantee he wouldn't follow the same pattern. Even if it wasn't, if it happened to be a son of the stars or a living saint, Chen Xi would still find it very troublesome. This was also why he remained unmoved by the 5 attendant sisters dressed as maids, who were also white-haired older sisters. However, while he couldn't touch the older sisters, he could still enjoy the delicacies of the 40K era. After removing some exotic ingredients, the food of the 40K era was still commendable, especially since as the governor of a planet, Chen Xi could enjoy exquisite dishes. Many ingredients in the 40K era were completely different from the 3K era. For example, chickens had become extinct, and all the eggs consumed by the Imperium were synthetic products. According to the Department of Military Affairs weekly article, some desperate Germans planned to catch a Tsienge greater daemon, pluck its feathers, and stew it into chicken soup to drink. As for beef, it evolved from normal herbivorous cattle into something like the ant cow, which has no relation to cattle whatsoever. Eating this stuff extremely tests a chef's patience and skill. Because ant cow meat contains a large number of highly resilient parasitic eggs, even if it has been canned and roasted over a fire for 3 or 4 days, the eggs in the can still hatch. They can even grow into a new ant cow inside the stomach, because these eggs are the larvae of the ant cow. Ant cows and ant cow larvae, the small worms that fall off it are ant cow larvae. However, although this thing is extremely dangerous, to the extent that ordinary Astra Militarum personnel need to prepare a primordium flamethrower and a lasgun when consuming it to avoid becoming its food. However, ant cow meat is indeed a top-tier luxury delicacy of the Imperium, although its consumption carries an extremely high risk, comparable to the enormous howling bulls on Fenris, its taste truly justifies such danger. Moreover, the ant cow meat typically available to nobles, unless intentionally seeking a thrill, has undergone strict inactivation treatment and can be consumed safely. What was in front of Chen Xi was just such a perfectly cooked ant cow steak that had been rigorously processed. Of course, a noble's dining table couldn't possibly have only one dish. Besides the pan-fried ant cow steak, there was also a golden brown and tempting roasted golo beast steak. Compared to the ant cow, the golo beast was much safer. This livestock, with tender and delicious meat and rich nutrition, possesses powerful vitality that allows it to survive in almost any environment, and its digestive system can process any food, making it incredibly easy to raise. The only problem is that they are very aggressive and will charge at anything in their sight that obstructs their path, even if it's another golo beast. However, for the Imperium, this problem is easily solved. Simply remove part of the golo beast's brain lobes, directly turning these aggressive creatures into obedient, simple-minded animals. Golo beast. This type of livestock is widely promoted in the Imperium, as a single golo beast can provide a substantial amount of meat. There are also golo beast farms on Ristoff II. These animals are simply too easy to raise. They can survive as long as there is something to eat, completely disregarding the breeding environment. However, to better obtain high-quality meat, the Imperium usually still raises them on a large scale in agricultural worlds. The golo beast farms on Ristoff II were originally used by nobles to satisfy their cravings. After all, when a planet's food supply mainly relied on imports from agricultural worlds, eating meat was indeed a luxury. But thanks to Chen Xi's efforts, the food supply on Ristoff II can now be solved by protein factories. Although the energy bars made from protein obtained through yeast basically only serve to fill one's stomach, they have indeed fed every mouth on Ristoff II. When able to eat their fill, upholding a Seers person's dedication to food, Chen Xi naturally sought to eat well. Golo beast farming was his first step, and the hydroponic farms already beginning to produce in space were another plan. According to Chen Xi's plan, once the orbital ring is completed, more and larger scale hydroponic farms will be laid out on the orbital ring, providing enough food for the entire planet and even the entire system. If Avilia's research goes smoothly, Chen Xi also plans to have her help transform a dead world into an agricultural world. As for the ecological planets originally suitable for immigration, Chen Xi was reluctant to convert them into agricultural worlds. After all, the Imperium's approach to agricultural worlds is truly wasteful of planets. Governor, a priest from the ecclesiarchy has come to visit. Just as Chen Xi was drinking amasek and eating his golo beast steak, an attendant sister with short white hair, wearing a black and white maid's long dress and a headband, walked over and informed Chen Xi of the visitor. Chen Xi, who was eating, would naturally not receive guests at the dining table. Although according to the customs of the Seers people, the dining table is a place for discussing matters, that is for formal banquets, not for receiving guests halfway through a meal. The Duke of Zhou spitting out his food was to show his respect for worthy individuals. but a priest of the ecclesiarchy was not worth Chen Xi doing so. Tell that priest to rest in the reception room, serve him a meal, and I will see him after I finish eating, Chen Xi directly instructed the attendant sister. Yes, Governor. This attendant sister, whose cheek bore the ecclesiarchy's fleur-de-lis emblem, showed no emotion at Chen Xi's treatment of a priest of the ecclesiarchy. She simply understood and withdrew to arrange for the priest's reception. However, as she left the dining room, this attendant sister cast a glance at another attendant sister standing in the dining room. Chapter 120, Holy Terra's Attention. Inside the governor's office reception room, Priest Williams did not touch the food served by the maid. Although he hadn't eaten before coming, he was in no mood to fill his stomach. Instead, he was contemplating how to face Chen Xi. It wasn't that he hadn't met a planetary governor before. Williams had met both Chen Xi and the previous governor. He had even served Old Bishop during several meetings with the previous governor. What he was pondering was how to complete the task Old Bishop had given him. Williams felt a certain awe towards Chen Xi. This awe stemmed not only from Chen Xi's identity as a planetary governor and the authority of an Inquisitor, but more so because he had received the favor and blessing of the God Emperor. The appearance of the Sanctus wine was an undeniable miracle for the ecclesiarchy, a fact that had already been confirmed within the ecclesiarchy. It was not only recognized by the sector ecclesiarchy but also reported to the ecclesiarchy headquarters on Holy Terra, receiving the Pope's personal approval. Although the Sanctus wine had only appeared a few years ago, the ecclesiarchy headquarters on Holy Terra already knew about it and had even, with an administrative efficiency absolutely high for the Imperium, determined it to be a miracle. This was an incredible efficiency, even for the ecclesiarchy. The reason for such exaggerated efficiency, besides the sector ecclesiarchy's emphasis on this matter and their efforts to promote it through various means, was actually Holy Terra's own pay attention to of the Ristoff II planet. Yes, Holy Terra had always been watching this planet. This was information Williams had gathered while serving Old Bishop, from his communications with the sector ecclesiarchy. Old Bishop was truly too old. Often, his letters needed to be written by someone else. While automated scribe servitors or servitor skulls could record Old Bishop's words, what they recorded was often somewhat imprecise or merely colloquial. Document writing was an art and a professional discipline. Williams had spent 3 years learning how to write standard imperial official documents in High Gothic, and writing letters was one of his main duties while accompanying Old Bishop. This allowed him to acquire much important information, one of which was Holy Terra's attention to this frontier planet. This was an unimaginable fact. After all, both Ristoff II and the Mariupol sector were insignificant corners of the imperial frontier to Holy Terra. Under normal circumstances, it might take hundreds of years to even once alarm Holy Terra or gain a glance from the Department of Internal Affairs. The Imperium governed too many sectors and worlds, just as the Grand Elder of Sears in the 3K era could not possibly concern himself with what happened in a natural village today, let alone understand what decisions the village chief made. To Holy Terra, the Mariupol sector was an insignificant backwater, let alone a small village like Ristoff II. But Holy Terra had always been watching this village, and the ecclesiarchy headquarters had also made many inquiries about it. Ultimately, it was because Chen Xi's planetary governor appointment decree originated from the Terra Imperial Palace, personally delivered by the custodian guard captain to the High Lords of Terra, and then issued by the Department of Internal Affairs. This was the first decree issued by the Emperor since the Great Rebellion and his ascension to the Golden Throne. The ecclesiarchy Pope wept bitterly for this, holding a grand mass and religious procession with hundreds of millions of people on Holy Terra to celebrate, even once believing that Her Majesty the Saint had returned to his loyalty Imperium. But the throne room door remained tightly shut, and the custodian guard were tight-lipped about it. Aside from the custodian guard captain personally confirming that this letter of appointment came from Her Majesty the Saint himself, no other information was revealed. Although the High Lords of Terra and the Department of Internal Affairs had many ideas and schemes regarding this, when the custodian guard stepped out of the Imperial Palace and personally supervised the execution of this matter, the High Lords of Terra could not cause any trouble. Although after the Great Rebellion, 3 Gene Seed Primarchs and the Terra Council jointly issued the restriction order against the custodian guard, prohibiting the custodian guard from leaving the Imperial Palace, that thing was only a superficial restriction on the custodian guard. Moreover, the authority of the Gene Seed Primarchs and the Terra Council was no match for the Emperor himself. Complaining about a certain Cloudhammer opinion that the custodian guard did nothing for 10,000 years, in fact, 3 Gene Seed Primarchs forbade the custodian guard from doing anything, and they could only stay in the Imperial Palace to protect the Emperor. When executing the Emperor's sacred decree, the custodian guard were serious. They even dispatched an Imperial Edict envoy, who had not appeared in the Imperium for 10,000 years, to the Inquisition to read out this letter of appointment. It was precisely because of this that all factions on Holy Terra were very closely watching what was happening on Ristoff II. It was only due to the custodian guard's obstruction that they were unable to take any action to interfere with or influence what was happening on Ristoff II. But both the ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition gave almost full support to this matter. Otherwise, if Chen Xi wanted a ship, how could he immediately be given one? Even if the Imperial Navy wanted to order a cruiser, it would take 10 years to produce it and put it into service, even if the Adeptus Mechanicus was efficient and the shipyard happened to be free. It was precisely because of this that when the Emperor's miracle appeared on Ristoff II and the Sanctus wine was brewed, it immediately received the ecclesiarchy's approval. Because the ecclesiarchy had been waiting for this. The reason Old Bishop wanted to turn Ristoff II into a shrine world was precisely because of this. In his view, Chen Xi was a planetary governor personally appointed by the Emperor, which was a great honor and a sacred responsibility. This signified that Chen Xi would bring hope to the Imperium in the future, or that he would establish a great holy deed, make immense contributions to the Imperium, and become a saint. And Ristoff II, this planet that had already received the divine grace of Her Majesty the Saint, would certainly become a new holy site for the ecclesiarchy. The ecclesiarchy had formulated a series of actions for this, and even now, a large contingent of pilgrims was already on its way. According to their plan, the pilgrims would open up the Ristoff subsector, building a terrestrial divine kingdom directly under the ecclesiarchy around Ristoff II as the holy site. However, now, the obstacle to the ecclesiarchy's series of plans was Chen Xi, the saint already predestined by the ecclesiarchy. Thus, things suddenly became awkward, and old bishop had no choice but to try every means to bypass Chen Xi or persuade him to support the ecclesiarchy. And Williams being sent to Chen Xi's side was one of the efforts old bishop made. Your Majesty, please tell me, what should I do? The young Williams silently pulled out an exquisite miniature shrine and prayed to the emperor. At this moment, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and Chen Xi stepped inside. Is there something the old bishop sent you for? Inquisitor Chen Xi sat down across from Williams, looking at the untouched meal in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Inquisitor Chen Xi's question seemed casual, but the two unrelated questions could disrupt Williams' train of thought. This was a small interrogation trick, interspersing irrelevant questions between formal ones to disrupt the other party's thinking and break the continuity of his thoughts. When a person's thoughts cannot flow continuously, he often cannot answer questions meticulously and is prone to revealing flaws. The old bishop sent me to remain by your side and offer you service. Williams seemed unfazed, answering Inquisitor Chen Xi's two questions methodically. As for why I'm not eating, it's simply because I'm not hungry yet. Inquisitor Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that an underage boy possessed such methodical thinking. However, compared to that, the old bishop's intention in sending this boy to him seemed more worthy of Inquisitor Chen Xi's attention. So he asked directly, the old bishop sent you to my side? Why? The old bishop believes that Planetary Governor, you lack the services of the ecclesiarchy. Although the Battle Sister provides you with combat support, services related to doctrine, administration, and faith are absent. Williams looked at Inquisitor Chen Xi, still a bit too young. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing, I understand that you need a priest by your side for confession and to preside over worship. At the same time, I will also serve as your advisor, providing you with service to the best of my ability. But that is not the old bishop's purpose. A sharp glint appeared in Inquisitor Chen Xi's eyes, directly piercing through Williams' explanation. Seemingly intimidated by Inquisitor Chen Xi, Williams' gaze flickered before he continued, that is just my personal understanding. The old bishop's intention is for me to mend your relationship with the ecclesiarchy. Mend my relationship with the ecclesiarchy. Inquisitor Chen Xi's lips curled slightly, his eyes seemingly turning purple. An interesting turn of phrase, but I consider my relationship with the ecclesiarchy to be quite harmonious. From where does this mend come? Inquisitor Chen Xi naturally understood why the old bishop said this, but he still wanted to extract more information from Williams. For this, he even resorted to using psyker abilities. Williams was not a psyker, and his faith had not yet reached the point where he could resist psyker abilities. Under Inquisitor Chen Xi's psyker influence, he answered candidly, because Planetary Governor, you hold a negative attitude towards the ecclesiarchy's plan, which the old bishop views as your dissatisfaction and estrangement from the ecclesiarchy. He hopes that I can influence your attitude towards the ecclesiarchy, thereby allowing the ecclesiarchy to smoothly implement the holy site plan. This answer did not surprise Inquisitor Chen Xi, the ecclesiarchy having a plan was something he already knew. In the Imperium, the Inquisition has many ways to uncover information. And generally speaking, the Inquisition collects information through various channels and means, and it is natural for the Inquisition's secret agents to exist within the ecclesiarchy. Even if there weren't any before, Inquisitor Chen Xi had been managing Ristoff II for several years, so sending secret agents to infiltrate the ecclesiarchy was not a problem. Therefore, Inquisitor Chen Xi knew that the ecclesiarchy had a plan and wanted to make something happen. He just didn't expect that he would become a stumbling block hindering the ecclesiarchy. However, the ecclesiarchy seemed not to intend to remove him as a stumbling block, but rather to adopt a circuitous strategy, allowing him to lean towards them. Thinking of this, Inquisitor Chen Xi already understood why the old bishop sent a priest who was almost too young to know better to his side. In short, this young priest was merely a letter from the old bishop to Inquisitor Chen Xi, primarily intended to convey the old bishop's awareness that his time was short and his hope that this star district would become a new holy site before his death. And Williams was the old bishop's tool to express the ecclesiarchy's stance to Inquisitor Chen Xi. Because Williams was too young, he wouldn't be perceived as having any hidden motives, making it easier for him to gain Inquisitor Chen Xi's trust. The old bishop believed that, with Inquisitor Chen Xi's identity and ability as an inquisitor, he could easily extract enough information from Williams. This information could help Inquisitor Chen Xi confirm the ecclesiarchy's attitude, and while clearing up some unnecessary misunderstandings, also draw the two sides closer. Things indeed developed in the direction the old bishop hoped, but Inquisitor Chen Xi also gained more intelligence from Williams' words, and even saw the ecclesiarchy's deeper purpose. For the ecclesiarchy, preaching and spreading the faith from the emperor is their greatest goal and desire. For this goal, they would spare no expense or do anything. Extremists even sacrifice themselves or others, which, from any perspective, is utterly insane and fanatical, no different from a cult. Through pilgrims, to accumulate a massive number of believers on a planet, thereby creating a fait accompli, turning Ristoff into a world controlled by the ecclesiarchy, this is truly beneficial and effortless for the ecclesiarchy, even a sure-win situation in their eyes. Not to mention, the ecclesiarchy's ambition is far from being filled by a single Ristoff II, they desire the entire subsector. I understand the ecclesiarchy's purpose. So, what can you do, and what services can you offer me? Inquisitor Chen Xi did not directly refuse Williams, but instead seriously inquired about his abilities. The old bishop's move was essentially showing his hand, and it was also a threat. If Inquisitor Chen Xi truly refused Williams, then things would escalate to a complete breakdown, and the ecclesiarchy would not mind using a fait accompli to turn Inquisitor Chen Xi into a figurehead planetary governor. Furthermore, on another level, the ecclesiarchy could elevate him to a saint, just as they could make him a blasphemer who failed the God Emperor's expectations. For faith, the ecclesiarchy could do anything, including but not limited to dealing with a planetary governor personally appointed by the Emperor, if he obstructed the ecclesiarchy's proselytization. If Inquisitor Chen Xi cooperated, the ecclesiarchy would spare no effort to support him, providing manpower and money, but if Inquisitor Chen Xi did not cooperate, then the ecclesiarchy would act independently. They wouldn't need to do anything else, they would just need to transport 1 billion pilgrims to Ristoff II and have them settle there, and Inquisitor Chen Xi would be tearing his hair out. Therefore, direct refusal at this moment was the worst option. Inquisitor Chen Xi needed to at least accept Williams first, and then find a way to stop the ecclesiarchy's madness. Moreover, from another perspective, this was not a bad thing. After all, the ecclesiarchy was quite sincere, the wealth and population they brought would aid the development of the Ristoff subsector, it just depended on how Inquisitor Chen Xi utilized it. This was a trouble, but also an opportunity. I have received standard clerical training and am proficient in High Gothic script, heraldry, and mathematics. Williams introduced his skills to Chen Xi. As for religious skills like ecclesiarchy doctrine, he didn't mention them, and Chen Xi didn't ask. Both sides knew that these were essential skills for an ecclesiarchy priest. After all, if a priest didn't even know that, what else could he say? High Gothic script? That truly is a useful skill. Chen Xi praised Williams's ability in High Gothic, showing great approval. Don't think High Gothic script seems insignificant. In the 40K era, it genuinely required specialized learning and could be considered a high-end clerical skill. The Imperial Common Tongue is divided into High Gothic and Low Gothic, but Low Gothic is more akin to a dialect. It's a general term for all non-High Gothic languages used in all Imperial worlds. Although it's largely the same language, following the same grammar, it's like the dialects of Sears, seemingly similar but actually diverse, and only used on their respective planets. High Gothic, however, is different. It's the official common language of the Imperium, used throughout the entire Imperium, with standardized pronunciation and grammar. It's just that for the Imperium, High Gothic is only used by planetary governors and various Imperial official departments in formal settings. Under normal circumstances, people don't speak High Gothic. It's somewhat like how many Sears people in the 3K era still didn't speak Mandarin when they could speak their dialects. But in the 40K era, if you knew High Gothic, you were superior, a highborn upper-class person. Because this stuff genuinely required a large sum of money to learn, without a certain background, wealthy families wouldn't even teach it. And there's another crucial point, official Imperial documents must use High Gothic. If you don't know High Gothic, you can't even understand some important documents. At such times, for some planetary governors of more ordinary backgrounds, a servitor who understood High Gothic script became extremely important. These were truly high-tech talents, as precious as an attendant who understood Latin was to a European medieval noble. From a certain perspective, GW's setting is quite consistent with European history. For a long time in history, they each used their own languages, but those who spoke Latin were indeed superior, and many books were also written in Latin, so understanding Latin was indeed a very practical skill for making a living. Although the Inquisitor miniature Chen Xi was using inherently understood High Gothic, having an attendant who could write letters for him was still different from having to do everything himself. Your High Gothic is excellent. All I can do is help you with some complex trivial matters, Williams replied in High Gothic, proving his words were true while also stating his position. No need for such formality. I truly need a High Gothic clerical servitor by my side to handle some correspondence for me. After all, I am too busy, and it's impossible to personally reply to many important letters one by one. Having copy servitors or automatic scribe servitor skulls do it is often a very rude act. Chen Xi did not simply treat the priest before him as an ordinary clerical servitor, but gave him sufficient respect. I will wholeheartedly resolve these troubles for you. Williams bowed to Chen Xi, formally beginning his service to Chen Xi. Chen Xi nodded slightly, then asked Williams, have you received combat training? Even as a clerical servitor, he still needed to be capable in combat, at least possessing the ability to protect himself when encountering a fight. This might not have been important in the 3K era, but in the 40K era, in the Imperium, a world so martial it was terrifying, being able to fight was a must. I have received standard defense force combat training, am proficient in using autoguns and lasguns, can skillfully use chainswords, and can operate common vehicles, Williams answered truthfully, without exaggerating his abilities. This level was not considered strong in the Imperium, and even among ecclesiarchy priests, it was only average. However, for a clerical servitor, this was already sufficient, at least he wouldn't be a burden if a fight truly broke out. Chen Xi nodded, saying nothing more, only making arrangements for Williams. From today on, you will be my clerical servitor and concurrently the governor's secretary. Later, go find Miss Rachel, my chamberlain, she will arrange your specific work. As you command. Williams had no dissatisfaction with this arrangement. Although the old bishop hoped he could serve Chen Xi in religious matters, he also clearly knew that this governor, who originated from an inquisitor, could not completely side with the ecclesiarchy like ordinary planetary governors. He could only earn this governor's approval of the ecclesiarchy through his diligent service. After arranging Williams's matters, Chen Xi then left the reception room and returned to his office. Gutierrez, what do you think about the ecclesiarchy? Since everyone else was out of communication range at the moment, Chen Xi could only contact Gutierrez and ask for his opinion on the ecclesiarchy. I'm not Yuan Fang, asking me about this is useless. After uttering a complaint, Gutierrez replied with some helplessness, although I really don't want to admit it, unless you betray the Imperium, you truly have no good way to deal with the ecclesiarchy. They are, after all, the officially recognized true faith of the Imperium. Even if the Lectitio Divinitas was written by Lorgar, it's the same, the ecclesiarchy controls the faith of the entire Imperium. As a planetary governor, if you are willing to cooperate with the ecclesiarchy, they will support you tirelessly and become your greatest asset. But if you are unwilling to cooperate with the ecclesiarchy, then unless you turn to chaos, the ecclesiarchy has ways to make you a titular governor. Indeed, the ecclesiarchy's move this time is an overt scheme. Leaving aside other things, if the ecclesiarchy truly brings over billions of pilgrims, everything we have built up now would instantly collapse. Although Chen Xi was currently short on population, a sudden increase of several times the population would instantly burst the fragile economy on Ristoff II and destroy all current order on the planet. Forget billions, we can barely accommodate 100 million pilgrims right now. Not to mention, if you oppose the ecclesiarchy, they genuinely could raise billions of holy war army to drown this planet. Gutierrez stated the worst consequence of a direct conflict with the ecclesiarchy. In the 3K era, there was a popular saying, how many divisions does the Pope have? But this saying doesn't hold true in the 40K era, because the ecclesiarchy Pope can indeed raise billions of holy war army. No rush, there's still more. Chapter 123, The Problem of Dominance, 4th Update. Chen Xi's biggest problem when facing the ecclesiarchy was the disparity in scale. It was true that he was an inquisitor, he could even somewhat call himself a cursed high lords, an emperor's chosen, his counterfeit. But the problem was that he was merely a planetary governor, and the power he could wield was very limited. Especially since his most effective combat force at present was the Adeptus Sororitas, which was an armed force under the ecclesiarchy's system. Although the ecclesiarchy's jurisdiction over the battle sister was only nominal. The abbess general of the sisters and the ecclesiarchy's pope are of equal rank, both are high lords. A most direct question, if we come into conflict with the ecclesiarchy, whose side do you think the Adeptus Sororitas will take? Even if you can control the Sacred Rose Convent, don't forget there's also the Order of the Ebon Chalice. The best outcome would be an internal conflict between the two convents or them remaining neutral. Gutierrez analyzed the situation, giving a rather pessimistic assessment. It's more likely that the moment you declare opposition to the ecclesiarchy, they'll drag you to the plaza and burn you with a melta. Indeed, although there are some contradictions and issues between the battle sister and the ecclesiarchy, matters of faith are no laughing matter. Chen Xi also nodded in agreement. After all, in the 40K era, if loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal, and this saying also applies to faith. Religious belief is extreme, and the reason why battle sisters are often joked about as being madwomen is precisely because they are truly extreme ecclesiarchy adherents, fanatical in their faith. Moreover, there's an even more crucial point. The power disparity between Chen Xi and the ecclesiarchy is roughly equivalent to the difference between a small medieval lord and the Roman papacy at its peak. They could call for a crusade with a single shout, while you could only gather a few pitchfork-wielding old farmers with a shout, and even your knights and handmaidens would be from the church. And these old farmers would most likely also be church believers, the kind who would stab you with a pitchfork for their faith. So, facing the overwhelming power of the ecclesiarchy, Chen Xi actually had no capital to engage in conflict with them. And frankly speaking, we are currently like business partners with the ecclesiarchy. We have disagreements on the company's development direction, but it hasn't reached the point of falling out. Gutierrez, perhaps because he was a businessman, was very open-minded about this matter. The ecclesiarchy wants to build shrine worlds and vigorously develop the Ristoff subsector. This aligns with our interests. The root cause of the current conflict between you and the ecclesiarchy is the issue of dominance. You believe that the ecclesiarchy's actions are an attempt to seize your dominance, which would cause you to lose control over the Ristoff subsector. But you've overlooked one issue. In the 40K Imperium, religion is a necessity. As a planetary governor, you should find ways to control the ecclesiarchy's influence, not conflict with them. At this point, Gutierrez even gave an analogy. It's like having a patron supporting your startup, investing real money and providing resources, but now their development direction conflicts with yours. Do you abandon them and go solo, or do you swallow your pride a bit and discuss it further? Alright, I know all that you've said, but I just cannot accept the ecclesiarchy trying to bypass me to decide the development direction of the Ristoff subsector. This is not something we can accept. Chen Xi used we instead of I. Gutierrez did not deny this, but affirmed, yes, we cannot accept it, but things can still be discussed, can't they? Yes, things could still be discussed. The root of the conflict between the two sides lay in the issue of dominance. What Chen Xi wanted was to develop the subsector based on Ristoff II, which would be his heavily built base of operations, so he naturally couldn't let the ecclesiarchy hold the power. But an undeniable fact was that the ecclesiarchy was Chen Xi's biggest financial backer at the moment. They had invested substantial real money and resources, and had also brought in a large number of battle sisters and pilgrims, all of which were crucial factors in promoting planetary development. Of course, the ecclesiarchy also had an unavoidable problem. Chen Xi and the Sanctus wine on Ristoff II, a blessing from the emperor, were likely intertwined, and the Sanctus wine could currently only be produced on Ristoff II. Therefore, Ristoff II would inevitably become a holy site. This was a consensus between Chen Xi and the ecclesiarchy, and a holy site was also a good thing for Chen Xi. After all, with a holy site, both population and funds would flow in continuously in the future, which was good for developing the subsector. What he still could not accept were the shrine worlds and the ecclesiarchy's subsequent idea of turning the entire subsector into a religious world. In fact, such things were not a problem for the Imperium. In fact, many newly opened sectors and expansions in the Imperium were gnawed away bit by the ecclesiarchy's missionaries. Some say rogue traders are the last vestiges of the Imperium's ambition, which is both true and false. Rogue traders indeed constantly open up new frontiers for the Imperium, but they pursue profit. It is the ecclesiarchy that truly brings these newly opened sectors fully under imperial rule and maintains the stable imperial dominion over these new worlds. In fact, some sectors are simply the result of ecclesiarchy missionaries proselytizing. The Sisters of Battle have a branch called the Sisters Dialogus, whose task is to infiltrate newly discovered human worlds and subvert their native religions. One of their usual methods is to fabricate various pieces of evidence proving that the local religious beliefs are branches of the ecclesiarchy, that the god worshipped by the locals is an incarnation of the emperor, and polytheistic religions would even equate various lesser gods with imperial saints. It only takes 1 or 2 generations for this world to forget its former heretical beliefs and turn to embrace the true faith of the Imperium, the ecclesiarchy, thereby smoothly joining the Imperium and becoming loyal imperial citizens. If one were to truly compare the number of worlds opened up for the Imperium, the ecclesiarchy is indeed far superior to the rogue traders. So, in the 40K world, it is a very normal thing for the ecclesiarchy to want to build a shrine world to facilitate the opening of new sectors for the Imperium. In fact, normal imperial planetary governors would welcome this, and only those governors concerned that the ecclesiarchy would affect their own power would oppose it. But typically, such opposition would only turn into feudal struggles in the face of the ecclesiarchy's overwhelming power. After all, the ecclesiarchy truly has money, people, power, influence, soldiers, and assassins. Cooperating with the ecclesiarchy offers many benefits, and most people quickly recognize reality and enjoy the advantages that come with such cooperation. The very few who fail to recognize reality will also be replaced by the ecclesiarchy through various means, and if they truly cannot be replaced, the ecclesiarchy has plenty of ways to politically sideline them. At present, the old bishop is still willing to cooperate and discuss matters properly with Chen Xi, which can be considered a very friendly attitude from the ecclesiarchy. It seems we still need to talk. Chen Xi exhaled a long breath, deciding to abandon personal emotions and prioritize interests. There will be one more update tonight. Chapter 124 Summoning a Living Saint, 5th update. Since he had decided to negotiate, Chen Xi wasted no time and quickly set off for the ecclesiarchy city, intending to have a good talk with the old bishop. The ecclesiarchy city was still very different from Ristoff city. The entire city exuded a strong religious atmosphere, which was a fact that didn't need much elaboration. And the strong religious atmosphere also meant that the entire city was built more around churches of all sizes. Or rather, the city was built around the first church on Ristoff. The pilgrims who first arrived on this planet, led by an ecclesiarchy priest, built a small church, and the pilgrims then built a simple town around the church. This was the original origin of this church city. In the decades that followed, more and more pilgrims came to this planet, some continued their journey to new pilgrimage sites. But some also stayed, believing that this was the end of their pilgrimage, and decided to live on this planet. As the population grew, the city's size also continuously expanded. The small church originally built by the first pilgrims was clearly unable to meet the growing religious needs of the faithful, and the city itself was constantly expanding. So the small church became a grand cathedral, and the small town also became a city. However, the previous development potential of Ristoff II was truly limited. Even with the continuous arrival of pilgrims, its development was very slow. After all, it was just a frontier world. Although the ecclesiarchy deliberately guided and promoted pilgrims to be sent here, the number of people who could stay was always limited, and the city's development was not fast over several decades. But with Chen Xi becoming planetary governor and creating miracles and sanctus wine, the entire planet's development seemed to have entered the fast lane, with both the expansion of the city and the expansion of the church itself developing rapidly. When Chen Xi arrived at the church where the old bishop was, it was undergoing expansion, some secondary buildings were being demolished, and the main part of the church was being heightened and enlarged. What's going on with the door of this church? Chen Xi looked at the magnificent cathedral in front of him, which had a rather small-looking main door, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Williams, who had now begun to fulfill his duties as a scrivener and secretary, introduced, "This is the original Ristoff church door, built brick by His Grace the Bishop and the first faithful." Later, when the church was expanded, His Grace the Bishop said to keep this door so that all the faithful would remember that the ecclesiarchy's work on Ristoff began here. Hearing this, Chen Xi then realized that the old bishop was the first-generation ecclesiarchy priest who had led the faithful to Ristoff II. He had toiled for 80 years, building this church in this city little by little, and could almost be said to be the one who watched the entire Ristoff develop. This also gave Chen Xi a deeper understanding of this old bishop, and at the same time, it made him a little more worried about the upcoming negotiations. After all, since this old bishop could build this city from scratch, brick by brick, his mind and faith must be extremely firm. For such a person, trying to sway his ideas was almost impossible. However, the issues that needed to be discussed still had to be discussed, not to mention that Chen Xi was not without cards to play. He had returned to the 3K era earlier and adjusted some of his pieces, allowing him to place an additional battle sister living saint here. The living saint and her little attendant. This was the move Chen Xi came up with. Since the ecclesiarchy wants to engage in religion, I won't talk politics with you, I'll directly let a living saint talk to you. Anyway, I was personally recruited by Huang Laohan, and since he doesn't object to me acting in his name, I will openly perform miracles. Chen Xi wanted to stage a play in front of the largest church on Ristoff II, under the watchful eyes of all, where a living saint would bestow blessings upon the chosen governor, allowing him to gain the emperor's endorsement. Although he already had this endorsement, an imperial edict from the palace and a living miracle were two different things after all. Chen Xi didn't think this matter would cause any reaction from Huang Laohan. The emperor was a pragmatist. If it was useful and usable, he would truly use it to the death. It was not a big deal for Chen Xi to swindle a bit under his banner, and besides, this wasn't even swindling. He walked to the old door of the grand cathedral, looked at the church door, which, though somewhat damaged, looked full of sacred meaning, and bowed his head in prayer. This was actually just for show. Although he also greatly respected everything this old bishop had built, at the moment, he needed to put on a performance. While Chen Xi bowed his head in prayer, he quickly withdrew his will and then put his living saint piece into the box. He tried to attach his consciousness to the living saint piece, but he failed. This surprised Chen Xi. Theoretically, he could use different pieces as his avatars, the Inquisitor piece was just the most frequently used, and he hadn't changed his avatar. But what did it mean that he couldn't use the living saint as his avatar now? Chen Xi didn't have time to think, the living saint had already been deployed, and it was too late to go back on it. He had to continue the act. After all, they were his pieces, and he had enough control over them. Even if he couldn't possess the living saint, he could still control this piece. Chen Xi quickly repossessed the governor, neither getting up nor looking up, but he had already quietly mobilized his psychic power, intending to use it to command the living saint once she descended. However, just as Chen Xi was thinking about how to control the living saint, a golden light descended from the sky and enveloped him. Praise the emperor. Chen Xi praised Huang Laohan in his heart. Along with the golden light, flower petals also fell. Several doves, which would never appear on Ristoff II, flew across the sky, and a golden figure slowly descended from above. At this moment, all the faithful around the grand cathedral were kneeling on the ground, praying loudly. The descent of a living saint was not something one would ordinarily witness. Even Williams, who was beside Chen Xi, had already knelt on the ground, praying devoutly. The clergy inside the church rushed out at a near sprinting speed, and upon seeing the living saint slowly descending in front of Chen Xi, they immediately slid to their knees. Literally slid to their knees, sliding on the ground to reach Chen Xi and the living saint. Even the old bishop, at this moment, tremblingly dismounted from his anti-gravity platform and devoutly knelt before the living saint. For a devout believer, what could be more exciting than witnessing the descent of the Lord's messenger? Better late than never, please subscribe and support. Also, the current average subscription is around 600 to 700, with a peak of 800 to 900. Yesterday, the monthly vote count reached 100, so there will be an extra chapter later. Chapter 125 Saint Celestine. For the Imperium, there are many living saints. There are even multiple living saints who originated as battle sisters, such as the 6 battle sisters who first met the Emperor, all of whom were living saints. They were not the kind canonized by the ecclesiarchy, but the kind who could resurrect after death. Among them, Saint Catherine, the founder of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, one of the 6 major battle sister orders, even had a miniature released by GW specifically for her, the Saint Catherine's Triumph Procession. Also known as the Sisters of Battle Coffin Bearers, with Saint Catherine's body lying in the middle, surrounded by battle sisters from the 6 major orders. This living saint had experienced multiple resurrections, but ultimately did not resurrect again after falling in battle. The Triumph Procession's bolter babes carry her remains on a tour throughout the Imperium, believing that sufficient faith and piety will cause this living saint to resurrect once more and return to lead them. And besides Saint Catherine, there is another very famous battle sister living saint, and that is Saint Celestine, the renowned daemon. She is the most active living saint in the Imperium currently, and also the most frequently resurrected and manifested living saint. As long as Saint Celestine appears on the battlefield, the morale of the Imperial army will lock in and they will fight ferociously, even to the last man, to win the war for the Emperor. This has made her name widely known throughout the Imperium, and her image is also one of the key symbols promoted by the ecclesiarchy. Precisely because of this, when Saint Celestine descended from the sky, whether it was the ecclesiarchy's priests or all the ecclesiarchy faithful present, the only thought in their hearts was fanatical loyalty to the Emperor. And when Saint Celestine cast her divine radiance upon Chen Xi and bestowed her blessing upon him, all the faithful cheered, for a new saint had been born. No canonization from the ecclesiarchy was needed, nor was approval from the ecclesiarchy headquarters on Terra required. When a living saint personally descends, she represents the will of the Emperor himself, and the person she acknowledges also receives the Emperor's own recognition. This recognition is also sufficiently effective for the ecclesiarchy, although the ecclesiarchy headquarters might have some reservations about it, and the future pope who dared to oppose the regent's rule of the Imperium might also raise questions and objections. But at this moment on Ristoff II, no one dared to doubt that the person blessed by Saint Celestine had received the Emperor's own recognition. Including the old bishop who was currently kneeling before Chen Xi and Saint Celestine. He had doubted Chen Xi, suspecting it was a play he had orchestrated himself. He was right, but Saint Celestine's arrival could not be faked, especially when he was bathed in the living saint's radiance. That warmth and sacredness from the depths of his soul was an undeniable miracle. So the old bishop spoke, "Respected living saint, it is an honor for you to descend upon this humble world. Thank Her Majesty the saint, thank you for gazing upon this world. I did not come for this world. Saint Celestine spoke, her voice kind and gentle, but also full of resolve. His Majesty chose his spokesman, and I am merely here to bear witness and endorse him. This reply shocked the old bishop. He had not expected the esteemed living saint to give such an answer. At the same time, he was greatly surprised by Chen Xi. He had not expected this planetary governor to possess such astonishing divine favor, that the emperor would even send his living saint specifically to endorse Chen Xi. This made him re-examine his and the ecclesiarchy's plans, wondering if they had made some mistake. Or rather, when they knew that the appointment letter came from the throne room of the imperial palace, they should have realized that this was Her Majesty the Saint's grand plan. The old bishop repented for his profanity, but without cursing. He truly could not express his feelings, even though he hadn't used such foul language in decades. May Her Majesty the Saint forgive him. He truly needed to curse a few times to calm his emotions. He now fully realized that what the ecclesiarchy needed to do was fully cooperate with Chen Xi, rather than suppress him with their influence. The old bishop didn't have many other thoughts. He was just a devout believer, and all he wanted was to spread faith in the emperor. For this purpose, he could oppose Chen Xi. For this purpose, he could insist on transforming this planet into an ecclesiarchy shrine world, even knowing that Chen Xi wanted to build it into an administrative center in a paradise world. All of this was for proselytizing, spreading faith in Her Majesty the Saint. Because in the old bishop's view, the reason the Imperium had fallen to its current state was that too many people throughout the Imperium had deviated from Her Majesty the Saint's teachings and lacked devout faith. As long as devout faith in His Majesty was spread throughout the Imperium and the galaxy, making everyone believe in His Majesty, the Imperium, and humanity would surely usher in a new glory. But when Chen Xi's actions were seen to have the Emperor's personal attention, the old bishop's thinking rapidly shifted. This didn't even require Chen Xi to speak. His attitude had already made a 180-degree turn. Greetings to you, His Majesty the Saint's earthly apostle. The old bishop bowed his head to Chen Xi and used a very subtle title to address Chen Xi. Earthly apostle, meaning an envoy sent by Her Majesty the Saint to the world. Thank you for your arrival, esteemed living saint. Chen Xi bowed to Saint Celestine, but still couldn't help but ask curiously, I never expected you to descend personally. This truly overwhelms me. Chen Xi really hadn't expected that throwing a chess piece would summon the main body. Huang Laohan certainly gave him enough pomp and face this time. A living saint personally descending to bestow a blessing was indeed the optimal solution to the problems Chen Xi was facing at the moment. However, Chen Xi was still very curious as to why Saint Celestine came personally. After all, if it was just about solving the problem, Chen Xi's deployment of a living saint was already enough to solve it. Facing Chen Xi's probing words, Saint Celestine merely gazed at Chen Xi, then said, His Majesty bids me remind you to seize the time. Time? Chen Xi paused, but quickly reacted and said, I understand, I will accelerate the execution of the plan. You do not need to explain to me, I am not privy to His Majesty's and your plans, I am merely relaying His Majesty's words. Saint Celestine's attitude was very humble, but she did not engage in lengthy, in-depth conversation with Chen Xi. After a brief response to him, she turned her gaze to the old bishop at her side. The future of the Imperium is dark, we must work together and forge ahead. After Saint Celestine uttered a prophetic statement, her entire being soared into the sky once more, then vanished. But if everyone wasn't hallucinating, Saint Celestine had indeed descended just now. Chapter 126, Prophecy and Conversation. The arrival of a living saint is a momentous occasion worth celebrating for any ecclesiarchy world. Ristoff II was no exception. Although Saint Celestine had already departed, both the ecclesiarchy faithful and priests present immediately and spontaneously began a grand mass to celebrate her arrival. Countless fanatical believers rushed to the spot where Saint Celestine had just descended, attempting to kiss the ground she had stood upon. If it weren't for the Kasrikan Guard and Battle Sister Squad forming a human wall around Chen Xi to block the zealous believers, they would have even tried to rush to Chen Xi, attempting to touch this newly born living saint. Governor, please enter the cathedral. Old Bishop, supported by Williams, returned to his anti-gravity platform and immediately invited Chen Xi into the cathedral. After all, this was the ecclesiarchy's holy sanctuary, and no matter how fanatical the believers were, they wouldn't dare trespass into it. This would allow Chen Xi to remain undisturbed for a while, and Old Bishop also hoped to have a good talk with him as soon as possible. Many things had changed with the arrival of Saint Celestine, and the ecclesiarchy needed to readjust its strategy in light of the current situation. Chen Xi naturally hoped to use this opportunity to have a good talk with Old Bishop, preferably leveraging the influence brought by Saint Celestine to get the ecclesiarchy to cooperate with his actions, rather than continuing to act recklessly on its own. However, before that, Chen Xi contacted the Orders of the Sacred Rose and the Ebon Chalice, requesting them to dispatch a large number of battle sisters to maintain order. The believers who had witnessed the living saint's arrival were extremely fanatical. Without enough personnel to maintain order, stampedes and accidental casualties were bound to occur. The priests of the ecclesiarchy cathedral alone were far from enough to maintain order. Originally, Chen Xi should have called in the defense force, but considering that this was an ecclesiarchy city, and to be mindful of appearances, he instead called in the Department of Justice's enforcement team. By the time the Department of Justice's grav tanks and Avro transports carrying battle sisters arrived at the plaza outside the cathedral, Chen Xi and Old Bishop were already seated in a secret room inside the cathedral. Old Bishop dismissed all his attendants and deacons, sending them to handle the believers and the mass. Chen Xi also did not bring any attendants into the secret room, even Williams could only wait outside the door, leaving only Chen Xi and Old Bishop in the room. After old bishop shakily activated the secret room soundproofing and other anti-eavesdropping devices, he finally asked Chen Xi, "Your Majesty." "No, what exactly is your mission?" Old bishop originally intended to ask what the emperor's plan was, but then changed his mind and asked what Chen Xi's mission was. After all, the God Emperor's grand plan was not something he should know, but he could know the governor's plan. The Dark Millennium is about to end, and the age of the Indomitus is about to begin. Chen Xi spoke like a riddle, not explaining directly, only uttering a prophetic statement. Connecting it with Saint Celestine's words just now, old bishop couldn't help but make a connection and asked, "What will happen to the Imperium?" "A rift will tear the entire galaxy, and the Imperium will fall into an unprecedented darkness." Chen Xi saw old bishop's face change drastically at his words, so he quickly added, "But his sons will return." Upon hearing this, old bishop immediately pressed his hand to his heart. The twist was simply too stimulating for an old man to handle. He operated his anti-gravity platform a couple of times, and after a few injections were administered into his shriveled, aged body, old bishop finally stabilized himself, took a moment to compose himself, and then asked, "Which one?" "Not just one." Chen Xi thought of the returning Guilliman and the Lion, as well as the possibility of the Black Templars, Khan and Wolf Lord waiting in line, and truly wasn't sure how many Primarches would return. But he was certain there would be more than one. Hearing this, old bishop's face broke into a smile, and he quickly prayed, "Praise the Emperor for sending his divine sons back to us. Don't think this is a good thing. If the Primarches return, I think you should be very clear what that implies." Chen Xi reminded old bishop. While the return of the Primarches was a good thing for the entire Imperium, it also signaled that the Imperium would face unprecedented severe trials. Otherwise, why would the Emperor's sons need to return to the Imperium? Indeed, old bishop realized that the prerequisite for the return of the divine sons was the Imperium's calamity, so he looked at Chen Xi and asked seriously, "What price will we pay?" For the ecclesiarchy, if they could guide the divine sons back, paying a small price was acceptable. After all, just like the question circulated online in the 3K era, if sacrificing a planet could bring the Emperor to mankind for 13 hours, what would the Imperium do? Chen Xi wasn't sure what the Department of Internal Affairs and the High Lords of Terra would do, but the ecclesiarchy would definitely go through every imperial world to maintain the Emperor's prolonged presence. The galaxy will be torn open by a rift until we find a way to sew this wound shut again. Chen Xi knew how to close the Great Rift, but the Imperium clearly couldn't do it. In fact, the Great Rift was not caused by Abaddon blowing up Cadia, it was a scar left by the ancient war in heaven between the Citan and the Old Ones. The war between the Old Ones and the Citan tore the veil between the real universe and the warp, which caused this galaxy-rending wound. However, after the war in heaven, the Necrons used Blackstone technology to sew up this wound, until the Ildari created the youngest god, which caused this wound to burst open again. It's just that before, there was still Blackstone technology left by the Necrons, they were like sutures on the wound, holding it together from completely tearing open. But Abaddon, through his 12 Black Crusades, systematically removed these sutures or anchors, plunging the wound into the crisis of reopening. Currently, the only thing still holding this wound from bursting open is the Imperium of Man's first line of defense against the Eye of Terror Cadia. Once Cadia is destroyed, warp energy will pour out of the Eye of Terror, following this wound to tear the entire galaxy apart again. Does your Majesty wish you to prevent this rift from being torn open? Old Bishop asked tentatively. His Majesty has no such request, and I am also powerless, I am just a planetary governor, without enough strength or enough time to accomplish this. Chen Xi sighed helplessly, if he had 300 years instead of 30, he would indeed have enough confidence to stop Abaddon from destroying Cadia. After all, the 12th Black Crusade hadn't even begun 300 years ago. But now it's 974.m41, and there really isn't enough time. Chapter 127 Chen Xi's Request. What should we do? The old bishop did not ask Chen Xi why he had no time, he clearly knew that some things were not for him to know. Instead of knowing how much time was left, it was better to seriously consider what he could do. The old bishop dared not say what the ecclesiarchy could do, as the ecclesiarchy itself was a loosely organized body with many factions. Although the Pope was nominally the highest leader of the ecclesiarchy and a representative of the High Lords of Terra, for the ecclesiarchy, the Pope could not command everyone. Therefore, the old bishop could only guarantee how much help he could provide to Chen Xi, but could not guarantee anything at the level of the entire ecclesiarchy. After all, he was, in the end, merely a planetary bishop. My plan is to complete the development of the Ristoff subsector before 999.m41, at least to the point where it can resist the invasion of the great enemy, Chaos. Chen Xi revealed some information to the old bishop, but did not disclose everything. Some things were not for everyone to know, and many things, once spoken, would be known by others, so it was safer to keep secrets to himself. I understand. I will write to the God Emperor Star Region headquarters to report the arrival of Saint Celestine, striving to establish Ristoff II as a new shrine world, and simultaneously apply for the expansion of the church. The old bishop informed Chen Xi of his next arrangements. The ecclesiarchy will invest massive amounts of resources and money into this imperial world, and a large number of pilgrims will also come. You can utilize all of these. Although the old bishop did not significantly change his plan, his attitude had clearly shifted. Previously, he had intended to forcibly transform Ristoff II into a shrine world by using a large number of pilgrims to create a fait accompli. But now, while he would still do these things, the massive funds, manpower, and material resources invested by the ecclesiarchy could all become an aid for Chen Xi in developing the subsector. As for inquiries from the God Emperor Star Region headquarters or the Ecclesiarchy headquarters on Holy Terra, they would not be difficult for the old bishop to handle. After all, his mission was to preach, not to build churches. Cooperating with Chen Xi to develop the subsector could also be explained as spreading faith in the emperor throughout the entire subsector, which would even be considered a meritorious deed for the Ecclesiarchy. Moreover, the old bishop was already very old, he did not even expect to live to see Chen Xi complete his plan, so he did not care about the consequences of his actions. Even if the Ecclesiarchy were to pursue accountability, he would have to be alive for that to happen. As for his posthumous reputation? For a follower of the Ecclesiarchy, only the great Her Majesty the Saint could judge his merits and demerits. As long as Her Majesty believed he was loyalty, that was enough. Continue building the church, but its structure needs some adjustments. It will become a fortress. Chen Xi did not stand on ceremony and presented his demands to the old bishop. This was a reasonable request, as the old bishop had previously planned to build a magnificent church that could reach the Carmen line. Such a massive structure would be very vulnerable without adequate defenses. Moreover, unlike churches of the 3K era, cathedrals of the 40K era required power from plasma reactors, large-scale water purification systems, city-level void shields, and battleship-grade defensive weapons. Since the old bishop first established a church on this imperial world, he had never neglected the church's defenses, and the same was true now. City-level void shields, macro cannons, and plasma reactors, I think you will need these things. The old bishop nodded, also extending a gesture of goodwill. During the construction of the church, I will procure some extra equipment. These can be used for the expansion and reinforcement of Ristoff City. City-level equipment was astonishingly expensive, only an organization as wealthy as the Ecclesiarchy would dare to speak of purchasing such items in bulk. But these were indeed what Chen Xi needed. That would be excellent, but more than these, I hope the Ecclesiarchy can organize several pioneering immigrant groups to cooperate with my plan to develop the subsector. Chen Xi also put forward his request, hoping the old bishop would cooperate. My time is pressing, and I truly don't have time for slow development. Managing Ristoff II is to use it as a springboard and transit point, concentrating more pilgrims and pioneers here, and then organizing them into immigrant groups to various imperial worlds in the subsector, developing these imperial worlds into new imperial worlds. What are your requirements for these pilgrims and pioneers? The old bishop did not believe that Chen Xi simply wanted to develop new imperial worlds. Unwavering faith and sufficient combat power. 999.M41 is a very critical juncture, darkness and calamity will sweep across the entire Imperium. At that time, warp travel will become very dangerous, so these new pioneering imperial worlds must have the ability to defend themselves. Chen Xi deliberated for a moment, then slightly lowered his standards, at least they must be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive after an attack. Although Chen Xi would do everything possible to expand his army and prepare for war during these 30 years, even so, the scale of the army that could be raised in 30 years was limited. At that time, he might not have the spare capacity to rescue other places, but he must at least defend his own territory. Although the Ecclesiarchy is not allowed to possess armed forces, no one will prevent pilgrims from carrying some self-defense weapons. The old bishop spoke a bit cryptically, but Chen Xi understood his meaning. It was Goj van Dyer's doing, after the age of apostasy, to prevent a repeat of Goj van Dyer's mess, the High Lords of Terra stripped the Ecclesiarchy of the right to possess armed forces, retaining only the Battle Sister. But the Battle Sister were more supervisors of the Ecclesiarchy than subordinates of the Ecclesiarchy. Therefore, the Ecclesiarchy itself could not possess armed forces. Although in the 8 millennia that followed, the Ecclesiarchy made various efforts and attempts, ultimately they could only arm believers by launching holy wars, or at most, station a few crusaders around important personnel. However, the combat effectiveness of such a holy war army, when called upon, depended entirely on how the person controlling it trained and arranged them. In the Siege of Rocks, the fallen heretics were initially just a group of holy war believers called upon. At that time, I can arrange for some battle sister to accompany each pioneering group, but if I do that, the Ecclesiarchy will need to provide me with more battle sister. Battle sister were both high-end combatants and, when necessary, could serve as commanders of armed forces. In such situations, they were even more useful than space marines. The old bishop nodded, affirming, I will relay your requests to the God Emperor Star Region headquarters and the Ecclesiarchy headquarters on Holy Terra. Chapter 128, Immigrant Development. After finishing his conversation with the old bishop, Chen Xi left the Ecclesiarchy's holy temple through a secret passage to a landing pad, where he boarded an Avilia shuttle. After all, there were too many people outside at the moment. If he were to leave through the main entrance, he might be surrounded and unable to leave the city for a year. After boarding the shuttle, Chen Xi once again withdrew his consciousness. He wanted to see what was going on with the living saint he had deployed, and why his account had been directly taken over by the main body. Waking up in the 3K world, Chen Xi saw his living saint miniature placed next to the army case, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Although a miniature was nothing to him if he needed one, someone would make and paint it to the highest specifications and send it to him. Chen Xi was still very reluctant about Huang Laohan directly taking over his account with the main body. Especially since he remembered Huang Laohan saying that all named characters were isotopic, and he wouldn't summon their true selves. What exactly is going on? Why did Celestine herself appear when I deployed the living saint miniature? Chen Xi looked at the servitor skull, which served as an auxiliary terminal, and asked his question. The lights on the servitor skull flickered for a moment, but it quickly explained the reason to Chen Xi. The Emperor is watching your actions. He knows you need help, so he has given you some assistance. This is a special case, you don't have to worry about encountering this situation again. In fact, your miniature was not put in, the Emperor directly caused Saint Celestine to descend. Chen Xi could somewhat accept this explanation, but he still said to the servitor skull, I hope you can at least give me a heads up next time. This kind of account takeover operation is really concerning and catches me off guard. Information recorded, will be feedback to the Great Emperor. The lights in the servitor skull's eyes flickered again, seemingly having truly recorded it. Having resolved this issue, Chen Xi picked up his living saint miniature from the table and then asked another question, if I continue to deploy living saint miniatures, will it still cause Saint Celestine to descend? No, you will get a blank living saint, just like other miniatures, the servitor skull replied. Alright, I understand. Chen Xi had nothing more to say about this. After all, it was already quite something that the Emperor was willing to explain to him. What else could he expect to ask? He was thinking too much. Chen Xi didn't pay too much attention to this, he was just asking a question. After all, even if Huang Laohan really wanted to do something, could he resist? His ability to traverse worlds was due to Huang Laohan's great power. Having resolved this issue, Chen Xi did not immediately traverse again. Instead, he took the living saint miniature back to the model room and pondered his next move. Now, the trouble with the ecclesiarchy was temporarily resolved. With the old bishop's cooperation, at least before the Great Rift explodes, the subsector should be trouble-free. As for after the Great Rift explodes? At that time, let alone the ecclesiarchy, the entire imperium would be too busy to care about itself. The Holy Land, the birthplace of the Battle Sisters, was lost, and it wasn't until the 13th prince launched the Indomitus Crusade that everything started to get better. So Chen Xi was not worried about any future troubles. Next, I can develop with peace of mind. Since the old bishop is willing to provide me with various city-level void shields and other things, the renovation of Ristoff City can also proceed. Chen Xi had originally planned to start construction after the factory on 32 was built, but now that the Emperor was urging him, some things needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Fortunately, the ecclesiarchy promised to get him enough pilgrims, so the next focus was to get the shipyard running. When a batch of pilgrims arrived, they would be loaded onto ships, and a squad of battle sisters would be assigned to them, all bundled up and sent to open up new planets. The Ristoff subsector is not large, with only a few dozen planets in total, and most of them are not suitable for large-scale colonization. As long as the ecclesiarchy can provide continuous support, he can fully expand. Of course, the number of planets in the Ristoff subsector that add up to 36,789 must be reduced, otherwise Chen Xi is sure that once the Great Rift opens, the chaos corruption in this place will explode. There are a total of 33 planets. 3 death worlds can be used for colonization or as recruitment planets for the Ash Knights. After all, the harsh environment of death worlds can indeed temper sufficiently excellent new recruits. As for the issue of 3 being Nurgle's hidden holy number, it is not that serious. Although the cycle of 3 is Nurgle's hidden holy number, Nurgle abandoned death, and the cycle of 3 fell into stagnation, so the chance of this hidden holy number exploding is not great. Moreover, he now has Avilia's planetary terraforming technology. As long as one of them is transformed into a garden world, there will basically be no problem. The remaining 6 barren worlds and 8 dead worlds can also be colonized, but to be safe, Chen Xi thinks it's best to combine them with Ristoff II to make 13 immigrant planets. This way, it breaks their holy number and also makes up the Emperor's holy number, which couldn't be more perfect. As for the 7 mineral planets, Chen Xi plans to blow up 2 to start mining. This way, 7 becomes 5, and there's no need to worry about the miners suddenly turning into Nurgle zombies. This planet-busting work can be handed over to the Adeptus Mechanicus, they are very good at this kind of work. Only the 9 gas giant planets are difficult to deal with, as they are not easy to blow up and cannot be drained in a short amount of time, so they can only be left alone for now. After all, Xianzhe's corruption is different from the other 3. Without enough people, without enough twists and turns and intrigues, Xianzhe's stuff really can't cause trouble. You can't expect a group of miners to engage in intrigues, can you? Even if they did, it would only be about who gets to be foreman, and Xianzhe wouldn't even care about such small tricks. Especially since Xianzhe is known as the Lord of Change, and his opposite is stagnation. As long as he doesn't touch these 9 gas giant planets, the problem won't be big, and they won't become ritual tools to summon Xianzhe's things. However, one of the gas giant planets has already become a hidden stronghold for the Ash Knights, and he is also mining there, so this does require some attention. After all, the method of hiding troops in a sea of gas does, to a large extent, have a bit of Xianzhe's flavor. Damn it, how could I forget this? Don't let a grand plan actually summon the Birdman. Chen Xi cursed, then picked up the Living Saint miniature again, returned to the activity room, hesitated for a moment, and then put the Living Saint in again. Only this time, he deployed the Living Saint to Ristoff IV, letting her stay with the Ash Knights and be responsible for checking for chaos corruption. Chapter 129, Daemon Hosts. On Gria Forge World, Mai and Twilight were nestled in their battleship, researching the daemon hosts they had just created. Earlier, during warp travel, a Slaanesh daemonette had spawned on their ship. After being captured by the 2, the Slaanesh daemonette attempted to seduce them. However, because Huang Laohan had not provided the coinage function, the Slaanesh daemonette's temptation had no effect. Instead, it sparked a sudden idea in Mai and Twilight. After binding the Slaanesh daemonette, they attempted to extract its chaotic energy and inject it into a daemon host container they had exchanged from Huang Laohan. Generally speaking, creating a daemon host requires an entire daemon to be fully inserted into a container, with multiple seals applied to imprison it. This way, the daemon is bound within the container rather than possessing the body, making it very convenient for both interrogating intelligence and utilizing the daemon's power. And demons that originally cannot manifest in the real world will not be repatriated due to prolonged stays in the material universe. This is not a good thing for demons either, as being bound in a container is equivalent to being imprisoned and sealed, and then enslaved by humans. Perhaps demons of the Xianch faction don't mind, but the other 3 factions generally dislike it. Typically, daemon hosts are often the result of demons from the 4 factions sabotaging each other. For example, Xianch demons often trick demons from other factions into becoming daemon hosts. The Inquisition also greatly favors creating such things. Whether for interrogating warp-related intelligence or for use against other demons at critical moments, these things are as useful as a reserved trump card. However, creating such a thing is also a highly heretical act, enough to earn an Inquisitor an excommunication. By the way, will what we're doing really work? This container has no daemon, only chaotic energy. Can it even be called a daemon host? Mai looked at the container, which had already been made into servitors, and asked Twilight with some uncertainty. Twilight was also unsure but still said, "Didn't the ritual book we got say that? It said that sealing demons is too dangerous, but if only the daemon's power is extracted, there will be no risk of losing control. Although we can't interrogate intelligence from the daemon's mouth, a docile and useful daemon host is a trump card, isn't it?" Previously, when Mai and Twilight were at the Mariupol sector capital, their status as rogue traders allowed them to acquire some good things, including a ritual book supposedly explaining how to create daemon hosts. If they were locals of 40K, they would treat this thing not as a taboo to be avoided at all costs, but at least with extreme caution and secrecy. After all, creating a daemon host truly brings the Inquisitor, who then issues an excommunication and wipes out your entire family. For Mai and Twilight, this thing was not so taboo. Both their identities as rogue traders and as acting agents of the Inquisitor's throne were enough to ensure that even if Mai dabbled in some heretical things, she would not violate imperial law. As for the Inquisition's investigation and similar issues, as long as it's not openly displayed, who doesn't have a little bit of heresy? So, after carefully studying this ritual book and understanding its contents, the two prepared to create a daemon host for unforeseen needs. Both of them were using adventure mode, relying mainly on their own combat power, unlike Chen Xi who could pull out an army from his pocket. Therefore, appropriately increasing their trump cards was a necessity for them. Don't worry about it so much, let's try what this daemon host can do first. Twilight seemed a bit more aggressive than Mai and was already eager to test the daemon host. Mai didn't object to this. After a slight hesitation, he said to the completed daemon host, "Kill that daemon." Although the bound Slaanesh daemonette had most of its chaotic energy drained, it had not been killed and was still confined within the seals that bound it. Using it to test the newly created daemon host was perfectly suitable. As soon as Mai finished speaking, the daemon host moved. White frost quickly condensed around him, and in his hand, a spear made entirely of lightning was formed. Shnik power. Mai was slightly surprised but didn't find it too strange. After all, it was a daemon host, so using Shnik power was normal. Then, he saw the daemon host pierce the bound Slaanesh daemon with the lightning spear in his hand, completely slaying it. The effect is not bad. Excitement showed in Twilight's eyes. Clearly, the demon host's strength was indeed quite good. Although it was a bound Slaanesh daemonette, it was still a greater daemon. It might not be difficult for a space marine to kill, but for ordinary people, this thing was already strong enough. To be able to kill it so easily, even if it was a Slaanesh daemonette that had been drained of energy, this was enough to show that the demon host's strength was indeed good. Just as the two were considering whether to create more daemon hosts for unforeseen needs, the sage of Gria Forge World came knocking again. Malin received him in the reception room on the upper deck. The sage stated directly, "Mr. Malin, regarding the order to build the orbital ring, Gria Forge World has accepted it. The terms will be as we previously discussed. Before I came, the forging supervisor had already approved this order. Soon, we will dispatch a professional team to Ristoff II to provide you with services." This business had been delayed for some time, otherwise Mai and Twilight wouldn't have bothered with the daemon hosts to pass the time. However, fortunately, the final result was satisfactory. The price offered by Gria was still within the acceptable range for Ristoff. This is truly good news. I think Mr. Chen Xi will also be very happy to hear this news. Malin spoke politely to the sage, secretly relieved that the matter had finally been settled. Yes, this is indeed good news worth celebrating. The sage also nodded, but then he continued, "Regarding the giant ring around the star that you mentioned earlier, we have carefully reviewed the information in our database. Such a thing did indeed exist. In the distant dark age of technology, humanity once dismantled several planets within a sector, pouring the obtained resources onto a certain star, constructing such a miraculous megastructure around it. However, the time is too distant. Even the Adeptus Mechanicus finds it difficult to recreate this great feat. It is truly regrettable." Malin was puzzled. If it couldn't be built, then don't build it. What was this tech priest rambling on about? Chapter 130 Gria's Technical Team. Meeting Mai's puzzled gaze, the wise one continued, "Gria hopes to recreate the glorious technology of humanity's past, but we need support. If your side wants to build such a ring, we can provide technical services, but the construction site and resources need to be provided by your side." Clearly, these tech priests also yearned for a megastructure wonder like a stellar ring, which looked very much like something for the Omnissiah. They wanted to build one of these, but obviously, they had neither the place nor the resources to build a ring. Although the Gria Forge world could do this on the star in their own star system, the resource issue still left them helpless. A stellar ring is not as simple as putting a ring around a planet. Not to mention how such an exaggerated thing could be constructed, the resources required to build the ring alone would be enough to drain all the resources of an entire sector. It is literally draining, not figuratively. All the planets in the entire sector would have to be dismantled to gather enough resources for building the ring. Of course, if stellar matter could be extracted and converted into minerals, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Generally speaking, almost 90% or more of the matter in a star system is concentrated in the star. Compared to dismantling planets, dismantling stars seems more cost-effective. However, even with the technology controlled by the Adeptus Mechanicus, they still cannot dismantle stellar matter and convert it into minerals. However, according to the information the wise ones of Gria have consulted, in the ancient dark age of technology, humanity indeed possessed the technology to dismantle stars, and even once sent mining teams to the galactic core, setting up huge spaceborne particle excavators to dismantle nascent stars, refining elements and obtaining energy through fusion. Upon learning of this technology, the tech priests of Gria collectively climaxed and plunged into the database to search, hoping to find the STC or related records of this technology. However, so far, they have not found any relevant technical information records. Currently, the tech priests of Gria are both searching their own database and preparing to send people to Mars to search for records of the spaceborne particle excavator in the largest database of the Adeptus Mechanicus, striving to restore this astonishing technology. As long as it can be restored, the tech priests of Gria dare to pat their gears and guarantee that they can truly build the ring. But you haven't found this technology yet, have you? Mai looked at the wise one in front of her, feeling that the other party was joking. Mai did not doubt whether the headquarters of the Mars Mechanicus had this technology, but whether they could unearth it. If the tech priests could unearth it, they wouldn't have failed to do so until now. The wise one of Gria felt a bit embarrassed about this but still stubbornly retorted, we merely forgot this technology in the past. As long as we are given time, we will definitely find it. The Adeptus Mechanicus has only forgotten and lost, not truly lost this technology. For tech priests, losing such important technology is unforgivable, especially when it concerns a super order, they will certainly argue forcefully. After all, they can't let a big client think that these tech priests are unprofessional, having even lost their core technology, and now can't produce anything, right? Alright, then when can you unearth this technology? Decades? Centuries? Or millennia? Mai looked at the wise one in front of her and said with some regret, we don't have that much time to wait for you to slowly unearth it. If you can't find it before 999.m41, then we will have to give up the idea of building a stellar ring. Why is it this time point? The wise one of Gria didn't quite understand the significance of this time node. Don't ask me, this is the time node set by Inquisitor Chen Xi, I can only obey his orders. Mai shrugged, decisively throwing the blame to Chen Xi, and then continued, the matter of the stellar ring and the spaceborne particle excavator is not urgent, but please complete the construction of the Ristoff II's ring as quickly as possible, we are waiting for it to develop the subsector. Please rest assured on this point. As long as there are sufficient mineral resources, we can complete all construction work within 10 years. The wise one of Gria was very serious about the business that had been agreed upon. While making assurances, he also specifically stated, we will send a technical team for an initial investigation to confirm the construction plan and also to confirm where to mine. All these need to be confirmed beforehand. Even housing renovations in the 3K era require a lot of preliminary coordination, let alone building a huge ring. It should be known that this is a planetary scale ring, and depending on the requirements, the modules set on the ring will also differ, from hydroponic farms that can meet the food needs of the entire subsector to orbital shipyards and supporting facilities. All these specific requirements need to be confirmed beforehand before construction can proceed. Of course, we warmly welcome the Adeptus Mechanicus's technical team to Ristoff II. On this point, Mai naturally expressed welcome. He hadn't forgotten why Chen Xi had sent him so far to Gria to place the order. Very good, it seems we have reached a consensus on this point. The wise one of Gria was very happy, then nodded and said, soon, wise one Kristen will board this ship with her technical team. She will temporarily act with you. Gria indeed attached great importance to this order, and the technical team dispatched was the best on Gria. However, hearing the wise one of Gria say that this technical team would take a ship, Mai was stunned for a moment, then asked, does this wise one Kristen not have a forge ship? Generally, those referred to as wise ones usually have their own forge ships, some more affluent ones are already operating forge arcs. No, she does, but her forge ship is currently undergoing upgrade and modification and is temporarily unavailable. Mentioning this, the wise one of Gria was a bit embarrassed but still explained, wise one Kristen has a somewhat peculiar temperament, and her team also has many members who have similarly achieved the title of wise one. To accommodate the entire technical team, wise one Kristen has carried out a comprehensive upgrade and modification of her forge ship, which is not yet completed. Therefore, they can temporarily only borrow your ship, please be understanding. Alright, it sounds a bit troublesome, but as long as the wise ones don't mind that this ship is only a frigate, I don't think there will be any problem. Mai didn't think there was any problem with hosting a group of tech priests, as long as they were willing to take the ship, he would let them board. That would be excellent. Wise one Kristen will contact you shortly. The wise one of Gria nodded, then bid farewell and left.